Blue Star, Longxia Federation, Sea City Military Academy. The awakening ceremony officially began as new recruits stepped onto the magic circle one by one. Decades ago, the world underwent drastic changes. Demons invaded, and humanity was thrust into the age of myths. Only by awakening to a profession could one hope to survive. Professions varied in strength, and no one knew what they would awaken to. Most of those who went before had awakened as warriors, archers, or knights. Occasionally, a mage appeared, but support roles were even rarer. Feng Zhou stepped forward. The instructor's command brought instant silence to the room. A child of a fallen hero, with outstanding grades and striking looks, Feng Zhou was already well known among the freshmen. Several female recruits whispered among themselves, speculating if he might awaken as a healer. The magic circle began to glow, activating its power. In the next instant, Feng Zhou's head buzzed, and his vision split in two. One side showed the awakening platform. The other side presented a wasteland shrouded in a blood-red moon, littered with skeletal remains. The sound of cracking bones echoed. He raised his hand, only to see a pale skeletal arm. Looking down, he saw a ribcage and slender bony legs. His hand touched his head, and he felt the smooth surface of a skull. In his hollow eye sockets, eerie blue flames flickered. He had become a skeleton. Awakening successful. Attributes panel activated. A translucent panel appeared before him. Name: Feng Zhou. Profession: Necromancer. Rank: Apprentice, lower tier. Skill: Summon Skeleton. Status: Soul Split. Avatar: Skeleton. Necromancer. Skeleton avatar. 18 years after his transmigration, his cheat ability had finally arrived. Emotions roiled in his heart, but his face remained calm. Feng Zhou, what are you spacing out for? Get in line. The instructor's voice snapped him back to reality. Under the gaze of dozens of onlookers, Feng Zhou didn't dare overthink. He did his best to adapt to the dual vision, his steps somewhat unsteady as he walked out of the awakening circle. Lu Hu, the instructor, misinterpreted Feng Zhou's behavior. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a deep voice. Feng Zhou, don't be discouraged. While Necromancer may not be considered strong now, it holds significant research value. With determination, you can carve a path for yourself. Feng Zhou paused for a moment before quickly understanding what the instructor meant. In the decades since the Age of Myths began, fewer than 100 people had awakened as necromancers, a profession that was incredibly rare. The general rule was that the rarer the profession, the stronger it was. But for necromancers, the reality was the opposite. To cultivate as a necromancer, one needed to establish a deep connection with the realm of the undead. Life and death were natural opposites, and no living person had figured out how to properly engage with the undead realm. Decades had passed, and even the strongest necromancer had only reached the gold rank, a position that was bottom tier among peers. Without a trailblazer to follow, there was no complete skill system. For newcomers, this was nearly a dead end. The undead realm? Feng Zhou glanced at his skeletal avatar and the otherworldly land brimming with deathly aura. A bold idea formed in his mind, but his expression remained somber. He saluted the instructor, feigning dejection, and returned to the lineup. The other recruits looked at him with pity. Just moments ago, he had been a shining star. Now, it was as if his future had been condemned. Falling from the peak into the abyss, that kind of blow was hard for anyone to bear. No one disturbed this failure as the awakening continued. One by one, people stepped up. Some cheered, others sighed. Soon, all 100 recruits successfully awakened without a single failure. Even Lu Hu, usually stern, allowed a smile to cross his face. A 100% success rate is rare, even in Sea City Military Academy, he said with satisfaction. He bellowed, all recruits, attention. Instantly, everyone stood straight. Lu Hu nodded approvingly. Awakening is just the beginning. Right now, you're all just apprentices. Above you are iron, bronze, silver, gold, glory champion, and even the legendary crown ranks. Today, your profession is your pride. Tomorrow, it will be your profession that takes pride in you. All for the Federation. The crowd shouted in unison. All for the Federation. Good, Lu Hu said as he glanced briefly at Feng Zhou before continuing. Next, let me outline your assignments. First, Everyone is hereby granted the rank of Junior Sergeant, along with F-level clearance. You may claim 2 apprentice-level skill books from the Federation's skill library for free. Second, make sure to upload your newly awakened initial skills to your personal terminal. If your skill is entirely new, the Federation will reward you with a substantial amount of contribution points. Third, in a month, the Sea City Military Academy will open the simulation battlefield to assess your combat capabilities. Rewards will be plentiful for those who perform well. Understood? Understood. Good. Begin recording your skills. Feng Zhou raised his wrist to open his personal terminal and uploaded Summon Skeleton into the skill library. Summon Skeleton, apprentice level, basic summon skeletons to battle. Quantity, strength, and duration are linked to Jingshun, spirit stats. Sexuality and proficiency related. Occupational skills are not just for combat. They can also contribute to production. The Federation has seamlessly integrated the occupational system with technology, and personal terminals are the crowning achievement. Learning skills, researching information, exchanging resources, all can be accomplished through the terminal. Unfortunately, Summon Skeletons was already uploaded into the system, so ARC didn't receive any rewards. Not long after, the entire squad had their skills registered. Lu Hu asked, "Anyone awakened a new skill?" Reporting, Drill Sergeant. "I've awakened a new skill and earned 100 contribution points," a large and muscular student exclaimed excitedly. Everyone immediately cast envious glances his way. To put things in perspective, a corporal's basic monthly salary is only 1 contribution point. Lu Hu nodded. Excellent. Apprentice-level skills may seem weak, but they're just the starting point. As you develop those skills further, they can grow into a new skill tree, providing valuable assets for humanity. As long as you're willing to dig deep, you might even create your own unique skills and earn generous rewards in the future. That's all for today. Dismissed. The trainees broke off into small groups, each heading back to their dorms with eager, excited expressions. Ark, however, was lost in thought. Lu Hu's words had stirred something deep inside him. In many fantasy worlds, necromancers are known as natural disasters. Summoning, bonecraft, fleshcraft, corruption, curses, souls. Once their skill tree expands, a single necromancer could establish an entire army by themselves. But in this world, how far have necromancers truly come? When Ark returned to his room, he sat down and opened his terminal. He searched for Necromancer. The results were meager. Necromancer meditation techniques. An overview of the Necromancer skill tree. The history of Necromancer development. Why necromancers are so weak. He skimmed through quickly, his heart sinking with every page. The state of necromancers in this world was worse than he had guessed. First, their meditation techniques were abysmal, training was slow, and their mental stats were inferior to that of other mage types. Second, their skill tree was shockingly underdeveloped, almost entirely reliant on summoning. As for the list of summonable creatures, it was embarrassingly basic, just skeletons, zombies, and ghouls, all low-tier undead. Outside of summoning, necromancers have only a few scattered corrosion and negative energy spells, with average power at best. To make matters worse, necromantic energy often backfired on its user, leaving them physically weak. On the battlefield, necromancers were little better than cannon fodder. Because of this, the profession had been in steady decline. Ark sighed deeply and decided to try out his skill for himself. He activated Summon Skeleton and felt a small portion of his mental energy drain away. A black vortex tore open beside him, and a tattered, dull gray skeleton wobbled out unsteadily. Its soul fire flickered weakly, pitifully. Through his senses, Ark judged that its 4 primary stats were each below 1. There wasn't a chance it could beat an average human in a fight. However, Ark quickly noticed something peculiar. According to the manual, Earth's distance from the realm of the undead limited new recruits to only 2 summons before reaching mental exhaustion. Yet, Ark had only used 1/20th of his mental energy, which meant he could summon 20 skeletons in a row. The difference was staggering. Curious, he checked the terminal again. The data explained that summoning efficiency depended on one's connection to the realm of the undead. The stronger the connection, the lower the energy cost. At that moment, a realization struck Ark. His skeletal clone resided in the undead realm itself, meaning he had virtually no distance to bridge. This meant no one was better suited to being a necromancer than him. For those who could only summon 2 weak skeletons at a time, the profession was easy to ridicule. But for someone who could unleash 20 skeletons, that was an entirely different matter. And the more you practiced a skill, the more skilled and stronger you became. Training the same technique 20 times in a day meant his growth speed would outpace others tenfold. His advantage would only grow larger over time. With this in mind, Ark began casting repeatedly until his mental energy was nearly spent. He also attempted summoning his skeletal clone directly to Earth, but failed every time. As evening fell, Ark studied the room now crammed with skeletons, feeling thoroughly content. Fortunately, the school provided single-occupancy apartments. Otherwise, the sight of dozens of soul-fire-burning skeletons would surely have terrified his peers. Of course, maintaining a large summon cost mental energy as well. Satisfied, he admired them briefly before dismissing all the skeletons back to the undead realm. Then, he turned his attention to the Necromancer Apprentice Skill Library. The list was disappointingly short, containing only Necromancer Meditation Technique, Summon Skeleton, Corrosive Touch, Death Missile, Weakening Ray. Apart from the mandatory Necromancer Meditation Technique, the rest seemed underwhelming. The more Ark looked, the more disappointed he became. He switched tabs to the General Apprentice Skill Library. While not numerous, these were skills refined over decades of practice. Generations of professionals had painstakingly redesigned a handful of class-specific abilities into general-use skills, allowing other classes to benefit. For mages, Mana Missile, Mana Dash, Mage Hand, Mana Shield, and Complete Focus. For warriors, Charge, Brutal Strike, Parry, Weapon Expertise, and Battle Cry. No matter how you sliced it, these seemed far more practical than what necromancers had access to. After weighing his options carefully, Ark used his one free skill slot to acquire Necromancer Meditation Technique. Another skill, wait for how the doppelganger situation unfolds before deciding. Once confirmed, the skill manual was swiftly transmitted to his personal terminal. Identity verification complete. Data transmission in progress. A holographic projection appeared before his eyes, showing a tall woman repeatedly demonstrating a meditation technique. Beside her, a skeletal visualization was displayed, mapping out the spiritual energy pathways. This unique psychic spell could lock the memory for 1 month, giving novices enough time to master the basics. Imagine yourself as a skeleton, feeling death across a desolate wasteland. If you can conjure a complete image of the skeleton, you've entered the threshold. Success within 7 days indicates talent. The faster, the stronger. Ark finished watching, then immediately sat down cross-legged to begin attempting it. He fixed his eyes on the skeletal diagram, forcing himself to immerse into it. The skeleton in his vision grew larger and larger. As the image filled his field of view, he closed his eyes and, for the first time, distinctly touched the spiritual realm. Normally, crafting a clear skeleton required days of effort. Even the greatest predecessors needed at least a full day. But his spiritual energy flowed unusually smoothly. In less than half an hour, a vividly realistic skeleton took form in his mental sea. Skill learned. Skeleton meditation method. Opening his eyes, Ark massaged his temples. That's it. He glanced at his status panel. Under Skills, the entry, Skeleton Meditation Method, was now listed. Skeleton Meditation Method, Apprentice Level, Basic. The most fundamental mental practice for a necromancer, improving spiritual strength by visualizing a skeleton. Could it be that I'm naturally gifted as a necromancer? Ark frowned, yet something about the skeleton in his mind felt off, like something wasn't right. This meditation method was the culmination of repeated validations by past masters. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any errors. Suddenly, his eyes shifted to his skeletal doppelganger, and an idea sparked in his mind. The perfect reference was right in front of him. Why rely on blurry imagination? No one in this world understood skeletons better than he did. Closing his eyes again, he projected his consciousness into the doppelganger. In an unknown desolate land, the soul flame of a small skeleton suddenly surged with intensity. Gray mist filled the sky, a blood-red moon hung aloft, and the ground was littered with bones, completely devoid of life. Ark lowered his head to check his status. Apprentice-level skeleton, lower tier, all 4 attributes at 1. No equipment. Basic innate skill. Bone armament. Utterly weak. Then, not far away, a pile of bones began reassembling under the blood moon. A soul flame ignited, and a newly formed skeleton wobbled to its feet. Seeing that soul flame, a primal urge to devour it surged within Ark's chest. To consume it, grow stronger, evolve. He forcibly suppressed the impulse. He was far too weak. Recklessness would be suicide. While retreating and observing, he pulled up more information. Skeletons were cannon fodder for necromancers, possessing no intelligence. Their weakness resided in their soul flames. They instinctively attacked living beings, but could also devour fellow skeletons to grow stronger. Rarely, some managed to evolve into black iron-level skeleton warriors or archers. Ordinary apprentice-level skeletons relied solely on biting in combat. Only by evolving could they utilize bone armament to form weapons. Having reviewed the data, Ark gained clarity. His doppelganger was weak, but the surrounding skeletons were even weaker. At least he knew how to wield a weapon. After adapting to his body, he picked up a femur from the bone-strewn ground and circled behind a newly formed skeleton. The other skeleton was still in a daze. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. When only a meter remained, Ark suddenly raised the femur and drove it with all his strength into the flame within its skull. Crack! The femur shattered, the other skeleton's head fractured, and its soul flame flickered momentarily before extinguishing. Its frame wobbled briefly before collapsing into a heap, leaving only a wisp of pale blue smoke hovering faintly. So weak. Ark let out a sigh of relief. Confirming his safety, he instinctively placed his hand over the bones. A surge of warmth coursed into his body, making him burn from within. A few seconds later, the heat dissipated. The pile of bones crumbled into ash, scattered by the wind. It felt as though he had absorbed the essence of it all. His skeletal body grew sturdier, and damaged parts began regenerating. The status panel updated itself. Strength, 1.1, Constitution, 1, Agility, 1, Spirit, 1. Soul Power, 0.1. Strength had increased by 0.1. So, skeletons really could grow stronger by consuming their own kind. What stood out most was the soul power. Defeating foes allowed him to absorb soul essence and convert it into soul power. And soul power could be used for skill advancements, potential boosts, or gear upgrades. His soul flame flickered energetically. Wasn't this essentially a stat point system? Ark clacked his jawbone together in silent laughter. From here, the path was obvious. Explore, slay, devour, evolve. Accumulate soul power to strengthen both his true form and doppelganger. In this mythical era, he would forge his own legend. Calming himself, he grabbed another femur and scanned his surroundings. Guided by instinct, he could feel the density of the crimson moonlight. To the undead, that moonlight is akin to the legendary elixir of enlightenment that can bestow wisdom. The denser the crimson moonlight, the stronger the undead become. Ark understood this well. Without hesitation, he chose to go after the weaker ones. Gripping his bone club, he moved cautiously towards the area with the dimmest moonlight. Before long, a decrepit skeleton emerged in his path. He crept behind it and brought his club down in one swift motion. Crack! With a shattering sound, the skull broke apart, the soul fire extinguished, and the skeleton collapsed into a pile of bones. Ark extended his skeletal palm over the remains, feeling a familiar surge of heat flow into his being. This time, instead of enhancing himself, he began to channel the energy into crafting bone armament. The bones he scavenged from the ground were too fragile to be of much use in combat. If he was going to craft effective weapons, he'd have to make them himself. With a thought, the essence of bones surged through his body, and within moments, a 2-meter-long bone spear materialized in his hands. Successfully forged bone spear. Its ash-gray surface glinted coldly and sharply, albeit of mediocre, gray-grade quality. However, this weapon wasn't ordinary. It was a growth-exclusive weapon. The more essence Ark invested into it, the stronger it would become. Gripping the spear tightly, he set out again. Thrust. The soul fire of yet another skeleton was pierced and devoured, its essence wholly absorbed. Agility plus 0.1. Soul power plus 0.1. An hour later, amidst the desolation of the Bonescar wasteland, a towering, robust figure stood in the open field, its fiery soul burning brighter than any run-of-the-mill skeleton. This was Ark. In just an hour, he had hunted down dozens of his kind. The essence from those skeletons had caused his 4 base stats to skyrocket and even granted him an additional 10 points of soul power. Now, the skeletal avatar's status was attributes: Strength 3, Constitution 2, Agility 2, Spirit 2, Soul Power 10. Each stat had nearly doubled or tripled, an incredible harvest. But Ark wasn't satisfied. At first, every skeleton he absorbed would give him plus 0.1 to a stat. That later dropped to plus 0.05. And now, he had to dismantle multiple skeletons just to gain a mere plus 0.1. The yield from bone armament was diminishing rapidly. These weak, newly formed skeletons on the outskirts were barely worth the effort. Should I venture deeper? The thought surfaced, but was quickly dismissed. He decided to remain cautious and keep grinding. He would wait until he had thoroughly exhausted the value of the outskirts, and until his attributes had grown significantly, ideally learning a few more skills via soul power. Only with ample preparation would he risk delving deeper. Having made up his mind, he used the spear to dig a pit and buried himself within it. Weeks of constant fighting required rest. Back in his dorm room at the Haiching Military Academy, Ark opened his eyes. The fatigue on his soul had him letting out an uncontrollable yawn. As he glanced at his own status panel, he froze, stunned. Attributes: Strength 1.2, Constitution 1.1, Agility 1.1, Spirit 2.11. Skills: Skeletal Meditation, Summon Skeletons, Skill Development, Plus. Both his attributes and skills had changed. Is my real body getting stronger too? A wave of realization struck him. The avatar's growth was benefiting his main body as well. His eyes lit up as he mulled over the implications. From now on, I have to operate on both fronts, real body and avatar. Neither should be neglected. Calculating quickly, he estimated that the strength, constitution, and agility stats were transferred at roughly 1/10 their value. However, his spirit stat had increased by 0.01. Even though he hadn't actively meditated, his spirit had grown. Was the avatar's existence putting him into a state of passive meditation? If that were the case, Ark's spirit growth rate would far surpass that of his peers. It was common knowledge that apprentice-level practitioners had very limited daily meditation time. Without external aids, most novices could barely hold out for an hour. Ark's passive ability to stay in perpetual meditation was an undeniable advantage in growth. He made a mental note of this discovery and turned his attention back to the changes in his skill panel, focusing on the plus symbol next to skill development. Detected that the avatar's skill has reached instinctive proficiency. It can now serve as material to develop a new skill for the main body, costing 10 soul power. Proceed. Ark paused, surprised. A practitioner's skills were not only divided into tiers like apprentice, iron, and bronze, but also categorized by proficiency levels, ranging from novice to master, culminating in instinctive. Bone armament was an innate skeletal skill, its proficiency maxing out at instinctive by default. Begin development. Without hesitation, he issued the order. He had been worried about his lack of skills, and now the opportunity had presented itself. His soul power was instantly drained to 0. Ark's mind raced as it replayed the process of his skeletal avatar crafting the bone spear, inspiration surging in waves. The essence of bone armament was rooted in manipulating undead energy. If skeletons could do it, then so could a necromancer using mana to simulate the process. If the avatar could create a bone spear, then the main body could as well. As this thought came to fruition, skill development successful. New skill acquired. Bone javelin. Bone javelin. Apprentice level. Proficient allows the user to ning. A bone spear flew through the air, striking the enemy with piercing physical damage and death energy harm. The number, power, and range of the spears scaled with mental attributes and skill proficiency. A new skill, and it's already at a proficient level. Ark's lips curled into a confident smile. Compared to other apprentice-level abilities like Death Missile or Weakening Ray, his dual-effect Bone Spear was in a league of its own. More importantly, he felt he had found the key to the bone skill tree. If he could manifest spears, Why not shields, armor, or even cages? As long as he had enough soul power, skills like Bone Shield, Bone Claw, and Bone Prison could all be developed. Soon, when necromancers talked about bone-based skills, his name would inevitably be mentioned. He could almost see the mountains of contribution points piling up. As Ark envisioned his glorious future, his mental energy gave out. His consciousness quickly faded, and he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Haicheng Military Academy, instructors from all units were reporting this year's awakening results to Principal Su Tianhua. Out of this year's 10,000 freshmen, 9,103 successfully awakened, while 897 failed. The success rate is 91%. Among them, 6,370 are combat classes, 1,820 are magic classes, and 913 are support classes, a 7-to-2-to-1 ratio. There are 85 rare class individuals, including Earth Knight, Zhao Yuan, String of Echoes by Xiao Chan, Storm Mage, Gu Zhiqiu, and Demon Hunter, Yi Fan. The Academy has 100 seed slots to allocate. After assigning 85 to the rare class students, we'll select 15 more from the rest of the freshmen for the candidate list. As the list was read out, the room went completely silent. Rare classes, also known as high-potential professions, were statistically proven to produce top-tier powerhouses. Their higher potential meant greater ease in advancing to high levels and stronger overall combat prowess. The seed list represented the Academy's primary future investments, receiving the most resources and personal development opportunities. Not bad. Principal Su nodded, his eyes sharp as a blade. Be sure to reassure the freshmen who failed their awakenings and assist them in transferring to civilian universities. It was just bad luck for them. Yes, sir. The instructors responded in unison. After issuing the assignments, Su Tianhua asked, "Is there anything else to report?" Instructor Liu, who hesitated briefly before stepping forward. "Principal, one of our Unit 1 students, Ark, awakened as a necromancer. I'd like to recommend him for the seed candidate list." Su Tianhua gave him a sharp glance, his tone calm but firm. Necromancers aren't without potential, but the chances of success are far too low. The Academy's resources are limited. I can't approve this. Lu panicked. But Major Xian Yin is a necromancer too. She's as strong as anyone else. Su Tianhua smirked coldly. She only managed that thanks to a legendary father who devoted everything to groom her. What kind of support does this Ark have? Lu fell silent. The rest of the room dared not utter a word. I understand he's the son of war heroes, your old comrades. But the seed title isn't just about access to resources. It comes with heavy responsibilities. If his skills don't hold up, all he'll do is disgrace himself. Su Tianhua rose to his feet, his imposing presence filling the room. Still, he's the child of martyrs. I'll give him a chance. As long as he performs at the same level as a rare class student in the simulation battlefield, he'll make the list. Meeting adjourned. At that moment, Ark remained blissfully unaware of the opportunity Liu had fought to secure. The next morning, Ark was well-rested and energized as he walked into Unit 1's classroom. The first day of school began with politics and cultural studies in the morning, followed by meditation and physical training in the afternoon. By the time Ark entered the room, the seating assignments were already posted. To his left sat an ordinary-looking boy named Yi Fan, who had awakened as a demon hunter. Hearing his name, Ark stiffened for a moment, almost believing the protagonist of some legendary tale was sitting right beside him. To his right sat a pale-skinned girl with a cool, distant demeanor. Her name was by Xiao Chan, and her class was String of Echoes. Despite the Xiao in her name hinting at someone unassuming, her aura was anything but easy to discern. I wanted to be an assassin, Bai Xiaochan sighed dramatically, laying her head on the desk. Yi Fan crossed his arms, replying in a cold tone, "A true powerhouse isn't constrained by their profession. My destiny is mine to control, not heaven's." The two exchanged a glance before looking away in mutual exasperation. As Ark exchanged a few words with them, he discovered that Bai Xiaochan, despite her frosty exterior, was chatty and warm inside. In contrast, Yi Fan was a man of few words but oozed a smug, unshakable confidence. His rare statements could leave people speechless. Before long, Instructor Lu Hu stepped into the classroom, and it instantly fell silent. He cast a brief glance at Ark, sighing inwardly. Placing Ark between two rare class students had been a deliberate move. He hoped the proximity would ignite some sort of spark in him. Standing decisively at the podium, Lu Hu began the lecture with an impassioned tone. Lesson 1: Loyalty. While you sit here learning in safety, countless soldiers are fighting tooth and nail in mythical world or on the Blue Star battlefield. Just yesterday, dozens were killed or injured in Haicheng due to spatial shards. Never forget, every resource you use is bought with the blood and sweat of your comrades. It all dated back to decades ago when a colossal rift appeared in the Pacific skies, a break in space that revealed a mythical world beyond. The world. Humanity has begun to evolve, awakening various professions. Some people become impervious to blades and bullets, some shoot fire from their hands, and some use holy light to heal all things. But just as humanity prepared to explore new horizons, an otherworldly species calling itself the abyssal demons emerged. In just 10 years, Earth's population plummeted from nearly 10 billion to 3 billion. On the brink of extinction, the surviving major powers joined forces to form the United Human Government. Amidst the trials of blood and fire, more and more people awakened their abilities, and countless strong individuals rose in the struggle. After several decades of arduous warfare, the United Human Government finally drove most of the abyssal demons off Earth and built a defensive line in the mythic realm. Now, the global population has recovered to approximately 5 billion, and the awakening profession system has become increasingly refined. With constant exploration, the average awakening success rate has risen to 1 in 10. To survive, the United Human Government encourages higher birth rates while imposing militarized management to expand combat capabilities. The Longxia Federation has established 10 premier military academies, pooling resources to cultivate awakened individuals. Haicheng Military Academy is one of these elite schools. The academy operates a 4-year program. Those students with exceptional grades can graduate early. After graduating, they first serve on Earth. Only those who meet the combat standards are sent to the battlefront in the mythic realm. Fang Zhou attended class while also controlling his skeleton clone to sweep through a rookie undead zone in the bone burial wastes. After class, his clone's attributes increased again. Strength plus 0.2, Constitution plus 0.1, Soul Power plus 3. During lunch, Fang Zhou went to the cafeteria with 2 new desk mates he had just befriended. The academy's meals were top-notch, centered around meats, including those from otherworldly beasts hunted in the mythic realm. Bai Xiaochan, carrying a large plate of roasted meat, sighed. The school's got serious cash. They don't even limit the mythic beast meat. Too bad our bodies are still adapting. Eating too much would actually harm us. Fang Zhou ate a piece of purple beast meat, its rich flavor filling his mouth and subtly warming his body. He then tried a pink mushroom, and the fatigue clouding his mind instantly cleared up. His thoughts began to stir. Sustained multitasking and long-term combat consumed the most mental energy. If there were items that could alleviate this fatigue, his efficiency in leveling up via his clone would skyrocket. "What's this mushroom called, and where can I get it?" he asked. Bai Xiaochan glanced at him. "It's a tranquil mushroom, good for relieving mental exhaustion. But too much can cause hallucinations. For us who need to meditate, it helps extend the duration. But if you want something better, like soul soothe elixirs, that'd be ideal. Unfortunately, freshmen don't have access to those." The quiet Yi Fan suddenly chimed in. "Become a seed candidate in the academy, and elixirs won't even be a problem." Seed candidate? Fang Zhou turned to Bai Xiaochan. She hesitated for a moment. As an undead mage, getting on the seed list was almost impossible. She looked at Fang Zhou's handsome face and didn't have the heart to dampen her new deskmate's enthusiasm, so she gently said, "I've heard the academy holds selection exams to identify students with top potential for focused cultivation. The simulated battlefield will probably be critical. It's just preferential treatment for the top students." He understood. Fang Zhou stopped asking, but quietly committed simulated battlefield to memory. With the academy holding so many resources, he wouldn't get far without proper access. Returning to his dorm, he laid on his bed and opened his terminal to research the simulated battlefield and the professional ranking permissions. The simulated battlefield was a mirror space built by Haicheng Military Academy for combat training, created through a fusion of professional powers and Earth technology, and it's quite new. Cadets could project their attributes, skills, and equipment into various environments and battle otherworldly monsters. However, activating it consumed significant resources. Each day offered limited attempts, and each use required contribution points. To further motivate competition, the Academy hid rewards within the battlefield. Contribution points, equipment, training resources, and even skill books might drop. Each field had first clear and speedrun rankings, with better rewards for higher placements. Fang Zhou's eyes lit up. Wasn't this basically a massive dungeon? Next, he researched the professional ranking system. The United Human Government divided permissions into 7 levels, S through F, depending on strength, rank, and contributions. As freshly awakened recruits, they were only at the lowest F grade. The list of items available for exchange at this level was pitifully small, limited to apprentice-level skill books and low-quality gear. But once permissions increased, rarities like soul soothe elixirs, dedicated meditation rooms, and otherworldly beast cores could be redeemed. Staring at the long list of coveted items, Fang Zhou took a deep breath and solidified his resolve. In 1 month, he vowed to significantly boost his power and secure good performance on the simulated battlefield to qualify for elite cultivation. He always preferred a stable progression. His skeleton clone scraped for survival in the undead realm, where every step must be carefully calculated. Meanwhile, his main body was momentarily safe in the Academy's rear territory. This was time to sprint full speed ahead. Smooth days would only last the first 2 years. After that, all missions would be real and bloody. Every extra resource obtained now was one less likelihood of death in the future. In the afternoon, 70% of combat classes went to physical training, while the rest, those practicing support and magic professions, attended a meditation course. Their meditation instructor was Shun Hong. Of progress? That's promising. A candidate for key development. Half of the progress? Exceptional. Show her some extra attention. When the numbers hit, complete entry on the final name, Ark, the principal's hand froze midair. He took off his glasses, disbelief flickering across his face. Entry completed? Already? The Necromancer? The room fell into silence as he pulled up the details of the student file, scrolling through rapidly. No resources, no mentorship. Yet 1 day to complete? He leaned back in his chair, his hand tapping the desk rhythmically as he processed what was in front of him. So this is the kid Lily was vouching for. A faint laugh left his lips, somewhere between amusement and amazement. The other faculty seated across from him glanced nervously at one another, unsure how to respond. Prepare his official evaluation report, he instructed after a pause. I want it on my desk first thing tomorrow morning. If anyone thinks they can question it, remind them of this performance. Loudly, if necessary. As they nodded and hurried out, the principal muttered to himself, "We might have underestimated this year's cohort." Back on the training field, the students were still abuzz with excitement. Some discussed Ark's insights, while others swore they'd double their efforts starting tomorrow. White Xiaochan, her gaze lingering on Ark as he quietly left the classroom, seemed both impressed and a touch competitive. "Being underestimated doesn't seem to bother you," she called out, smirking. Ark turned slightly, giving her a polite nod. "I prefer to focus on what's ahead. Let them think what they want." She chuckled softly. "Fair enough. I won't let my guard down around you, though." He gave a small, enigmatic smile before disappearing down the hall. Truth be told, Ark didn't care much for the chatter around his sudden rise. For him, the path forward in the Bone Baron was all that mattered. His only thought now? Equipping his skeleton double with the power needed to dominate deeper into the wasteland. Anything, or anyone, that hindered his progress would just be another obstacle to overcome. One of them? A rare supporter? Fine. Suddenly, he paused and sat up straight. Master meditation entry in less than a day? Who was it? Upon recognizing the name, his expression darkened instantly. A necromancer? Ark? Supposedly even more talented than Xian Yen? Humph. What good is meditation alone? True ability is proven in battle. In the dormitory, Ark sneezed. "Who's talking about me?" Shrugging it off, He focused back on training his skills. Exhausting his mental energy, he summoned 22 new skeletons. Prompt: Summon skeletons has leveled up to proficient. The number, strength, and duration all drastically boosted. Suppressing his excitement, Ark browsed through the universal skill library. He knew his skeleton minion lacked a crucial offensive technique: Savage Strike for raw damage, or Charge for mobility. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for the former. Confirmation? His last free skill learning privilege was now exhausted. A glowing projection appeared, and the skill icon lit up with a plus. Consume 10 soul power to learn. Proceed. The soul flame within him flickered fiercely as the power began to take shape. It felt as though he had thrust a skeletal spear 10,000 times until he grasped the perfect technique. Skill Savage Strike learned successfully. Savage Strike, apprentice level, a beginner delivers a powerful strike with explosive force, with effectiveness dependent on strength attribute and skill mastery. Following Bone Armament, the skeleton minion finally gained a second combat-ready skill. Brimming with eagerness, Ark picked up his weapon and began clearing the skeletal outskirts once again. Quickly identifying a target, he decisively unleashed Savage Strike to test its true might. Sizzle! The soul flame dimmed briefly, and eerie blue flames enveloped the spearhead. With immense force, the unsuspecting skeletal minion was obliterated into bone powder in an instant. Strength plus 0.01, soul power plus 0.1. A faint surge of warmth coursed through his body, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. That single move was at least twice as powerful as his normal attacks. The 10 soul power spent was well worth it. However, the skill consumed a significant amount of undead power. In his current state, he could only use it 3 times consecutively before being wholly depleted. He scanned the desolate surroundings. Sparse skeletons were scattered on the wasteland. At this rate, after a few more hours of fighting, he'd level up to mid-apprentice rank. By then, these weak, fledgling skeletons would no longer hold any value. The next moment, the killing resumed, sweeping across the outskirts once more. An hour later, yet another skeleton was reduced to ashes. A barely perceptible stream of warmth seeped into his minion's frame. Then, an unexpected evolution erupted. The skeletal framework enlarged, growing from 5 feet 7 inches to 5 feet 11 inches. The bones thickened, exuding an intimidating pressure despite their lack of flesh. Clenching its skeletal fist, Ark opened the status panel. Minion, Skeleton. Rank, Apprentice, Mid-level. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 3, Agility 3, Spirit 3. Gear, Bone Spear, Gray, Poor quality. Skills, Bone Armament, Instinctive, Savage Strike, Beginner. Soul Power, 10. All attributes increased, and its rank advanced. Now, the minion could execute 5 consecutive Savage Strikes, significantly extending its combat duration. Suppressing his exhaustion with excitement, Ark turned his attention back to other fledgling skeletons. The next morning, Ark entered the classroom with dark circles under his eyes. He had fought too fiercely the previous night, nearly draining his soul completely. Even after some sleep, he hadn't fully recovered. However, the progress was monumental. Once he regained his state, he could push deeper into the wasteland. Ark yawned again. Bai Xiaochan poked him and quietly asked, "Stayed up meditating late last night?" He nodded, not noticing the darkened expression on Yi Fan's face nearby. Yi Fan, a demon slayer, was exempt from meditation classes, but he had already heard that Ark had mastered the fundamentals. Seeing someone with both talent and diligence like Ark, he suddenly felt an immense sense of pressure. Letting out a sigh, Yi Fan remarked, "Ark, you're truly worthy of being my rival." Ark and Bai Xiaochan exchanged baffled looks, while Yi Fan gazed out the window wearing a look of lofty solitude. The morning classes were mostly focused on ethics and cultural studies, emphasizing the laws and military regulations all professionals must adhere to. Awakeners made up only 10% of the population, while the vast majority were regular humans. Though lacking combat power, they upheld research, administration, and commerce, the backbone of society. The Human Federation strictly prohibited professionals from oppressing ordinary people. With the ongoing species crisis, traitors were swiftly eradicated. Such collective unity within society greatly pleased Ark. While listening to the lecture, he quietly rested, his thoughts revolving around soul-calming potions and focus arrays. Given his current soul strength, his skeleton minion could only fight for an hour before requiring 10 hours of rest to recover. Soul-calming potions could speed recovery, while a focus array could reduce the overall strain. Once armed with these tools, they'll grow faster with those two things. Unfortunately, not only do they require a substantial amount of contribution points, but he doesn't even have the clearance for E-level permissions. He could only wait for the simulation battleground to open. Ark sighed inwardly. In the afternoon, the first live combat class took place on the training grounds. Instructor Lu who stood on the stage and shouted loudly. Today's training is split into 2 parts. In the first half, we'll practice standard combat maneuvers: running, sneaking, crawling, jumping, and rolling. No matter your profession, drill these until perfection. These are life-saving techniques. In the second half, I want to see how capable you rookies really are. The course was practical, and Ark was especially focused. He carefully compared the learned techniques with his experiences using his skeleton minion in battle, reaping additional insights. However, as an undead mage, Ark's physical capabilities were not particularly outstanding in the company. Although his skeleton minion could enhance his attributes, the duration was too short to make a significant impact. His strength, agility, and stamina had yet to show noticeable improvement. If he wanted to catch up to the naturally robust combat trainees, he could only work harder. 2 hours later, Lu, who glanced at the group of sweaty, gasping trainees, nodded in approval, and blew the whistle for class dismissal. The students collapsed onto the training grounds on the spot. Combat revolves around 5 key aspects: attack, defense, control, mobility, and enhancement. Today, you learn mobility. Mastering these moves now will save you a lot of trouble when learning skills later. Take a 10-minute break. I've got some stimulating exercises prepared for you all. Ark sat on the ground, his mind still replaying the movements from earlier. He decided he'd have his skeleton minions practice every move again later in the evening. Creak, creak. Moments later, Lu Hu returned with 10 cylindrical robots behind him. Apprentice class testing dummies. Set to the standard of a lesser abyss demon, an attack value of 100 can pierce scale armor. A defense value of 100 can withstand claw attacks. Their attack and defense are both at 100. Step up if you want to see how you compare. The trainees' eyes lit up immediately. After recently awakening to their abilities, many of them brimmed with newfound confidence. Instructor, I'll go first. Yi Fan quickly stepped forward. He stood in front of the dummy, took a deep breath, and threw his fist forward. Vengeance strike. The display lit up. Attack power, 65. Unwilling to accept the result, Yi Fan quickly threw 2 more punches. 61. 58. After 3 punches, his strength was drained, and his face turned pale. It was just the weakest class of lesser demon, yet he couldn't even break its defense. The training ground went silent. Even with the rare profession, Demon Hunter, he only scored a 65? How could the rest of them possibly measure up? As the morale dropped, another hand quietly rose up. Instructor, I would like to give it a shot. Everyone turned to look. It was Storm Mage Gujichio. Mages were known for their high damage output, and Storm Mages even more so. Could this finally break the awkward, disappointing score ceiling? Under the watchful, hopeful eyes of the group, Gujichio calmly walked up to the testing dummy. He took a deep breath and lifted his right hand. A gust of misty energy swirled at his fingertips. Chain wind missiles. In an instant, a dozen white energy projectiles fired out and struck the dummy forcefully. Clang, clang, clang. Several marks appeared on the dummy's surface as the screen flashed. Attack power, 72. Lu Hu nodded approvingly. This score is among the best of recent years. Cheers erupted among the group of trainees. Gujichio's damage is way higher than Yi Fan's. Even among rare professions, there are differences. Sure, his attacks are strong, but the Demon Hunter is more versatile and even has bonuses against abyssal demons. You can't say Yi Fan is weaker overall just because of this. The corners of Gujichio's mouth curled slightly. Standing there with hands clasped behind his back, he graciously accepted the envy of the crowd. Yi Fan's expression darkened as his fists clenched by his side. Lu Hu cleared his throat. Anyone else? Instructor, I'd like to test my defense. A burly student walked forward. Ark recognized him as Zhao Yuan, the one who recently awakened as a Earth Knight and had received a skill reward. Storm Mage Gu Zhiqiu, Demon Hunter Yi Fan, Earth Knight Zhao Yuan, Bard of Resonance by Xiaochan. These four were the most likely candidates to make it onto the Academy's list of seed contestants. As for Ark, despite also having a rare profession, he was almost entirely overlooked. Go ahead, Lu Hu said, nodding at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan planted his feet firmly, crossing his arms to guard his chest. A glowing yellow light arose from beneath his feet, making him look like an immovable boulder. Ironclad resolve. The dummy charged a punch and struck. Bam! A muffled thud echoed. Zhao Yuan's face turned red as the yellow glow around his body quickly dissipated. Just before he could be knocked back, the dummy pulled its punch at the last second. The screen lit up. Defense power, 70. Staggering backward, Zhao Yuan was left panting with uneven breaths, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was only the weakest kind of lesser abyss demon. One punch, and it shattered his pride. And that was precisely Lu Hu's goal. Since awakening, these new recruits had been riding high on a wave of self-confidence, convinced of their invincibility. But now it was time for a reality check. Having delivered the lesson to the three rare profession holders, Lu Hu finally folded his arms and turned toward the rest of the group. This, he said, pointing toward the dummies, represents the weakest combatants in the abyss. On the battlefield, there are tens of millions. You've got a long road ahead, so don't get cocky too soon. Lu Hu glanced at the pale-faced recruits, softening his tone slightly. You've only been awakened for 2 days. You've got untapped potential. Attributes, skills, equipment, potions, tactics, teamwork. You've yet to master any of them. Once you refine these, forget lesser demons. Even abyss lords can be slain. For the next hour, the training dummies will activate sparring mode. Relax, there's a safety protocol. You won't get hurt. Someone questioned, dissatisfied. What if we break the dummies? Lu Hu chuckled. No one's ever managed to destroy them before. If anyone can single-handedly dismantle one today, I'll personally apply for 20 contribution points for them. 20 points? That's equal to a sergeant's salary for 20 months. Enough to buy 2 apprentice-level skill books. The room erupted with excitement. Even Feng Zhou, seated in the corner, straightened up. Revealing his bone spear, even at the risk of exposure, might just be worth it. Lu Hu smiled secretly. These training dummies are tougher than the lesser demons. They can self-repair. Unless they're utterly destroyed in a short burst, they're impossible to dismantle. He pressed the switch. The dummies powered on. Loud mechanical roars filled the room. The recruits divided into 10 groups, launching their attacks. Fireball, crippling strike, petrifying arrows. The value display on the screen surged wildly. Attack, 48. Attack, 41. Defense, 50. Minutes turned into dozens as Yi Fan, Gu Zhiqiu, and the others burned out their strength. Yet, the 10 training dummies remained unscathed. Their attacks weren't weak, but they couldn't last long. Both mental and physical energy were quickly depleted. Someone broke down. These metal piles are too tough. Any damage we manage to inflict is gone in seconds. Someone else cursed angrily. These things clearly regenerate. If this were a real lesser demon, it'd be dead already. But these dummies have unlimited stamina and regen. Unfair. By now, not even a scratch was left on the dummies. No wonder the instructor is offering 20 contribution points. It's a trap. Who could dismantle these things? Even if Yi Fan and Gu Zhiqiu teamed up, they'd struggle. The recruits grumbled, glaring daggers at Lu Hu. Bai Xiaochan couldn't resist trying her sonic pulse, either. Attack, 31. She sighed, quietly stepping back. As a support role post-awakening, her attack potential was useless. However, turning her head, she caught sight of Feng Zhou standing at the edge of the group. Inexplicably, a sense of solidarity rose in her heart. At least she was a rare support class. Asterisk asterisk chanting strings asterisk asterisk, with a bright future ahead. But Feng Zhou, handsome, talented, with a great personality, stuck hiding in the shadows, all because of his class. Thinking this, she was about to walk over to comfort him when she suddenly noticed Feng Zhou moving. What's he doing? Testing the dummy's strength? Bai Xiaochan rose onto her tiptoes, watching carefully. Fang Zhou walked up to one of the dummies. "Excuse me, could you all step back and give me some room? I'm going to test a skill." The group around him moved aside, all eyes on him. A necromancer, testing their skills? Rumor had it, his only ability was summon skeletons. Those fragile bags of bones wouldn't even scratch the dummies. Some even began snickering quietly. "Relax, he's giving us all someone to feel superior to. Yeah, with those skeletons, he'll struggle to even break their defense." Fang Zhou ignored the jeers. After confirming there was enough space, he activated his skill. Black vortexes began to appear one after another. 10 skeletons emerged, unarmed but visibly sturdier than before. Based on his experience fighting monsters, this batch of skeletons had significantly stronger attributes. At first, the sudden appearance of skeletons startled a few girls nearby, who quickly stepped back with a scream. Most, however, remained unimpressed. Skeletons? They're cannon fodder in the world of necromancy. After surviving far bloodier scenes in their monster combat classes, this was nothing. But the chuckles and side eyes quickly faded as Fang Zhou summoned more and more skeletons. One after another, they emerged, crowding the space around him. "Wait, what the? 10 skeletons? Fang Zhou, are you serious? Isn't a newly awakened apprentice necromancer supposed to max out at 2 skeletons? Did he already level up to Iron Tier?" Even the recruits weren't the only ones bewildered. Lu Hu, spectating nearby, almost blurted out a swear word. Back in his day, the undisputed prodigy, Su Xinyan, had only managed to summon 5 skeletons when she first awakened. Fang Zhou's talent, could it really surpass hers? Amidst the shock, Fang Zhou remained calm and collected. Ask him how. Simple. Natural-born talent. He hadn't even gone all out yet, reserving just enough energy for his bone spear. Even so, 10 skeletons were plenty. They swarmed the target dummy, throwing it onto the ground under their combined weight. Bone claws raked and teeth bit. The training dummy shattered one skeleton, only for another to immediately take its place. The screen's value display erupted. Attack, 20. Defense, 10. Individually, they weren't strong, but they didn't fear death, didn't grow tired, and struck repeatedly. The numbers were overwhelming. Even the iron shell couldn't hold up. Very quickly, the puppet's outer shell was gnawed into a noticeable dent. Is it actually going to be torn apart? Why don't you go up there and see? Imagine 10 of them biting you at once. 20 contribution points. It's going to be his. The crowd felt a mix of envy and respect. 10 skeletons. Who could possibly handle that? Lu Hu frowned deeply. Something's not right. The defense is way too low, breaking one with just 2 punches. Once the numbers drop, there will be gaps. He initially offered the reward offhandedly, but now he genuinely hoped Ark would win. Still got mental energy left? He glanced toward Ark, but to his surprise, Ark looked completely calm and composed. Ark wasn't panicking at all. Things were actually going better than he'd expected. He figured he might need to use Bone Spear, yet now it seemed unnecessary. Skeletons running low? Summon more. This skeleton feast was far from over. Determined, Ark decided to stop holding back. He activated Summon Skeletons. Once again, black vortexes appearing in quick succession. Another 10 skeletons burst out, instantly filling any gaps. 5 minutes later, the training puppet, firmly pinned to the ground and unable to move, was forcibly disassembled into a pile of parts by the 20 skeletons. The training hall fell dead silent. All the first-year cadets were dumbfounded. If Ark could summon 20 skeletons now to dismantle the testing puppet, could he possibly take down a lesser abyss demon on his own? Someone who could do this right after awakening. Who dared to call necromancers a worthless class anymore? Ark exhaled deeply, waved off the skeletons, and looked at Lu Hu. Lu Hu quickly began clapping. Well done, Ark. I'm truly impressed. I'll report those 20 contribution points for you today. The cadets snapped out of their stupor, breaking into thunderous applause. This was pure hard power. Not convinced? Try going 1-on-20 against his skeletons yourself. Gu Zhiqiu stood watching from afar, clapping outwardly, but feeling unconvinced deep down. He was already strategizing. If they really fought, could he bypass the skeletons and go straight for Ark? Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochan rushed up to Ark, grabbing his arm tightly. Amazing, Ark. You're ridiculous. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled as he circled around Ark and sighed dramatically. I am not alone in my path. Ark couldn't be bothered with Yi Fan's dramatic flair. Smiling at Bai Xiaochan, he politely excused himself, claiming he was mentally drained and in need of rest, quickly leaving the crowd for the dormitory. When the crowd dispersed, Lu Hu collected the 9 intact puppets, then grabbed the pile of scrap parts and headed straight to the principal's office. Su Tianque was reviewing frontline battle reports when Lu Hu barged in with the broken pieces, his expression darkening instantly. "You oaf. What's with dragging junk into my office?" "Principal, look at this." Lu Hu dumped the pile onto the floor and opened his terminal to show a recording of Ark summoning 20 skeletons to gang up on the puppet. Su Tianque narrowed his eyes. 20 skeletons? You mean that Necromancer? Didn't he just awaken 2 days ago? Exactly, Principal. It scared the hell out of me. In history, no apprentice Necromancer has ever managed to summon 20 skeletons at once. Not even Xian Yin could pull that off. Ark's talent is terrifying. Maybe he really has what it takes to redeem this class. Su Tianque scoffed. How many times do I have to tell you? In the military academy, address me as Principal. Lu Hu quickly appeased him with a cigarette, grinning. Yes, Principal. Taking a drag, Su Tianque shed his usual serious demeanor, adopting a more relaxed and roguish aura. What's this small matter worth coming to me for? Get to the point. What do you want? Lu Hu tread carefully, sensing the moment. Ark learned meditation in a day and can already summon 20 skeletons in one go. Even by Necromancer standards, that kind of talent deserves a seed candidate slot, don't you think? Scram. That's non-negotiable. Everything depends on his simulated battlefield results. Su Tianque cut him off with a wave of his hand. Lu Hu wasn't giving up. All right, how about this? Necromancers are so rare, and none of us here really understand how to guide him. How about recalling Xian Yin from the myths world for a bit to lay down a foundation for Ark? It'd be a shame to waste such promising talent. Besides, she's always bragging about how necromancy is unbeatable. She'd definitely be up for it. Su Tianque flicked ash off his cigarette, clearly unimpressed. Summoning a few more skeletons isn't really a big deal. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. Once she's back from the war between races' front lines, I'll ask her. Lu Hu lit up with a grin. Thank you, Principal. With a proper mentor, Ark won't disappoint us. Su Tianque nodded. Keep a close eye on his mindset. The demon invasion is growing more intense by the day. We're running out of people on the front line. Lu Hu straightened up and saluted. Understood. By the time this year's cadets graduate, I should be fully recovered. I'll head back to the front lines and have my share of the fight again. At Haicheng Military Academy, the instructors were nearly all veterans retired from the demon-human war. Be it due to severe injuries, diminished combat abilities, or nearing the end of their lifespan, they only stepped back when they could no longer hold up. Lu Hu was one of them. So was Shen Hongyu. Goldmine of opportunities. Sure, the deeper he ventured, the stronger the undead he'd encounter. But that was exactly what he wanted. Pressure created diamonds, and stronger enemies meant faster growth. Back in his dorm, his physical body remained motionless on the bed, faint traces of sweat forming on his brow. Yet his consciousness, operating through the skeleton proxy, was entirely immersed in this desolate battlefield. The blood-red moonlight soaked the barren land, dancing on bones that littered the grounds of the burial wasteland. It was a land stained with history, where countless warriors and spirits had been laid to rest, only to rise again in defiance of death itself. This was their domain, and any outsider venturing too far unprepared would become just another forgotten pile of bones. But that wasn't going to be him. No, he was the Reaper here. Ahead loomed another undead figure. Taller, broader, with a faint green gleam pulsing in its chest. It seemed even stronger than the last one. Based on his initial evaluations, it was likely a mid-level undead, one that had been honing its power within the wasteland for many years. Perfect test subject. Once again, Ark, or Fangzhou, leaned his bony frame low to the ground, creeping toward his target. With his upgraded skill kit, his movements were faster and more fluid, reducing even the faintest chance of detection. As he closed the distance, he allowed himself a brief thought. Asterisk, this one might actually require some effort. Asterisk. 15 meters, 10 meters, now 5. Then, without hesitation, charge. His skeletal frame shot forward with explosive speed, debris kicking up beneath his feet as he carved a blazing path toward the enemy. The long spear in his grip gleamed under the blood moon's light, its tip thirsting for the emerald glow at the enemy's core. The strike connected cleanly, a direct hit to the chest. But the undead didn't collapse. Instead, it let out a guttural growl, the green light in its core intensifying as if mocking Ark's attempt. The Skeleton 11 user tightened his grip. Asterisk, sturdy one, aren't you? Asterisk. Fine. If one strike wasn't enough, he'd just have to double down. Pulling the spear free, he spun it with a flourish and followed up with savage strike. The weapon slammed downward with crushing force, shattering segments of the enemy's ribs. But even that didn't fully stop it. A bony hand swung toward him, the enemy retaliating with surprising speed and ferocity, and barely, just barely, Ark managed to sidestep it. Grinning internally, he seized the moment. Adjusting his stance, he followed up with charge, once more, this time aiming for the skull. The newfound synergy between his movements was exhilarating. The way the skills chained together felt natural, almost instinctive. Every explosive dash, every precise strike, it all worked in harmony to dismantle his opponent piece by piece. Eventually, after an intense series of attacks, the enemy fell. Its soul flame sputtered weakly before extinguishing, leaving behind an even larger harvest of strength compared to the first kill. Strength plus 0.3, soul force plus 0.5, his HUD displayed. Nice. This one fight alone had already advanced his skeleton proxy significantly. But Ark knew this was only the beginning. By the time he'd finished grinding in this zone, he'd be upgraded far beyond any ordinary undead, possibly rivaling certain elites. More importantly, these gains wouldn't stay isolated to this realm. His physical body, though untouched in battle, would benefit from all the transitory bonuses accrued by his skeleton. Attributes, reflexes, skills. He'd bring that power back to the real world one way or another. Satisfied, Ark stretched. Time to keep moving forward, deeper into the wasteland where even greater prey awaited. The treasure he was waiting to harvest lay before him. Click, click. The second prey appeared. Two skeletons were entangled in combat, biting and clawing at each other. Their soul flames flickered violently. What luck! Skeletons were the lowest form of undead, mere apprentices with no consciousness. They understood only one thing: kill, devour. In the Bone Waste Plains, whenever two or more skeletons encountered each other, it always ended in brutal combat. Only one would emerge, stepping over shattered bones to survive. This iron rule ensured most skeletons met their end in the wasteland. Ark happened to stumble upon such a fight. He didn't attack immediately, but stayed back to observe. These two skeletons were fiercer than newly born ones. Razor-sharp fangs, chilling claws. Every bite was meant to destroy. In no time, they were both heavily injured. One had a fractured skull, the other severed limbs. Only one final blow away from collapse. Ark made his move. Raising his spear, he locked on. Savage strike. The sound of his weapon cutting through the air exploded. The two broken skeletons shattered instantly, their fragments scattering across the ground. When two prey fought, the bystander claimed it all. Bone armament activated. His physical constitution, mental strength, and soul power all surged upward. A tingling force coursed through his body as his soul flame burned brighter. Kill. Keep killing. Turn all the weak into nourishment. An hour later, he was promoted to a mid-level apprentice. Strength, 6. Constitution, 4. Agility, 3. Spirit, 3. Soul power, 12. Savage strike leveled up to proficiency, now usable 7 consecutive times. In this area filled with low-tier skeletons, he was unparalleled, his gear and stats overpowering all opponents. He never took unnecessary risks, only picking fights he was sure to win. The bone-laden wasteland stretched endlessly, blending with the horizon. A world of death, yet he found it oddly pleasing. The next morning, in the classroom, Ark slumped onto his desk, exhausted after offering a quick greeting. He had overexerted his soul last night with all the killing. But the gains were undeniable. His skeleton meditation had reached mastery, enabling faster mental growth. Next to him, Bai Xiaochan leaned on her hands, her gaze fixed dreamily on Ark's profile as sunlight filtered through. Yi Fan, meanwhile, seemed to have conjured up some wild scenario in his head, looking suddenly excited. Shortly after, Instructor Lu Hu walked into the room with a grave expression and took the podium. Students, today we'll be discussing humanity's enemy, the abyssal demons. They hail from another world, innately chaotic and evil, with an instinct for invasion and slaughter. From the weakest, apprentice-level lesser imps, to abyssal lords rivaling humanity's legends, their overall strength far surpasses ours. Fortunately, their love for infighting and vicious rivalries weakens them. And within humanity's ranks, we have powerful allies fighting alongside us. It's thanks to the sacrifices of countless pioneers that humanity crawled back from the brink of extinction, giving you all the chance to grow stronger now. Up next, I'll introduce the common types of abyssal demons. Pay close attention and remember every detail. Lu Hu continued, displaying projection visuals as he went over dozens of demons. Apprentice-level cannon fodder like lesser imps and demon children. Iron-tier mainstays like horned demons and hellhounds. Bronze-tier elites such as temptress demons and carnage demons. Silver-tier core units like six-armed snake demons or fire tossers. Gold-tier nightmares like berserk demons and soul-render demons. He even touched on glory-tier monstrosities like flame demons, dragon demons, and succubi. The comprehensive guide left Ark in awe. Appearance, abilities, combat evaluations, strengths, weaknesses, counter-strategies, and even real battle footage, all exhaustively detailed. These resources had been hard-earned at the cost of many lives. You might not believe this, Lu Hu said, looking over the students' solemn faces, but I was once a gold-tier berserker. It wasn't until a soul-render demon's arrow hit my knee that I retired to teach you kids. His tone then lightened. The material has been sent to your terminals. Memorize it. It'll be on the finals, and these are enemies you're guaranteed to meet on the battlefield someday. For humanity's sake, and for your own survival, know them well. Class dismissed. As the bell rang, Lu Hu turned to leave, but a sigh escaped him. In 20 years, how many of these kids would still be alive? At lunchtime, in the cafeteria, Ark and his two companions sat down with their trays. Bai Xiaochan sipped on some juice from the otherworldly fruits and mused, who'd have thought Instructor Lu was once a gold-tier powerhouse? Yi Fan chuckled lightly. Gold tier? Not impressive at all. Bai Xiaochan rolled her eyes. Gold is considered high tier and plenty impressive. Out of humanity's billions, there aren't even 100,000 gold-tier wielders. Most of them fight relentlessly on mythic battlefields. This is my first time being so close to a living gold-tier legend like Lu Hu. Skeptically, she turned to Yi Fan. And you, acting so smug. How many gold tiers have you even met? Yi Fan grinned, clearly pleased with himself. You guys probably don't know this yet, but I've already been admitted into Sea City Military Academy's elite research program for Demon Hunter Proficiency Development. You know what they say in Longxia, knowledge is power. If we fully unlock the potential of demon hunters, gold, that's just the starting line for me. Bai Xiaochan's eyes widened. You? A musclehead like you doing research? Yi Fan sneered. Idiot. I am the one being researched. Uffed. Fang Zhou and Bai Xiaochan exchanged glances and burst into laughter. But after the laughter faded, the atmosphere grew heavy again. Bai Xiaochan, chewing on a piece of meat, muttered, It's such a shame. Instructor Lu was poisoned by that soul-shattering demon essence. His strength is probably gone for good. We've lost another gold-tier fighter for humanity. Fang Zhou asked, There's no cure for that poison? Yi Fan's tone turned cold. Soul poison. It's incurable. Soul poison. Fang Zhou's heart sank, thoughts churning, but in the end, he pushed them down. That was for later. Afternoons meant meditation class, Fang Zhou's favorite. Within the enhanced focus array, he used his skeletal clones to grind relentlessly for 2 hours straight. His core attributes had steadily improved. However, the skeletons in his newly ventured area were tougher and fewer in number, making progress noticeably slower. Attributes: Strength 6, Constitution 4, Agility 4, Mind 4, Soul Power 20. His focus wasn't as much on his core stats as it was on his soul power. Whether it was to quickly master skills from the Federated Skills Library or to extrapolate new necromantic spells from his instinct-level expertise in bone armament, soul power was the key. But for now, the only way to gain more soul power was to kill skeletons. It was too narrow a road. After class, Feng Zhou returned to his dorm, sitting on the bed to assess his remaining 10 points of contribution and 20 points of soul power. His skeletal clones were sufficient for now. Personal upgrades seemed the wiser investment. He pulled up the Federated Skills Library, scrolling through the general mage skills for something of value. There it was, asterisk asterisk, calm mind, asterisk asterisk. The passive effect boosted mental recovery over time, while the active ability instantly restored mental energy. Whether for grinding skills or real combat, it greatly increased his endurance. With it, he'd be able to cast, summon skeleton, several more times each day, speeding up his skill mastery. Feng Zhou's thoughts settled. No hesitation. He spent his remaining 10 contribution points in exchange for a Calm Mind skill manual. Once again, the familiar skill projection appeared before him. The difficulty of the skill was notorious. Average talent could take a full month to even scratch the surface. But Feng Zhou wasn't concerned. Attribute panel. Add points. A prompt appeared in his skill panel. Available to learn, plus. He clicked. Consume 10 soul power to instantly enter basic proficiency. Proceed. Do it. Soul power ignited, and he was thrust into a state of unparalleled insight. The spell models and principles repeated in his mind like he'd rehearsed them thousands of times. Skill acquired. Calm Mind. Basic slightly accelerates mental recovery. Active use restores a small amount of mental energy. Effects increase with higher mind attributes and skill proficiency. Asterisk asterisk. Time to see it in action. Without delay, Feng Zhou cast Summon Skeleton. Thanks to his increased proficiency, he now had two choices. Summon 30 of the weakest skeletons or fewer, stronger ones. For now, numbers would do. Black vortexes appeared one after another as soul flames ignited. 30 skeletons quickly assembled in front of him. Though weak individually, the sight of their formation was undeniably intimidating. Instantly drained of mental energy, Feng Zhou triggered Calm Mind. A rush of clarity returned, replenishing a small portion of his reserves. He cast again. For more skeletons climbed forth. The total, 34 skeletons. Feng Zhou's pulse quickened. The active effect recovered about 10% of his mental energy, combined with the passive regen allowing for roughly 20% more daily usage. In real terms, his summons could now increase by a fifth each day, leveling him up that much faster. He stared at his bony troops. What kind of evolution lay ahead when Summon Skeleton reached instinctive mastery? He couldn't wait to find out. Feng Zhou drilled with his mini-army until his mental energy was depleted and dismissed the 34 skeletons back to the nether realm. As for the last 10 soul power he had left, he wasn't planning to save it. Instructor Liu, who had emphasized that battles rely on 5 key factors: offense, defense, control, mobility, and support. Right now, Feng Zhou had Summon Skeleton and Bone Spear, which provided solid offense but left defense, control, mobility, and support virtually untouched. This gap was typical for beginners, but Feng Zhou's cautious nature made defense a priority. For novice necromancers, the skill, Mana Shield, was the only real option for defense, but it didn't synergize well with necromantic energy, and its effectiveness was mediocre. It was serviceable for others, but Feng Zhou had no patience for mediocrity. He shifted his gaze to the glowing plus next to his skill panel. Skill linked to a clone ability has reached instinctive mastery. Extrapolate new skill for 10 soul power. Proceed. Yes. Soul power drained to 0 as a rush of inspiration overtook his mind. After all, if spectral energy could manifest as spears, why couldn't it form a shield? Skeletal shield, evolution successful. The skeletal shield surrounds the body, capable of blocking both physical and magical damage. Its strength increases with mental power and expertise. Ark was quite satisfied. The new skill started directly at the proficient level, filling a gap in his abilities. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name Ark. Class Necromancer. Rank Apprentice, lower tier. Attributes: Strength 1.5, Agility 1.3, Constitution 1.3, Spirit 2.5. Status: Soul Split. Skills: Skeleton Meditation Technique. Mastered. Can be improved. Summon Skeleton, Mastered. Bone Spear, Proficient. Skeletal Shield, Proficient. Calm Mind, Beginner. With 5 skills in hand, his combat power now surpassed that of Yi Fan and Gu Jiqiu. After straightening out his system, he set his next goal, improving the skeleton meditation technique. Meditation determines both growth rate and potential limit. During his first visualization a few days ago, he had already felt something was off with the skeleton diagram. Now, as an entry-level necromancer, Ark could clearly sense flaws within this skeleton meditation technique. Its structure was inefficient and had significant room for improvement. Over the past few days, his skeletal minions had been on a massacre spree, deepening his understanding of skeletons. Finally, a can be improved prompt appeared on the skill list. Through his experiments, he discovered that upgrading skills or evolving them didn't occur out of thin air. They required corresponding knowledge reserves. The more complete his knowledge, the less soul energy would be consumed. To improve the skeleton meditation method, 100 points of soul power are needed, which requires saving up for several days at least. In the days that followed, he was so busy he couldn't stop. He attended military academy classes during the day and controlled the skeleton clone to grind monsters for 2 hours at night, steadily improving the 4 attributes of both the main body and the clone. Main body, Strength 1.6, Constitution 1.5, Agility 1.4, Spirit 3.5. Clone Strength 7, Constitution 6, Agility 5, Spirit 5. Soul power reaches 110 points. He has trained the original body's skeleton meditation and summoned skeleton to proficiency and improved calm and collected to mastery. The clone's ferocious strike and charge have also been practiced to proficiency, greatly increasing combat power. But the most crucial part was finally accumulating the 100 points of soul power. Late at night, the dormitory was quiet. He sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing his attention on the plus sign in the skill bar. Detecting an upgradable skill, expected to consume 100 points of soul power. "Shall we start?" He whispered, "Start." The soul power quickly drained, and he entered that state of inspiration explosion once again. In a daze, he returned to the perspective of the skeleton clone. The blood moon hangs high, and the earth is covered with white bones. Skeletons are the lowest level of undead, the most humble existence. Their ceiling is not high, but they are the first step for necromancers to enter the undead realm. Imitate it, understand it, become it. Suddenly, the rigid skull visualization in his mind collapsed. In its place was his own skeletal clone. Instead of visualizing someone else's skull, it was better to visualize his own. No one understood this clone better than he did. Improvement successful, please name it. He opened his eyes, his tone calm but resolute. Let's call it the Skeleton King's meditation method. In his mind, the skeleton clone holding a bone spear stood under the blood moon. He believed that this clone would step by step ascend to the throne of the Bone King, and the throne would never be the end. On the skill panel, Skeleton Meditation had been replaced by Bone King Meditation. Feng Zhou carefully reflected on it. The new Skeleton King meditation method has improved efficiency by at least 30%. In other words, his mental attribute growth is also 30% faster. Perhaps before the simulated battlefield begins, he can break through to the mid-level apprentice. In high spirits, he started planning the next step. On this side, a practical skeleton control skill needs to be developed. This way, for offense there are skeleton summoning and skeletal javelins. For defense there is a skeletal shield, and adding control skills completes the combat system. At the apprentice stage, his system is basically formed. As for the clone, it must learn more combat skills and quickly advance to the top of the apprentice rank. At that point, he could let go and control the skeleton clones to delve deep into the burial wasteland. At present, his soul power was still abundant, so he closed his eyes and began simulating the control skill. But the attribute panel popped up a prompt, lacking the necessary skill materials. Ark was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. His own knowledge reserves were insufficient, and the panel couldn't conjure skills out of thin air. Relying solely on skeletal armaments, he couldn't develop a complete control system. He didn't dwell on it either and got up to stretch. The so-called skill materials were mostly control-type skills from other professions in the human-linked skill library. If you want to exchange, you have to spend contribution points. It seems that earning contribution points must be put on the agenda. The most reliable way at present is to hand over the two newly deduced skeleton skills. Skeleton Spear, Skeleton Shield. Anyway, he had planned to make it public. He just wanted to wait for the right time. After all, he developed it step by step himself. Even if the military academy questioned the principles, he could explain them clearly. When Zhao Yuan awakened this steadfast will, he received 100 contribution points upon uploading it to the skill library. These two new skills of his should add up to at least 200 points. Fang Zhou was thinking to himself. Early the next morning, he went to the company classroom. Bai Xiaochan in the corner saw him and immediately waved excitedly. Fang Zhou walked over slowly. What's wrong? Bai Xiaochan gave a thumbs up to Yi Fan beside her, smiling brightly. Ark, Big Boss Yi is giving you some perks. Didn't he join the Demon Hunters research project team? Recently, they've been short of combat sparring partners, preferably someone at Yi Fan's level. Don't let the fat water flow into outsiders' fields. He thought of you first. The reward is contribution points, and quite a few. Oh, Ark's eyes lit up. Just worried about not having contribution points. This kid just handed the opportunity over. He looked at Yi Fan. Big brother Yi, what exactly is going on? Please explain clearly. Yi Fan crossed his arms, wearing a proud expression, and said, I, Yi Fan, have never lost to anyone in my life. Looking across the entire company, the only true heroes are me and Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou rolled his eyes repeatedly. This guy was truly overly confident. He cleared his throat and asked directly, Cut the chit-chat. How much money are you offering? Yi Fan said nothing, just raised one finger. Fang Zhou looked disgusted. 1 contribution point? Are you trying to send me off like a beggar? I'm not doing it. Seeing Fang Zhou turn to leave, Yi Fan got anxious. 10 points. For 2 weeks. 1 hour every day after school. Accompany me for practice at the research group, and I'll give you 10 contribution points. That's more like it. Fang Zhou nodded. All right, but pay first, then work. As soon as Yi Fan heard him agree, he immediately beamed with joy and readily agreed. Ever since the last practical lesson when Fang Zhou summoned 20 skeletons in one breath, Yi Fan was stunned and dreamed of having a fierce battle with him. During these 2 weeks training in the research group, he not only mastered the Demon Hunter's exclusive weapon, the Blade Bow, but also awakened a powerful skill. He was full of confidence, believing that he could already face the Ark's skeleton army head-on. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the sparring partner he had invited was an undead mage mastering 5 skills, with combat power enough to crush him. Yi Fan operated a few times on his personal terminal and communicated with the research team. Soon, the Ark received a service contract from the Demon Hunter research team. The content is very simple. Within 2 weeks, spend 1 hour every afternoon accompanying Yi Fan to report to the research team and follow the researchers' arrangements for practical tests. The reward is 10 contribution points, paid in advance. 10 contribution points are equivalent to a corporal's 10-month salary, as well as an apprentice-level skill book per volume. The research team is really willing to invest money to hire a sparring partner for Yi Fan. Ark felt a bit sour in his heart. Why doesn't the Haiqing Military Academy have a Necromancer research group? Beside him, Bai Xiaochan pouted even more, looking full of envy. Support classes really have no rights. Yi Fan has a special research team for enhancement, and any extra contribution points can be used for practice. The Ark can also sell skeleton labor for resources. Only she has nothing at all. She couldn't help but wonder, when will she be able to easily earn contribution points too? After the afternoon meditation class ended, Fang Zhou followed Yi Fan to the Demon Hunter research group. The room was arranged like a laboratory, with various instruments and equipment filling the surroundings. Fang Zhou even saw several test puppets that Instructor Liu who had used. The instructor in charge of Yi Fan was named Chen Qingshan, a mid-level silver professional with the profession of Gale Ranger. Like Shun Hongyu, his right arm is a mechanical prosthesis, obviously retired from the front lines due to injury. Chen Qingshan took the initiative to greet Fang Zhou and gave him a brief tour of the laboratory. He told Fang Zhou that another demon hunter had become a legend in the mythological world, having slain the Abyss Lord with astonishing combat power. Therefore, after Yi Fan awakened this profession, the military academy immediately established a research team to fully cultivate it. Next, you will engage in practical combat training. Safety measures are already in place, so don't worry about your lives. Each person can also choose 3 pieces of equipment from the armory. 2 people walk into the armory. Yi Fan was obviously well prepared and directly chose the blade bow, leather armor, and boots. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Ark, saying that he had already mastered weapon specialization, focusing on the blade bow. The blade bow is effective at both long and close range and is the signature weapon of a demon hunter. He had also mastered powerful skills, so Ark shouldn't think that relying on 20 skeletons would guarantee an easy win. After speaking, he walked out with an excited expression. Fangzhou just smiled. He picked an apprentice staff, a robe, and finally took a piece of optical camouflage fabric. The staff and robe could only slightly enhance effect and protection. Camouflage cloth can hide the body shape, providing an extra layer of protection in battle. This was his first time truly stepping into the field himself, and he felt a faint heat in his heart. Yi Fan, don't let me down. On the training ground, Yi Fan held the blade bow, waiting. The metal bow body gleamed with a cold light, the blades on both sides razor-sharp and intimidating. Ark stood 50 meters away. This was the standard distance between magic and combat classes. Around the field, more than a dozen instructors and researchers had gathered, clearly wanting to see who would dominate in this match. Most of the instructors present were bronze or silver rank professionals, while some researchers were still ordinary people. Ark and Yi Fan are just apprentices, but both have rare professions, making this duel still highly anticipated. Ark suddenly noticed that Lu, who was also present, stirring something in his heart. There was constant discussion outside the arena. Some people favored Yi Fan, who possessed astonishing battle instincts. Some also think that Ark can summon 20 skeletons, creating a sea of bones, which Yi Fan might not be able to withstand. Chen Qingshan smiled and asked Lu who he favored. Lu Hu chose Ark without hesitation, believing that as long as he kept his distance, Yi Fan wouldn't be able to get close. However, Chen Qingshan reminded him that Yi Fan had just mastered powerful displacement, and once in close combat, the mage would definitely be at a disadvantage. Lu Hu's expression darkened, but he quickly felt at ease. Victory and defeat are unpredictable. Even if the Ark loses, it can win back next time. The whistle blew. Yi Fan struck first, pulling the bowstring taut as the arrow shot straight through the air. Ark sidestepped and immediately cast a spell. A black vortex churned, skeletons appeared one after another, quickly surrounding Yi Fan. With skilled summoning and staff enhancement, the number increased and the range extended. Ordinary necromancers can only summon within 5 meters, but Ark could pull them to 15 meters. Yi Fan was clearly startled. Fortunately, he was wearing speed-enhancing leather boots and was naturally known for his agility. Taking advantage of the skeleton formation not yet being complete, he decisively abandoned ranged attacks, suddenly accelerated, and tried to bypass the skeletons, heading straight for the Ark. He shuttled back and forth in the training ground, running while looking for weaknesses, drawing his bow and shooting continuously, attempting to interrupt the Ark's spellcasting. The blades and bows poured down from his hands like a torrential rain, a storm of arrows covering the sky. But Fangzhou remained calm, dodging while summoning several skeletons to act as meat shields in front of him. With the skeletons diverted to defense, the number surrounding Yi Fan instantly decreased, and the battle quickly descended into chaos. Outside the field, the instructors and researchers all ceased smiling. No one expected the duel between the two apprentices to be so fierce from the very start. Yi Fan's movements were sharp, his shots decisive, and his tactics resolute. Fangzhou remained calm, summoned skillfully, and his on-the-spot judgments were steady. Chen Qingshan said quietly, "The younger generation is formidable. I'm not surprised Yi Fan is stronger than me, but Fangzhou, a necromancer fighting like this, is truly impressive. Even if he loses, he deserves to be on the seed list." Lu Hu sneered coldly, "Don't get too happy too soon. Yi Fan has cards up his sleeve, but Ark may not be without." At this moment in the arena, Yi Fan was gradually being suppressed. Ark's skilled summoning was just too ruthless. The small training ground was almost filled with skeletons. He was able to summon more than 30 creatures with all his strength. To keep a reserve, he also preserved his spiritual power, but there were still more than 20 on the battlefield. Yi Fan was already surrounded and trapped by 10 skeletons. Vengeful strike. He roared angrily, sweeping with his blade bow, a cold gleam flashing suddenly. With a crack, a skull was shattered, the soul fire extinguished, and the skeleton scattered. Yi Fan's eyes tightened, seizing the opportunity to break through. But under the Ark's control, 2 skeletons immediately took their places, forcing him back into the circle. Yi Fan crashed and fought fiercely among the bones, but he could never break free. Ark finally relaxed a little. This guy is much more troublesome than the test puppet. Since Yi Fan is so confident, he must have a trump card, so he can't be careless. Ark had several skeletons block the line of sight, quickly took off his robe and staff, and stuffed them into the hand of a skeleton roughly his size. Then he covered himself with optical camouflage cloth and quietly blended into the crowd of skeletons. Everyone outside watched him slip away under the watchful eyes of all, stunned. That was way too sneaky. No wonder he chose the optical camouflage cloth. Who on earth taught this student? Clearly already having the advantage, Feng Zhou is still so cautious. From Yi Fan's perspective, the audience outside is all sweating nervously for him. It's too miserable. Just as my career was starting, I ran into such a sly old opponent. I just hope I don't get mentally scarred from the defeat. Ha ha. Lu Hu laughed, patting Chen Qingshan on the shoulder. Brother Qingshan, compared to Feng Zhou, Yi Fan is still very inexperienced. Just this one trick of optical camouflage alone has already made Feng Zhou invincible today. I refuse to believe that a mere apprentice could pull off 2 such powerful displacements. Chen Qingshan was stunned for a long time before regaining his senses, his face full of disbelief. This kid is really devious, isn't he? Lu Hu stroked his chin and smiled. A few days ago in the practical combat class, I taught them battlefield camouflage. I guess he had planned it all back then. Not bad, he's a good prospect. The off-site instructors and researchers all mourned Yi Fan. But Yi Fan himself was completely unaware, with only 2 words on his mind. It's settled. Bring more skeletons over. Nearly 20 skeletons were already surrounding him, with fewer than 10 left guarding the Ark. The opportunity has arrived. Yi Fan took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the blade bow, and the long-suppressed demonic power within his body erupted explosively, surging through his veins toward his legs. Fallen Heaven Strike. With a furious roar, he shook the training ground with resounding echoes. The next moment, he slammed his foot down hard, launching himself into the air, soaring straight up 10 meters high. Found you. In midair, he locked onto the Ark, cloaked in a hooded robe. Apprentice level still can't achieve breath locking. He was completely unaware and was fooled by the optical camouflage. Ark, take this. A full outbreak of power. Yi Fan seemed to transform into a death arrow wrapped in darkness, diving down with the power of destruction. Chen Qingshan covered his face, unable to bear looking directly. Land Rover laughed out loud, waiting for the show to begin. Time seemed to slow down. In the air, there was only the black arrow shadow and the overwhelming power of the fallen heavens. In Yi Fan's eyes, there was only that robed figure holding a staff, seemingly panicked. Passion churned in his chest. Become the first stepping stone on my path to invincibility, Ark. When I ascend the throne of legend, you will also be remembered by the world. Wait a minute. He glanced sideways. Why do the instructors and researchers all have such miserable expressions? Could it be that they are feeling sorry for the Ark? With a booming sound. He didn't have time to think much. He slammed down on the Ark with all his might. Yi Fan was very confident. Among apprentice-level mages, no one could use their body to block his fallen heaven strike. As soon as the Ark was touched, the training ground's protection mechanism would activate, preventing any injury to people, but it also meant the Ark had lost. At this critical moment between life and death, the Ark hidden among the skeletons activated the bone shield. Mental energy was instantly drained, and a pale white bone shield appeared above his head. Bang! A muffled blast exploded. Yi Fan felt like he had hit an iron wall, his whole body in severe pain. What skill is this? The onlookers were all shocked. Even Chen Qingshan couldn't help but sneak a glance through his fingers. Lu Hu's eyes gleamed. A new move from the Necromancer? After all, the Fallen Heaven Strike was Yi Fan's trump card. The bone shield lasted only a few seconds before being shattered by him with brute force. The next second, He pressed down with his whole body. Crunch, crunch. The arc struggled twice, then shattered into a pile of white bones. The impact made Yi Fan dizzy. He supported himself on the ground and stared at the pile of bones under the mage's robe, momentarily stunned. The arc shattered into fragments by him. Not right. His combat instincts suddenly sounded the alarm. He was deceived. This was not an arc at all, just a skeleton dressed in a robe. Yi Fan suddenly turned back, trying to get up, but it was too late. At some unknown time, nearly 10 skeletons had already surrounded him. Revenge strike. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the last bit of strength, striking again. A skeleton was smashed apart, but that was all. More skeletons pounced, firmly pinning down his hands and feet. He struggled for more than 10 seconds, completely exhausted, and could only lie on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling. The outcome was decided. At Lu Hu's urging, Qin Qingshan blew the whistle. Arc wins. The air wavered. Arc cleared his throat and removed the optical camouflage cloth. Yi Fan, well played. Yi Fan no longer had the sharpness he showed earlier. He lay there like a salted fish, and even the way he looked carried resentment. Fang Zhou rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty. He was just playing some tactics. It shouldn't have crushed him mentally. He still had ways to deal with this kind of Chinibyo teenager. He controlled the skeleton to help Yi Fan up and brushed off the dust for him. He said nothing, only giving him a look that said, "You're too impulsive." Yi Fan suddenly seemed to figure something out and sharply pulled himself together. He shook off the skeleton, pointed at the arc, and shouted, gasping for breath, "Failure is just a stepping stone. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Arc, we'll fight again tomorrow." Lu Hu and Qin Qingshan arrived. Qin Qingshan looked at Fang Zhou and laughed. "You've got a dark heart. You're made to be a tactics master in the future." Lu Hu was more straightforward, giving a thumbs up and asking, "Was that shield just now a new skill? I've studied the undead system for years and have never seen this form before." Fang Zhou had already planned for this and nodded in acknowledgement. Accidentally realized during summon training 2 new techniques, skeleton flying spear and skeleton shield. What he wanted was not just to show up, but contribution points and qualification for projects. Lu Hu patted his shoulder excitedly. "Good kid. Qingshan, test it with the equipment." The researchers also gathered around. These days Yi Fan kept shouting that he wanted to fight Arc to the death. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he found Arc even more extraordinary. Arc smiled bitterly. "My mental energy is depleted. I'm afraid I can't fully test." Qin Qingshan waved his hand. "Give him a bottle of recovery potion." With the potion in hand, Arc felt a warmth in his heart. This thing requires permission. The freshman simply can't exchange for it. The transparent liquid went down the throat, bringing a wave of coolness to the mind. He sat cross-legged, regulating his breath, quickly recovering 30%. The test puppet was carried onto the stage. The Arc stood still, spiritual power concentrated. A white bone spear over a meter long took shape in front of him. His gaze deepened, and the spear shot through the air. Clang! A harsh whooshing sound rang out, and the skeletal flying spear fiercely struck the test puppet. With a crack, the flying spear shattered on the spot, and the puppet's display screen flashed wildly. Attack power 85. The laboratory instantly erupted into chaos. For apprentice-level skills, this value is already top tier. Previously, Storm Mage Gu Jiqiu's chain wind missiles only reached 72. Next, the researcher tested mental energy consumption, casting range, and flight speed. After a comprehensive evaluation, it was concluded that the skeletal javelin completely outperforms the same-level death missiles and touch of corrosion. During the apprenticeship stage, this skill directly made up for the undead mage's weak attack shortcoming. Next, Arc displayed the skeleton shield. He raised his hand and formed a bone shield, hovering in front of him. The test puppet charged up and slammed down a punch. Crunch! After a brief stalemate, the bone shield shattered. The display screen lit up. Defensibility 80. The value is slightly lower than the flying spear, but already stronger than the rock will of the Earth Knight Zhao Yuan. Attack rivals the Storm Mage. Defense surpasses the Earth Knight. If it weren't seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that these 2 skills came from an apprentice-level necromancer. The scene was silent. Lu Hu couldn't help but speak. "Arc, You are a born Necromancer. With these two tricks, you're already top-notch in the apprentice stage. If you continue to dig deeper, you might be able to develop a complete skeletal system. Fong Ark nodded. This was exactly his goal. In front of everyone, he uploaded the skeletal spear and skeletal shield to the Human Union skill library. Ding dong, 200 contribution points have been credited. 50% of the subsequent redemption fees belong to the developer. Thank you for your contribution. The notification sound fell, and 200 contribution points were credited to Arkansas. The instructor and the researcher both showed expressions of admiration. Those who can create their own skills are extremely rare. It is a talent as well as a result earned through hard work. Lu Hu asked, with so many contribution points, how do you plan to use them? Ark said directly, I want to continue developing control and displacement skills, but my ideas are a bit stuck. Preparing to reference skills from other professions for exchange, to find some inspiration. Lu Hu nodded. Your idea isn't wrong, but I have to remind you of something. Beginners fear taking on too much the most. With limited energy, trying to learn everything leads to being mediocre at everything. Skills aren't about quantity, but about intensity and strength. Even if you are a genius, don't forget this point. Zheng from Ark nodded seriously, memorizing the words firmly. After enrolling, Lu Hu has been taking care of him. He has a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. He won't forget when others treat him well. Lu Hu reminded again. You should know the list of candidates. Input the seed sequence. Resources double, crucial for the future. The upcoming simulated battlefield is the decisive battle. Must give it your all and show your strength. If you have extra contribution points, use them to exchange for apprentice-level equipment. Although expensive, it can speed up cultivation and enhance combat power, very worthwhile. The staff can increase spell power. The ring and necklace can expand spiritual energy and also speed up recovery. Ark's heart stirred. Just now, when using the apprentice staff, he clearly felt that casting spells was faster and more powerful. If you want to keep getting stronger, relying only on attributes and skills isn't enough. Your equipment has to keep up too. Lu Hu continued to encourage him. Everyone has seen your talent. Instructor Chen and I will report it on your behalf. If all goes well, you might be able to join a research team like you fans. Ark felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Hu always spoke with tact. Showing a bit of sharpness today really turned out to be the right move. In the principal's office, Lu Hu pulled Chen Qingshan, excitedly reporting. Skeleton flying spear. Skeleton shield. A mere apprentice has actually created a skeleton skill system. Su Tianqua's expression changed unusually after watching the battle footage. He was once a legendary expert, experienced and knowledgeable, yet he was still shocked. Entering meditation for a day and summoning 20 skeletons was only considered exceptional talent. But independently developing two new skills had a completely different significance. In the decades of the Mythic Age, anyone who showed this kind of performance, as long as they did not die young, later became a founder of a region. Not everyone necessarily became a legend, but they all stood at the peak. More importantly, they could raise the ceiling of the entire profession and enhance humanity's confidence. Among this new generation, Ark was the first to show this kind of sharpness. Su Tianqua cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hu and smiled meaningfully. It seems Instructor Lu has a good eye. This kid Fong Zhou really does have the qualifications to be a seed student at Haiqing Military Academy. Lu Hu scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. If he's not a seed student, who else deserves it? Principal, I also want to ask, when will Major Xinyan return? Fong Zhou mentioned today that after developing the bone spear and bone shield, he clearly feels his foundation is lacking and urgently needs a master's guidance. Yi Fan even has a dedicated research team. Can I arrange one for Fong Zhou? That's not too much to ask, right? This time Su Tianqua didn't reject outright, but stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Demon Hunter Research Team is a special resource funded by the Human Federation, not managed by the Military Academy. For Fong Zhou to enjoy the same benefits, he'll have to show even greater potential. Let's wait until Xinyan returns from the myth battlefield before discussing this further. Lu Hu understood immediately. The principal didn't say no. There's a good chance this will work out. He laughed. When Xinyan sees that 2 new Necromancer skills have been added to the skill library, she'll definitely be overjoyed. If she teams up with Ark, they might really be able to push the Necromancer class to its peak. At this moment, Ark had already been noticed by the higher-ups, yet he was still lying in bed, happily calculating today's gains. A full 210 contribution points, which needed to be spent carefully. The first step was to definitely learn the skeleton clones, weapon specialization, block, and war cry, costing no less than 30 points. Step 2. Although the skeletal javelin has decent power, it is only a prototype and can still be further enhanced. There are quite a few skills in the apprentice-level skill pool that can be used as references. He plans to fuse the characteristics of corrosive touch to add corrosive poison damage to the javelin. As for death missile, the damage type is redundant and of little value. Although Weaken Ray doesn't deal direct damage, it offers control strategies and is worth studying. This part requires 20 points. Step 3. He still needs to address the control shortcomings. After filtering through the Union skill pool, there aren't many control skills for apprentice-level mages, but Vine and Tangle, Quagmire, Earthwall, and Spiderweb are all very practical. He plans to exchange for all of them and dismantle them as materials, which requires another 40 points. Additionally, Yifan's Fallen Heaven Strike made him very envious. Such a powerful displacement, once mastered, would greatly expand tactical options. However, he also knew that one can't bite off more than they can chew. The path must be taken step by step. There is no rush. Finally, it was time to exchange equipment. The equipment for magic users is divided into weapons, headgear, armor, shoes, accessories, and curiosities, with further subdivisions under each category, such as staffs, crystal balls, spell books, necklaces, rings, and so on. The apprentice level can mostly access assembly line products of gray inferior quality, with very average attributes. Ark opened the terminal. The Sergeant F-level permission could only redeem items of this quality, each costing 10 contribution points, about the same as an apprentice skill book. He checked the Necromancer guide and decided not to collect a full set, only choosing the most practical ones. He bought the Apprentice Mage Hat to increase maximum spirit, the Apprentice Necklace to speed up recovery, and 2 Apprentice Rings to shorten cooldown. This set of 4 cultivation tools can significantly speed up cultivation and proficiency improvement. Spending 40 contribution points hurts, but the long-term gains are greater. After buying them, he looked at the attribute panel. Accumulating 10 points of soul power is enough to quickly master an apprentice skill. He chose weapon expertise for his skeleton clone. After days of continuous slaughter and devouring, the clone has nearly surpassed the apprentice. The skeletons in this area will soon be insufficient. To venture deeper into the burial wasteland, he must become stronger. After deducting 10 points, the skill book was delivered. This is a passive skill for combat professionals. After selecting a weapon, additional damage bonuses will be gained. For example, after Yifan specialized in the blade bow, his strength immediately surged. The system prompts that 10 points of soul power can be consumed for a quick start. He chooses to begin. The power of the soul was drained, and the soul fire of the skeleton clone flickered violently. A vast amount of weapon memories surged into his mind, with swords, spears, clubs, and staves flashing past one by one. In the end, he focused on the spear. In the consciousness of the skeleton clone, it was as if he had practiced the spear diligently for decades. Thrusts, stabs, lifts, flicks, and blocks. All the moves and techniques were deeply ingrained. Skill learned. Weapon specialization, success. Weapon specialization, apprentice level, beginner specializes in spears. When using a spear, power and attack speed increase slightly, with effects improving as proficiency grows. This is a passive skill and does not require deliberate practice. As long as you keep wielding the spear, proficiency will gradually increase. Ark looked at the depleted soul energy, feeling even more anxious inside. There are still enough contribution points, but what's holding him back is the soul power recovering too slowly. The night is dark and windy, the perfect time to make a move. The skeleton clone grinned, raised its spear, and charged back into the darkness, beginning its endless hunt and devouring. Uft, uft. The sound of the soul flame extinguishing was monotonous and cold. But with each wisp of skeletal essence flowing in, Ark felt his whole body heat up. To him, this sound was more pleasant than anything else. The next day after class, Ark, as usual, went to the Demon Hunter research group to spar with Yi Fan. This time, Bai Xiaochan came along as well. Yi Fan was taken aback. "Why did you come?" Bai Xiaochan put her hands on her hips and raised her chin. "I discovered a new skill during my nap at noon. Lullaby. It can accelerate soul recovery and extend the time for meditation and training. But it can only be used 3 times a day. I'll use one on myself, one on Arkansas. The remaining one, since we're desk mates, I'll sell it to you. Name your price, big tycoon." Yi Fan's eyes lit up. If this effect really exists, it would be like having an additional focus formation. He would never miss the chance to get stronger. "Come in first," he immediately said. "Let the instructor test the intensity. As long as it meets the standard, contribution points won't be a problem. Expenses related to combat power development can all go through research funding." Bai Xiaochan was sour. "It would be great if we had a research group too. From now on, we have to keep an eye on you, big spender." Yi Fan smiled bitterly. "I signed an extension contract, so the resources I spend now will have to be repaid double later. I've already owed 50 contribution points." Bai Xiaochan stuck out her tongue. "It turns out that behind the glory, there is nothing but debt." Yi Fan took a deep breath, his eyes growing resolute once again. "Being poor for a while doesn't matter. Once I reach the top, this debt won't mean anything. These pressures are nothing but a bit of hardship on my path to legend." After speaking, he walked into the research lab with Feng Zhou and Bai Xiaochan. Yi Fan explained the purpose, and the researcher immediately brought over the instruments. Although Lullaby is registered in the skill database, it is too rare and must be retested for its effects. The melody quickly began to play. Bai Xiaochan hummed softly. The tune was gentle and calm, like the starry river under the night sky. The notes slowly seeped into the mind, accelerating the restoration of the soul. The test results were clear. The entire piece could increase the recovery speed by 1/10. The effect is not as good as magic formations and potions, but at critical moments, this slight advantage makes a difference. The faster the recovery, the longer meditation and breathing techniques can be sustained, and the quicker the cultivation. As the song ended, Ark's eyes lit up. "Xiaochan, you are truly my Qin immortal. Beautiful appearance and sweet voice, plus the ability to assist in cultivation, who wouldn't be tempted?" Bai Xiaochan blushed and softly objected, saying she couldn't even afford to buy a harp. In the end, Chen Qingshan made the decision to hire her with a weekly contribution point. Feng Zhou also signed the same contract. She sings a song every day and can steadily earn 2 contribution points. Among the trainees, this is already quite a lot. After signing the contract, she stood outside the field, watching Feng Zhou and Yi Fan spar. This time, Feng Zhou didn't use any tricks. Dozens of skeletons surrounded him, pressing step by step. He calculated Yi Fan's range of movement precisely, leaving no chance for close combat. Bone spears and bone shields took turns to suppress, beating Yi Fan until he had no strength to fight back. Chen Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. The control of the arc was becoming more and more skilled. Bai Xiaochan was even more stunned. What kind of skills are bone spear and bone shield? Has arc already become this powerful? She had just been proud of the new skills, but now reality had poured cold water on her. The gap was right before their eyes, suffocating. Could it really be that they just weren't trying hard enough? On the field, Yi Fan admitted defeat. Arc snapped his fingers, and the skeletons instantly dispersed. He pulled Yi Fan up and gave him a meaningful look. The next second, Yi Fan seemed to come back to himself, instantly rallying. "I understand now. This is the bond of the strong. Arc, I won't let you down." Arc just smiled and left the lab with Bai Xiaochan, who was full of admiration on her face. After dinner, in the dormitory, Arc looked at the soul energy accumulated to 15 points and opened his personal terminal. He spent 50 contribution points to purchase all the selected control skills. The skill projection appeared, and the panel changed accordingly. Unknown skills can be deduced, consuming 10 points of soul power. Start. Arc confirmed. Consciousness erupted once again. The aging ray weakened the enemy. Vines entangle and restrict movement. Quagmire slows down. Earthen wall blocks the path. Webbing powerfully binds. 5 kinds of control, instantly fused with the skeletal armor. Inspiration exploded. Skill skeletal shackles, successfully executed. The power of the undead transforms into bone chains, forcibly sealing off the enemy's movements. Ark clenched his fist, his heart burning with passion. The control weakness has been fixed. Yi Fan wants to use a big move right in front of him again. In your dreams. Clone, activate. A few days later, the burial ground under the blood moon. Bones turned to ash. The clone roared fiercely. With Bai Xiaochan's lullaby blessing, the leveling speed surged dramatically. The skeleton clone advanced to upper apprentice. Larger in size, bones harder, with a chilling gleam, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Skeleton clone. Rank apprentice advanced. Attribute strength 8, constitution 7, agility 7, spirit 6. Equipment skeleton spear, inferior quality. Skills skeletal armament, instinct, brutal strike, mastery, charge, proficient, weapon specialization, proficient, block, adept, battle cry, adept. Soul power 50. Block and battle cry are new skills that Ark taught the skeletal clones in the past few days. Block, apprentice level, adept assume a defensive stance to block an incoming attack, reducing damage. Success rate and damage reduction depend on constitution and proficiency. Battle roar, apprentice level, mastered amid a battle roar that temporarily boosts strength, constitution, and agility. The duration and enhancement depend on strength and proficiency. The current skeleton clone has mastered 5 combat skills, making its combat power enough to crush all apprentice-level skeletons. It's time to go deeper. As it goes deeper, the skeletons it encounters are mostly mid-level apprentices. Their bones are harder, with occasional faint blue glowing spots inside the bone cavities and a stronger necromantic force. But no matter how tough the bone, it couldn't withstand the ambush. Ahead, a burly skeleton spotted it, roaring as it charged, its bony claws slashing straight at the face. Instead of retreating, Ark advanced, raising a hand to strike. The savage blow. The skeletal spear pierced through the air, accurately stabbing into the skeleton's chest. Before the bone claw could fall, the offensive was completely shattered. The spear stabbed into the body, then was instantly withdrawn. The movement was decisive and crisp. The skeleton warrior shattered on the spot, turning into Soi Gufen Voil. The skeletal essence was absorbed by the clone. Strength plus 0.1, soul power plus 0.5. The soul fire trembled slightly, and the familiar sense of fulfillment surged once again. At this rate, it won't be long before breaking through black iron and evolving into a skeleton warrior. Another fulfilling day. Demon Hunter Research Project Team, Training Ground. Yi Fan was once again tightly bound by the skeletal shackles, lying on the ground like a salted fish. In these past few days of battles, he almost ended up like this every day. Chen Qingshan and Bai Xiaochan were no longer surprised by it. Yi Fan was a 1-in-a-million demon hunter, but his opponent was the exceptionally rare genius, Ark. Being dominated in a fight might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. The match ended. Chen Qingshan had the equipment packed up and smiled as he asked, "Tomorrow the military academy is off. Are you all going home?" Bai Xiaochan didn't hesitate. "My home is in Haicheng. Of course I'm going back. It's been half a month. It's time to take a break." Yi Fan struggled to get up, his eyes almost blazing with fire. "I'm not going back. Instructor, I want to train extra." Fangzhou was stunned for a moment. He had been so busy these days, like a wound-up clock, he even forgot it was his day off. He smiled and said he had to go back. 2 little ones were waiting to hear him talk about school. Everyone knew he was the orphan of a martyr, raised from a young age in the Yunduo welfare home in Haicheng. Bai Xiaochan wanted to ask for the address of the welfare home, but before she could speak, Fangzhou snapped his fingers to put away the skeleton soldier and turned to leave. Back in the dormitory, he began to organize the things he needed to take back. The Cloud Welfare Institute was small, with only a few children left. The director, Wen Yun, was old, and everyone called her Grandma Yun. Ark had just uploaded a new skill to the Federation skill library, earning 100 contribution points. Combined with the original points, 200 remained. He took out 10 points and exchanged them for 100,000 Longxia coins. Contribution points are important for professionals, but ordinary people still use Longxia coins, and Longxia coins cannot be exchanged for contribution points. Others are reluctant to exchange, but he is willing to add more items to the welfare center. He took out 5 more points and exchanged them for some nourishing supplements from the mythological world. Grandma Yun is getting old and can't work so hard anymore. Early the next morning, he took a car across half of Haicheng and returned to the Sihiyuan, where he had lived for 18 years. Most of the world's resources were given to professionals to fight the abyss, and ordinary people's lives had always been tight. If it weren't for the federal subsidies, Grandma Yun wouldn't have made it. Ark was carrying a large bag of things and was about to enter the door when he heard a loud argument in the courtyard. His heart tightened. Haicheng has always had good public security, and there are even fewer disturbances at the Welfare Institute. He quickly walked in and saw a young woman wearing glasses, confronting Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. The atmosphere was obviously tense. Fang Zhou frowned and stepped forward to ask, "Sister Ro, Aunt Wang, what happened?" The young girl named Wen Ro was originally very anxious, but when she saw Fang Zhou, her eyes lit up. "Xiao Zhou, why are you back?" Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee also broke into a big smile. "Oh, our military academy's top student has returned." Ark nodded and greeted. Aunt Wang explained, "Xiao Zhou, it's not that I want to make things difficult for Wenru. She wants to buy a batch of new training equipment for the children at the welfare home. But without a professional guarantor or a fixed source of funding, we can't approve it according to the regulations." Wenru bit her lip, her voice urgent. "Nuanyuan and Xingxing are exactly the right age to use the training devices. We can't delay. If there isn't enough money, I can raise it." Nuanyuan and Xingxing are 7-year-old twins, and they are the treasures of the Cloud Welfare Home. After Ark understood, he looked at Wenru. "Sister Ro, why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing?" He then took out his officer ID and handed it to Aunt Wang. "I have already awakened and was awarded the rank of sergeant by the military academy. I'll pay for the equipment, so the process can move forward now, right?" Aunt Wang flipped through the documents, nodding repeatedly. "Impressive, Xiao Zhou. With you stepping in, there's no problem. Wenru, fill out the application form and have him sign it. It can be processed quickly." Wenru looked a bit troubled. "You're still in school. How can you pay for this?" Ark handed her the bank card and supplements, smiling. "Now that you're a professional, making money won't be hard. The welfare home is my home. Nuanyuan and Xingxing are my sisters, so don't be formal with me." Wenru nodded with tears in her eyes and went to handle the procedures. Ark walked into the yard, shouting, "I'm back." Amid a flurry of commotion, 2 delicate little girls ran out, one on each side, hugging his legs. The one with the straightforward personality is the warm older sister, and the one with the soft voice is the younger sister Wenxing. "Brother Xiaozhou, did you bring us some food?" Fang Zhou laughed heartily, picked them up, and spun them around. "Little gluttons, the food is with Sister Ru. Where's Grandma Yun?" The sound of a cane echoed as Grandma Yun, with her white hair, slowly came out. "The little boat has returned." Fang Zhou put the child down and stepped forward to support her. Grandma Yun. Gentleness also returned and spoke about him going out to buy the equipment. Grandma Yun looked at the child she had raised, held his hand tightly, her eyes full of comfort. "Xiaozhou has become a professional now. His future is limitless. It's a pity that Sister Wenjiu didn't stay at the Haicheng Military Academy after graduating. If she were by your side guiding you, Grandma would be more at ease." In Fang Zhou's mind, the image of Wenjiu immediately appeared, bold and lively, with a hot figure, a great beauty. Wenjiu and Wenru both grew up in the welfare home, a few years older than him. The difference was that Wenjiu had professional talent and was admitted to Haicheng Military Academy, graduating recently and joining the army. Wenru was just an ordinary person, attended a regular university, and after graduation, returned to help at the Yunduo welfare home. At this moment, Wenwan and Wenxing's mouths were stuffed full, and they both threw themselves into Fang Zhou's arms, mumbling, "Brother, tell us about military school." Wenro brought over chairs and brewed tea. The whole family sat around in the yard, listening to him talk about his experiences over the past half-month. "Necromancer? That's so scary. So cool. I want to summon skeleton babies too." 2 little girls were fussing to see the skills. The skeleton was too creepy, so he didn't dare to release it. He could only show the bone-flying spear, bone shield, and bone shackles. The bone shadows flickered, leaving them dumbfounded. Grandma Yin sat in the wrought-tan chair, grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, she remembered something. "Right. When you just enrolled, there was an instructor named Lu who came to check your file and asked about your parents. He said he was a comrade in arms of your parents, and they were very close. Feng Zhou immediately understood it was Lu Hu. No wonder Instructor Lu had always been protecting him. The wind was warm and the sun gentle, the family happily together. His tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. In the past half-month, he studied hard during the day and controlled his skeleton clone to fight fiercely in the underworld at night, pushing his spirit nearly to the limit. Stealing half a day's rest, he clearly felt his soul steadier and stronger. In the afternoon, after seeing the welfare home set up the training equipment, he bid farewell to Grandma Yun and the two reluctant little girls, then returned to the military academy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he focused his consciousness on the skeleton clone. After continuous fighting for over an hour, he finally felt fatigued. He estimated that his sustained combat time had increased by 1/5 compared to before. Balanced relaxation and exertion really worked. After accumulating enough soul power, he exchanged for the apprentice-level skill, Corrosive Touch. A skill projection appeared on the terminal, and the panel updated accordingly. Material sufficient detected, skill can be enhanced, consuming 10 points of soul power. Confirm. Ark chose to confirm without hesitation. Inspiration surged, and he quickly grasped the casting principle of Corrosive Touch. The touch of corruption and skeletal javelins both belong to necromantic magic and naturally complement each other. Since that's the case, let's start evaluating the attribute panel. Skills: Skeletal Javelins, successfully perfected. Skeletal Javelins, apprentice level, proficient conjures flying bone javelins to throw at enemies, combining armor-piercing physical damage, corrosive poison damage, and death energy damage. Quantity, power, and range increase with spirit and proficiency. Triple damage stacking, testing again with the puppet, the damage might break 100. Ark nodded. His offensive capability surged once more. He reviewed what he had learned. Both his duplicate and main body had become systematic, and his current combat power was enough for self-defense. Next, the main body focused on improving spirit, breaking through the intermediate apprentice level, and training Summon Skeleton to instinct. The clones then frantically hunted, rushing to Black Iron as quickly as possible to gain more attributes. 10 days later, the Bone-Burying Wasteland. Spirit plus 0.01, Soul Power plus 0.2. White mist surged. The jawbone of the Ark's skeleton clone moved slightly, emitting a harsh grinding sound. These days, he hunted continuously, far surpassing his kind in attributes. Combined with powerful skills and a skeletal spear, he swept through even the tough skeletons ranked mid-apprentice. Each thrust of the spear carried terrifying force, enough to tear the opponent apart on the spot. After hunting hundreds, his four-dimensional attributes finally all reached 10. Four-dimensional attributes have reached the racial limit, receiving the blessing of the undead realm. The blood moon's brilliance descended from the sky, landing on the clone. Ark's heart jolted, and the status panel immediately refreshed. Skeleton King, apprentice level, instinct: a blessing bestowed upon strong skeletons by the undead realm. Slightly increases damage dealt by skeletons and their evolved forms, and slightly reduces damage received. So it's a racial limit. No wonder the power is stuck at 10. His gaze was fiery. Soon, he would evolve from an ordinary skeleton into a skeleton warrior, and his prey would become Black Iron Great. Whether it's the skeleton warrior or the skeleton archer, both are within the skill suppression range. This means that the monster farming efficiency will rise to a new level. More importantly, this is the second instinct level skill. As long as a small amount of soul power is consumed, he can extrapolate it into an ability usable by his true form. Ark was contemplating the evolutionary direction of the Skeleton King when a strong pleasure suddenly surged from deep within his soul, nearly making him lose focus. The attribute has reached the racial limit, but soul power can be consumed to evolve. Currently at apprentice level, Skeleton, it can evolve into Black Iron level, Skeleton Warrior, consuming 100 points of soul power. Ark looked up at the blood moon and directly chose to evolve. The power of the soul was drawn out, and the essence deep within the bones surged wildly. The scenes of slaughter from the past 20 days rolled through his mind. He suddenly understood that death is slaughter, and slaughter is evolution. Several minutes later, evolution was complete. The four-dimensional attributes all broke through their limits, with strength, constitution, agility, and spirit all soaring to 30 points. Among the black iron level skeleton warriors, it's considered upper middle level, and the clone's enhancements can also benefit the original body. The main body's attributes have not been checked yet, and the prompt sounded again. Race evolution, talent improvement, new skeletal equipment can be obtained. Skeletal equipment upgrades to black iron level. With each major rank increase, an exclusive piece of equipment can be forged. Shield, spear, bow and arrow, short knife. Ark quickly made a decision. He wants a set of skeleton armor. With the spear and combat skills he already has, it's enough to crush ordinary black iron skeletons. The real shortcoming is defense. Skill activated. Bones automatically reorganize, layers of bone plates overlapping into armor. The armor extends from the spine to the limbs, joints fitting tightly together. The chest armor is thick and heavy, protecting the soul flame, with a sharp bone crown formed on the head. When the armor was fully formed, the skeleton duplicate had already swollen to over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing aura. Skeleton armor, white, common, formed from skeletal essence. It can slightly enhance defense. Ark clenched his bone fist, the armor resonating. The surge of power allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Refreshing. He checked the clone panel. Clone skeleton warrior. Rank lower black iron. All 4 attributes are 30. Equipped with a skeleton spear and skeleton armor. Full set of skills, soul power 20. After a month of relentless monster grinding, finally transformed completely. But Ark was not proud. This level of strength was only the starting point. The improvement of apprentice-level skills had become increasingly limited. He was used to crushing his opponents and unwilling to stop progressing. If you want to learn black iron level skills, the most direct way is to exchange them at the Human Union. But he only has F-level access, so he can't exchange. Even if he could exchange, he wouldn't be able to come up with hundreds of contribution points. That path is completely blocked. The other path is more difficult. The skills he chose all have potential. As long as the proficiency is high enough, and by consuming soul power, it might be possible to deduce advanced skills. The risk is great, but it's worth a try. He decided to first use Brutal Strike for the experiment. He would grind the proficiency up to the instinct level and then forcibly simulate it. Before that, his clones continued hunting apprentice-level skeletons on the outskirts of the wasteland, accumulating soul power. The direction was set. The skeletal clone clad in armor held a gun, advancing deep into the wasteland. The principle of the Ark is very simple. Always crush opponents many levels above your own. When weak, bully those even weaker. Stronger and stronger pressure, sweeping through without leaving any room. After he was promoted to the lower rank of black iron, his target naturally became the apprentice-rank skeleton. At the edge of the dim burial wasteland, a flickering phosphorescent light illuminated an armored black iron skeleton warrior holding a spear. Compared to Ark's skeletal clone, the surrounding apprentice-level skeletons were as fragile as toys. The skeleton lunged, but he remained motionless, the soul fire in his eye sockets cold and piercing. Brutal Strike. He stepped forward, thrusting his spear straight ahead, the spear shadow tearing through the air. With a bang, the bone spear pierced the skull, pinning the skeleton to the ground. Pulling out the spear, the opponent turned to dust on the spot. The essence of those few bones was absorbed by him, making the sheen of his skeleton even deeper. In the next moment, his figure flickered, moving like a ghost. Swords flashed, stabs, thrusts, and sweeps coming down one after another, each extinguishing a flame of spirit fire. The apprentice-level skeletons fought back desperately, but it was like children crashing into giants, being cut down in waves. This was not a battle at all, but a massacre. In fact, these skeletons barely brought him any profit anymore. He just used them as targets to practice Brutal Strike until it became instinct. 2 hours passed, and the soul fire was still burning. He only stopped when a wave of exhaustion from deep within his soul hit him. He was actually a bit excited. The stronger the clone, the more stable his soul became, allowing him to farm monsters for longer every day. His consciousness returned to his original body, and he opened the panel. His rank rose to mid-apprentice, and his 4 attributes surged dramatically. Strength 3.9, Agility 3.9, Constitution 3.9, Spirit 6. The first three attributes had nearly reached 4 points. He estimated that even Demon Hunter Yi Fan's three attributes might not be able to overpower him. He raised his hand and formed a skeletal spear, its power at least 50% stronger than before. His gaze fell on the skill bar. Detected that the clone Skeleton King skill has reached instinct. It can be used as material to deduce unknown skills, consuming 10 points of soul power. Do you want to deduce? He chose to confirm without hesitation. The moment the soul fire was extracted, he seemed to return to the moment when the clone bathed in the blood moon. Willpower pierced through layer upon layer of barriers, descending upon a cold and lifeless world. The original body and the clone instantly merged into one. A strong force of death enveloped the arc. Simulation successful. Acquired skill, dominate skeleton. Dominating skeleton. Apprentice level. Proficient slightly increases the four-dimensional attributes of subordinate skeletal undead, with the effect influenced by mental strength and proficiency. Arc nodded. This was another practical passive skill. His current abilities were divided into two categories, summoning and skeleton. After his strength improved, he had always worried that summon skeleton would not keep up with the pace. After all, skeletons are naturally cannon fodder, with very weak combat power. But with dominate skeleton, these skeletons can still continue to hold the front line. He casually uploaded the skill to the Human Union skill library and received 100 contribution points. Then he opened the attribute panel. Name Arc. Profession Necromancer. Rank Apprentice, Intermediate. Attribute Strength 3.9, Agility 3.9, Constitution 3.9, Spirit 6. Status Soul Split. Equipment Apprentice Mage Hat, Apprentice Necklace, Apprentice Ring *2. Skills Skeleton King Meditation, Perfect. Summon Skeleton, Perfect. Skeleton Spear, Proficient. Skeleton Shield, Proficient. Skeleton Shackles, Skilled. Dominate Skeleton, Skilled. Calm and Collected, Skilled. Compared to when he first awakened, his four primary attributes have more than tripled, and he has also mastered 7 highly proficient skills. Growing this much in less than a month. Even he found it unbelievable. Feng Zhou stretched lazily and was about to sleep when his personal terminal suddenly lit up. Ding dong, Corporal Feng Zhou, someone has redeemed the skills you developed. Skeletal Spear, Skeletal Shield, Skeletal Shackles, Dominate Skeleton. According to the revenue sharing rules, you have earned 20 contribution points. Arc was stunned, not expecting someone to redeem so quickly. There are fewer than 100 necromancers nationwide, and he thought it would take a long time. But it was only 20 contribution points, so he wasn't too concerned. He yawned and quickly fell asleep. Haicheng Military Academy, Principal's Office. A clear projection appeared in front of Su Tianhua. The image showed a silver-haired female officer with sharp features and a cold, commanding presence. Dad, I just exchanged for those new undead skills you mentioned. Apart from the 3 skeleton skills, there's even a control skeleton. The idea is so brilliant, simply genius. Who is the developer? I want to meet him, even if it means becoming his apprentice. Her tone was excited. Su Tianhua's expression instantly darkened. Apprenticeship? Xinyan, don't be ridiculous. This person is a first-year student at Haicheng Military Academy. His name is Feng Zhou. Lu who even begged me to come back and be your mentor. Su Xinyan was stunned. What? A first-year freshman? His understanding of necromancy is deeper than those golden-rank seniors. How am I qualified to teach him? Su Tianhua's face darkened. Is that kid really that exaggerated? Didn't you claim to be the most talented necromancer in history? Are you already chickening out? Su Xinyan sneered coldly. Dad, you're a combat profession. You don't understand mages. To unlock a new skill tree less than a month after awakening, the most I can rank that kind of monster is second. Just wait. I'll report back to the military academy immediately. I can't wait to see him. She licked her lips, eyes shining. It would be great if we could dissect his brain for research. Su Tianhua ignored her crazy talk, stood up and paced. Then come back as soon as possible. The first year's simulated battlefield is about to start, and you can get a close look at him. If he's truly that extraordinary, I'll apply for an undead profession research project for you guys. Money won't be a problem. Su Xinyan laughed out loud. Dad, you're mighty. Another rest day has passed in the blink of an eye. Ark returned from the Cloud nursing home to Haicheng Military Academy, clearly sensing the tension in the atmosphere. Because tomorrow, the simulated battlefield officially opens to first-year students. The results of a month of training, the level of skill development, and the quality of combat readiness, all would be revealed on the stage. More importantly, performance directly determined whether one could make it onto the elite seed list selected from 100 candidates. No one dared to slack off. Ark sat on the bed, making final preparations. Attributes and skills have already been maxed out. Practical lessons plus sparring with Yi Fan have also added a lot of experience. The only thing left to improve is the equipment. He opened the terminal and entered the exchange interface. Apprentice Staff enhances magic effects by. Apprentice Robe increases defense by. Apprentice Cloth Shoes increase speed by. Apprentice Gloves accelerate casting by. Clear 40 contribution points. Get a full set of apprentice gear and activate the set effect to further strengthen spells. After testing, his overall combat power increased by at least 10%. Considering his attributes already crushed his peers, this 10% is enough to widen the gap even further. Early the next morning, the simulation battlefield was opened to freshmen for the first time, and the Naval Academy instantly buzzed with nearly 10,000 freshmen flooding into the training grounds. This place was specifically built for simulation pods. As long as you have permission, you can log into the battlefield at any time. The large screens around continuously played the rules and rewards, and a long line formed at the south entrance. The newcomers clenched their fists and rubbed their palms as they registered. This was their first real test of strength. Several upperclassmen maintained order nearby. One sneered, "If it weren't for the contribution points, who would bother watching this bunch of rookies fight each other?" Others chimed in. Most of them haven't even reached the intermediate apprentice level yet, only know 2 or 3 skills, and at most can handle the easy mode. Just as these words fell, another person spoke in a low voice. Don't underestimate them. This batch has someone who awakened only a month ago, but has already mastered 5 skills. Yi Fan? That rare profession demon hunter. There's even more intense news. Someone independently devised 4 new skills. Everyone's expression changed instantly. The Necromancer's legacy was already incomplete, yet someone just awakened and created their own skills. This talent is simply extraordinary. The senior students gradually stopped looking down on them and began to take this batch of freshmen seriously. Soon, Fangzhou finished registering and squeezed into the venue. In the distance, Bai Xiaochan waved at him. Yi Fan stood nearby, gripping the blade bow, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Fangzhou, let's compete to see who can get the first clear." Bai Xiaochan held the small harp, looking at the fully armed Ark with eyes full of envy and anticipation. "Ark, you're such a big spender, getting a whole set of equipment all at once. That's ruthless." Her words expressed the feelings of everyone. Most newcomers arrived empty-handed. Even elites like Gu Zhiqiu and Zhao Yuan only gritted their teeth to exchange for a key weapon. Who would have thought that just 1 month into the new semester, Fangzhou had already gathered a complete set of apprentice equipment? A full 80 contribution points, equivalent to a sergeant's salary for 80 months. Fangzhou just smiled and looked up at the simulated battlefield rules on the big screen. This time, the apprentice low-rank single-player dungeon, Little Imp Camp, was opened. It is divided into 4 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, and abyss. The higher the difficulty, the more expensive the entry fee. Each difficulty level has 4 ratings: perfect, excellent, good, and pass. The better the performance, the more rewards you get. You can only unlock the next difficulty by achieving excellent or above. You have only 1 challenge chance per day. However, the first clear of each difficulty does not count towards the attempts, but the ticket will still be deducted. The rules are not complicated. What the Ark truly cares about are the rewards. There are several types of rewards: individual first clears, grade level first clear rankings, historical speed rankings, and random drops. Individual first clear refers to the reward you get the first time you complete a certain difficulty. The grade level first clear rankings record the top 100 players in the grade who have cleared the dungeon, distributing one-time rewards based on their rank. Lucky rewards are the loot that randomly drops inside the dungeon. The most significant is the historical speed ranking. That is the fastest completion record of all the cadets at Haiching Military Academy. It is updated and finalized at midnight on the 1st of every month. Only the toughest make the list. Because the dungeon has not been available for long, most people on the leaderboard are still current students or recent graduates. Ark stared at the string of contribution point rewards, unable to contain his excitement. Half an hour left until the instance officially begins. He found his simulation pod according to his registration number, put on the equipment, and powered on the terminal. Ding dong, Corporal Feng Zhou, welcome to the simulated battlefield. Starting projection creation, please enter your personal strength information. System scanning in progress. Scan complete, please confirm. Ark, Necromancer, apprentice level. Equipment skills. Confirmation correct. The next second, his body trembled, and he was engulfed by a white light. When his vision cleared, he was standing in a virtual space. Ahead, a teleportation portal slowly appeared. On it was written, Little Imp Camp, Easy Difficulty, Apprentice Lower Rank, Single Player Mode. Ark controlled the projection and reached out to touch the teleportation gate. He thought the dungeon journey was about to begin, but was instead pushed back by a gentle force. Corporal Ark, you have reached Apprentice Middle Rank, exceeding the access level for this simulation battlefield. Please select a battlefield that matches your strength. Ark was stunned. The dungeon has a level requirement? He went over the rules again, and sure enough, it was clearly stated. Here comes the problem. He is an apprentice-level mid-rank necromancer and can only enter the apprentice mid-rank simulation battlefield. But today, the school only opened the lesser imp camp to first-year students, which is an apprentice lower-rank dungeon. How is this supposed to work? Could it be that the school believes no one can break through to apprentice mid-rank within a month? Out of helplessness, Ark had no choice but to report to the school authorities through his personal terminal. In the conference room, Su Tianqua was watching the preparation of the simulated battlefield together with the new trainee instructors. For the higher-ups, this was an opportunity to select potential seeds, and no one dared to be negligent. Suddenly, the technician in charge of maintenance let out a shout. Reporting to the principal, a student cannot enter the lesser demon camp. He has already surpassed the intermediate apprentice level, exceeding the limit. What? Su Tianqua was stunned. Intermediate apprentice? How is that possible? The instructors all turned their heads in surprise. Chen Qingshan frowned and said, Our fastest record still took 2.5 months. That female trainee who awakened the Flame Dragon Knight back then even signed a bond contract with a juvenile fire dragon, doubling her training speed, which is how she managed that pace. Shen Hongyu nodded. When Jiao was an exception. For normal trainees, 4 or 5 months is already considered fast. Lu Hu's heart stirred, and he suddenly stood up. What is the name of this trainee? The technician answered. Ark, his profession is a necromancer. Hearing this name, Shen Hongyu and Qin Qingshan exchanged a glance. Lu Hu, however, slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. It's him? Then it's no wonder. He has a high affinity with necromancers, so it's normal for him to progress quickly. He turned his head to look at the figure in the corner wearing a black long dress, his tone triumphant. Xinyan, I didn't lie to you, did I? It took you 3 to 4 months to break through back then. Now it seems, Fangzhou's talent is even more ruthless than yours. That person was none other than Su Xinyan, who had rushed back from the mythical world. She rolled her eyes at Lu Hu and was about to speak. Su Tianqua had already given the order. Since he has broken through, let him enter the apprentice mid-level simulation battlefield. The technician looked troubled. We have never encountered a trainee who advanced to apprentice mid-level within a month. To save energy, the mid-level simulation battlefield wasn't activated today. It takes at least 1 day to prepare for a temporary activation. If he skips the minor imp camp, he won't get the first clear and speed run rewards. Lu Hu grew anxious. That won't do. This is too unfair to Ark. He broke through so quickly and deserves the rewards. How can his rights be taken away? Su Xinyan, Qin Qingshan, and Shen Hongyu also nodded. The strong contribute more and should receive more resources. Su Tianqua pondered for a moment. Is there a way to let Ark still enter the lesser demon camp? The technician replied. Only by suppressing his projection power to below apprentice rank can he enter. Lu Hu was dissatisfied. Breaking through is his own ability, Why should it be suppressed? The technician gave a bitter smile. Instructor Liu, these are the rules. Su Tianqua decisively made a decision. Contact Arkansas. If he agrees, just suppress his strength and let him enter the camp. I also want to see how strong this kid really is. Soon, Ark responded. After some thought, he agreed. So what if he's suppressed? His mental strength drops to a lower level, but his skill proficiency isn't reduced. The back-end operation was completed, and his projection was suppressed back to the apprentice status. When he touched the portal again, he was no longer repelled. Ark was unaffected emotionally, waited a few minutes, and entered the portal together with the main force. Spent 1 contribution point, and the simple difficulty, Lesser Imp Camp, was unlocked. After a bout of dizziness, he opened his eyes and found himself standing on the grass. Howl. Human. Flesh and blood. A roar came from nearby. 30 meters away, a monster burst out of a dilapidated camp. Its body was dark red, about 1 meter 34 tall, like a child. It had bent legs, goat hooves, small bat wings on its back, held an iron fork in its hand, and had small horns on its forehead. A standard little imp. But this one is covered in wounds, with a weak aura, clearly not yet recovered from serious injuries. Mission: kill the seriously injured little imp. Destroy the little imp camp. Ark narrowed his eyes. The clearance conditions are right in front of us. He is eyeing both the first clear and speedrun rewards. No slowing down. The little imp charged forward, waving its steel fork. Feng Zhou remained calm, gripping his staff tightly, having already calculated its path. Bone flying spear. The spear formed from bone and death energy shot out instantly, heading straight for the little imp's head. The little imp flapped its wings in panic to dodge, but it was already severely injured, its wings damaged, making its speed half a beat slower. The bone spear, imbued with armor-piercing and corrosive power, broke through the scales on the front. With a muffled sound, the spear tip pierced through the skull, death aura invading the body, and the small lesser demon died on the spot. Ark immediately activated the summoning. 40 skeletons appeared and charged into the camp under his command. The skill has been perfected, and with added control bonuses, the skeleton's attributes have surged dramatically. The camp was no match and was quickly demolished into ruins. Mission accomplished. Time taken 1 minute and 30 seconds. Rating: perfect. Reward: 1.5 contribution points. First completion on easy difficulty. Reward: 2 contribution points. First clear in the grade. Reward of 5 contribution points. Drop rate plus 1%. First in historical time trial. Expected reward of 3 contribution points this month. Drop an apprentice longsword. Exchangeable for 5 contribution points. Alert sounds rang out in succession. First in grade, first in history. Ark nodded. This result was anticipated long ago. A month of preparation was all for this moment. After deducting the ticket fee, a net gain of 15.5 contribution points. Not much, but this is just the simplest dungeon. 5 minutes left for cooldown. He stepped out of the simulation chamber. Most of the freshmen were still struggling. The simple difficulty level had only one severely injured minor demon. Normally, it could be cleared without trouble. Just then, a female trainee crawled out of the chamber, her face full of frustration. What the heck? I can't even beat a seriously injured little imp. Support classes are really at such a disadvantage. This girl was obviously eliminated by the little imp. Her face completely fell. She looked up, saw Ark, and her eyes immediately lit up. Fortunately, there was a handsome guy at the bottom, so she wasn't the worst off. She feigned composure and flipped her hair, just about to go talk to him, but ended up watching helplessly as Feng Zhou turned around and went back into the simulation pod. She was stunned on the spot. Isn't being eliminated supposed to mean getting kicked out? How could he still go back in? She suddenly looked up at the big screen. First place, Ark, Necromancer, mid-level apprentice, projection suppressed to lower-level apprentice. Clearing time, 1 minute 30 seconds. 1 minute 30 seconds? She was completely stunned. It turns out it's not the handsome guy at the bottom, but the academic genius stealing the show. They clear the level in 1 minute 30 seconds. She gets cleared in 1 minute 30 seconds. Wait, an apprentice in the middle rank? She looked completely baffled. Everyone is a first-year freshman. They've only been awakened for a month. So how is he already a mid-level apprentice? On the training field, Even the senior students maintaining order were stunned. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Breaking through to mid-apprentice in a month. Any one of these alone would be absurd enough. After a long while, the previously arrogant boy finally came to his senses. It's just a simple level. Isn't it just that there are more skeletons and the camps are destroyed quickly? I can do it too. This time, no one responded. The top of the speed ranking was originally Flame Dragon Knight Wenjio. She had the young dragon's help, yet it still took 2 minutes and 40 seconds when the apprentice took the lower position. The gap is evident, so there's no confidence in being stubborn. In the large conference room, the instructors also started discussing it. It's no surprise that the ARC can clear the level easily. But 1 minute and 30 seconds, that's too exaggerated. Su Xinyan repeatedly watched the battle footage, nodding continually. His skeletal flying spear proficiency is very high. The little imp's wounds show signs of corrosion, probably improved the skill again. Lu Hu added, the number and quality of the skeletons have reached the lower apprentice limit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to dismantle the camp so quickly. Chun Qingshan sighed. Even the record for warming wine has been broken. Truly, each generation is stronger than the last. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Yifan successfully completed the level and climbed out of the simulator. His first glance was toward the position of the ARC. The person hasn't come out yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. The first pass is his. The next second, he looked up at the big screen. The dazzling score of the ARC was hanging in first place. Yifan's face instantly changed. 1 minute 30 seconds? Faster than him by so much. How is that possible? He is the demon hunter who naturally has extra damage from the Abyss demon. And he's still a mid-level apprentice? A few days ago when Ark practiced with him, wasn't he only a lower-level apprentice? There was much speculation outside, but Ark had already spent 2 contribution points to enter the normal difficulty lesser demon camp. After a brief dizziness, he stood once again on the familiar grassland. The same roar, the same dilapidated camp. The difference was, this time the lesser demons were unharmed. Task: kill the enraged little imp and destroy the little imp camp. Ark's gaze darkened. Last time it was a severe injury. This time it's rage. Obviously more difficult. If it were someone else, they might dodge while wearing it down, slowly grinding this irrational monster to death. But Ark had no intention of wasting time. He raised his staff and growled, "Bone shackles." Several chains of bones instantly wrapped around the little imp's limbs and wings. The little imp charged halfway, then directly fell to the ground. Bone spear. The sound of breaking air rang out as the bone spear instantly pierced through its skull. But this time it didn't die immediately. It even struggled to pull the spear out. Then let's have another one. The second bone spear fiercely pierced its heart. The roaring abruptly stopped. Immediately after, the Ark summoned 40 skeletons. A group of skeletons rushed into the camp and tore it apart completely. Mission accomplished. Time taken 1 minute 40 seconds. Rating: perfect. Reward: 3 contribution points. First completion of normal difficulty. Reward: 4 contribution points. First clear of the grade. Reward: 10 contribution points. Achievement blessing obtained. Simulation battlefield loot drop rate, plus 1%. Cumulative 3%. First place in historical speedrun. Expected reward of 6 contribution points this month. Drop triggered. Received 3 contribution points. Can challenge hard difficulty in 5 minutes. A series of alert sounds rang out. Ark is already numb. After calculation, this trip earned a clean 24 contribution points. He lay in the simulation pod and opened his personal terminal during the cooldown. The leaderboard for the easy difficulty first clears has already been updated. Ark read the leaderboard from beginning to end. Those who made it onto the first clear leaderboard among tens of thousands of competitors are all formidable characters. First place Ark, Necromancer, 1 minute 30 seconds. Second place Yifan, Demon Hunter, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Third place Meng Hongzhuang, Nature Summoner, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Fourth place Gujiqiu, Storm Mage. 100th place Zhao Yuan, Earth Knight, 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Yifan ranked second, as he expected. Demon Hunters are naturally strong against lesser imps, and with his own training, he also mastered the deadly move Fallen Heaven Strike. A mere seriously injured lesser imp could not stop him at all. It was actually the third-place Meng Hongzhuang who caught Ark's attention for a bit longer. A natural summoner, yet even faster than Gu Zhiqiu, the turret mage. Strength is impressive. Not all the rankings are rare professions. Many warriors and archers are also at the forefront. For a defensive-focused Earth Knight, like Zhao Yuan, to break into the top 100 is already considered strong. By Xiaochan, that kind of pure support is still struggling in the simulated battlefield. Solo mode is too unfriendly to supports. The military academy arranges it this way to force them to learn self-protection. In the future, most battles will be team-based. By then, support roles would be in high demand. On the contrary, damage dealers who aren't strong enough will find it hard to join top teams. Ark then flipped to the leaderboard for the easy difficulty history race. He was still number 1. Second is Wenjiu, Flame Dragon Knight, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Only 1 minute and 10 seconds slower than him. Ark felt a jolt in his heart. Looking again at the normal difficulty, Wenjiu still ranks second. Back then, she was very busy at the military academy, and when she returned to the welfare home, she only played with him, never showing her true strength. He knew she wasn't weak, but he didn't expect her to be so strong to this extent. Unfortunately, she had already graduated by the time he enrolled. No chance to latch onto a powerful ally. Then be your own pillar. In the conference room, everyone watched Feng Zhou's decisive slaughter, their eyes filled with surprise. Su Xinyan nodded and said, "This is what a necromancer should be like." It's not an exaggeration to rank him as the number 1 seed. Lu Hu immediately agreed. At this rate, he might clear all difficulty levels of the minor demon camp today. Su Tianque said coldly, "Don't celebrate too early. The difficulty of the abyss is on a whole different level." His projection being suppressed to the lower apprentice rank might not hold up. Shun Hongyu eased the atmosphere. This batch of newcomers is all impressive. Yi Fan, Meng Hongzhuang, and Gu Zhiqiu all made it into the top ranks of the historical speed competition. The battle for the later sequences will definitely be exciting. Su Tianque nodded. Within a month, we screen 200 candidates at a 1-to-2 ratio, then select 100 seeds. Haicheng Military Academy has to rely on them to grab resources, so we must choose the strongest. The instructors responded accordingly, shifting their attention away from the Ark. 5 minutes later, Feng Zhou directly challenged the difficult level small imp camp. After spending 3 contribution points, he stepped through the portal. The quest prompt sounded, "Kill the cunning small imps and destroy the camp." The camp, 30 meters away, was no longer dilapidated. 3 small imps were snarling while hiding behind wooden fences. 2 of them engaged in close combat with steel forks, while one used a sling for ranged attacks, clearly coordinating together and steadfastly holding their ground to force the enemy to attack. Arkwright simply raised his staff. "Come out, my warriors." A black vortex opened, and 40 skeletons emerged in a line. With high proficiency and the support of dominating the skeletons, their combat power approached that of a lesser demon. At Ark's command, the skeletons surged toward the wooden fence like a tide. The 3 little imps looked at the sea of bones, clearly panicked. 2 steel trident monsters rushed out desperately to intercept, while the sling monsters aimed fiercely at Ark. The stone bullets kept raining down, but were all blocked by the skeletal shield. The situation instantly spiraled out of control, and the small imp's defense line began to collapse. The wooden fence was quickly torn to pieces by 40 skeletons. 3 small imps were completely exposed. Ark sneered and snapped his fingers. To speed things up, he couldn't be bothered with small talk. Bone shackles, bone spear. A skilled combo landed instantly. Amid screams, 2 small imps were pierced on the spot by the flying spears. The last one was surrounded by skeletons and torn into pieces. After a burst of chaotic sounds, the camp was cleared. Mission accomplished. Duration 2 minutes 20 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward, 4.5 contribution points. First time clearing on hard difficulty. Reward, 6 contribution points. First clear of the grade. Reward 15 contribution points. Drop rate increased by 1%. First place on the speed leaderboard. Expected reward this month is 9 contribution points. Obtained loot, Fireball skill book, can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Can challenge abyss difficulty in 5 minutes. Alert sounds rang out continuously. Fireball. Ark's eyes lit up. This is the core skill of the Flame Mage, with extremely strong burst power. What if the explosive attribute is integrated into the Bone Javelin? He opened the panel. Available material detected, consuming 10 points of soul power to refine the skill. Refine now. Confirm. Inspiration surges, and the principles of Fireball spell are quickly deconstructed. He cannot learn Fireball, but he can absorb the essence. Skeleton Flying Spear perfected successfully. The Flying Spear now combines physical, corrosive poison, and death energy damage, and will explode upon impact. Power, quantity, and range increase with the enhancement of the Spirit attribute. Explosion enhancement, the lethality increased another level. Ark nodded in satisfaction. This dungeon run earned a net 34.5 contribution points, a great profit. Look, Ark cleared the hard mode again. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Is he still human? Yi Fan and the others are still farming normal mode, and he's already ready to rush the abyss. Watching the footage, the 3 little imps even build defenses, and he still kills them instantly. If it were me, I'd probably have to train for a few more months before I could pass. Yi Fan also came out, 5 minutes and 10 seconds on normal difficulty, far worse than Arkansas. Maybe it's not that Yi Fan is weak, but Ark is just too strong. We haven't even passed normal difficulty, so we should just honestly worship him. Things were just as Ark expected. Most first-year students, giving their all, could take down a heavily injured minor demon and barely clear the easy difficulty. But as soon as they appeared, they saw that Ark had almost instantaneously cleared 3 difficulties and continuously held the top spot for first completions in both the grade and historical speedrun leaderboards. The outstanding results only raised everyone's expectations. Many people developed an illusion, I can do it too. But the furious little demon will teach them a lesson. Under normal difficulty, the lesser demon remained intact, and the elimination rate skyrocketed instantly. Among nearly 10,000 freshmen, fewer than 1,000 had the chance to pass. A heavy blow from the steel fork sobered up all the trainees who had just gotten carried away. No matter how wild they were, they could only grit their teeth and admit that Fang Zhou was ridiculously strong. At this moment, in the simulated battlefield, Ark was already preparing to challenge the Abyss difficulty. He handed over 4 contribution points and stepped into the teleportation portal. Mission: eliminate the Lesser Demon Scout Squad, destroy the camp. The campsite before me was more fortified than before. 8 demons were arrayed in battle formation. 6 of them were lesser demons wielding steel forks. The other 2 were clearly different. 2 short and stocky figures stood on the arrow tower. They held enormous obsidian magic spheres, their skin jet black and glossy, covered with dark red veins. Their faces still bore some childishness, but their eyes were like abyssal whirlpools, chilling to the bone. Fang Zhou immediately recognized them, the abyssal demon children. They can extract the mage's mental power and also release highly penetrating desecration rays. Within the Demon Legion, their status is higher than that of the lesser imps. The imp set its sights on the Ark, grinning wickedly. They cursed in abyssal, and the orb's dark light surged violently. Ark suddenly felt his head grow heavy, his spiritual power instantly reduced by 10%. His expression changed slightly. He cannot delay. He must launch a strong attack. Ark raised his hand and waved his staff, directly summoning 40 skeletons. The demon child screamed and wildly shook the magic orb. 2 streams of foul-smelling black light tore through the air. Ark quickly formed a bone shield, blocking in front of him. Sizzling. The bone shield was corroded, emitting thick black smoke, yet it stubbornly withstood the 2 beams. Ark raised his hand, shooting out 2 bone spears. The 2 demon children were already prepared, bending down to dodge, and the bone spears stuck into the arrow tower. They laughed weirdly and clapped, mocking him for wasting his spiritual power in vain. Ark said coldly, "Explode." With a boom, the bone spear exploded on the spot. This was the explosive ability awakened in the bone spear after absorbing the fireball technique, showing its effect in its first battle. The arrow tower was overturned, and 2 demon children screamed as they fell into the camp. The abyss demons have tough, thick skin. They were severely injured but did not die. But without the protection of the arrow towers, they no longer dared to cast spells recklessly. As the interference disappeared, 40 skeletons quickly gathered. With a wave of the staff, The skeletons surged towards the camp like a tide. 6 little imps held steel forks, fiercely guarding the wooden fence. The steel forks were extremely damaging to the bare-handed skeletons. Separated by the fence, the skeletons could only take the hits. The devil child hid behind and secretly fired profane rays, each one disabling a skeleton. But the numerical difference was too great. Under Ark's command, the skeletons recklessly charged the fence. With the cooperation of the bone spears, at the cost of 7 skeletons, a gap was finally ripped open on the left side. Ark seized the opportunity and pressed the main force all the way forward. A small imp tried to block the gap, but was pierced through by his spear and died on the spot. The moment the first one fell, the formation immediately collapsed. Attacking with greater numbers against fewer was always his strength. Soon, all the skeletons surged into the camp. The remaining little imps huddled together and fought to the death. Ark no longer holds back, activating, calm and composed, instantly restoring 20% of spiritual power. Several bone spears condensed and took shape, roaring as they shot out. A series of popping sounds resonated. The small lesser demons in the front row were pierced through, and the next moment exploded, completely tearing them apart. As the last demon child screamed and fell to the ground, the battle ended. Ark exhaled a breath. Abyss difficulty is indeed perilous. Even with his strong strength, such a complete skill set, and a bunch of skeleton cannon fodder, he still had to give his all to clear the stage. I don't know if Fan, Gujichio, and the others can hold out, or how they will get through it. As the camp was completely blown to ruins, a notification sound rang out. Mission accomplished. Time taken 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward 6 contribution points. First completion of Lesser Demon Camp. On Abyss difficulty. Reward 8 contribution points. Congratulations, Corporal Ark. You are the first student in this grade to clear the Abyss difficulty. Rewarded with 20 contribution points. Achievement unlocked. Blessing, simulated battlefield loot drop rate, plus 1%, total 5%. Congratulations, Corporal Ark. Completion time 6 minutes 30 seconds. Ranked first on the historical speed leaderboard. Expected reward this month, 12 contribution points. Loot drop triggered, obtained, level 1 sapphire, times 1, can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Hearing the continuous prompts, Ark finally breathed a sigh of relief. From easy all the way to the abyss, the pressure on him was considerable, but the results were very good. For difficulties, all first clearing in the grade, first in historical speed runs. With such results, making the seed list is guaranteed. He calculated his gains. After deducting the used Fireball skill book and the temporarily unused Sapphire, he netted 110 contribution points, even more than the effort he put into developing a new skill. Ark smiled. The first clear doesn't count against the attempts, which means he can play again today. The simulated battlefield for the apprentice level won't open until tomorrow. Riding the wave of momentum, he decided to run through the Abyss level Lesser Demon Camp once again. After paying the 4-point entry fee, he walked through the portal like he knew the way. Familiar grassland, familiar camp, familiar 8 demons. Amid the familiar screams, he cleared the level again with ease. Mission complete. Time taken 6 minutes 20 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward 6 contribution points. Congratulations, Corporal Ark. Level cleared in 6 minutes 20 seconds. Ranked first on the historical speedrun leaderboard. Expected reward this month, 12 contribution points. This time he was 10 seconds faster, securing the top position even more firmly. Unfortunately, nothing dropped. But this trip was still enjoyable. I'll come back tomorrow. Ark glanced at the teleportation portal and exited the simulation battlefield. Stepping out of the simulation pod, he was startled by the commotion outside. The training ground was packed with people, all gathered in front of his pod, their eyes burning with intensity. Ark is out. Male god, I want to give you a skeleton baby. Ark boss, I'm beautiful, have a sweet voice, can fight and heal. Take me to the team battlefield. Ark listened with a head full of dark lines, surrounded so tightly there was no way out. Bai Xiaochan squeezed into the crowd, shielding him behind her. Everyone spread out. He just finished fighting and is very tired. Let him rest for a while. Only then did everyone step back, but their gazes towards him remained intense. Nearly 10,000 first-year students. Less than 1,000 could pass the normal difficulty, and only a few dozen could manage the hard difficulty. But Ark seemed to completely ignore the difficulty levels. His battle footage was uploaded into the system for everyone to see. 40 fearless skeletons, explosive flying spears, shields combining offense and defense, and shackles almost impossible to break free from. This combination of moves left the opponent utterly defenseless, so powerful that there was no weakness. But Ark did not get cocky. He knew very well that without desperate training and the support of the attribute panel, he couldn't have reached this point. He clicked on the recordings of others. He was familiar with Yi Fan's moves and skimmed through them at a glance. But Meng Hongzhuang's battle made him watch a few more seconds. She only summoned 5 or 6 natural beasts, but each had its role. There were tanks, assassins, and even ranged birds of prey. With her support skills, one person was like a whole squad. No wonder she could clear the hard difficulty. But when it came to the abyss difficulty, Yi Fan and the others were still stopped. 6 little imps, 2 abyssal demon children, plus arrow towers and fences. It was too cruel for a newborn awakened for only a month. Ark was about to go eat with Yi Fan and Bai Xiaochan, but someone stopped him. Baby face, hot figure, but a very straightforward aura. Hello, skeleton mentor. I'm Meng Hongzhuang. Can I add you as a friend? Your command is so strong. I want to learn from you. Her eyes lit up. Ark was stunned and looked at Bai Xiaochan. What the heck is a skeleton mentor? Updates are not easy. Remember to share on 101 Reading Network. Bai Xiaochan completely ignored him, like a little rabbit guarding her food, puffing out her cheeks and glaring fiercely at Meng Hongzhuang. Those who can create a new skill system all deserve to be called mentors. Ark, you are still just an apprentice now, but today's battle has already proven your strength. Skeleton mentor, you are well-deserved. Ark was still dazed when Instructor Lu Hu's rough voice came through. Hello, Instructor Lu. Everyone stood at attention and saluted. Lu Hu grinned. I'm here to see Feng Zhou. Someone wants to see you. Come with me. The instructor spoke, and Feng Zhou naturally agreed. He quickly added Meng Hongzhuang as a terminal friend, then followed Lu Hu out of the training ground. As soon as Feng Zhou left, Meng Hongzhuang put away her admiring expression, glanced disdainfully at Bai Xiaochan, and snorted lightly. A fierce tiger only stands shoulder to shoulder with another fierce tiger. Sheep are only fit to cluster together. Little sheep, know your place. After speaking, he turned and left. Bai Xiaochan was stunned for 2 seconds. Then her face puffed up in anger, like a pufferfish with its spikes flared, and she lunged forward. A shorty who's not even as tall as me dares to call himself a fierce tiger? Feng Zhou was unaware of the tension behind him and was currently walking down the tree-lined path with Lu Hu. Looking at Lu Hu, he recalled what Grandma Yun from the Welfare Institute had said and couldn't help but ask, Instructor Lu, do you know my parents? Lu Hu's expression darkened and his tone lowered. 20 years ago, we served together at the Sunset Fortress in the mythical world. They saved my life. Feng Zhou was silent. When he crossed over, he lived in the Cloud Orphanage, and his impression of his parents was limited to the files. In that crucial battle, they risked their lives to relay important intelligence, but were severely wounded and died from their injuries. After their sacrifice, they were posthumously awarded first-class honors. Lu Hu continued, they are true heroes. To prevent retaliation from the demon-worshipping cultists hidden on Blue Star, the Federation quietly placed you in the orphanage. Over the years, we have been watching you in secret. Seeing you inherit their ambitions and become a soldier, we are all very pleased. Ark recalled the past 18 years, which had indeed been safe and smooth. In an era of battles between humans and demons, being able to grow up safely is in itself a form of protection. He grasped the key point in Lu Hu's words and asked, Instructor Lu, what are demon worshippers? Lu Hu's expression instantly turned gloomy. Compared to the brutal abyss demons, these human traitors are even more hateful. They actively kneel to demons, sell their souls to the abyss, and only think about delivering humans to the dining table. Over the years, we have cleared out most of them, but some are still deeply hidden. They are like poison stings buried in society, ready to be fatal at any moment. Ark, remember, when you encounter cultists of the demon worshippers, don't hesitate, just kill them. Ark's expression grew solemn. and he firmly committed these words to memory. Lu Hu saw him tense up and softened his tone, saying these things are still far from you. I called you here today to introduce you to someone. Her name is Su Xinyan, a legendary necromancer. Before you, she was known as the most talented person. She is also Principal Su's daughter. I heard that you independently developed the skeleton-type skill tree. She specially rushed back from the front line to the Haiqing Military Academy. Lu Hu looked at him solemnly. Having talent is a good thing, but don't be arrogant. Only with someone to guide you can you go further. Ark's heart shook. He had seen Su Xinyan's name in countless guides. The undead mage's legacy is rare, and he has too many questions that no one could answer. This time, finally, there was someone to communicate with. He expressed his sincere thanks and promised not to let the expectations down. Lu Hu patted his shoulder and reminded him once more. She has a proud temperament, you should yield a bit more. The two walked into the office. Ark immediately saw that woman. Silver hair like a waterfall, a black dress clinging to her body, an aura of cold allure. She was dangerously beautiful, like a flower blooming in the night. Su Xinyan looked up, her gaze indifferent. She walked up to him in high heels. Suddenly, she reached out and pressed her hand against his neck, leaning down to sniff lightly. The cold fingertips made Ark stiffen. Her eyes were slightly intoxicated, and she whispered, "Such a sweet scent of death." Lu Hu shivered and turned to leave. "You guys talk. I'm not getting involved." Ark cursed instructor Lu Hu for being unreliable in her heart, but she didn't want to say much to Su Xinyan, whom she had just met, so she could only let her sniff around herself. Fortunately, she quickly returned to normal. She motioned for Ark to sit down, her expression deep as she said, "I see a strong aura of death on you. Looking across the world, no necromancer is closer to death than you, not even me." Ark's face darkened. Those words sounded like a death sentence. But upon reflection, he was secretly shocked. Having a skeleton clone in the realm of the undead did indeed bring him closer to death than ordinary people. Could she really sense that? Then, Su Xinyan asked about several derivations of skeletal magic spells, and Ark replied fluently. He also took the opportunity to ask about long-standing issues, such as the direction of building displacement skills and the path to strengthening summons. Su Xinyan answered each question clearly and logically. The two of them delved deeper into the conversation. Fangzhou's insights made her eyes light up, and her tone was no longer cold. She suddenly whispered, "I have walked this dark path for too long, and now I have finally met a kindred spirit." Changing the subject, she tilted her head and asked, "Fangzhou, does my hair color look good?" Ark was momentarily stunned, then answered seriously, "Silver hair suits you very well." Su Xinyan smiled and said, "Since the day I awakened, it has been silver. My father said this is an external manifestation of the undead power. Because of this, outsiders have high expectations of me, saying things like, if the heavens didn't give birth to me, Su Xinyan, the undead would be eternal like the long night. But no one knows the pressure and loneliness I bear." Ark's mouth twitched slightly, gradually savoring the meaning behind it. This instructor Su somehow seemed like an enlarged version of a Chinibu teenager. He suppressed his expression, showing just the right amount of amazement. Su Xinyan felt secretly pleased. She had long prepared this set of words. Learning that the skeletal skill tree came from a boy who had just turned 18, she felt admiration but also reluctance. Could it really be that the new generation would crush the old ones? So she had to first establish the image of a master. So far, the results look good. After the small talk, she finally returned to the main topic. "Ark, you advanced to mid-level apprentice in just 1 month. It's unprecedented in Haiqing Military Academy. Looking at the entire United Alliance, only the innate awakeners from the early myth era could achieve this. Even I took over a month back then." She stared at him. "Besides talent, what other methods do you have?" Ark anticipated being asked early on. His breakthrough speed was indeed too conspicuous. He had long thought about how to respond. He looked at Su Xinyan and said calmly, "Instructor Su, I made some modifications to the skeleton meditation method, improving its efficiency a bit." Su Xinyan responded with an "oh," her expression calm and unsurprised. This meditation method was originally refined generation after generation by necromancers, and she had also made modifications herself. "Then why didn't you upload it to the Human Alliance's skill library?" she asked. Ark scratched his head and told the truth. I just uploaded 4 new skills recently. I had too many contribution points to spend at once, so I forgot about it. Su Xinyan felt a lump in her chest, almost unable to hold back. Is this even human language? Ark proactively opened the terminal. Instructor Su, I'll send you a copy. Please help me review it. Su Xinyan suppressed the urge to hit him and said calmly, all right. Soon, she received the skill book, Bone King Meditation Technique. She grumbled in her heart. A skeleton is just a skeleton. Why all the fuss about a skeletal king? He looks modest, but his tone is quite arrogant. She casually glanced at the meditation imagery chart, not paying much attention at first. The latest version of the skeleton meditation method was perfected by her personally, and she believes she has reached the limit. Even if Fang Zhou's talent is high, it wouldn't change much. But the more she looked, the more solemn her expression became, eventually turning into shock. That skeleton image had magical power, directly pulling her mind inside. In the spiritual realm, a figure slowly emerged, wearing a crown of skulls, clad in a formidable bone armor, holding a long bone spear. It stood there like the king of skeletons, death itself. Su Xinyan's mind exploded with inspiration. This is the true image of the skeleton. The next moment, her black dress swayed as if moved by wind. Her mental power, several times stronger than Ark's, suddenly radiated outward, forming an invisible vortex. Ark was caught off guard and was pushed back several meters. With a bang, the instructors from nearby offices all rushed in, including Lu Hu, who had previously ignored Fang Zhou. Everyone looked shocked. That noise, is Instructor Xinyan about to break through to gold rank? How many years has it been since she was promoted to silver rank? That's too fast. It's too sudden. Even the protectors aren't prepared. Lu Hu instinctively looked toward Fang Zhou, who had a baffled expression. His intuition told him this breakthrough was closely related to Fang Zhou. Soon, Principal Su Tianhua also hurried over. Principal, everyone saluted in unison. Fang Zhou also saluted, taking the opportunity to size up this legendary principal. Su Tianhua was burly, with a stern face, like a bear ready to lash out at any moment. He raised his hand to suppress Su Xinyan's rampaging spiritual power and frowned, asking, "What's going on?" The instructors all turned to look at Fang Zhou in unison. Fang Zhou looked innocent, reporting to the principal, "I gave the improved skeleton meditation technique to Instructor Su, asking for her guidance." Unexpectedly, she suddenly had an insight and ended up like this. Everyone's expressions were complicated. It's a big deal when others improve meditation methods, so it doesn't seem too far-fetched applying it to Ark. But for a mere novice to cause a senior who just ascended to silver rank to have an epiphany on the spot and break into gold, that's just too exaggerated. Su Tianhua's face went stiff. Just a month ago, he publicly expressed skepticism about Ark. Now his daughter has surpassed the golden mark because of him. It is a happy event, but somehow it doesn't feel joyful. Lu Hu quickly smoothed things over. The main point is that Major Xinyan has great talent. The Ark was just an opportunity. All the instructors hurriedly echoed his words. They definitely didn't want the Ark to be marked down by the principal. Su Tianhua's expression eased a bit, and he forced a smile, saying, "What do you mean? The school has produced a genius. I should be the one who's happy. Do you think someone as legendary as me would make things difficult for a novice?" Everyone shook their heads, but inside they were wildly nodding. The principal loves to be sarcastic. They know it all too well. Fang Zhou also sensed something was off and immediately lowered his stance. "Principal, instructors, Instructor Su is truly my role model." He recalled Su Xinyan's words and said earnestly, "Principal, you're right. Instructor Su's silver hair is an external manifestation of undead power, and her talent is exceptional. She reached the apprentice mid-level in just over a month back then, while I only rode on the coattails of my predecessors. Now that she's aiming for gold, I should learn even more from her." The words fell. The office suddenly fell into an eerie silence. I could even hear the sound of breathing. Ark's heart sank. Could it be that I said the wrong thing again? But these words were spoken by you just now. With a pop, Lu Hu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, silver hair? 1 month and a few days? No way, Principal, I really can't hold it in." Su Tianhua's old face flushed red. He glared fiercely at Lu Hu, whipped off his sleeve and disappeared directly, looking like he was fleeing in panic. Several instructors wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. With an embarrassed and annoyed "get out," they dragged Lu Hu, who was close to laughing with tears in his eyes, and quickly left the office. Fang Zhou turned to look at Su Xinyan, who had just broken through the golden stage and come to her senses. Her face was flushed red, even the tips of her ears were burning, and her originally cold and aloof aura was gone, replaced by a touch of liveliness. He also noticed that the toes inside her high heels were nervously curled. Fang Zhou understood in her heart. Her earlier words were probably exaggerated. What was worse, he had just embarrassed her in public. No wonder Lu Hu was laughing like that. Even the principal couldn't stand it. He quickly changed the subject. Congratulations, Instructor Su, on breaking through to gold. Su Xinyan flipped her silver hair, dared not look at him, and forced herself to stay calm. Thanks to your improved Skeletal King meditation method, I seemed to see a skeletal emperor, and at that moment, the connection with the underworld became very close. That's when I seized the opportunity for enlightenment and crossed the golden threshold. Ark was stunned. He didn't expect this meditation method to be so effective for ordinary undead mages. Instinctively focusing his attention on the skeletal clone, he was dumbfounded. A new section appeared on the attribute panel. Apostle 1, Su Xinyan, Golden Lower Tier Undead Mage. What's going on? He stared at that column and quickly figured it out. She replaced her meditation imagery with a skeleton clone, and the clone was blessed by the underworld, gaining the ability of the skeletal monarch. People who cultivate this meditation method like Su Xinyan establish a connection with the skeleton clone during meditation, thus becoming so-called apostles. Through this connection, she can cultivate faster, and her combat power will also increase. Meanwhile, the skeleton clone can absorb part of the spiritual energy and knowledge during her meditation, converting it into soul power and skill materials. Once the clone is stronger, it might even be able to communicate directly with the apostle through this connection. Ark's heart trembled, but Su Xinyan was still nearby, so this matter could only be studied slowly back in the dormitory. Su Xinyan took a deep breath, suppressed her embarrassment, and finally regained her normal expression. She had just broken through to gold rank, and with her attention-seeking nature, she should have been showing off proudly. But when she saw Ark, she inexplicably felt insecure, as if she was overshadowed by him. She opened the terminal and sent a confidential file to Arkansas, clearing her throat. She said, "Enough with the thanks. This is my research insight on necromancers since my awakening, recording my understanding and the new skills I have deduced. During the apprentice phase, I just deduced a healing spell called Resurrection of the Dead. It hasn't been uploaded to the skill library yet, but maybe it can inspire you. As for Skeletal Monarch Meditation, don't rush to make it public. I'll help you apply for a research project. If successful, you can get more contribution points through the project funding." Ark had long envied Yi Fan's research team. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. "Thank you, Instructor Su. I will study it carefully." Su Xinyan nodded. "Your performance in today's simulated battlefield was excellent. You're almost guaranteed to be a candidate for the military academy seat. But don't relax yet. There are still the sequence battles ahead. If you want to be the #1 seed, you have to give it your all. Authority and resources will all favor the #1 seed, as it concerns your future." Ark asked, "Sequence battles?" Su Xinyan explained. "Within a month, 200 candidates will be shortlisted based on performance. Then through a battle competition, the final 100 will be selected and ranked. There are many formats, including assessments, arenas, and real combat missions. You have no problem getting into the seed group, but if you want to take the #1 spot, there can be no carelessness at all." Fang Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Su Xinyan waved her hand. "If there's nothing else, go back. I'll be in seclusion for a few days to stabilize my realm. Tomorrow is the team mode, which is more difficult. Don't embarrass yourself." Fang Zhou saluted and turned to leave. As he reached the door, Su Xinyan suddenly called out to him, her cheeks slightly flushed, her tone a bit awkward. "By the way, that thing with the silver hair in 1 month and a few days, don't bring it up anymore." With his back to her, Fang Zhou's mouth twitched into a smile. This instructor Su had the appearance of a dominatrix, but her personality was quite cute. He nodded and left. Back in the dormitory, Fangzhou lay on the bed and sighed softly. After 4 consecutive high-difficulty simulation battles, chatting with Su Xinyan for a long time, and staring at the changes in the attribute panel, Fangzhou felt mentally exhausted. He rested for a while and then walked into the bathroom. The sound of water gushed, and steam filled the air. After washing up, he changed into clean, loose clothes, feeling much more relaxed, and his mind cleared up. Sitting on the bed, he focused his attention on the skeletal clone. Opening the attribute panel, the soul power increased from 35 to 36. It was obvious that it was intercepted from Su Xinyan's meditation. From now on, besides killing, he had another stable way to acquire soul power. He studied the apostle function for a while longer, but found that it couldn't be operated for the time being. The only apostle is a golden rank expert, while the clone is only black iron lower rank. The gap is too large, and the system simply does not support further linkage. However, he could feel that this function was definitely not simple, and its potential had yet to be tapped. For now, the only way is to quickly enhance the clone's strength. With a determined thought, his soul flame flickered. He skillfully grasped the skeletal spear, dragging his heavy steps as he charged back into the wasteland, sweeping away the apprentice and higher-ranked skeletons. Unconsciously, he ventured deeper and deeper. The blood-red moonlight grew increasingly intense, and the white bones on the ground thickened more and more. Having casually shattered a skeleton, he suddenly stopped. A tall skeleton stood tens of meters ahead, holding a great sword, exuding a fierce aura. Skeletal warrior, black iron grade skeleton warrior. This was his first time encountering a black iron grade enemy. It seemed he had already reached the border area between apprentice skeletons and black iron warriors. He gripped his spear tightly, staring at the skeleton warrior, a sudden urge rising within him to charge forward and fiercely take the opponent down. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. He couldn't get cocky. At least wait until Brutal Strike advances to the black iron level before hunting these guys. After thinking it through, he decisively changed direction and continued clearing ordinary skeletons. 2 hours later, in the dormitory of Haicheng Military Academy, Ark stretched lazily. At this pace, in less than a week, he could train Brutal Strike to an instinctive level. Looking at the several dozen points of soul power he had accumulated again, he opened his personal terminal and browsed through the Necromancer research notes given to him by Su Xinyan. Soon, he found a skill, Resurrection of the Dead. After reading the introduction, his eyes lit up. This is a healing skill specifically for the undead, capable of replenishing the undead mana to summoned creatures. As long as the mental strength holds, the summoned creature's endurance in battle can be greatly enhanced. System prompt appears. Detected learnable skill material. Consuming 10 points of soul power can quickly get started. Study or not? Ark did not hesitate and chose to confirm. A familiar burst of inspiration surged into his mind. Almost instantly, he grasped the core principles of Resurrection of the Dead. Successfully learned skill, Resurrection of the Dead. Resurrection of the Dead. Apprentice level. Entry consumes undead mana to heal subordinate undead. The healing strength and quantity depend on the spirit attribute and skill proficiency. Ark silently sighed, realizing that no one should be underestimated. Su Xinyan doesn't have an attribute panel. Relying solely on talent and research, she managed to develop such a practical skill. If he slacks off any further, he will be left behind sooner or later. However, a smirk appeared at the corner of Fang Zhou's mouth. From this notebook alone, it was clear that Su Xinyan had a solid foundation and clear thinking, making her someone worth getting close to. He would have to dig out more good things from her in the future. He then took out a small iron box, inside which lay a deep blue, transparent gemstone. This is the level 1 sapphire. He obtained in the Abyss difficulty, Lesser Imp Camp. On the way back, he had already checked the information. After the Myth era descended, humans extracted a large number of energy gems from Blue Star and the mythical world. Gems can be embedded in equipment to provide additional bonuses. For example, this sapphire can increase the maximum mental power. There is also Moonstone that enhances spell effects, Wind Crystal that boosts movement speed, and Emerald that accelerates mental recovery. However, due to world rules restrictions, only specific gems can be embedded in different parts. With the right combination, strength can immediately create a significant gap. Ark weighed the sapphire in his hand. This level 1 sapphire is perfect for setting into an apprentice mage's hat to increase the maximum spirit. Unfortunately, anyone can try to set it, but amateurs have a very high failure rate. Only by mastering the inlay skill can the success rate be guaranteed. And if you want to learn inlay, you must take on the part-time life profession of blacksmith. He is only a junior apprentice now, not qualified to change his profession, so naturally he can't learn this skill. Ark shook his head. It seems I'll have to inquire tomorrow to see if there are any part-time blacksmith instructors or senior students in the military academy. At that moment, the attribute panel suddenly popped up a prompt. Detectable enhancement resources, 10 points of soul power can be consumed for enhancement. Enhance. Ark's eyes lit up. Soul power can actually bypass the inlay restrictions. If that's the case, then strengthen it. He took off the apprentice mage hat and placed the sapphire on it. 10 points of soul power were instantly consumed, and the hat and the gems slowly fused together. Apprentice mage hat, gray, level 1 sapphire times 1 level 1 sapphire embedded, slightly increases spirit power limit. Ark put on the wizard hat again and immediately felt a significant boost in his mental ceiling. This is only a level 1 sapphire. If all 8 apprentice equipments were inlaid with the corresponding gems, his strength would definitely reach a higher level. Unfortunately, the F-level permission doesn't allow him to change gems at all. Ark sighed. He could only wait until he was officially designated as a military academy seed and his permissions were elevated before considering this matter. Early the next morning, he returned to the training ground, ready to challenge the apprentice intermediate simulated battlefield. The training ground was still crowded. Most first-year students were still immersed in the excitement of the initial dungeon run. As soon as Ark appeared, envious gazes immediately turned toward him. One day, he broke through 4 levels in a row and topped both leaderboards. Everyone thought he had already been pre-selected as a seed candidate for the military academy. Someone excitedly said, "The Ark big shot is here again. Is he going to pioneer the Horned Demon Outpost?" There were also sour retorts. Don't dream. Horned Demon Outpost is a 3-person team instance. The difficulty is terrifying. How could he pass it alone? Immediately someone retorted back, "That's because you can't pass it. Ark is not an ordinary person." Voices of discussion rose and fell. Everyone was waiting to see if he could create another miracle. Ark ignored the noise, just nodded to familiar classmates, and found a simulation pod to log in. After the projection re-uploaded, he updated the level 1 sapphire bonus and the new skill Resurrection of the Dead. Yesterday, Su Xinyan reminded him that the Horned Demon Outpost was different from the solo mode small imp camp. This was a team dungeon prepared for 3-person squads. He wasn't sure if he could solo it. But without trying, you'd never know the outcome. Winning would be the best. Losing would at least reveal the gap. Ready, he looked toward the second teleportation portal. Horned Demon Outpost, easy difficulty, mid-apprentice, team mode. Projection touched the teleportation portal, and the system prompt sounded. Sergeant Ark, this battlefield is team mode and quite difficult. It is recommended to team up with 3 people. Do you confirm entry? He was the only apprentice at the intermediate level in the entire first year. Who could he possibly team up with? Ark smiled, directly spent 2 contribution points, and chose to enter. Meanwhile, the hall outside had already quieted down. The instructor and trainees all fixed their eyes on the big screen. Yesterday, he swept through 4 difficulties of the Lesser Demon Camp. Not only did he clear the Abyss difficulty, but he also took first place on the speed rankings for every difficulty, leaving Yi Fan, Meng Hongzhuang, and Gu Jiqiu far behind. The footage was there for all to see. No one doubted his strength anymore. But this time it was different. The Horned Demon Outpost is a 3-person dungeon for mid-tier apprentices. A solo challenge. Even a slight mistake means a complete wipeout. Most people thought it was already impressive that Ark advanced to mid-tier apprentice in just a month, but his mental strength and skill proficiency definitely hadn't reached their limits yet, with plenty of potential still to tap into. He wanted to solo clear the Horned Demon Outpost. Even on the easy difficulty, the chances of success were slim. In the simulated battlefield, Ark opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by thick fog. He didn't look around recklessly. Immediately, he conjured 2 skeletal shields to protect his sides, and then swung his staff, casting summon skeleton, continuously. The skill had been perfected. He could summon several skeletons at once, and the casting was faster. In the blink of an eye, 20 strong skeletons stood before him. This time the projection strength was not suppressed. All the skeletons were mid-level apprentices, with bones much sturdier than yesterday. Surrounded by the skeletons in the center, Ark finally relaxed a bit and began to observe the surroundings. The fog was thick, and no living creatures could be seen. The sound of flowing water came from ahead, not far away. Mission: eliminate all demons and reclaim the riverside outpost. Since it's a riverside outpost, the target is by the river. He led the skeleton army, slowly approaching the sound of the water. The air was becoming increasingly humid, and he knew the direction was correct. Looking up, several stone houses stood on a small hill, forming a makeshift camp. That was the outpost, a 3-person dungeon, with who knows how many demons. He remembered the stealth training, half-squatted down, and told the skeleton to step as lightly as possible while feeling forward. A pungent smell of sulfur drifted through the air. The demon was nearby. Even the smell was so realistic. The simulated battlefield was done very meticulously. He led the skeleton through the dense forest, approaching the cluster of buildings. The ground was slippery, with tree roots and loose stones hidden beneath. One misstep could cause a fall. He held his breath, carefully surveying the outpost. The fog was much thinner here, making the layout fully visible. Strangely, there were no guards around. He thought about it and figured that with the easy difficulty, the defenses would naturally be a bit looser. After confirming it was safe, he stood up and quickly rushed toward the side door of the wall. The side door was tightly shut. He pushed hard. At 4 points, force exploded, the wooden door cracked and fell inward directly. The skeletons poured in one after another. The arc targeted the largest stone house in the center of the outpost. The stone walls were built with mortar, and the 2 ironclad gates had already rotted and collapsed, leaving a black, corroded hole in the middle. Kacha! Kacha! Ark summoned another 20 skeletons to guard in front of him, while letting the previous 20 rush into the outpost. Unexpectedly, there wasn't a single demon inside the hall. At the end of the hall, 2 corridors branched off. Ark thought for a moment and took the left one. If the enemies were truly scattered, this battle would be much easier. The stone corridor was empty and cold. No matter how quietly the dozens of skeletons moved, the sound of their footsteps still echoed. He frowned. When it came to stealth, the Necromancer was indeed at a disadvantage. But it didn't matter much. As long as he killed everyone who saw him, it would still count as a successful stealth. He soon reached the end, where a wooden door blocked his path. A heavy demonic aura seeped from behind the door, accompanied by shrill laughter and roars. Ark clenched his staff tightly and shouted, "Full assault!" The skeleton slammed the door violently, shattering the wooden door instantly. A dozen small imps behind the door froze in place. A volley of bone spears pierced through 3 of them on the spot. The one in the middle had its neck exploded, blood gushing out, collapsing immediately. The 2 beside it were pierced through the chest, but still snarling as they lunged forward. A group of skeletons rushed straight at them, holding them firmly in place. The Ark no longer paid attention to the 2 dying demons and quickly scanned the entire scene. Counting the 3 at the door, there were 11 minor imps in total. 8 were lower-level apprentices, and 3 were mid-level apprentices. The difficulty was a notch higher than the minor imp camp. But without the abyssal demon child, he was not worried. What truly made him cautious was that this place was called the Horned Demon Outpost. Yet no horned demons were in sight. Obviously, the enemy had not yet appeared. The 2 severely injured minor demons were quickly surrounded and killed. Those who remained reacted. Some charged forward holding steel forks, cursing, while others picked up slingshots, attempting to attack the Ark from a distance. If it were someone else, they would have been forced to retreat long ago. But what Ark is best at is the tactic of overwhelming numbers. He left behind 10 protectors and commanded 30 skeletons to press forward head-on. With the blessing of dominating skeletons, these skeletons might not be able to defeat mid-level peers, but holding off lower-ranked minor demons is more than enough. The Steel Fork Imp small demon charged forward but was forced to retreat step by the dense skeletons, while the stone pellets of the stone-throwing imp were all blocked by Ark's skeletal shield. The battle situation was stable, and Ark entered a familiar crushing rhythm, leisurely casting skeletal javelin, prioritizing killing the stone-throwing imps in the rear. While harvesting precisely, he also noticed a shortcoming. In large-scale battles, single-target skills were less efficient. If an area of effect method could be developed, the slaughter speed could be even faster. Curses and screams rose in succession, the skeleton claws stained deep purple. Among the three apprentices, the middle one, a lesser demon, fought back desperately, just having severely injured several skeletons before being pulled back by dead resurrection. Demons fell one after another. The smell of sulfur and blood permeated the entire scene. The roaring sounds completely vanished, leaving only the cold clatter of bones rubbing together. However, the Ark did not relax. The horned demons in the outpost had yet to appear, and the battle was far from over. Counting the battle results, all 11 lesser imps were wiped out, and none of the 40 skeletons were lost. He steadied his mental strength, led the team back, and turned right in the hallway of the hall. Outside the battlefield, the observing trainees were once again shocked. With the same abyss difficulty, lesser imps forced other geniuses to retreat, while Ark single-handedly swept away 11 elites with ease, almost cruelly so. The prototype of an undead necromancer army has already begun to take shape. Continuing further in, the smell of sulfur grows increasingly strong. At the end of the corridor is a tightly closed door, the pungent odor almost burning the eyes. This smell signifies a formidable enemy. Ark gripped the staff tightly, about to break down the door, when suddenly a wild roar came from inside. The door was violently pushed open by a blood-red claw, and a massive figure blocked the entrance. It was a horned demon. 2 fiery red horns rose from its head, like 2 knives piercing the ceiling. Nearly 3 meters tall, muscular, covered in crimson scales, its mouth full of barbed sharp teeth. It was originally a black iron-level combatant, now reduced to mid-level apprentice. Yet, even weakened, it remained a crushing presence among its peers. Kill, die, eat. The horned demon growled lowly, staring at the Arkansas. In its eyes, there was no rationality, only blatant hunger. Full assault. At the Ark's command, dozens of skeletons charged forward in unison. The number was not large, but like a tide of bones, they filled the corridor. The corridor was narrow, leaving the horned demon no room to dodge. It could only roar angrily and swing its arms to counterattack. 2 skeletons in the front row were swept away, but the ones in the back closed in closely. Bone claws stabbed harshly, barely breaking through the scales and getting stuck in the muscles without making any progress. The horned demon howled in pain and swept its arms horizontally. The Ark immediately ordered a retreat, but it was a step too late. 2 skeletons were firmly grabbed, and no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't move at all. 3 skeletons pounced on its abdomen. The horned demon sneered and suddenly clenched its hands tightly. The soul fire was crushed, and white bones shattered on the spot. Immediately after, it threw a punch, sending another skeleton flying into the air. Its skull smashed the ceiling, and the soul fire extinguished. Bone fragments splattered down the corridor. Arka's face was cold, showing no sign of retreat. Keep pressing forward. The skeletons were merely cannon fodder. No matter how fast you kill, I can always summon more. A skeleton's claw stabbed into the Minotaur's thigh. The Minotaur howled in pain, grabbed it, slammed it harshly to the ground, and crushed it with a stomp. At the very moment the skeleton was crushed, Feng Zhou caught the opening. He swung his staff fiercely, casting skeleton shackles. For thick bone chains burst through the air, tightly locking the horned demon's limbs. The horned demon roared in fury and struggled, displaying incredible strength. Ark gritted his teeth, enduring the mental strain, fighting against it while conjuring 3 bone spears. 3 sharp sounds pierced the air. 1 spear shot toward the left eye, 1 spear straight for the chest, the last spear stabbed under the torn ribs. The arena demon barely turned its head to dodge the first strike, but was pierced through by the other 2 spears. Armor-piercing, corrosive poison, and death energy combined in an explosive burst. Its proud scales shattered like paper. Ark said coldly, "Explode." With a thunderous explosion, bone fragments scattered. The upper body of the horned demon was swallowed up, its scales charred and falling off, and its horns broken. Severely injured, the horned demon lost all its courage and retreated in panic as the chains dissipated. The Ark was well prepared. The skeleton army swarmed forward. Without its scales, it could no longer withstand the sharp claws and was quickly knocked to the ground. Just as it was about to counterattack, two bone spears shot out again. One spear pierced through the neck, the other stabbed into the eye socket. The horned demon let out a final roar, its bloodshot eyes dimmed, and its massive body crashed down. Alert sounds rang out continuously. Task completed. Time taken 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Perfect rating. Gained 3 contribution points. First time clearing on easy difficulty. Rewarded 4 contribution points. First clear in the grade level. Whole team rewarded 10 contribution points. And loot drop rate increased by 10%. Entered top 50 in historical speedrun. Expected to gain 3 more contribution points. Dropped a bottle of low-level mental recovery potion. Can challenge higher difficulty after 5 minutes. Being first to clear the grade should have been his anyway. The historical speed ranking only goes up to 50th place. Ark raised an eyebrow, which was not surprising. This is a team dungeon. No matter how fast one person is, they can't compete with a well-coordinated 3-person squad. Moreover, the leaderboard is based on individual historical best scores, so you can grind repeatedly. Teams that can make it onto the leaderboard all have their strength capped at the peak of the apprentice mid-level, with skills and equipment maxed out, seamless coordination, and a thorough familiarity with the Horned Demon Outpost process. In comparison, Feng Zhou is just a newcomer who has barely broken through the mid-level. Managing to rank within the top 50 solo in early game clearing is already absurd. Once Yi Fan and Bai Xiaochan also break through the mid-level and run the easy difficulty together, with Bai Xiaochan providing buffs and Yi Fan adding damage, the clear time will definitely be greatly reduced. Feng Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Counting the gains, after deducting the ticket fee, there was a net profit of 19 contribution points. Not bad. He glanced at the huge corpse of the Horned Demon and turned to leave the simulation battlefield. In the conference room, the screen showed his calm execution of the Horned Demon. The instructors nodded frequently as they watched. Shun Hongyu sighed. Forming an army on one's own is indeed impressive. Chun Qing also said, being this versatile at the apprentice stage, once he advances to silver and gold ranks, he'll definitely be even more formidable on the battlefield. Su Tianqua snorted coldly, still a long way to go. The Qing little monsters don't have area attacks, and the summoned skeletons are only good as cannon fodder. They don't stand a chance against elite demons like the Horned One. Few means of self-protection, no mobility. What if someone targets you? Just wait to die. The instructors exchanged a glance, speechless. They've only awakened for a month. Aren't your demands too high? Lu Hu shrank in the corner, not daring to breathe. Last night, he couldn't help but laugh out loud in Su Xinyan's office, embarrassing the principal, and as a result, he got specially warned. Now he wouldn't dare speak up for Feng Zhou. At the training ground, the trainees all stared blankly at the scoreboard. Feng Zhou cleared the Horned Demon Outpost all by himself. This is already outrageous enough. What's most shocking is that Ark actually single-handedly broke into the top 50 of the historical speedrun rankings. What does that mean? Could he really defeat the vast majority of 3-person teams all by himself? In the corner, Yi Fan looked up at the screen. Ark controlled the undead skeletons, slaughtering demons like cutting grass, and he watched with his blood boiling. A real man should be like this. One day, I, Yi Fan, will take your place. Bai Xiaochan's beautiful eyes sparkled, her arms crossed over her chest as she began to imagine fighting side by side with Feng Zhou, sweeping across all directions. We two are no less. Among the crowd, Meng Hongzhuang and Gu Zhiqiu wore serious expressions, silently measuring the gap between themselves and Feng Zhou, the fire of their unwillingness to lose fully ignited in their hearts. Inside the simulation cabin, Ark closed his eyes and reviewed the recent battle. Area attacks were a weakness, wasting too much time on those small lesser demons. To speed up, he had to first fill this gap. He focused his attention on the attribute panel. Time to put on your thinking cap. Skill materials detected to be sufficient for deducing unknown skills. Expected to consume 10 points of soul power. Proceed with deduction? Ark immediately confirmed. A burst of inspiration, thoughts wildly colliding in my mind. Is it too slow to take down one with a bone spear? Then weaken the power and increase the quantity. If a single target doesn't work, then make it an area effect. Deduction successful. Acquired skill Skeleton Arrow Rain. Skeleton Arrow Rain, apprentice level, proficient, unleashes a large barrage of skeletal arrows onto a designated area, dealing armor-piercing physical, corrosive poison, and death energy damage. Explodes upon hitting. Quantity, power, and range are influenced by mental attributes and proficiency. A perfect area attack. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Ark's mouth. With it, the monster-clearing speed will skyrocket. After taking a short break, he chose to challenge the normal difficulty, Horn Demon Outpost. After deducting 4 contribution points, he stepped into the teleportation gate once again. Mission: kill all demons and reclaim the Riverside Outpost. The thick fog remained. In easy difficulty, he was invincible in the fog, but he did not let his guard down. First, he formed a bone shield, then summoned a large number of skeletons, and followed the previous route towards the outpost. This time, there was an imp sentinel added at the main gate. It lazily leaned against the stone pillar, completely unaware of the Ark and the skeleton legion sneaking through the fog. The Ark circled the area several times, confirming there were no other hidden sentries. Take action. The skeletal shackles locked down, the skeletal spear pierced through. The lazy sentinel didn't even react and fell straight down. A soft thud, so light it was almost inaudible. There was no movement or sound inside the outpost. The skeleton stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow. The Ark silently slipped deep into the outpost along the familiar route. There were still no demons in the hall. Ark turned into the left corridor, aiming straight at the group of imp minions. At the end, he tightened his grip on the staff, his gaze icy. Dozens of skeletons suddenly smashed through the wooden door and swarmed in. There were a total of 17 imp minions in the room, 12 lower-level apprentices and 5 mid-level apprentices, stronger than before. But there were no horned demons, nor demon children. As long as they were imp minions, he was confident he could wipe them all out. Ark first threw out a skeletal javelin, instantly killing the enemies at the door and tearing open a gap. The skeleton army charged into the room, and he raised his hand, locking onto the densest cluster. Rain of skeletal arrows. Dozens of bone arrows instantly took shape and whistled down. Flesh and blood were pierced through, and 5 apprentice middles were shot to pieces on the spot. Then the arrows exploded, and the screams abruptly stopped. 1 move, 5 kills. The remaining 2 apprentice middles toughly endured it, but were forced to retreat step by step. The battle was completely controlled by the Ark. The monitoring room was filled with exclamations. This group attack skill was incredibly powerful, like an enhanced version of the flying spear, developing a new move within minutes. This talent made the instructors restless. Lu Hu proudly looked at Su Tianqua. Just as he said Ark had no group attack, he turned and unleashed a big move. Su Tianqua's expression darkened, but he could only pretend not to see it. On the battlefield, Ark led 40 skeletons to encircle and crush the remaining 12 small lesser demons. With the skeletons pressing tightly, he was confident of victory. To save strength for dealing with the horned demon, he stopped using rain of arrows and instead commanded the skeletons to kill them one by one. A few minutes later, all 17 small lesser demons were wiped out, and not a single skeleton was lost. The Ark did not stop and led the team rushing toward the right corridor. The real tough battle was still ahead. Just as they reached the doorway, a huge horned demon suddenly burst out. This time, it was even more troublesome. 2 apprentice-grade abyssal imps followed closely behind it. The Ark frowned. Again, with the disgusting things that specifically counter mages, the difficulty has clearly increased. 2 devil children fixated on him, grinning menacingly and pointing at him, chanting demon language, directly unleashing mana burn. The Ark was prepared in advance. As long as they blocked the line of sight, mana burn is useless. He darted into the dense group of skeletons like a swimming fish, completely disappearing from the demon child's sight. The demon child cursed angrily but was utterly helpless. Without devouring magic, they only had the desecration rays left, their threat greatly reduced. 2 beams of black light shot into the skeleton group. Amid the harsh corrosion sounds, a skeleton skull was shattered, collapsing on the spot, while another arm was corroded, greatly reducing its combat power. The Horned Demon had already collided head-on with the Skeleton Legion. Under its brute strength and the imp's sneak attack, skeletons kept falling. But a few skeletons bypassed the Horned Demon and charged straight at the imp. The two demon children panicked. One fought fiercely with rays, the other turned and fled. But the outcome was the same. The Ark kept its eyes on them. When the moment came, he coldly activated his skill. Skeleton shackles. Chains wrapped around the demon child out of thin air, dragging them tightly and instantly overwhelming them with skeletons. With his nemesis dealt with, Ark completely unleashed his power. Skeletons surrounded the Horned Demon from all directions. After sacrificing 10 skeletons, he seized an opening and unleashed the skeletal spear. The bone spear pierced through the skull. With an explosion, the Horned Demon crashed to the ground. Task completed. Time used 13 minutes 30 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward 6 contribution points. First clear of Horned Demon Outpost. On normal difficulty. Reward 8 contribution points. First clear in this grade. The whole team receives 20 contribution points. Loot drop rate plus 1%. Accumulated 7%. Ranked 45th on the speed leaderboard. Expected reward this month 6 contribution points. Triggers loot drop. Obtaining a mana-skill book, redeemable for 10 contribution points. You can continue to challenge the difficult level after 5 minutes. Ark raised an eyebrow. Mana Dash is a rare mobility skill for magic users, consuming mental power to gain a brief burst of speed. For others, it was practical. For him, who was solely focused on researching skeletal displacement, it was just material. In the past 2 days of running simulated battlefields, he figured out the pattern. Clearing a certain difficulty for the first time always rewards you. This was the perk the military academy gave to new cadets. With good luck, you could get skill books and gems. With bad luck, only contribution points and potions. After deducting the ticket fee, he netted 36.5 points of contribution, which is not bad. In the training ground, all the first years were focused on his progress. Seeing him complete the level perfectly once again, everyone was still shocked. Only 1 minute slower on normal difficulty, and his rank has risen by 5 places. Is he getting stronger with every fight? That group attack was brutal, wiping out 5 little imps at once, saving a lot of time. In just a few minutes, he developed a new skill. How does his brain even work? Even the usually confident Gujichio fell silent. Can such a monster really be caught? Meng Hongzhuang kept comforting herself. She only needed to summon, nothing else. As long as the summon could defeat him, that was enough. Ark exited the simulation pod and suddenly had a new idea. Since I have obtained Mana Rush, I might as well directly deduce skeleton displacement. The dungeon difficulty is increasing. If I delay any longer, it will be passive. He acted immediately, spending 40 contribution points to exchange for 4 basic displacement skills. There aren't many displacement books usable at the apprentice stage, and he had already checked thoroughly. Last night, I confirmed with Su Xinyan that these several types are all considered mainstream. Among them, Swift as the Wind can use wind elements to increase speed, which is the signature displacement skill of the Storm Mage. Flame Leap is the displacement skill of the Fire Mage, compressing explosive power into the legs to leap up, but it requires very high physical fitness. Ripple Path is a water apprentice skill that spreads a body of water, greatly increasing speed within it. Shadow Escape technique belongs to Shadow Mages and can use the power of shadows to teleport a short distance instantly. Ark focused his attention on the attribute panel, and the skill bar lit up with a prompt. Materials sufficient, unknown skill can be deduced, estimated to consume 10 points of soul power. Shall we start? He confirmed without hesitation. Inspiration exploded in the mind, and the essence of 5 displacement skills was quickly absorbed. Combining this with the instinct-level skeletal armament, a sudden thought took shape. Simulation successful, skeletal wings. Skeletal wings, apprentice level, proficient uses necromantic power to condense bone wings, making the skeleton lightweight and able to glide in the air. Duration and distance are influenced by spirit, constitution, and proficiency. The teleportation skill was finally mastered. Ark clenched his fist, feeling a warmth in his chest. Ever since witnessing Yi Fan's fallen heaven strike, he had longed to possess his own teleportation ability. But at that time, he lacked both soul power and contribution points, and had no materials, so he could only suppress the desire. After consulting Su Xinyan yesterday, he became even more determined. Today, borrowing the mana sprint dropped from the dungeon, he finally turned his wish into reality. Skeletal wings combine the advantages of multiple skills, surpassing them all. The key is that it allows him to briefly hover and glide. Being able to master aerial maneuvering during the apprentice stage is a huge advantage. In terms of pure displacement ability, Yi Fan's Fallen Heaven Strike is not as good as it. Ark took a deep breath, his eyes blazing. After 2 consecutive battles, he was not only not tired, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. Difficulty: Hard Activate. Deducting 6 contribution points, he stepped into the thick fog once more. Mission: Kill all demons and reclaim the Riverside Outpost. The bone shield activated, skeletons summoned, quickly surveying the terrain. He moved faster, silently approaching the outpost with the skeleton army. Sure enough, 2 small imps appeared at the entrance. 3 sentinels patrolled separately, steel forks in hand, eyes vigilant. Once alarmed, they would have to face all demons at once, including the horned demon. The pressure suddenly peaked, but the Ark did not retreat. He ordered the skeleton to stay on standby while he quietly sneaked to the optimal casting spot. After intense practice during this period, his skeletal javelin and skeletal shackles had both reached mastery. Casting them simultaneously with divided focus was no longer difficult for him. He observed the patrol routes of the 3 little imp sentinels and quickly came up with an idea. Arktal Kong controlled a skeleton, which walked out from the side of the forest. The sound of bones rubbing against the tree trunk immediately alerted the 3 sentinels. They all stopped simultaneously and turned their heads in unison. At that very moment, Ark made his move. Skeleton shackles. 3 bone chains tightened sharply, binding the little imp tightly and sealing his mouth. Immediately after, 3 bone spears pierced through the air. Uft, uft, uft. The bone spear pierced through the skull, killing 3 little imps instantly. The flying spear did not explode, keeping the noise to a minimum, and the outpost remained unaware. After confirming safety, Ark quietly infiltrated with dozens of skeletons. Just as he entered, he ran into 2 little imp guards with surprised faces. As expected, even the entrance was guarded on hard difficulty. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and the staff was always charged and ready. Bone shackles. Bone spear. After 2 muffled bangs, the guards fell to the ground. Only then did Ark breathe a sigh of relief. Stealth was not his strong suit. If he had been confident enough to take on the entire outpost head-on, he wouldn't have had to advance so cautiously. Fortunately, the outcome was fairly smooth. Based on his experience from the previous 2 times, he led the skeleton army to sneak into the left corridor. Familiar door, familiar noise, the skeletons broke in again. But this time, there were as many as 23 demons inside. 15 apprentice low-level imps, 5 apprentice mid-level imps, and 3 apprentice mid-level demon children. The number and strength were several times greater than the easy and normal difficulties. The most troublesome were the 3 impish demons clutching obsidian orb sorcery balls. The skeletal shield could only block physical attacks, but it couldn't withstand their spell-devouring abilities. The room was large, so he couldn't completely hide behind the skeleton. Fortunately, one of the impish demons approached the door and was instantly killed by his combination of shackles and flying spear. But the other 2 quickly reacted. They glared angrily at Ark and muttered low chants. The next second, his whole body went cold, and his mental strength suddenly dropped by 10%. Got hit again. But the devouring magic talent can't be used consecutively. Taking advantage of the gap, Ark directly commanded the skeleton army to charge straight at the 2 abyss demon children. Ark waved his staff, aimed at the 2 demon children, and directly unleashed skeleton arrow rain. Dozens of bone arrows whistled down, piercing through 6 or 7 little imps blocking the way, who were then finished off by the skeleton army. The remaining dozen or so little imps finally snapped out of it, their faces full of ferocity, raising their steel forks as they charged at Ark. Ark immediately conjured several skeleton shields. blocking the desecration rays from the demon children and the stone pellets from the rock-throwing imps, then dashed into the skeleton formation, directing some skeletons to intercept head-on. He unleashed full firepower, firing the skull shackles followed by a barrage of skull spears, instantly killing the second demon child. Meanwhile, dozens of skeletons were locked in close combat with a dozen or so lesser imps, and the battle line became deadlocked. The lesser imps were stronger individually, and with heavy blows from their steel tridents, many skeletons were severely damaged. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Ark immediately cast Resurrection of the Dead. The power of the undead surged, and the heavily wounded skeletons quickly recovered and charged back onto the battlefield. Under his precise coordination, the numerically superior skeletons continuously compressed the line, forcing a dozen or so minor imps together. The opportunity has arrived. Ark's eyes grew cold, decisively unleashing another volley of skeletal arrow rain. Explosions and screams intertwined as all the apprentice-level minor imps were wiped out in one sweep. Without any cannon fodder to cover it, the last abyssal imp child was exposed before the skeletons. Its face was full of despair as it frantically shook the obsidian orb, attempting to fire another desecration beam. The Ark gave it no chance. Skeleton shackles. Skeleton spear. The sound of breaking air was piercing. The spear flew straight through the demon child's heart, completely sealing the outcome of the battle. Among the remaining apprentices, the slightly weaker imps were also picked off one by him. The battlefield was in chaos. Feng Zhou frowned. Despite his best efforts to command, nearly 10 skeletons were lost due to the demon's desperate counterattacks. On top of that, frequent spellcasting and the warlock child's spell devour talent drained his spirit power, leaving him with only 30%. If the rooms on the left side were this difficult, the horned demon boss on the right side would be even fiercer. Thinking of this, he no longer had complete confidence. Ark took a deep breath, forcibly steadying his mind, released, composed mind, and pulled his mental strength back to 50%. Then he continued waving his staff to summon, replenishing the skeletons to 40, and returned the way he came, heading straight for the final boss. In the training ground, Meng Hongzhuang watched with sparkling eyes, quickly taking notes on Ark's method of managing summoning creatures. So summons can be used like this too. I've learned another trick. Bai Xiaochan's expression was tense as she tightly held the small harp in her arms. There are so many more demons in hard mode, and Ark's mental energy consumption is so high. I hope nothing goes wrong when we fight the boss later. In the simulation battlefield, just as Ark led the skeleton army into the hall, a burly horned demon suddenly rushed out from the right corridor, wielding a giant axe and exuding an intimidating aura. It charged headlong into the skeleton group, followed by 3 mid-level apprentice-grade abyss demon children. Ark understood instantly. The hard mode limits the time. If the small imps in the left room are not cleared in time, the corner demons on the right will rush over to join, doubling the difficulty instantly. Fortunately, he had just used a lot of mental energy to quickly eliminate more than 20 demons, preventing the situation from spiraling completely out of control. The hall is more spacious, perfect for the skeletons to spread out. Ark stepped back a few paces, leaving 10 skeletons to guard in front of him, while the remaining 20 surrounded the giant axe-wielding horned demon from all sides. He then split off 10 more to charge directly at the 3 panting demon children. He kept moving continuously, only getting hit once by a demon child's spell bite, and the mental energy loss was still bearable. He was like a precise machine, simultaneously unleashing Resurrection of the Dead, coordinating with 20 skeletons to corner the rampaging horned demon, while using bone shackles to seal off the demon child's escape route. This horned demon's lethality far exceeded that of the previous 2 levels. Even with the Dominate Skeleton buff, the skeletons couldn't withstand a single strike from it. But skeletons have no real vital points. As long as their skulls aren't shattered, even if they are chopped in half, they can be pulled back together. The horned demon possessed immense power, but was slow in its movements. It moved slowly and struck slowly, giving Ark the opportunity to wear it down in batches. Even so, the skeletons kept falling. In just 2 minutes, 5 soul flames were extinguished, turning into a ground full of shattered bones. Ark showed no expression. He was not concerned about the loss of the skeletons. His focus was on the 3 demon children. The horned demons had tough, thick skin and were hard to kill quickly. But the demon children could attack from a distance and counter mages, posing an even greater threat. Once they are allowed to hide at the back and keep interfering, he will be completely suppressed. Within 2 minutes, he had already commanded the skeletons to take down 2. Only the last one remained, still fleeing in panic. Soon, that demon child was cornered by 10 skeletons. It was driven to a dead end, screaming as it waved the obsidian orb, and a desecration ray shot out, instantly shattering a skull. The Ark seized the moment it was stiff with casting, and a ruthless skeletal spear stabbed straight into its heart. Only 10 skeletons remained attacking the giant axe horned demon, and each was severely wounded. But the horned demon was also struggling, its scales cracked, breathing heavily, and its combat effectiveness clearly declining. Ark appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was tense. His spiritual power was nearly depleted, with only 30 skeletons left under his command. Not a bit of strength could be wasted. He quickly adjusted the formation, sending 20 fully intact skeletons to the front, while the 10 heavily wounded ones retreated to the rear on standby. The hall was spacious, allowing the corner demons to unleash their full power and also facilitating Ark's use of the skeleton sea tactic. Waves of skeletons surged forward one after another, feinting attacks, providing cover, baiting moves, and going all out together, dragging the horned demon into a desperate struggle. It wanted to capture the leader first to catch the thief, repeatedly charging at the Ark, but each time was interrupted by the skeleton shackles, ending up more tightly surrounded. Blood loss and exhaustion made the horned demon move slower and slower. It shattered 8 more skeletons, but was hit by 2 more flying spears. Suddenly, it threw back its head and roared angrily, its blood-red eyes fixed tightly on the distant Ark. The Ark's heart tightened, knowing it was going all out. The horned demon raised its right arm, demonic power wildly converging, black light surging. "Bug, go die." With a roar, it hurled the abyssal great axe, which it valued as its lifeblood, with all its might. If this axe strike missed, it would surely die. The great axe cut through the air, instantly covering dozens of meters. All the skeletons blocking the way were shattered, without the slightest resistance. The trainees shouted in unison before the live broadcast. "That's it, Ark is out." This is insane. A melee alwa can even throw axes from a distance. Not to mention mages. Even assassins might not dodge it. Such a pity. Ark was clearly about to win, but ended up getting overturned. Yes, his skill, rhythm, and command of the skeleton army were perfect. Unfortunately, he was one step short. You can only blame luck. Bai Xiaochan listened to the discussion, holding her breath, her palms sweaty, her heart in her throat. He also has a move called Skeleton Shield. Maybe it can block the flying axe. But Yi Fan shook his head. This move can only be dodged, not blocked head-on. In the conference room, a group of instructors also stared nervously at the screen. Ark had only awakened for a month, yet had already reached this point, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The abyssal great axe came crashing down, but Ark remained unusually calm. He raised his staff and whispered, "Skeletal wings." The next second, a pair of bone wings formed from the power of the undead spread out behind him, and his body instantly became light. With a flap of the bone wings, he slid several meters sideways, dodging a deadly strike by the edge of the axe. This move not only sentenced the horned demon to death, but also completely blew up everyone watching the live stream. In the meeting room, Lu Hu suddenly stood up. Skeletal displacement? He made it so quickly. Shin Hongyu and the others were all amazed. The Necromancer fears being caught up close the most, yet he actually made up for his weakness. Even if he's only at the apprentice level, as long as the direction is right, he will eventually be able to push forward. If the heavens do not give birth to Ark, the undead will endure like the long night. Amidst the bustle, Su Tianqua silently lifted his teacup, forcibly swallowing back a mouthful of old blood. Half an hour ago, he was still saying that Ark lacked mobility and was easy to be killed instantly. Before the words cooled down, he was proved wrong. He and the Death Mage are completely incompatible. At the training ground, seeing Ark grow bone wings and escape danger, Bai Xiaochan immediately jumped up. "Ark, the eternal god. Yi Fan and Gu Zhiqiu looked at each other in dismay. Able to fight and withstand, with control and displacement, and a bunch of skeletons. How is this supposed to be played? The top seed, they're not competing for that. In the outpost hall, the flying axe missed. The horned demon let out a desperate roar, bowing its head as it launched a final charge against the skeleton army. Only then did Ark breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had anticipated the skeletal wings in advance. Otherwise, that last strike would have surely meant death. Relying solely on the skeleton shield might not be enough to block that axe blow. If he misses, the Minotaur could turn the tide in a desperate last stand. But now, the Minotaur was weaponless, gravely wounded, and completely drained of energy. Facing the siege of the Ark and the skeleton army, it could no longer make a ripple. The Ark's final skeleton spear fell, and the Minotaur collapsed with a face full of unwillingness. He suppressed the surging spiritual energy and scanned the battlefield. There are fewer than 20 skeletons left, and his mental strength is nearly depleted. He even used the skeletal wings he just devised. In this battle, he has almost thrown out all his trump cards. Compared to main battle units like the Abyss Horned Demon, the skeletons are as fragile as paper. If it weren't for their numbers and fearlessness, they wouldn't be able to hold off the enemy at all. Thankfully, he is the one who survived until the end. If even on hard difficulty it's this tough, how perilous will Abyss difficulty be? Mission accomplished. Time used 19 minutes and 20 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward 9 contribution points. First time clear of Corner Demon Outpost on hard difficulty. Reward 12 contribution points. Congratulations, Corporal Ark. Your team is the first to clear in this grade. All members receive 30 contribution points. Achievement blessing. Loot drop rate plus 1%. Cumulative 8%. Clear time 19 minutes and 20 seconds. Historical speed ranking 45th. Estimated reward this month 9 contribution points. Trigger loot. Obtain Split Arrow Skill Book *1. Can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. After 5 minutes, you can challenge the Abyss difficulty. Split Arrow is an archer skill, useless to him, so he directly exchanges it for 10 contribution points. Calculating it, this difficult dungeon run nets a profit of 64 points, not a small gain. He looked at the scattered wreckage on the ground, feeling a bit hesitant. Should he continue to challenge the Abyss? He pulled up the attribute panel. Name Argo. Profession Necromancer. Rank Apprentice, Intermediate. Attribute Strength 4, Agility 4, Constitution 4, Spirit 6.2. Status Soul Split. Equipment Apprentice Set. Skills Skeleton Lord Meditation, Complete. Summon Skeleton, Complete. Skeleton Flying Spear, Proficient. Skeleton Shield, Proficient. Skeleton Shackles, Proficient. Calm and Composed, Skilled. Dominate Skeleton, Skilled. Resurrection of the Dead, Beginner. Skeleton Arrow Rain, Skilled. Skeleton Wings, Skilled. For a mid-level apprentice, his skills are already very comprehensive. What really holds him back are his mental attributes and proficiency, and neither of these can be rushed. This means that Ark's strength has already hit a bottleneck. He gripped the staff tightly and quickly made a decision. Continue the challenge. He wanted to push his limits. The demons in Abyss difficulty were too strong. A head-on fight would only get him killed. Then change the approach. After spending 8 contribution points, Ark entered the Horned Demon Outpost again. The training ground immediately erupted. Is he crazy? He's struggling so much with the hard difficulty, and he still wants to go through the Abyss. He is strong, but he just broke into mid-level, and his stamina won't last long. No matter how many skills he has, without mana it's all talk. Those who can make it through the Abyss are all top mid-level elite trainees, fully equipped. Ark alone. Dream on. In the corner, Yi Fan stared at the live stream, his eyes shining. Ark, how far can you really go? Mission. Kill all the demons and reclaim Riverside Outpost. Thick fog spread. The Ark summoned a skeleton army but did not rush to attack. 40 skeletons scattered, scouting through the foggy forest. Charging head-on into the Abyss difficulty, he had no chance of winning. Then he would take control of the battlefield himself. The battlefield simulation technology was still immature, and the map was not large, just enough to use. He commanded the skeletons to dig a deep pit by the roadside leading to the outpost. Deep and wide. The bottom of the pit was filled with sharp-boned spears. This was specially prepared for the horned demon boss. Once fallen in, don't expect to climb out anytime soon. Reinforce the pit entrance with branches, making a camouflage. Lightweight skeletons and weak imps stepping on it won't cause it to collapse. The battlefield is selected. The mental energy consumption was considerable, so Fangzhou took out a bottle of low-level mental energy recovery potion and drank it directly. This was his reward for his first completion on the simple difficulty. The rules allowed it, so he brought it in. The medicine took effect. He sat cross-legged to meditate for a few minutes, then activated, calm, and collected, restoring his mental strength to 70%. Ready. Skeletons lurked in the thick fog surrounding the trap. He walked alone toward the outpost, luring the enemy out of the cave. The outpost was heavily guarded. He glanced around, counting the light and dark sentries. There were at least 6 lesser imps. He shook his head, abandoning the plan to sneak into the outpost like the previous times. There were too many sentries. With just him alone, it was impossible to kill instantly without alerting the demons. Even if the 3 apprentices, all assassins, worked together, it might not be feasible. Since that was the case, he decided to activate the backup plan directly. Ark waved his staff, and skeletal flying spears tore through the air. A small imp fell to the ground immediately, and the other sentries spotted him instantly. A shrill alarm sounded, causing a commotion inside the outpost. A roar exploded. Armored horned demons wielding massive axes pushed their way out of the gate. A swarm of little imps and demon children rushed out, their crimson eyes fixed tightly on Ark. If it weren't for the horned demon holding them back, they would have pounced already. Ark quickly scanned the area. There were a total of 38 demons. 1 mid-level horned demon, 6 mid-level demon children, 6 mid-level minor demons, plus 25 low-level minor demons. This difficulty is simply absurd. Just that heavily armored horned demon alone is enough to make him fight desperately. He gripped his staff tightly, waiting for them to take the bait. Skeleton arrow rain. The arrow rain howled down, striking the densest positions. The horned demon swung its axe to block some, but several lower-ranking imps were still shot dead. The damage wasn't high, but the provocation was unmistakable. Human mages do not flee but counterattack. The last bit of sanity in the horned demon was ignited. Charge, kill him. The little demon lost control first, flapping its wings and rushing wildly. The horned demon raised its axe close behind, shaking the ground. The demon child was the slowest, only able to stay behind. Hooked. Another volley of arrows from Ark rained down on the demon children in the rear, forcing them to scatter and lose contact with the melee. He deliberately stood still, waiting until the steel fork at the front almost touched him, then suddenly turned and charged into the vine-covered jungle. With the skeleton clones continuously feeding back, Ark's agility surpassed 4 points. Coupled with the apprentice cloth shoes boosting his speed, his pace was now on par with elite minor imps. He deliberately kept his distance, always just 1 step ahead of the devil's grasp. The elite little imps were driven into chaos in their formation, growing more frantic as they chased deeper into the dense foggy forest. Ark looked back with a smile. The ambush circle was just ahead. The 6 fastest elite little imps charged at the front, followed by more than 20 ordinary little imps. The horned demon boss wore heavy armor, blocked by trees, falling far behind. The abyssal imp was even slower and simply couldn't catch up. The demon team was completely torn apart by the speed. Ark saw the mark, continued to lure, while controlling the skeleton army to flank from the dense fog. When all the lesser demons had stepped into the trap, he suddenly turned around. "Come out, my warriors." The sound of bones rubbing abruptly rang out as dozens of skeletons ignited soul fire, surrounding the demons. Bone shackles. Skeletal flying spear. The 2 most ferocious elite imps were pierced through the heart on the spot and instantly fell to the ground. The slaughter officially began. More than 20 imps were tightly surrounded by 40 skeletons, while the horned demon boss was still sprinting in the distance. Ark created a deadly time difference using speed and terrain. This time, he intended to harvest them one by one. Another wave of bone arrows rained down relentlessly. Several small imps screamed in agony and fell, followed by explosions that caused even more casualties. The little imp demon surrounded by the skeleton army completely lost its composure and kept getting blasted by Ark's spells, causing morale to collapse instantly. A few elite little imp demons waved their steel forks and roared, trying to hold the formation and wait for reinforcements. But they were soon killed on the spot by Ark using bone chains and bone spears. Now is the time to fight desperately. Ark cast spells frantically without regard for consumption, only wanting to kill more before the horned demon arrives to ease the pressure. In just 2 minutes, half of the lesser imps were dead, and the rest were all wounded. At this moment, the horned demon boss roared wildly and charged over. As it appeared, the lesser imps barely mustered their strength and fought desperately to hold off the skeletons. Cunning human, die. Charging into the battlefield like a heavily armored horned golem war chariot. The next second, it missed a step. The disguise collapsed, and the massive body fell directly into the trap. The buried bone spear exploded in an instant, stabbing it and causing furious roars. If it weren't for the heavy armor protecting it, it would have been seriously injured long ago. From the midst of the chaotic battle, Ark couldn't see the details, only hearing it continuously wailing in the pit, unable to climb out for the time being. With the great enemy trapped, he completely relaxed. He looked at the desperate little imp, a cold sneer appearing on his face. "I'll see you on your way." The morale of the little imps was completely lost. They could no longer hold on. A bone arrow fell, and the last one collapsed into a pool of blood. The battle had come to a temporary halt. The Ark did not stop, rushing straight toward the demon child with more than 30 skeletons. The heavily armored horned demon wouldn't be coming out anytime soon, so they dealt with the more troublesome target first. At this moment, 6 demon children were anxiously hurrying along. They were the slowest, suppressed by the bone arrows, and got separated from the team in the dense foggy jungle. Only after hearing the screams did they find the right direction. But it was all too late. The Ark, leading the skeleton army, charged straight at the 6 panting demon children. Seeing that he was unharmed, the demon children instantly turned bloodshot. Just as they were about to unleash their devouring magic talent, the Ark flashed and slipped into the pile of skeletons, completely out of sight. Without the little lesser demons protecting them and surrounded face to face by the skeletons, these 6 demon children had almost no chance to fight back. At the cost of only 3 skeletons, they were hanged on the spot. Only then did Ark breathe a sigh of relief. This hastily assembled plan was tightly linked step by step. Provoke, lure, pull, set traps. If any step goes wrong, the situation will be overturned. Only someone like him, with 4-dimensional superiority over ordinary people and the ability to summon a skeleton army, can fully execute this strategy. Without enough skeleton labor, that crucial trap simply cannot be dug. Without enough agility, he would have already been caught and surrounded by the little imps. Now, only the pit-trapped horned demon boss remains. Killing it means clearing the abyss difficulty. Ark suppressed his heartbeat and, leading the skeleton army, headed straight for the trap. The training ground was silent. In the live broadcast, the corner demon boss was roaring wildly at the bottom of the pit. Yi Fan watched this scene, feeling a chill in his heart, as if he had returned to half a month ago, the day he was completely trapped by Fong Zhou using optical camouflage cloth. Chen Qingshan was right. Those who play tactics have dark hearts. The other students had long been dumbfounded. When Ark commanded the skeletons to dig traps, everyone was stunned. No one had ever thought that a simulated battlefield could be turned around using the environment. They all thought that with Ark's current strength, directly fighting the demons in the Abyss outpost head-on was just a death wish. He forgot that he was not only strong, but also ruthless and smart enough. The subsequent monster drawing, pulling, splitting, and beheading were done in one go. This series of moves made people's scalps tingle. With this kind of performance, it would only be a problem if he were not the #1 seed. In the conference room, Lu Hu slammed his palm on the table. Ark, seed #1. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The other instructors also nodded repeatedly. Capable, intelligent. As long as it doesn't die young, Ark will sooner or later be the ace of the Human Federation. Su Tianqua coughed and glared at Lu Hu. Don't get too happy too soon. The heavy armored horned demon is not dead yet. Just relying on those bone sticks? Even if your teeth break, you probably can't hurt them. Lu Hu grinned. He could tell that although the words were tough, his heart had already shifted. He didn't dare to be reckless anymore and turned his gaze back to Fangzhou's live broadcast screen. In the dense, foggy jungle, Fangzhou stared at the antlered demon boss trapped in the pit, feeling heavy-hearted. This monster was too difficult to kill. The horned demon was already tough and thick-skinned, far stronger than those cannon fodder demons. Not to mention, it was a boss at abyss difficulty, clad in full heavy armor, almost impervious to blades and spears. The skeleton army besieged it for a long time, but couldn't break through its defense. The only truly lethal weapon Ark had left was the skeletal javelin. He decisively dismissed the skeletons to conserve his mental energy. After continuous fierce battles, his mental energy was down to less than 30%. The pit kept collapsing under the horned demon's frenzied charges, on the verge of complete collapse at any moment. Once it broke free, the situation would be reversed. If it weren't for the flying spears previously embedded piercing its paws, and its legs disabled in the explosion, this monster would have charged out long ago. Ark seized the last moment, condensing his spiritual power into countless flying spears, frantically bombarding the immobile horned demon. He secretly rejoiced having exchanged for touch of corrosion. After fusion, the flying spears carried corrosive poison, not only injuring flesh but also corroding metal. Armor-piercing plus corrosion, the heavy armor began to crack. Cornered with no way out, the horned demon roared and hurled a massive abyssal axe, attempting a desperate counterattack. Ark was prepared in advance, vibrating its skeletal wings to dodge sideways. The giant axe passed close by, also taking away its last chance. At this moment, it was only one step away from climbing out of the trap, but this step was completely sealed off by the skeletal shackles. In the end, the incredibly powerful horned demon was trapped and helplessly confined at the bottom of the pit. Mission complete. Time taken 45 minutes 20 seconds. Rating, perfect. Earned 12 contribution points. First clear of Horned Demon Outpost, Abyss difficulty. Rewarded with 16 contribution points. Sergeant Ark, your team is the first to clear in this grade. The whole team receives 40 contribution points. Achievement blessing. Loot drop rate, plus 1%. Cumulative 9%. Clear time 45 minutes 20 seconds. Ranked 39th on the historical speedrun leaderboard. Expected to receive 13 contribution points from the ranking reward this month. Loot drop triggered. Received. Apprentice level spirit elixir. *1. Can be exchanged for 50 contribution points. You can challenge the abyss difficulty again after 5 minutes. Ark stared at the corpse of the cornered demon boss in the trap, whose eyes remained unclosed in death, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His mental strength has been completely depleted. If he hadn't killed it just now, letting it crawl out of the trap, he would have had to rely on speed to slowly wear it down like flying a kite. That would not only take longer, but would also be torture for both him and the horned demon. It's better to simply die in the trap now. Although the system evaluation was perfect, he was not satisfied. No matter how realistic the demons in the simulation battlefield were, they were just programs without real intelligence. Compared to the true abyss demons, they are too rigid. This time clearing the level was, after all, a shortcut, not sheer strength. If he had to confront 38 demons head-on, he wouldn't last long. What he truly wants is to one day crush them proudly and decisively. After calming down, Ark began to take stock of the gains. A bountiful harvest. An unprecedentedly great harvest. Nearly an hour of planning and calculation. It was finally worth it. Clear time, 45 minutes and 20 seconds. Digging traps, baiting monsters, dragging them into the dense fog jungle. Each step took time. But even so, his historical ranking was actually higher. When he checked the leaderboard, he found that the top 100 for the Abyss difficulty, Horned Demon Outpost, were not fully occupied. Many people also passed by exploiting environmental features and program bugs. He ranked 39th because of this. After deducting the ticket price, he earned a net 73 contribution points, more than any previous time. More importantly, he obtained the apprentice-level mental elixir from the first clear. Although he didn't know the exact effect, it was worth 50 contribution points and was definitely rare. After exiting the simulation battlefield, he lay in the simulation pod looking up information. The mental elixir is refined from the essence of the mythical world and can directly enhance the four-dimensional attributes of professionals. This is one of the few methods for humans to directly strengthen their attributes. Apprentice-level mental elixirs can only enhance the mental attributes at the apprentice stage. Moreover, the attribute elixir for each stage can only be taken once. Ark's heart tightened slightly. There is only one chance. With the mental elixir in hand, the strength, constitution, and agility elixirs must also be secured next. Besides the skeleton clone's feedback, this is one of the few opportunities to directly increase attributes, so he would never miss it. The apprentice-level elixir requires 50 contribution points and E-level clearance, so he is not in a hurry for now. As soon as the dungeon cooldown was over, he challenged the Abyss difficulty, Horned Demon Outpost, again, steadily following the original plan, and cleared it once more. Mission complete. Time taken 42 minutes and 20 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward, 12 contribution points. Trigger the drop to obtain level 1 Precision Chainstone *1, which can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Today's attempts have been used up. With experience, he shortened the process by 3 minutes. Even more surprising was the drop reward, a Precision Chainstone worth 10 points. Refined chainstones can enhance equipment, and attributes will improve upon success. The higher the quality, the greater the difference in success rate and consumption. For example, the Gray Apprentice Staff can only be enhanced once, requiring one level 1 refined chainstone each time. Usually, the blacksmith's refined skill is needed to increase the success rate. But the Ark has an attribute panel and is not restricted. After tallying the harvest, he stepped out of the simulation pod. Outside, a crowd had gathered again. Facing the acclaim, he remained low-key and even explained his strategy at Gu Jiqiu's invitation. His method has a very strong personal style, but his approach enlightened many newcomers struggling with normal difficulty. If you can't win head-on, use the terrain and mechanics. After listening, Yi Fan, Meng Hongzhuang, and the others went straight to challenge the minor demon camp at Abyss difficulty. Even the senior students responsible for maintaining order were silent as they listened. The once proud senior also admitted defeat. She sneered at her teammate. A monster-level figure like this will surpass Wenjiu and Jianqi sooner or later, who used to look down on him as a freshman before. The male student who once looked down on freshmen said calmly, "So what if I was wrong? Who would have thought a useless class like Necromancer could produce a monster like Fangzhou?" Someone immediately suggested, "Why not get his contact information? He advanced to mid-apprentice in just a month and will soon reach senior level. If we build a good relationship with him now, we might be able to team up in the simulation battlefield in the future and possibly rank up together." Several second-year students exchanged glances, their minds racing. Clinging to Fangzhou's big shot might really change their grades. The more they talked, the more excited they became, all eager to join. After the crowd dispersed, Fangzhou breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave with Bai Xiaochan, but a few imposing second-year students blocked their way. Bai Xiaochan whispered a warning that these were senior students responsible for maintaining order, all with strength at the advanced apprentice level. The leading boy politely introduced himself, saying he had watched Fangzhou's battle livestream and admired him, hoping to add him as a friend for future team-ups. The others also expressed their goodwill. Bai Xiaochan chuckled inwardly. Yesterday they were still lofty and aloof, but now they were all revolving around Fangzhou. Reality hit hard. But then she thought, there's no shame in clinging to a powerful ally. With such a formidable mythical-level ally, she simply couldn't let go. Fangzhou did not refuse. He added contact information one by one, intending to learn more about the school situation. After seeing everyone off, he asked Bai Xiaochan to play a lullaby again. With the newly replaced small harp enhancing it, the effect was even stronger, and his fatigue vanished in an instant. Arco returned to the dormitory contentedly, sat on the bed, and took out a bottle containing a light blue gel potion. This was the apprentice-level mental elixir he had just redeemed. As soon as the bottle was opened, a fresh pine scent slowly spread. Arco tilted his head back and drank the elixir, immediately activating the Skeletal King meditation technique as instructed. Under his extremely high meditation efficiency, the potency of the medicine was quickly fully absorbed. Spirit plus 0.6. Ark opened his eyes, looked at the attribute panel, and nodded with satisfaction. An increase of zero point 0.6 at once was already close to 1/10 of his spirit power, which was quite impressive. At this rate, he is not far from advancing from apprentice. Based on his observations of the skeleton clones, the four-dimensional attributes during the apprentice stage range from 1 to 10. 1 to 5 is the lower rank, 6 to 8 is the middle rank, and 9 to 10 is the upper rank. The higher the attribute, the harder it is to improve, and most apprentice professionals can barely reach the limit of 10 points. But he had the skeleton clone infinitely feeding back, so he wasn't worried about bottlenecks at all. He calculated that he had earned 260 contribution points in the simulated battlefield over the past 2 days. For a corporal, this was already a huge sum. However, the bulk of it came from the first clear reward, which couldn't be claimed repeatedly, plus the previous 200+ points from uploading new skill rewards. He now has nearly 500 contribution points on hand. Not to mention the black iron level skills. He can exchange all 5 of them, and apprentice resources are even easier. What's really holding him back is the permission level. He must quickly upgrade to F-level permission to unlock more exchange channels and turn contribution points into tangible combat power. As for the newly deduced skeletal wings, skeletal arrow rain, and skeletal king meditation technique, he will not upload them for the time being. After hearing Su Xinyan's suggestion, he plans to wait until the research project is approved before making full use of the military academy's resources. After clearing his thoughts, he took out that silver-gray stone. Level 1 refined chain stone. Just as expected, just like the previous level 1 sapphire. The attribute panel immediately popped up a prompt. Detected upgradable resource. Consuming 10 points of soul power will strengthen it. Start now. Ark grasped the apprentice's staff. Start. 10 points of soul power were drained, and the essence chainstone quickly fused into the staff. The originally ordinary staff gained a faint sheen. In the equipment slot, the apprentice staff now had a +1 behind it, and its spell amplification also improved. Fangzhou gripped the staff tightly, already envisioning himself wielding a +9 artifact sweeping across the battlefield in his mind. But soon, he came to his senses. A level 1 refined chainstone requires 10 contribution points. At this rate of stacking up, it's simply a money-burning machine. The road ahead is long. The slight pride he had just felt from the 500 contribution was completely suppressed by him. He suddenly thought, since human equipment can be refined and inlaid, could the skeletal armaments of the skeleton clone do the same? Ark immediately focused his attention on the clone. He had already accumulated a good amount of soul power, so he tried to pull up the attribute panel to operate on the skeletal spear and skeletal armor. There was a quick response. Inlaying must use gems, which can't be done for now. Refining requires refining stones, but can also be substituted with bone essence. What black iron-grade skeleton warriors are least lacking is bone essence. Since it can work, then let's begin. Detecting refinable resources, consuming 100 points of soul power for refining. Confirm. Ark confirmed without hesitation. The 100 points of soul power accumulated over several days were instantly poured into the spear. The pale bone spear emitted a faint blue glow, as if coming to life, and at the tip, a swirling aura of death condensed, exuding an intense pressure. When the last trace of skeletal essence was absorbed, the refinement was complete. Bone spear, +1. White common quality, can only be refined twice at most. To upgrade to +2, more skeletal essence and 200 points of soul power are required. He can't access these resources for the time being, but he's already quite satisfied. The human equipment concept was successfully applied by him to the skeleton clones. The clones growing stronger is equivalent to the original body gaining greater confidence. Nurturing the clones with the original body's nutrients, then using the clones to nourish the original body in return. This path was the right one to take. He swung the +1 skeletal spear and casually picked a nearby skeleton as a target. TSK. The sound of air being pierced was almost inaudible. The spear tip pierced out, sharper and more fierce than before. Crack. Kacha. Kacha. The skeletal clone laughed maniacally without a sound. 100 points of soul power, worth it. He looked at the panel. Brutal strike was still at perfect. Breaking through to instinct is not an easy task. Fortunately, the clone is already at lower black iron rank. greatly increasing the number of consecutive skill uses. At this rate, after practicing for another 3 or 4 days, the breakthrough should be possible. Under the blood moon, the skeleton clone grips a +1 spear and once again sets out on the path of hunting the weak. A few days later, the simulated battlefield gradually returned to calm. One by one, elite trainees cleared the small imp camp on normal difficulty, but more people were firmly stuck. Unable to defeat the small imps one-on-one, it ultimately came down to insufficient raw strength, requiring long-term training and grinding. Even top newcomers like Yi Fan, Meng Hongzhuang, and Gu Zhiqiu frequently failed under abyss difficulty. Inspired by the arc, they began trying tactical coordination and made some progress. Meng Hongzhuang was the most impressive, even once surpassing Yi Fan. In her best advance, she successfully broke into the camp, slaying several minor imps, and was ultimately defeated only by the spell-devouring and beam attacks of 2 abyss demon children. Others were struggling desperately, but Ark did not stop. Every morning, he would clear the abyss difficulty-cornered demon outpost once. Relying on the spiritual elixir and his familiarity with the mechanics, he cleared maps faster and faster, fighting demons with ease and composure. Beyond traps and terrain, he constantly changed his tactics. First lure the monsters away from their nests, then counterattack to occupy and defend the outposts. Or use a kite strategy, relying on agility and skeletal wings to gradually wear down the enemy. Some tactics were rated as perfect, others only acceptable. But regardless of the outcome, all of them rapidly expanded his tactical reserves. The abyss difficulty that others feared like a tiger became his best testing ground. The instructors all saw it clearly. Combat strength, mindset, research ability, Fangzhou excelled in every aspect. Even the stubborn Su Tianhua acknowledged that he was the #1 seed of Haiqing Military Academy. First-year students have already become numb. People like this only deserve to be looked up to. Only Yi Fan becomes more determined with every setback, his fighting spirit completely ignited by the gap. Bai Xiaochan, on the other hand, simply gives up. Solo dungeons are not suitable for her. The team is her true home. Late night in the dormitory, Ark focused his mind on the skeleton clone. Brutal strike launched, a stab fired, and the apprentice-level skeleton collapsed with a crash. Skill proficiency jumped to instinct, and a prompt appeared accordingly. Detected that the proficiency of brutal strike has reached instinct, allowing the consumption of soul power to deduce an advanced skill. Estimated consumption, 100 points of soul power per seed. Ark suppressed the urge to have the skeleton clones continue venturing deeper into the wasteland to grind monsters. Waiting all these days was for this very moment. Begin deduction. The power of the soul was frantically drained, and the soul fire of the skeleton clone flared violently. Countless memories of firing the gun surged in his mind, the trajectory of the skeletal spear overlapping continuously, finally condensing into a sharp gleam of cold light. Simulation successful. Acquired skill, brutal strike. Brutal strike, black iron grade. Proficient instantly unleashes a massive force to attack the enemy, with an armor-piercing effect. Its power increases with strength and proficiency. Compared to the apprentice-level brutal strike, this move not only breaks armor, but its power is also doubled. Ark looked at the attribute panel. Clone Skeleton Warrior. Rank Black Iron, lower tier. Attribute Strength 34, Constitution 32, Agility 32, Spirit 30. Equipment Skeleton Spear, +1, white. Skeleton Armor, white. Skills Skeleton Chosen, Black Iron, Instinct. Skeleton Armament, Black Iron, Instinct. Brutal Strike, Black Iron, Proficient. Charge, Apprentice, Mastery. Weapon Specialization, Apprentice, Complete. Block, Apprentice, Proficient. Battle Cry, Apprentice, Proficient. Apostle 1. After these few days of intense hunting, all 4 attributes have comprehensively increased. Compared to ordinary lower-tier black iron skeletons, he has already established dominance. Along with the enhanced spear and black iron level skills, his combat power has surged. According to Ark's principle of specifically targeting the weak to attack relentlessly, the current skeleton clone is no longer comparable to the ordinary skeleton warrior from before. We can continue to go deeper. The red moonlight grows stronger, and the undead born become more powerful. At the edge of the wasteland, most are lower-rank apprentice skeletons. There are already few mid-rank apprentices, and high-rank ones are even rarer. But on the inside, black iron-grade skeleton warriors are the norm. After walking for a short distance, the arc stopped. A tall skeleton wielding a bone shield appeared ahead. Great Shield Skeleton Warrior. The opponent was much stronger than an apprentice level, with a heavy breath. Cannot underestimate the enemy. The Ark's fighting spirit rose. He held the spear upside down and walked straight forward. The opponent's perception range was clearly much wider. When the Ark was 20 meters away, the skeletal warrior suddenly turned around, its ghostly blue soul fire staring straight at him. Before the Ark could react, it charged forward holding up its bone shield. But it was too slow, moving in slow motion in the Ark's eyes. A one-on-one head-on clash. Ark grabbed the skeletal spear and directly launched a charge forward. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Closing the distance, he suddenly thrust a gunshot at the opponent's head, unleashing a brutal and fierce strike. The skeleton instinctively raised its shield to block, but only heard a sharp crack. Under the armor-piercing effect, the bone shield instantly shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. The Ark didn't stop. The spear followed through with another thrust. With a crunch, the skull was shattered, the soul fire extinguished. The skeleton's bones fell apart on the spot. The large shield skeleton, known for its defense, couldn't withstand even a single move. Ark bent down to activate the skeletal armor. A heat flow surged into his body to strengthen his bones. Attributes enhanced, strength and constitution increased, and the power of the soul surged dramatically. He gazed up at the blood moon, confirming that he was now nearly invincible in this area. Since the hunting ground has been found, it's time to kill. Wherever the spear went, skulls shattered in piles. 2 hours later, he continued forward, stepping over piles of bones stacked into small hills. A giant axe-wielding skeleton warrior entered his sight. The moment Ark saw it, it also locked onto Ark. No nonsense. 2 figures dashed out simultaneously, heading straight for each other. During the charge, the skeletal armor instantly took shape, filled with killing intent. Ark held the skeletal spear tightly. Opposite him, someone lifted a massive skeletal axe. As the distance closed, the giant axe skeleton suddenly raised its axe and, using the momentum, swung it down head-on. Clang. Block activated. The spear held horizontally, forcibly blocking the axe. Both are weapons formed from bones, yet upon collision, the spear remained unscathed while the giant axe broke into 2 pieces on the spot. The giant axe skeleton was stunned, staring blankly at the broken axe in its hand. It couldn't understand why there was such a huge difference among those of the same kind. Such a powerful guy, shouldn't he be deeper inside? Why come all the way to its territory to kill? Ark was too lazy to bother. His jaw twitched slightly, as if sneering, and the spear thrust forward accordingly. Brutal heavy strike. The spear thrust like thunder, all its power poured in. The skeleton instinctively raised the broken axe to block. But the spear tip suddenly veered, grazing the edge of the axe, and slashing toward its skull like a venomous snake. Crack! The head flew off, rolling on the ground. It wasn't dead yet. As long as the soul fire has not been extinguished, even severe injuries can slowly heal. The severed head desperately crawled on the ground, trying to reattach to the body. Feng Zhou holstered his gun and approached. In the dark hollow eye sockets, the soul fire was still burning. From the newborn skeletons to now, it has endured countless bloody battles, as one can imagine. But it ends here. Ark lifted his foot and stomped down. The skull shattered, and the soul fire was extinguished. The nearby body also crumbled into a pile of white bones with a rustling sound. After absorbing the essence of the bones, he moved his body and looked at the attribute panel. After a night of slaughter, his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by a few points, and his depleted soul power had started to accumulate again. With his soul nearing its limit, Feng Zhou instructed the skeleton clone to hide in a safe corner, and his consciousness returned to his main body. In the dormitory of Haiqing Military Academy, he turned over and sat up, eagerly opening the attribute panel. The skeleton clone's brutal strike had leveled up to instinct. Following the rules, the main body could still advance one more skill. A prompt popped up. The clone skill reaching instinct proficiency can be used as material to deduce unknown skills, consuming 10 points of soul power. Shall we start? Ark confirmed without hesitation. The power of the soul was drained, and the memories of countless brutal attacks executed by his clones flooded his mind. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. How terrifying would it be if all his skeletons could perform this move? A flash of insight. Simulation successful. Mass brutality technique. Mass brutality technique. Apprentice level. Proficient temporarily adds death energy damage to allied undead, increasing attack power. Amplification, duration, and range are influenced by mental attributes and proficiency. Ark's eyes lit up. This is an AoE buff skill. Now that he has a new skill, he immediately tests it. 2 skeletons of similar strength are summoned, one of which is buffed with group brutality. The order is given. 2 skeletons fought fiercely. The sound of bones scraping was piercing. The blessed skeleton was wrapped in black light all over its body. In less than a minute, it sliced off the opponent's arm with its bone claws, then decisively twisted the skull to pieces. The outcome was without any suspense. Ark nodded. Attack power increased by at least 20%. He commands 40 to 50 skeletons. Once all are empowered, combat strength will surge dramatically. Entering the Abyss difficulty, Horned Demon Outpost. Again, clearing the lesser imps will be much easier. With satisfaction, he quickly washed up and fell asleep. The next day, at dawn, Ark entered the training ground and reopened the Abyss level, Horned Demon Outpost. It indeed proved effective. The completion time was shortened by 3 minutes, and the speed ranking rose by 1 more place. The students nearby who were watching him could tell that he had gained another auxiliary skill. Everyone had long been stunned by his talent, but there were still some who couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Truly, comparing yourself to others can be infuriating. I haven't even fully mastered the 3rd skill of my profession, but he's already deduced 5 or 6 new skills on his own. Yeah, Bone Spear, Bone Shield, Bone Shackles, Skeleton Domination, plus the AoE and displacement skills used in the simulated battlefield, and now this buff skill. To reach this level of proficiency in just a month, the gap is hopelessly large. Someone tried to comfort him. Don't be too down. The instructor said Ark seems to have gathered the essence of the Necromancer, naturally meant for this. Otherwise, his talent can't be explained. Others took it lightly. No matter what, he's in the same year as us. The stronger he gets, the greater the hope he has to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. We should be proud of him. Ark had long been used to the discussions and envy. He remained calm and went to find Bai Xiaochan, who was still slacking off in the simulation pod. This cold on the outside but lazy on the inside deskmate still hasn't beaten the difficult mode of the Little Imp camp. After she finished playing a piece of Lullaby, Ark casually advised, "Solo mode is indeed unfair to support players, but you still have to fight. If you don't make it onto the seed list, the loss will be significant." He usually didn't like to meddle, but this time he spoke up partly out of camaraderie with his desk mate and partly for his own benefit. During this period, Bai Xiaochan's Lullaby could relieve soul fatigue, allowing his skeleton clone's growth rate to increase by 10%. He had checked the skill tree of chanting strings. This class had many powerful support skills, most being combat buffs. But there were also rare skills like Lullaby that were difficult and could assist in cultivation. Ark is a cultivation fanatic and naturally wants a personal assistant who can be summoned at any time. For now, Bai Xiaochan is the best candidate. He swore it was definitely not because she had fair skin, long legs, and an eye-catching figure. After finishing the piece, Bai Xiaochan held the small harp and whispered, "Ark, why are you so concerned about me?" Ark stared into her moist eyes, his face sincere. "I told you, you are my Qin and SE fairy. I want to rank with you on the historical speed leaderboard. Don't you want that?" Hearing the words Qin and SE fairy, Bai Xiaochan's face instantly flushed red. She turned her head, covering her face, and whispered almost inaudibly, "Ark, don't look at me like that. Don't worry. We are support roles, and the military academy has separate assessment standards. This simulated battlefield score won't affect us much." Bai Xiaochan said a little proudly, "I haven't beaten the hard mode yet because I've been learning new support skills recently and haven't been training my attack. Once I reach the intermediate apprentice level, I'll go with you to fight at the Horned Demon Outpost, and then you'll see how strong I really am." Ark nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Bai Xiaochan is usually a couch potato, but when it comes to something as important as the seed list, she still knows how to be clear-headed. To deal with a couch potato, you have to keep dangling carrots and occasionally give her a little push. Ark praised her a few more times and casually gave her some motivational talk before going to class. After the afternoon class ended, as usual, he went to the Demon Hunter research group and gave Yi Fan a good beating. Yi Fan was surrounded and beaten by the skeleton army empowered with group brutality, lying on the ground questioning his life choices. Ark rarely felt a bit guilty. It's rare to have a sparring partner willingly at hand, but constantly discouraging him like this. Aren't they being too harsh? Next time, let's add some water. Just as he was thinking that, Yi Fan, who had been lying down for a long time, suddenly sprang up like a carp jumping. Not knowing what kind of motivational speech he had pumped into himself, he shouted at Ark with red eyes the slogan he'd been chanting for a month. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Never underestimate a struggling youth. Ark, just wait. One day I will repay you for today's humiliation. The people in the research group had long since become accustomed to it. This scene played out every day, to the point that even onlookers had lost interest. Even Qin Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. Although Yi Fan was a bit childish, this stubborn determination would sooner or later make a name for him. Seeing the training partner fully recovered, Fang Zhou and Qin Qingshan said their goodbyes and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lu Hu rushed in with a beaming face. He spotted Fang Zhou at a glance and waved, saying, "Fang Zhou, good news. The principal has approved, and the Lich Mage research project team is officially established. Su Xinyan is the team leader, and I am the deputy leader. You are both a researcher and a research subject. Come and take a look at our laboratory. By the way, Xinyan has stabilized the golden rank and is waiting for you." Fang Zhou felt a surge of joy in his heart. Whether it was to communicate with Su Xinyan, the genius Lich Mage, or to join the research team, it was an opportunity he had long been hoping for. Other instructors also understood what this meant. They whispered to themselves, but no one was surprised. In just over a month, Fang Zhou's performance had been extraordinary, mastering the meditation technique in a single day. Just awakened, he could summon 20 skeletons. In 1 month, he broke through from the middle level of apprentice. He independently developed a complete set of skeleton-based skill trees, covering attack, defense, control, movement, and buffs. He improved the meditation method, even helping silver mages to challenge gold. He formed an army on his own, soloing the Abyss-level Horned Demon Outpost. This undead mage research project team was hard-won by him through sheer strength. Compared to Yi Fan, who rose through connections, his worth is much higher. Now, the senior leadership of Haiqing Military Academy has been completely won over by him. Even Principal Su, who always found faults, had nothing more to say. Everyone understood that after obtaining an exclusive research team and resource preferential treatment, Ark would only become stronger. Amid envious gazes, he left with Lu Hu. On the way, Lu Hu smiled from ear to ear. A little over a month ago, Fang Zhou was still full of disappointment when he first awakened. Now, he is vindicating the Necromancer. Lu Hu feels proud inside. Fang Zhou is also touched. During this period, Lu Hu has worried too much about him. Su Xinyan was able to return to school early because Lu Hu asked for it. The establishment of the research group also couldn't have happened without his efforts. The Ark is remembered in the heart. He began to think about how to give back. Lu Hu put away his excitement and said seriously, "Your #1 seed is basically secured. This is both an honor and a pressure. This is a military academy, not an ordinary university. You are a soldier, not a student. Resources are given to you, but with them come greater responsibilities. Until your potential is realized, you must never become complacent." Fang Zhou's expression was serious. "Instructor Lu, what forms do the actual combat missions take?" Lu Hu said, "There are plenty of tasks, like killing fierce beasts, capturing cult followers, and clearing spatial rifts. The military academy assigns missions based on your abilities, trying to ensure your safety. But this is the real battlefield. Every year, there are injuries and even fatalities. Once the list is finalized, You seeds will undergo a round of intense combat training to select the top 10 strongest to form a team representing Haicheng Military Academy in the National New Recruit Competition. Fangzhou was not worried about actual combat. His skeletal clone fought daily in the undead realm, gaining experience far beyond his peers. What concerned him more was the information in Lu Hu's words. The National New Recruit Competition? Is that a contest between the top 10 military academies? Lu Hu nodded. Right. This is tradition. It's not just about saving face. The ranking also determines the allocation of federal resources for the next year. The higher the rank, the more resources. Fangzhou understood. The strength of the seeds was directly related to the school's budget. So what was our rank last year? Lu Hu shook his head. We've been hovering around 5th or 6th place. Only a few years ago, when Jiao awakened the Flame Dragon Knight and surged to 3rd place. That was the best result in history. Ark was stunned. The Flame Dragon Knight can contract with the Fire Dragon, and he still can't get 1st place? Lu Hu's expression was serious. We have the Flame Dragon Knight, but others also have monsters like the Punishment Holy Sword, Cloud Climbing Ascetic, and Arcane Master. The great contest isn't just about individuals, it's about the entire team. Wenjiu leading the team to 3rd place is already very strong. Don't underestimate the people of this world. Ark nodded, feeling even more excited inside. At this moment, Lu Hu suddenly sneered. By the way, how did that girl Xinyan brag to you last time? When it came to Instructor Su's dark past, Ark was very cautious. She asked me if my hair looked good, saying it turned silver after awakening as a necromancer. She also said I broke through apprentice mid-level in a month, a few days faster than she did back then, and that my talent was a bit stronger than hers. Huh. Lu Hu laughed, slapping his thigh. That's not entirely a lie. Her silver hair really did turn that way only after awakening. This is certainly not a symbol of any undead talent. When she awakened at 18, she dyed her hair completely silver behind Principal Su's back, seriously claiming that only silver hair matched the mysterious aura of a legendary undead witch. Lu Hu wiped his tears and added, she advanced from apprentice to mid-level in just a month and a few days, so it's not wrong. It's that few days, it could be 60 or 70 days. Ark was mentally prepared, yet couldn't help but laugh out loud. Instructor Su Xinyan's thought process was too peculiar, and her actions were very unorthodox. She was usually as cold as a blooming night blooming Sirius, and this contrast made her even more interesting. But after all, she was a golden rank powerhouse. Having heard so much of her shady past, Ark was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep a straight face when he saw her in the future, and was just about to change the subject. By chance, Lu Hu rarely had someone to vent to, so the more he talked, the more excited he became. Principal Su has always wanted her to dye her silver hair back. The father and daughter have argued countless times over this. They say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, but I think this jacket not only lets the wind through, but also pricks the heart. That's why Principal Su has such strong opinions against the Necromancer. Ark, you'll need to be careful in the research group from now on. That girl Xinyan, don't let her appearance fool you. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing scream suddenly came from the night sky. A shadow fell from the sky, rushing straight at Lu Hu. Lu Hu's expression changed, and he pulled Ark back several meters. The shadow did not pursue, just hung in midair, baring its teeth at him. Seeing this, Lu Hu instantly lost face. That's it, it's Xinyan's vampire. I just spoke badly about her. She definitely heard it. Ark also calmed down and sized up the bat-shaped undead. Its wings made up almost 80% of its body, edges gleaming coldly, clearly sharp enough to be used as blades. The head was only the size of a fist, with pale spectral flames burning in the eye sockets, and 4 sharp fangs in the mouth, specialized in sucking blood and taking lives. This was his first time seeing a high-level undead other than skeletons. According to the information he had read, vampires belong to the silver tier, are extremely rare, and can even regenerate flesh. Only undead mages with exceptionally strong talent can summon them. Thinking of this, Fangzhou actually felt a bit excited. If he could also learn to summon vampires, he might be able to deduce flesh-based skills. With his current apprentice mid-level strength, he couldn't tell exactly how strong this vampire was, only vaguely sensing that its aura was a bit weaker than Lu Hu's. But the problem is, this is Su Xinyan's summon creature, just gossiping behind someone's back, and got caught red-handed. Even if Lu Hu could win, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Under the vampire's cold gaze, he unconsciously quickened his pace and quietly led Feng Zhou to a building. Feng Zhou, this vampire will take you to the research group. I just suddenly remembered something, so I won't be going in. As soon as the words fell, Lu Hu turned and ran. Ark sighed. Instructor Lu had sold him out again. He looked up at the vampire in midair and followed it into the building, arriving at a laboratory. This was his exclusive research group for the Necromancer project. Inside the room, Su Xinyan wore a black mage robe, staring coldly at him, fire simmering in her phoenix-shaped eyes. Ark obediently walked over. "Hello, Instructor Su." Su Xinyan raised her hand and tapped him, but the words caught in her throat. Looking at his handsome and innocent face, she ultimately didn't lose her temper, only making a note of it in her heart about Lu Hu. "Lu Hu, just you wait." The atmosphere eased, and Feng Zhou took the initiative to ask, "Instructor Su, what can I do in the research group?" Getting down to business, Su Xinyan's expression turned serious. She snapped her fingers, signaling the vampire to step back, and gestured for Feng Zhou to sit down. Beneath her robe, her legs crossed, and her tone carried an excitement she could not suppress. Military academies only set up research teams for ultra-rare professions with great potential. For example, your classmate Yi Fan, who broke through from Demon Hunter to legendary King Mian, has an astonishing combat power, so the Federation allocated funding to support him. Saying this, she wrinkled her nose. Although we necromancers are rare, because of life-and-death limitations, we are considered to have a low ceiling, so we've never qualified. She looked at Feng Zhou, her eyes sparkling. "You broke this prejudice. Your results prove that necromancers still have great potential, which forced my stubborn father to agree." Su Xinyan's tone grew serious. "According to the rules, new students joining the group are only research subjects. But you deduced the skeleton-type skills yourself, proving your ability. So the military academy made an exception. You are not only a research subject, but also a lead researcher." Ark was stunned for a moment. "Researcher? Research myself? Sounds quite interesting." He asked, "Instructor Su, so what exactly do I need to do?" Su Xinyan changed her posture, speaking seriously. "The goal of the research team is to comprehensively record the changes in your cultivation at each stage, complete the skill system of the Necromancer, speed up the cultivation process, and improve combat capability. As a research subject, you need to undergo regular tests, including mental strength, cultivation progress, skill proficiency, and combat data. As the lead researcher, you also have to propose feasible research topics and personally produce results. For example, the skeletal skill tree you developed can be established as an independent project." She gave a meaningful wink. "As long as there are results, one can receive generous research funding, much higher than simply uploading skill rewards. Research expenses can also be reimbursed." Feng Zhou instantly understood that this was the greatest temptation. Su Xinyan took a sip of juice and stared at him, asking, "What are your thoughts?" Feng Zhou was straightforward. The Necromancer's dilemma had 3 points. First, the barrier between life and death caused misaligned visualization, poor quality meditation, and slow cultivation. Second, without complete inheritance, combat power was weak. Third, necromantic power eroded the body, leading to poor constitution and difficulty adapting to high-intensity combat. If these 3 points are resolved, professional strength will be completely overturned. The research direction should also revolve around them. Su Xinyan listened with bright eyes, almost losing composure, so she coughed to cover it up and said she had similar thoughts. Feng Zhou continued analyzing. "The current meditation diagram is just a copy of undead creatures of different ranks. Apprentices visualize skeletons, black iron visualizes zombies, bronze visualizes ghosts. The approach is too rigid. He plans to start with his improved Skeleton King meditation method and continue to strengthen it." Su Xinyan nodded, resting her chin on her hand. Compared to the Skeleton King, the original skeleton image was simply no match. When she envisioned it, she even vaguely touched the will of the underworld, as if leaving an anchor there. Casting apprentice-level spells afterwards greatly reduces mental consumption, but the power is significantly enhanced. This suggests that Ark's direction might really be able to leverage the entire profession's future. Ark immediately understood. As long as one visualizes their skeletal clone and becomes the clone's apostle, ordinary necromancers can gain considerable bonuses. But limited by his own strength, the Skeletal King meditation technique is currently only at the apprentice level, providing Su Xinyan with only apprentice-level skill enhancements. If he can elevate this meditation technique to the golden level, Su Xinyan will also gain enhancements when using golden-level skills, and her combat power will undoubtedly surge. Ark regained his composure and said, "If the skills aren't enough, I will find a way to make up for it. I can derive skeletal-type skills from the skeleton." Following this line of thought, perhaps the undead can lead to the corrosion type, vampires to the flesh type, and ghosts to the soul type. But all of these require strength to support them. For now, let's focus on perfecting the skeleton type. Su Xinyan nodded in agreement and asked, "What about the third question? How do we deal with the undead magic eroding the body?" Arka retorted, "Instructor Su doesn't seem to have this problem. How do you handle it?" Su Xinyan waved her hand. "My method can't be replicated. My dad has been searching for rare treasures from the mythical world since I was born to temper my body, which suppresses the corrosion. Ordinary people simply don't have those conditions. There is indeed a legendary old man who is quite willful." Ark admitted, "I have no ideas for now." He himself is not afraid of corrosion. With the skeleton clone feeding back attributes, he can easily withstand it. But if you want the Necromancer to truly rise, this hidden danger must be resolved. At this moment, Su Xinyan stood up and handed him a document. Project approval form. You can apply for up to 3. First, perfect the Necromancer's meditation method. Second, develop the skeleton skill tree. Third, if there are no ideas, I suggest making universal skills. If practical universal abilities can be extracted from class skills, it will demonstrate potential and help secure more resources. She was experienced, and Ark naturally agreed. Thinking of those injured and disabled instructors he had seen at Haiching Military Academy over the past month, he said, "The third project will be to strengthen the human skeleton." "How about that?" Su Xinyan's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. It coincides perfectly with my previous thoughts. You have also seen instructors like Qin Qingshan and Shun Hongyu who retired due to injuries. They fought until they were seriously injured back then. Although they received treatment from the priest, they could never regrow their lost limbs and could only be fitted with mechanical prosthetics. Their cultivation was limited, and their combat power declined. They were clearly heroes, yet trapped in place by injury and illness. If a universal skill could be derived from the bone-related skills to strengthen or even repair human bones, enabling broken bones to regenerate and severed limbs to be restored, it would be a tremendous boon for the entire human race. The Ark thought the same. Qin Qingshan and Shun Hongyu once bled for the United League, but now they could only teach at the military academy, burning out their remaining energy. If they could develop the skill of limb regeneration, allowing them to return to their peak, it would not only help them, but also add a truly sharp blade to the United League. The difficulty was, of course, immense. As long as there is enough material, combined with his efforts and the assistance of the attribute panel, even the toughest levels can be overcome. Afterwards, Ark asked Su Xinyan about the project application process. Under her guidance, he submitted 3 applications through his personal terminal and uploaded the stage results. The review results came in quickly. In the meditation project, Skeleton King Meditation Method passed the acceptance. Originally 100 contribution points as a reward, plus 50% research funds, totaling 150 points. In the Skeleton Skill Tree, Skeleton Arrow Rain and Skeleton Wings each receive 150 points. Previously uploaded Skeleton Javelin, Skeleton Shield, Skeleton Shackles, and Dominating Skeleton each receive an additional 50 points. What surprised him even more was that apprentice-level materials exchanged for deduction skills, Fireball, Touch of Corrosion, Aging Ray, Mana Sprint, and others, were all reimbursed 50% through public funds. 11 skills reverted 55 points. After one round of settlement, his contribution points skyrocketed from 500 to 1250. Staring at the numbers on the terminal, even Su Xinyan was stunned. She was born into a legendary family and was now a golden-level strongman. so she theoretically shouldn't be moved by such a small amount of contribution. But back when she was an apprentice, she never had more than double digits in her pocket. Looking at the arc before her, her expression was calm, with hidden sharpness. Su Xinyan felt a trace of bitterness welling up in her heart. The new waves in the Yangtze River pushed the old waves forward. This old-timer is really going to be wiped out on the beach. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Ark, how do you plan to use these contribution points? Ark had already suppressed his excitement. Before breaking through the black iron level, it's hard for me to deduce any new skeletal-type skills. No matter how many contribution points, they are one-time use. Instructor Su, how should I apply them effectively? Su Xinyan obviously really bought into this. She squinted her eyes, seriously making calculations for Ark. First step, according to the project requirements, replace the batch of apprentice-level skill materials. For example, your skeletal flying spear is already good, but its power, range, and mental consumption can still be optimized. You can refer to mature attack skills like Wind Blade Technique, Ice Spear Technique, and Earth Spear Technique. Learn from their strengths and make up for weaknesses. The improvement will be significant. Your skeleton shield can block direct attacks but can't defend against indirect damage like that from the Abyss Imp's magic-eating type. You can take a cue from the Psychokineticist's Psychokinetic Shield to cover this shortcoming. Also, Skeleton Shackles, Skeleton Arrow Rain, and Skeleton Wings can all be improved like this. Why are you looking at me like that? She suddenly stopped in the middle of her excitement. Fang Zhou was staring at her with shining eyes, as if looking at a mountain of gold. Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged her. This Instructor Su is really talented. Instructor Su's thinking is so brilliant, I understood it immediately. Su Xinyan was not humble at all. She lifted her chin like a proud swan and let out a light snort. Nonsense. I am the greatest female necromancer genius in history. Ark took advantage of the moment to praise her a few more times, lifting her spirits considerably. Others praised her, and she found it annoying. But this kind of recognition from a genius like Ark was very gratifying to her. All right, enough. Let's get down to business. Little flatterer, your words are pretty sweet. She cleared her throat, suppressing a smile. Apprentice-level mages have limited mental power, and their skill structures are inherently fragile. They can't cover all bases. Take your Bone Javelin as an example. I've watched your battle livestream. This move stacks at least 4 effects: armor-piercing physical damage, death energy, corrosion, and explosion, right? Ark nodded repeatedly. For layers of damage, she saw them all. The problem lies here. Apprentice-level skills have limited capacity. Stabilizing these 4 effects is already the limit. Forcing in new effects will cause the structure to collapse. Unless you break through to Black Iron level and evolve it into a higher-level skill, don't expect to keep adding more components. So the focus now is not on further strengthening Skeleton Spear. Instead, he plans to complete and refine the other skeletal skills. After listening, Fang Zhou fell into deep thought. No wonder when he tried to feed the skeletal javelin with other skills, the attribute panel showed no response. It turned out that during the apprentice stage, the structure of this spell had already reached its limit. Su Xinyan took a sip of juice and lightly reminded him that besides exchanging materials, he could also apply for attribute elixirs, mental recovery potions, concentration formations, skill insights, and other resources. Ark was troubled. All of these required E-level clearance, which he simply did not qualify for. Su Xinyan waved her hand and smiled, saying that he was not only a corporal but also a primary researcher in the project group. As long as it was under the name of Project Research, expenses could be reimbursed at public expense and even get a 50% discount. However, the review is very strict. He is currently an apprentice and can only apply for apprentice-level resources. Once he became a military academy seed, his permissions naturally increased accordingly. Ark felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't expect to be able to exchange resources early like this. In the end, it was because he stood out too much. E-level permissions are available to second-year students, but there are very few who can serve as the main researcher. Low-level resources disregarded by others are crucial to him. Attribute Elixir directly increases the 4 attributes. Mental Recovery Potion enhances training efficiency. Skill Training Room strengthens effects. Skill Insights improve proficiency. Focus Array extend combat duration. With the addition of consumables like gems and refined chainstones, his training speed will completely pull ahead. Combined with the skeleton clone's feedback, the apprentice's rise to a higher position is within reach. But he quickly calmed down. 1,250 contribution points wouldn't last long. If he wanted to get stronger, he still had to keep fighting. At this moment, Su Xinyan took out a sachet, saying it could extend the Necromancer's meditation time. The moon orchid incense inside could be used for a month. Come back to her after it's used up. This counts as an early wish for him to become the #1 seed. Ark took the sachet, the light orchid fragrance entering her nose, just like the scent on her. The tension from days of constant fighting finally began to ease. This sachet is definitely not the little trinket Su Xinyan mentioned. The attribute panel quickly provided information. Moon orchid incense, blue excellent, rare item exclusive to necromancers. Made from the rare moon orchid, long-term inhalation can enhance soul resilience and extend meditation duration. It's actually a rare item of blue quality. Ark didn't expect that his first blue gear would actually be gifted by Instructor Su. Things that can affect the soul are rare treasures, even in a mythical world full of strong individuals. He carefully put away the sachet and thanked solemnly. Su Xinyan lazily waved her hand, telling him to leave. This is the logistics department, right? After leaving the laboratory, Feng Zhou followed the terminal navigation to the logistics building of the military academy. He had already submitted the resource exchange application. Since it was the first exchange and involved a large quantity, it still had to go through the Necromancer Research Group channel and required on-site verification. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he ran into an acquaintance. What a coincidence, Junior Ark. Are you here to exchange resources too? The speaker was Lu Renjia from the second year, with whom contact had been exchanged previously during the simulated battlefield. Standing beside him was Lu Yi. After a brief greeting, Lu Yi asked enthusiastically, "Which storage room are you going to? We'll take you there." Ark glanced at the terminal. 2103. Lu Yi was stunned. The second-floor storage room requires E-level clearance to enter. Are you already E-level? The first-year seed list hasn't been finalized yet, right? Ark explained, I'm still F-level, but I joined the Lich Research Project team. These resources were requested by the project team. Louis E. blurted out. The Lich also has a research project team? Ahem. Lu Renjia glared at her. Isn't Feng Zhou Jr.'s performance enough to demonstrate the potential of this profession? He said as he enthusiastically led the way. Come on, I'll take you to 2103. Louis realized her slip of the tongue and silently followed behind. She was of course well aware of the significance of the research team. However, in the eyes of most people, the Necromancer had always been a symbol of a weak class. Even though Feng Zhou performed brilliantly on the simulated battlefield, the short duration couldn't change the prejudice. She spoke too quickly, revealing what was truly on her mind. Ark didn't take it to heart and followed Lu Renjia upstairs. In storage room 2103, a one-eyed middle-aged instructor was tidying up a desk. Ark and the two others walked in. He glanced over, and his gaze fell directly on Ark's mage robe. Ark stepped forward. Instructor, hello. I am Ark, first year. I just submitted a resource exchange application at the terminal. Here is the list, please verify. The one-eyed instructor took the sheet, glanced at it a few times, and curled his mouth. So you're the necromancer that old Tiger Lu favors the most? The aura is not bad. It's the first time the military academy has set up a research group for necromancers, and it's even more exceptional to have a first-year student as the lead researcher. Don't embarrass us. Lu Renjia and Lu Yi were stunned immediately. Lead researcher? They had originally thought that Ark was at most just a subject of research, but they didn't expect him to be the person in charge. The one-eyed instructor glared at them. What's so surprising? If you guys could independently develop a whole new professional skill tree, you could sit in this position too. The two quickly hid their shock, but felt a bitter sting in their hearts. Becoming a lead researcher allows you to apply for special funds, so during the apprentice phase, you never lack contribution points. More importantly, he could legitimately allocate quotas and resources to those around him, and they worked hard to take on tasks. Earning 10 contribution points a month was considered good. The gap was right before their eyes. They were even more curious about what the Ark would replace this time. The one-eyed instructor carried a box out of the storage room. Come on, verify your identity, pay contribution points, and take the items away. The ARC has completed identification and begun verifying the list. 1 bottle each of apprentice-level strength, constitution, and agility elixirs, originally 150 points, reimbursed 75 points by the fund. 30 bottles of mild mental recovery potion, 15 points. 30 bottles of mild soul soothing potion, 30 points. Apprentice-level meditation room 100 hours, 50 points. Apprentice-level skill training room 100 hours, 50 points. Level 1 refined chain stones 7 pieces, 35 points. Level 1 gems 7 pieces, 35 points. Summoning skeletons, calm mind, charge, weapon specialization, block, battle cry. 6 apprentice-level skill guides, originally priced at 60 contribution points, now only 30. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Renjia and Lu Yi, Fangzhou spent 320 contribution points in one go to exchange a large amount of training resources from the Cyclops instructor. Inside, there are also 4-dimensional attribute elixirs at an apprentice level that are almost unaffordable. So ruthless. Lu Renjia screamed wildly in his heart. You are a necromancer. It's one thing to swap for spirit elixirs, but power, constitution, and agility. You want them all? Taking 30 bottles each of spirit restoration potion and soul soothing potion, are you planning to drink them like water? Lu Yi covered her mouth, her eyes shining. This is not a junior. This is a golden opportunity. She secretly decided to hold on to ARC tightly. As long as some resources leaked, it would be enough for her to take off. Even the one-eyed instructor, who was used to the world, sighed in admiration of the youth. ARC held the resource box, feeling warmth in his heart. These resources are enough for his strength to skyrocket in 1 month. Back in the dormitory, he first took out 3 bottles of attribute elixirs. He gulped down the fiery red strength elixir. Strength +1. Drink the constitution elixir again. Constitution +1. Finally, the agility elixir. Agility +1. All 3 are +1, higher than the 0.6 of the mental potion. Because his spirit is already high, the higher the attribute, the harder it is to increase. Also, only the first bottle of each type of potion is effective at each stage. Ordinary students have to wait until they break through to Black Iron before they can afford to buy a bottle for the main attribute. Drinking 4 bottles in a month after awakening like ARC is purely extravagant. Key contribution points still have to be earned through hard work. ARC suppressed the surging blood pressure and clenched his fist. Strength, constitution, and agility all reached 5 points, officially stepping into the middle apprentice rank, far surpassing Yi Fan and Zhao Yuan. With the combined efforts of him and the skeleton clone, the advantage of attribute dominance had already taken shape. ARC is an undead mage and cannot learn the skills of warriors. Otherwise, just with his fists alone, he could have pinned Yi Fan to the ground and given him a lesson on what a muscle mage's shock feels like. He suppressed his emotions, looked at the resource box, and took out 7 level 1 refining stones and 7 level 1 gems of different colors. The apprentice set he wore was just a gray-quality inferior equipment, only capable of being refined once. Then a level 1 gem could be inlaid. Since discovering that soul power can enhance equipment, he had been eager to fully upgrade this set. Today, the materials were finally gathered. Reinforceable resource detected. Consume 10 points of soul power to reinforce. Shall we start? Fangzhou immediately took off his equipment. Attribute panel, reinforce. Apprentice staff +1, inlaid with moonstone, enhances spell effects. Apprentice hat +1, inlaid with sapphire, increases maximum mana. Apprentice gloves +1, inlaid with emerald, faster casting. Apprentice rings ×2 +1, inlaid with obsidian, reduces cooldown. Apprentice necklace +1, inlaid with amethyst, spirit recovery enhanced. Apprentice robe +1, inlaid with ruby, defense increased. Apprentice cloth shoes +1, inlaid with wind crystal, movement speed increased. After burning through 140 points of soul power, he put on the full +1 set again, and his whole body felt like it had been replaced with new bones. He raised his hand and formed a skeletal flying spear, its power noticeably stronger, increasing his overall combat strength by at least 20%. This is the feeling of investing resources. As long as nothing unexpected happens, this fully upgraded apprentice gear will be enough for him until he breaks through to Black Iron. Unfortunately, the Moon Orchid incense gifted by Su Xinyan is a rare item. It cannot be refined or embedded. Ark exhaled a breath, his emotions gradually calming. Next, it was time to practice skills. He opened his personal terminal. 6 copies of Skill Insights had already been stored in the database. Once used, they would be directly implanted into his mind and only take effect the first time. As for how much improvement they could bring, it all depended on talent. And talent, he never doubted his own. Skill enhancement material detected. Consuming 10 points of soul power will allow perfect absorption. Absorb. All 6 skill insights are completely consumed. Another 60 points of soul power. Summon skeleton, calm and collected. Charge, weapon specialization, block, battle cry. All 6 skills are fully maxed out. Spend crystals straightforwardly. Refreshing. Ark took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. The reason these skill insights are so effective is that he worked hard to practice and lay the foundation in the early stages. To push a skill from perfect to instinct, you either have to pour in a huge amount of soul power forcefully, or you can only practice diligently day after day. Fortunately, there was a skills training room right in the dormitory area. Practicing there, proficiency increased rapidly, gaining 1 contribution point per hour, an absolute value. Ark no longer hesitated, took a bottle of low-level mental power recovery potion, and smashed open the training room door. Inside, there was no one. First-year students neither have the authority nor can afford the price, so naturally, no one dares to come. After deducting 1 hour, the magic array activates. Ark waved his staff and directly cast Summon Skeleton. After the skeleton clone's Brutal Strike was upgraded to Instinct, it gave rise to the Group Brutality skill. He was very eager to see what new abilities would come with the breakthrough of the main skill, Summon Skeleton. From now on, he had only one goal, to push Summon Skeleton to Instinct. This required a lot of time, but with the training room and potion support, the efficiency doubled. He summoned 60 skeletons at once, and his mental energy instantly drained to 0. At the potion entrance, he activated the perfect level, calm and collected, again, and his mental power quickly returned to 30%. It wasn't that he was reluctant to drink it, but the apprentice could only drink 1 bottle a day. Drinking more would harm the body and have no effect. He cast the spell again and summoned 20 more skeletons. The 80 skeletons were divided into 2 teams, fighting fiercely, while he continuously controlled and coordinated from the side. An hour passed quickly, and his mental energy was just exhausted. He snapped his fingers, dismissing the skeletons, then looked at the attribute panel, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At this pace, in less than half a month, Summon Skeleton would reach Instinct. At that time, his strength would jump another level. Leaving the training room, he headed straight to the Focus Meditation Chamber. After the skeleton clone was promoted to Black Iron, the strength of his soul surged dramatically. With the added blessing of the Focus Formation and well-on incense, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the time he could spend controlling the clone for leveling had directly extended to 4 hours. Both the original body and the clone laughed simultaneously. One was gentle, the other ferocious. Tonight, let's have a fierce battle. Buried deep in the desolate wilderness, the blood moon hangs high, the aura of death surging. Skeleton clones are immersed within it, their power rising bit by bit. But just relying on absorption is too slow. Hunting and devouring are much more satisfying. According to Ark's estimation, even if you stay here all the time, it would take at least a few months for your attributes to increase by 1 point. The stronger the aura of death, the stronger the skeleton warriors. But they are sparsely distributed, making it difficult to find a target. It would be great to have a fast horse or a group of scouts. While traveling, he kept using Charge, trying to quickly raise his proficiency to the Instinct level. A few minutes later, he finally encountered the first skeleton warrior. Long Spear Skeleton? Not bad. The opponent also noticed him and charged straight over with a spear. It was hunting as well. These Black Iron lower-level undead have no intelligence. When they see a living creature, They just fight desperately. In its eyes, the Ark, this stronger skeleton, was a fattier prey. A distance of over 10 meters, arrived in an instant. Bone lance sweep. Charge. Block. Brutal heavy strike. Ark consecutively unleashed 3 skills, stabbing forward with a spear. Clang. Sparks fly in all directions. Taking advantage of the opponent being unable to defend in time, he followed up with a slash, fiercely chopping down on its spine. Bone fragments flew everywhere. That skeleton was directly cut in half at the waist. It didn't die, but was completely incapacitated. The skull was still struggling on the ground. Ark tried to send out a mental signal. Surrender or die. The soul fire was in chaos, with no response. He was not surprised either. Since they didn't understand, then it's over. The bone spear lightly stabbed. SSS. The refined +1 skeletal spear stabbed down, and the skull of the skeleton warrior shattered like tofu. The soul fire flickered a few times and then extinguished, and the body crumbled into a pile of white bones. Skeleton armor activated. Heat surged through the body, strength increasing once again. Ark was about to look for the next prey when he saw a gray gem glowing among the ashes. Skeletons can still drop gems. He tapped it with his spear. A panel popped up with a prompt, indicating that 10 points of soul power could be consumed to strengthen it. Level 1 Netherstone can be embedded in equipment to increase undead damage. A jolt ran through Fangzhou's heart. The undead realm indeed has exclusive resources. The outside world belongs to the living. Undead resources are scarce, late-stage equipment is hard to find, and combat power is limited. But this place is the paradise for the undead. If the resources can be brought back to the main body, power will surely surge. He inserted the netherstone into the spear without hesitation, increasing its damage once again. No matter how much he searched, there wasn't a second one. That skeleton had already turned to ash, making its origin impossible to trace. Even lower-tier black iron can drop gems, indicating that this undead realm hides even more treasures. As long as I become stronger, I will dig it out sooner or later. Ark stood up, his bone armor creaking, and continued wandering through the bone burial wasteland. For hours past, he had slain nearly 30 skeletons, gaining 20 points of soul power and 5 attribute points. Charge is also about to level up. The soul fire was a bit dim. He looked up at the blood moon and withdrew his consciousness back to his body. In the early morning, the meditation room was deathly silent. Ark forced his weary soul, tilting his head back to drink the soul-soothing potion. A wave of warmth quickly surged into his mind, like rain after a long drought. His tightly stretched nerves instantly relaxed, and his fatigue was greatly relieved. The effect of this medicine was amazing, but apprentices could only drink 1 bottle a day, no matter how much money they had. They could not use more. Coupled with the requiem and calming mushrooms, his recovery speed nearly doubled. Under the moonlight, he returned to the dormitory to wash up and soon fell into a deep sleep. Woke up the next day feeling refreshed, the lingering drowsiness that had troubled him for days completely gone. After breakfast, he headed straight for the simulation battlefield. After last night's paid enhancements, his attributes and equipment were comprehensively improved. After updating the projection, he directly challenged the Abyss difficulty Demon Horn outpost. This time, he was going to confront head-on. In the thick fog, 50 stronger skeletons were summoned. He drank the spirit potion, entered a calm and composed state, and restored his spiritual power to 70%. He no longer set traps, but led the army straight to the outpost. Bone's spears flew, and the 6 small inferior demons died instantly. The skeleton army charged into the hall, trapping the giant axe heavy armor horned demon and more than 30 demons inside. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only a hard fight can determine the outcome. Ark, leading 50 skeletons, faced 35 demons in a frontal battle. Roars and the snapping of bones intertwined as the battle erupted instantly. Outside the training ground, the students stared at the live broadcast screen. Is he crazy? Charging straight in and fighting head-on. Before, they always wore down the enemy with tactics, but this time they're going straight for a direct confrontation. Haven't you noticed? He's got 10 more skeletons now. His staff and equipment were encrusted with gems, dazzlingly luxurious. Oh my God, This is just ridiculous. I can't even afford to replace my apprentice's longsword. While everyone was still shocked and discussing, the skeleton army had already fiercely engaged the demon at the outpost. To everyone's surprise, the skeletons summoned by Ark didn't shatter instantly upon contact with the heavily armored, axe-wielding, horned demon like before. He waved his staff, and waves of black light poured down, greatly boosting the momentum of the skeletons hit by it. Under the enhancement of the group brutal technique, their fangs and bone claws could even tear wounds on the heavily armored horned demons. The horned demons were tough and thick-skinned, so Ark did not rush to attack them, instead locking his target on the 6 mid-level demon children. He stood outside the outpost gate, separated by a thick sea of skeletons, not afraid at all of the demon children absorbing his spiritual power. The impish demons hid behind the little imp, waving their obsidian orbs, unleashing a frenzy of polluted beams. The little imps were already outnumbered and could only be pushed step by step into a corner by the skeletons, crowding together. The opportunity has arrived. A cold light flashed in Ark's eyes as he fiercely swung his staff. Skeleton arrow rain. The sound of arrows piercing the air was ear-piercing, as dozens of bone arrows whistled down along the ceiling of the hall, fiercely stabbing into the group of lesser demons. Screams broke out one after another, with 5 or 6 dying on the spot. The bone arrows then exploded, sending fragments flying everywhere, causing another group to be blown away. Many low-level lesser demons were terrified, forgetting the demon child's orders, and scattered to flee for their lives. The originally tight defensive line instantly collapsed. Archon did not hesitate and cast another skeletal shackles, forcibly interrupting the charge of the heavily armored horned demon. He commanded 30 skeletons to take advantage of the chaos and charge fiercely. With max-level summoning, domination, and mass brutality spells combined, the skeletons' combat power surged dramatically, directly crushing the lesser imps. Even mid-level minor imps, desperately swinging their forks, could hardly shake them. The 6 demon children saw the situation was grim and cursed sharply. 6 beams of light fired simultaneously, blasting the 3 skeletons at the front into pieces. The Ark sneered in response, and another volley of skeletal arrows rained down, reaping 4 or 5 more lives. The skeleton army then charged, completely tearing apart the barely holding defense line of the minor imps. Kacha! Kacha! The skeleton showed no fear, stepping on broken bones and corpses as it charged straight at the panicked demons. Under Ark's command, the target was the 6 abyssal imp children hiding at the rear, encircling them from all sides. The once spacious outpost hall was squeezed into a crowd by nearly 100 combat units. The imp children, having lost the protection of the little lesser demons, were completely exposed before the skeleton army. Ark directly released the 6-path skeletal shackles, sealing off their escape routes. Dozens of skeletons swarmed and tore the demon child into pieces. After dealing with the trouble, Ark sighed in relief, knowing the outcome was decided. Half of the skeletons suppressed the enraged axe-wielding heavy armor horned demon, while the other half, coordinated with flying spears and a rain of arrows, cleared the remaining small lesser demons. Soon, the last little imp leader was pierced by a flying spear, leaving only the lone horned demon fighting alone in the hall. It frantically tried to break through, only to find these skeletons absurdly strong. One strike of its axe often couldn't kill a single one, and the necromancers behind could pull them back to the battlefield. The claws of the skeletons gleamed with black light, continuously tearing through its heavy armor. After more than 10 minutes, the horned demon was covered in wounds, but had only killed a dozen or so skeletons. Its minions were all wiped out, and it was surrounded and killed by 30 to 40 skeletons in the center. This boss, which just a week ago had forced Ark to rely solely on traps to deal with it, eventually fell with unwillingness. Mission accomplished. Time taken 25 minutes and 20 seconds. Rated perfect. Reward 12 contribution points. Ranked 5th on the speed leaderboard. Expected reward 20 contribution points. Dropped apprentice longbow can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. Hearing the notification sound, Ark was in a great mood. In just 1 week, he was already able to crush the abyss difficulty head-on, cutting the completion time in half. He silently noted the achievements of the research team, then exited the simulated battlefield. The longer the time since he defeated someone head-on, the greater the gap would become. As long as he steadily improved his strength, his completion times would get shorter and shorter. Even if he were to single-handedly reach the top spot on the historical speed rankings in the future, it wouldn't be a dream. The simulation cabin opened, and Fang Zhou walked out, coming face to face with Bai Xiaochan's gaze full of admiration. She was so excited that she danced around wildly. Fang Zhou, I heard from Yi Fan that last night you were taken by Instructor Liu Hu to the Undead Mage Research Group. Just one night, and your combat power has increased so much. All the first-year students around gathered, straining their ears waiting for the answer. Ark nodded, his tone calm. I spent all the contribution points I had saved up before, exchanged them for gems, refining stones, and skill insights, slightly improving my equipment and skills. He spoke casually, but no one believed him. You can see from his performance today that this is not just a little bit of improvement, it's a qualitative change. But everyone also knows that those contribution points were earned through his talent and relentless practice of skills. Such an opportunity, even if they envy it, is useless to them. In just over a month, this once considered worthless necromancer has become so powerful that people can only look up to him. Ark led Bai Xiaochan around the crowd and walked to a corner. Bai Xiaochan understood immediately, took out a small harp, and skillfully played the lullaby. As the song ended, Ark felt his soul relax even more. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Has your proficiency improved? Bai Xiaochan hugged the zither, smiling proudly. Of course, playing for you every day, I've already reached the proficient level. And I'm also learning a new skill, Song of Triumph. Can restore mental strength to teammates within range, useful in both training and on the battlefield. Ark's eyes lit up. It seems his encouragement was not in vain. This salted fish has finally turned over. He immediately gave a thumbs up and showered praise. What? Chinsa Fairy and Starlight Songstress. She blushed from being flattered. After praising, he didn't forget to keep the pressure on. Shaft Chan, you need to practice your skills and don't slack off on meditation. Get promoted to mid-level apprentice early, so I can take you to sweep through the Horned Demon Outpost. Bai Xiaochan sighed heavily. I'm not some kind of monster like you, blessed with both talent and resources. All my contribution points have been spent on buying a small harp and learning new skills. No matter how urgently I meditate, I can't speed it up. Ark thought for a moment and said, the research project team has assistant positions. Not only do they offer contribution points, but you also get early access to the focus meditation room and skill training room. If you're willing, I can recommend you. Bai Xiaochan's eyes instantly lit up. Really? You can get me in? She quickly caught on. I heard from Yi Fan that assistants have to be appointed by researchers. Could it be that you're already a researcher in the Necromancer research team? Ark nodded. Great. Bai Xiaochan jumped up excitedly and hugged his arm. You're my big supporter. Don't forget me when you get rich. Ark pushed her away disdainfully. I'll send you the application form. Fill it out and hand it back to me. After class tonight, come with me to the research lab. I'll report to the instructor and then set your task and payment. Bai Xiaochan nodded obediently. At this moment, a clear female voice came from behind. Researcher Fang, I'd like to volunteer to be your assistant. Is that okay? Fang Zhou hadn't turned around yet, but Bai Xiaochan was already exploding. Meng Hongzhuang, you little shorty, you're pestering me again. Fang Zhou turned around, and sure enough, it was Meng Hongzhuang with twin ponytails. She sneered at Bai Xiaochan. Did you forget how quickly you got beaten last time? After speaking, she looked again at Fang Zhou, her eyes full of admiration. Big Boss Fang, I've studied every one of your battles. I'm a natural summoner, so we have the most in common. Let me be your assistant. Putting everything else aside, no one understands summoning skills better than me. Fang Zhou wasn't very close to her and initially wanted to politely decline. But hearing her speak so confidently, he became intrigued. He asked, then tell me, what problems does my skeleton summoning still have? Meng Hongzhuang barely paused. Your skeleton army is already formed and crushes opponents of the same level. But the individual skeletons are too weak. When facing top-tier melee classes, they are easily broken through. Relying on numbers alone isn't enough. You need a few elite summons to hold the field. Throw in cannon fodder and have elites form the main line. That's a real killing strategy. Seeing Fang Zhou nod, Meng Hongzhuang continued. Big brother Fang, you also have skills to enhance skeleton combat power, but it's still not perfect. We natural summoners specialize in strengthening summons. Our predecessors have left a lot of mature experience that can help you avoid detours. Fang Zhou thought for a moment. Her ranking in the simulated battlefield was even higher than Yi Fan's. She wasn't just talk. As an assistant, she was qualified. He reached out his hand, speaking solemnly. Classmate Hong Zhuang, welcome to the Necromancer Research Group. I'll send you the application form later. Come to the lab after class to check in. Meng Hongzhuang grasped his hand excitedly. Boss Fang, don't worry, I won't hold anyone back. She glanced meaningfully at the angry Bai Xiaochan behind him, saying, at least I'm better than that little lamb. The air was thick with tension. Fang Zhou pretended not to see, withdrew his hand, and left quickly. A slight smile curved his lips. With the Scroll King joining, can this salted fish still lie around doing nothing? Rolling it up is better. A person's mind is limited. If the assistant doesn't work hard, how can he soar? The day passed quickly. After the afternoon meditation class ended, Ark took Bai Xiaochan and Meng Hongzhuang into the research lab. He had already reported the recruitment to Su Xinyan and Lu Hu. The two instructors asked a few basic questions and then nodded in approval. Ark set their monthly salary at 10 contribution points. For each skill completed or developed, an additional performance bonus of at least 10 points would be awarded. In addition, there was a 5-point monthly excellence bonus, but it was only given to one person. The purpose was clear, to push them to compete intensely. Meng Hongzhuang was already a top competitor and agreed without hesitation. Bai Xiaochan was dazzled by the contribution points and hadn't realized this was a trap yet. After signing the contract, Fang Zhou looked at the two new workers and directly asked, report your skills so I can assign tasks. Bai Xiaochan hurriedly raised her hand. Besides meditation, I have 3 other skills. Attack type, Shock Sonic Wave. The buff type, Hymn of Valor, can temporarily enhance the strength of allies. The support training type, Lullaby. You know this effect best. I've been learning Song of Triumph. Lately, it can restore HP and SP to teammates, and I'm about to master it. After she finished speaking, she glanced arrogantly at Meng Hongzhuang. Besides the sonic boom, her other 4 skills were very practical. She didn't believe that a little dwarf who could only summon a big bear could compare to her chanting strings. Meng Hongzhuang sneered coldly. I have already mastered 5 skills. Besides meditation, there are also beast summoning, control skill, jungle entanglement, buff skill, frenzied howl, and healing skill, withered wood rejuvenation. All practiced to proficiency, with beast summoning even mastered. Her eyes burned with intensity. Ark, I'm not just your assistant. I can also fight alongside you. You definitely won't be disappointed. Bai Xiaochan's expression darkened, and she instantly felt a sense of crisis. Why is this little shorty so determined? Isn't it better to slack off and earn contribution points? Fang Zhou paced back and forth in the office a few steps before finally speaking. Xiaochan, this week you need to collect apprentice-level shield skills, at least 10, make a comparison table, and clearly write the pros and cons. If you're unsure, ask Hong Zhuang or the 2 instructors. Then, based on the information, propose improvement directions for this skeleton shield, the more the better. If effective, you'll be rewarded with 10 contribution points. Learn Triumphal Song as soon as possible. From now on, play Lullaby and Triumphal Song for me every day, and I'll give you 10 more points each month. Bai Xiaochan clenched her fist and nodded. Leave it to me. Ark looked at Meng Hongzhuang. You are responsible for collecting skills that enhance the combat power of summoned creatures. If I can deduce new skills suitable for the undead, I will also give you more than 10 contribution points. No rush on practical sparring. First break through to mid-level apprentice. Then the fights will be more satisfying. Meng Hongzhuang was reluctant, but still nodded. I will work hard. I am indeed not strong enough right now. Ark was clear in her mind. She was willing to be an assistant, not just to earn some contribution points, but also to communicate with him about the way of summoning. Ark had watched the battle footage of that natural summoner. She was not tall, but like Yi Fan, she was a complete battle maniac. Precisely because of this, he could not easily accept Meng Hongzhuang's challenge. The carrot has to be dangled. Only then will the assistant work hard, right? Another week passed. Life on the Ark was even more tense than before. 24 hours a day, the 6-hour military academy course is unwavering. Besides that, he spends 2 hours daily practicing skills in the training room and 6 hours controlling skeleton clones in the meditation chamber. In the remaining time, he runs simulated battlefields, studies the Necromancer insights given by Su Xinyan, and gathers all relevant materials. He also has to keep an eye on by Xiaochan and Meng Hongzhuang to prevent them from slacking off. Occasionally, he is also exploited by Su Xinyan for inspiration. Recently, Su Xinyan stabilized at the lower Golden Realm and mastered iconic golden spells such as Summon Vampire King and Summon Dark Guard. She was not satisfied and began attempting to summon stronger beings by leveraging her connection with the underworld. Arka's mind was filled with shadows of powerful undead, gargoyles, dread knights, bone dragons, corpse wizards. These ideas kept inspiring Su Xinyan continually. She said she had sensed a powerful soul fluctuation and was doing her best to pull it out. Ark, of course, supported this. He couldn't wait for Su Xinyan to pave the entire path for the Necromancer. He would just keep moving forward. After a week of intense training, it was thanks to his constitution being over 5 points that he was able to withstand it. Effort brings rewards. He cleared the Abyss difficulty level of Horned Demon Outpost in 18 minutes, ranking second on the historical speedrun leaderboard, only behind the 3-person team led by Flame Dragon Knight, Wenjiu. After class, Fang Zhou headed straight to the research lab. Today was the day when the 2 assistants reported their results. As long as they weren't slacking off, his skills could level up again. In the laboratory, the 2 were already waiting. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaochan looked proud. The usually strong-willed Meng Hongzhuang, however, avoided eye contact. Ark sat down behind the table, fingers interlaced, legs stretched out, exuding a full aura. Speak, who will report first? Bai Xiaochan immediately raised her hand. Ark, I have checked all the shield skills of the apprentice-level magic practitioners. After removing those with obvious flaws, 12 strong shields remain. Among them, Magic Shield is a universal skill. Each of these shields has its own strengths and weaknesses. Some excel in versatility, capable of blocking all kinds of attacks, but consume a lot of mental power. Psychokinetic Shield is an exclusive skill of psychokinetic masters. It has good defense against the Abyss Demon Child's indirect spell-consuming attacks, but its structure is too complex and requires very high talent. The Thorn Shield belongs to the Wild Shaman. It can reflect some physical damage, but its own defense is not strong. Mirror Shield technique is the ability of the Light Mage. Has a chance to reflect spells, but once faced with pure physical attacks, it becomes very fragile. Frost Shield comes from the Frost Mage. Can slow down or even freeze enemies when hit, but is very vulnerable to fire-based counters. Besides that, there are a few alternative skills. Ark flipped through the report handed to him by Xiaochan while listening to her explanation of these 12 powerful shields, feeling quite satisfied. She had indeed put in effort over the past week. All of the selected ones were the essence accumulated by the predecessors. However, Su Xinyan had warned him that apprentice-level skills have a limit, so he shouldn't expect to master everything at once. Skeleton Shield has limited carrying capacity. It is impossible to fit all 12 effects in. He had to screen them again, selecting the most critical abilities to strengthen the core. Thinking this, he tapped the report and looked up at Bai Xiaochan, who wore a face full of anticipation for praise. Well done, Xiaochan. I already have a clear idea and a good grasp of perfecting the Skeleton Shield. 10 contribution points will be credited to your account. Bai Xiaochan immediately gave a yay sign and then turned to taunt Meng Hongzhuang. How's the research going this week, little dwarf? Meng Hongzhuang had lost her previous momentum and said softly, Ark, I'm sorry, I was thinking too simply. Skeletons are undead creatures, whether summoning or strengthening. They differ greatly from the beast system. I still need time to sort out my thoughts before I can report. Ark did not blame her. Her eyes were darkened, her expression tired, clearly not slacking off. He also knew that it was difficult to directly apply the experience of the nature summoner to the necromancer. Going slower was fine. As long as there were results in the end, he would profit. His tone slowed. Don't rush, Hongzhuang. Even if it's just a rough idea, you can say it first. Meng Hongzhuang pulled out a messy stack of documents from her bag and handed them to Ark, saying she was thinking that since skeletons rely on numbers to win, could skills be used to turn the numerical advantage into an individual advantage? Summoners naturally have similar means, but adapting the skill to apply to undead is extremely difficult. Ark quickly flipped through the draft, his eyes lighting up. The idea is very clear. If you summon 100 skeletons and have each sacrifice part of their attributes, stacking them all onto one skeleton captain, then the captain's combat power would surge dramatically, solving the problem of no strong contenders in the Bone Sea. Although this is only a prototype, with incomplete materials and no deducible skills prompt appearing on the attribute panel, he instinctively felt this path could work. He encouraged seriously, the idea is great. Besides your own profession skills, refer more to other professions. Instructor Su Xinyan is a golden-tier undead mage who can also inspire you. Creating new skills is inherently difficult. You take charge of the direction and leave the deduction to me. Meng Hongzhuang nodded heavily. She glanced at Bai Xiaochan's smug face, feeling dissatisfied. How could she be outdone by her? The tension in the air was about to explode like gunpowder. Ark smiled secretly in his heart, but spoke gently. You are all my trusted aides. When the Necromancer rises, your names will surely be recorded in the Book of Merits. He easily spoke of promises and value. The two naive assistants, having never encountered such tactics, were instantly fired up with determination. Seeing the right moment, Ark assigned Bai Xiaochan a task to research control skills, then turned and left. On the way back to the dormitory, he felt emotional. At first, he had just casually pulled Bai Xiaochan into the research group, but unexpectedly, she saved time and effort and continuously brought surprises. Indeed, unintentional success. Back in the dormitory, he opened his personal terminal and browsed the human-linked skills database. The 12 powerful shield skills organized by Bai Xiaochan were all recognized by Su Xinyan and Lu Hu, both of whom are at the gold tier. Each one is a fine selection among magic users. He began to seriously consider which shield skills to choose to enhance the skeleton shield. Combining practical experience from simulated battlefields, he quickly made his decision. The psychic shield can block various indirect attacks, and is a must-have. The frost shield comes with a slowing and even freezing effect, making it essential. The thorn shield can reflect physical damage and is indispensable. Mirror shield has a chance to reflect spells and is equally necessary. During the apprentice stage, if the skeleton shield can gather all 4 of these effects, it is already top tier. After finalizing the plan, he immediately redeemed 4 shield skills on his personal terminal. With plenty of contribution points, he simply redeemed 4 skill guides as well. Originally priced at 80 points, with reimbursement through public funds, it only cost 40 points. All materials detected, expected to consume 80 points of soul power. Is it complete? During this period, he frantically farmed monsters, and his soul power soared rapidly. He confirmed directly. 80 points of soul power instantly evaporated, and he thoroughly understood the structure of the 4 types of shields. Under a burst of inspiration, a brand new skeleton shield was successfully developed. Skeleton shield perfected successfully. Skeleton shield, apprentice level, complete condenses undead magic to form a bone shield, capable of defending against direct and indirect attacks. Reflects damage proportionally against physical attacks. Has a chance to reflect magic attacks. When the shield shatters, it will paralyze surrounding enemies. The strength and effect are influenced by mental attributes and proficiency. Compared to the previous crude version, this one is a complete transformation. The advantages of the 4 premium shields are all combined, reaching the peak of the apprentice stage. Ark casually formed a bone shield, feeling its hardness and heaviness, and smiled with satisfaction. After the 4 attribute skeletal flying spear, he gained another ultimate skill. Xiaochan, Hongzhuang, don't let me leave you too far behind. The next day, he challenged the Abyss difficulty Horn Demon Outpost again. The actual combat effectiveness is stronger than expected. The Abyss Imp, who once suppressed him, can no longer drain his spirit energy no matter how hard it tries. Even the horned demon leader wielding a giant axe cannot break through the bone shield despite striking down with full strength. It endured the counter damage from the bone shield and, after finally breaking the shield, was paralyzed in place by the shield's burst paralysis effect. Ark stood at a distance, watching the dungeon boss rage in impotence, feeling very pleased. A former formidable enemy was now easily crushed by him, and the feeling was simply exhilarating. After exiting the simulation battlefield, he casually uploaded the latest versions of the Skeleton Spear and Skeleton Shield to the Human Alliance skill library. Soon, 300 contribution points were credited. Every time the professional deduces a new skill, the version is continuously optimized as their strength improves. The Human Alliance encourages updates. As long as the improvement is significant, rewards will be issued again. This time, 2 skills improved greatly, each receiving the highest tier of 100 contribution points for apprentices. Together with the 50% bonus from the Necromancer Research Group's fund, the total reached 300 points, directly replenishing all the previous expenses. Ark opened his personal terminal, found by Xiaochan's account, and generously transferred 5 points as performance, with another 5 points coming from the project fund. The feeling of taking advantage of the military academy perks was really great. Elsewhere, Xiaochan was buried in the lab, searching for powerful control skills for Ark. Suddenly, 10 contribution points arrived. Made a fortune. She jumped up excitedly. She had never received so many contribution points at once, and for a moment, she didn't know how to spend them. After thinking it over, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Good steel must be used on the blade. Might as well exchange them all for the skill insights of Song of Triumph. This way, she can learn Song of Triumph as soon as possible. With Lullaby plus Song of Triumph, she can firmly hold on to Ark's big thigh. As long as she sticks close to him, will she ever lack contribution points in the future? Thinking of the good days to come, Xiaochan held her face and smiled foolishly. Meng Hongzhuang looked on coldly from the side, sneering in her heart. What a stupid sheep. But unknowingly, she also felt a sense of urgency, flipping through the materials even faster. A few days later, deep in the desolate wilderness, a white whirlwind swept by, taking down a large shielded skeleton warrior with a single shot. Detected that the proficiency of charge has reached instinct, allowing the consumption of soul power to deduce an advanced skill. An estimated 100 points of soul power will be consumed. Start. Seeing the prompt, Ark's soul fire pulsed violently. After days of hard training, following brutal strike, the skeleton clone finally gained its second instinct-level skill. This time, what kind of black iron level ability will be deduced? 100 points of soul power instantly ignited, the soul fire burning even brighter. In just over a month, the image of him using charge thousands of times flashed repeatedly in his mind. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Skill Valiant Charge, successfully executed. Valiant Charge, black iron rank. Proficient removes self-control effects and instantly bursts forward at high speed, dealing impact damage to enemies in the path with a chance to knock them airborne. Distance, speed, and power are influenced by agility and proficiency. Ark tightly grasped the skeletal spear, repeatedly reviewing the instructions. Compared to the original charge, this skill not only removes control but also knocks enemies airborne, a clear increase in strength. Speed and distance have also been greatly extended. He randomly chose a direction to unleash his skill, his entire body turning into a blur as he sprinted forward. Along the way, the white bones were crushed into powder underfoot. That reckless and headlong thrill made the destructive desire in his heart burn hotter and hotter. Soon, he locked onto his prey, a rare skeleton archer. Compared to the common giant axe skeletons, shield skeletons, and spear skeletons, this ranged unit is more troublesome. However, in front of the heroic charge, distance is not an advantage at all. Just as the archer raised their hand to draw the bow, the Ark was already right in front of them. It was stunned, having never seen a fellow of such terrifying speed. But with that one glance, it was a final farewell. The refined +1 skeletal spear shot through the air, instantly piercing its skull. The soul fire flickered a few times and then went out completely. The white bones scattered across the ground, becoming nourishment for the Ark's growth. Heat surged into his body as he raised his spear toward the blood-red moon, laughing silently with madness. This overwhelming feeling is addictive. After calming down, he looked at the attributes panel. The power of the soul had accumulated quite a bit. His gaze fell on the spear in his hand. Detectable refinable resources, consuming 200 points of soul power for enhancement. Shall we start? Materials complete. Enhance. Soul power was rapidly drained, and the skeletal essence within slowly merged into the spear. The gun body emitted a faint glow, and the originally dull bone gradually became hard and heavy. The rough bone surface shone coldly like black iron. After a moment, the bone spear that had accompanied him for nearly 2 months was successfully upgraded to +2. Ark opened the clone panel. Clone, Skeleton Warrior. Rank, Black Iron Lower Tier. Attribute Strength 38, Constitution 36, Agility 36, Spirit 32. Equipment Bone Spear +2, Level 1 Netherstone *1, Bone Armor. Skill Skeleton Chosen, Black Iron, Instinct. Bone Armament, Black Iron, Instinct. Brutal Strike, Black Iron, Proficient. Heroic Charge, Black Iron, Proficient. Weapon Specialization, Apprentice, Complete. Block, Apprentice, Complete. Battle Cry, Apprentice, Complete. Apostle 1. Next, what Ark needs to do is continue harvesting soul power to strengthen the skeletal armor to +2. At the same time, raise Weapon Specialization, Block, and Battle Cry, all to instinct level, then push for Black Iron. He swung the heavy skeletal spear casually, murder intent surging. Slaughter, Devour, Evolve. On the barren wasteland where bones are buried, the dirge of the undead sounded once again. Dawn. After hours of continuous fighting, Ark withdrew his consciousness back to his main body, exhausted but excited. He drank a bottle of soul-soothing potion, his gaze falling on the attribute panel. The clone's charge skill is already max level. What changes will this bring to the main body? Detected that the clone's skill has reached instinct proficiency, can be used as material to deduce new skills, consuming 10 points of soul power. Shall we start the simulation? Ark chose to confirm without hesitation. The remaining soul power was further drained by 10 points. The images of the skeleton clones charging countless times flashed wildly in his mind. Charge is a general mobility skill. What if its burst power is integrated into skeleton wings? As soon as the thought arose, a panel notification sounded. Skill Skeleton Wings perfected successfully. Skeletal Wings. Apprentice level. Complete condensed necromantic power to form bone wings. Dispel control effects on oneself. Gain burst movement speed. And briefly glide. Duration and speed are affected by spirit, constitution, and proficiency. After the fusion charge, the skeletal wings could not only glide and accelerate, but also gained better control abilities. An apprentice-level skill that is already ridiculously powerful. Ark immediately activated it. With a flap of the bone wings, he instantly created distance behind him, his speed increasing 2 to 3 times. He nodded with satisfaction. At this point, following Skeleton Spear and Skeleton Shield, he acquired his third ultimate skill. Uploader linked skill library. 150 contribution points credited. Ark stretched lazily and slowly returned to the dormitory. Principal's office. Su Tianqua sat boldly in the main seat, while Lu Hu, Shun Hongyu, and other first-year instructors stood at the front. The simulated battlefield has been open for nearly a month. 200 seed candidates have been basically confirmed. Next, it's time to make the final selection. Su Tianqua flipped through a thick stack of trainee files and looked up to ask, "What do you all think?" Lu Hu thought for a moment and said, "Let's just use the simplest arena competition. One-on-one duels, win to gain points, lose to lose points, ranked by total points." Several instructors nodded in agreement. If you want to be a military academy seed, except for a few support classes, battle classes, and magic classes compete based on personal combat power. The arena matches are the most direct and the fairest. Once the rules are set, strengths and weaknesses become immediately clear. Su Tianqua nodded but did not make a decision. He stood up and walked a few steps, then suddenly said in a deep voice, "Add an extra round before the arena competition. Let them go to the underground caves to train, to taste blood." Shun Hongyu's expression changed. Go to the underground caves? Principal, isn't it too early? They've only awakened for 2 months. Su Tianqua sighed. I don't want to either. But time waits for no one. The situation on the mythical battlefield is getting tense. The Abyss demons are intensifying their assault. The Ruori demon nation and the diabolic worship sect are causing chaos everywhere. There's not much time left for them to grow. We have to push them. Only by quickly unleashing their potential can fresh blood reinforce the front line and hold the defense. Although the instructors were not at the front line, they were well aware of the grave situation. Hearing this, each of them looked serious. Lu, who was the first to speak. I support it. But safety must come first, and we must do everything possible to protect these elites. Someone agreed. Since we're entering the underground labyrinth, we must first thoroughly clear out the high-level monsters. This batch of seeds has huge potential. We can't let them be wiped out before they even get started. Others opposed. Principal, think twice. Except for Ark, the others are just apprentices at lower levels, too weak. Even with advanced defenses, it's not guaranteed to be foolproof. Amid the debate, Su Tianqua had already made his decision. He tapped the table decisively. No more discussion. The seed selection will be changed to 2 rounds. The first round is labyrinth hunting. The second round is arena challenges. The detailed rules and safety plan will be drafted by Lu Hu. Everyone else will fully cooperate, clearing the labyrinth, ensuring protection, and doing their best to keep the trainees safe. Meeting adjourned. A few days later, late at night, the meditation room was silent. Feng Zhou slowly opened his eyes, gathered his thoughts, stood up, and stretched, preparing to return to the dormitory to rest. Tomorrow is a rare day off. What should he bring to Grandma Yun? Feng Zhou was pondering when his personal terminal suddenly began ringing incessantly. Private Ark, you are ranked first on the Minor Demon Camp Simple Difficulty History Speedrun Leaderboard. A reward of 3 contribution points has been credited. Ranked first on Normal Difficulty. A reward of 6 points has been credited. Ranked first on Hard Difficulty. A reward of 9 points has been credited. Ranked first on Abyss Difficulty. A reward of 12 points has been credited. Your team ranked 50th in the Easy Difficulty of Horn Demon Outpost. 3 points have been credited. Ranked 45th in Normal Difficulty. 6 points have been credited. Ranked 45th in Hard Difficulty. 9 points have been credited. Ranked 2nd in Abyss Difficulty. 23 points have been credited. Ark was momentarily stunned, then remembered the end-of-month settlement had arrived. This round directly credited 71 points. It wasn't much compared to his total of over 1,000, but it was still steady income. His mood instantly improved. On the way back to the dorm, he flipped through the exchange list and quickly chose items for Grandma Yun and the others. He contributed a lot of points, and by giving up a small amount, he could exchange for resources ordinary people couldn't access, enough to significantly improve their lives. Early the next morning, Ark arrived back at the Yunduo welfare home, carrying big bags. As soon as he stepped inside, Wen Wan and Wen Xing rushed over and hugged him. Brother Xiaozhou, you're finally back. I want to hear more stories about the Necromancer fighting demons. He handed the items to gentle Wenru, lifting one little girl into his arms with one hand. Sister Ro, these are health supplements for Granny Yun and you, good for the body. Also, there are foundational cultivation resources for Nuanyuan and Xingxing. Follow the instructions to give them to the girls daily. Wenru smiled as she took the items and turned to busy herself in the backyard. In the yard, Granny Yun lay gently rocking in a chair, watching him approach with the 2 children in his arms. Her eyes were cloudy but full of gentleness. Just as Feng Zhou was about to greet, the terminal suddenly rang again. Private Feng Zhou, you have entered the seed candidate list for the Sea City Military Academy. The specific selection rules will be announced later. Please keep up the effort. Feng Zhou raised his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, the simulated battlefield had been open for a month. The instructors at the military academy had almost selected the seed candidates, just waiting for the final round of screening. Grandma Yin noticed a change in Ark's expression and smiled, asking, Xiaozhou, do you have good news again? Ark held 2 plump little girls in his arms whom he had fed, and said with a smile, Grandma Yun, I've become a seed candidate at Haicheng Military Academy. One more step, and I'll be an official seed. Grandma Yun was excited and stood up, saying, Seed candidate? Xiao Jiao said the same back then. She was seed number 1. She said it takes 1 in 100 to get in. Xiaozhou, you're really making us proud. Ark smiled. Grandma Yin didn't understand the difference between professionals. With his current strength, even if all the candidates were tied together, they might not be his match. 1 in 100? Far more than that. But he wouldn't say these words. As long as his family knew he was doing well at the military academy and didn't have to worry about him, that was enough. A warm day passed quickly. Night fell, and the Ark returned to Sea City Military Academy. The seed selection rules had already been sent to his terminal. There were 100 seed quotas in the first year, of which 10 were allocated to support professions and 90 to warriors and mages. Support professions were selected separately. Warriors and mages are selected in a 1-to-2 ratio, choosing 90 people from 180 candidates, and are ranked. The selection consists of 2 rounds. The first round is the dungeon hunt. There are multiple dungeons built by strong individuals beneath the military academy, specifically for combat training. Inside, there are many low-level demons and ferocious beasts, and killing them earns different points. This time, the dungeon will be open to 180 candidates for 3 days. After 3 days, the top 90 scorers will be selected as seeds, and the rest will be eliminated. No teaming up, no attacking each other. Only individual combat power counts. Each person is given a black iron-level shield scroll. It can be torn open for self-protection in life-or-death situations, but doing so means automatic elimination. The second round is the Arena Challenge. According to the first round's point rankings, 90 people are assigned the initial order. If you want to climb higher, you can only challenge on the arena. The arena also lasts 3 days. The final ranking is the official order of the Military Academy seeds, and also determines the future training resources. The rules are simple, brutal, and straightforward. After reading the rules, battle intent surged in Ark's eyes. The number 1 seed can only be him. Late at night, in the skill training room, the lighting was cool white. Fang Zhou skillfully cast Summon Skeleton, waving his staff as skeletons emerged one by one from the black vortex. Suddenly, he stopped, a smile that he couldn't suppress spreading across his face. After practicing for half a month and casting spells over 100 times, the attribute panel finally changed. The proficiency of Summon Skeleton has broken through from perfect to instinct. With his current mental strength, he can summon up to 70 apprentice mid-level skeletons at once. Each of these skeletons is weak individually, almost at the bottom of the same rank, but they make up for it with their overwhelming numbers. Just relying on this skeleton army, no one in the first year dared to mess with him. What he looked forward to even more was what abilities the instinct level, Summon Skeleton, could develop for his clones. He looked at the panel. Summon Skeleton has reached Instinct Proficiency. It can be used as a material to improve the clone's skills, estimated to consume 10 points of soul power. Start the simulation? The power of the soul is deducted. The soul fire of the skeleton clone flickered intensely, repeatedly contemplating the details of the original body's spellcasting. In a trance, he recalled the moment of blessing from the netherworld when breaking through the black iron. The next second, a notification sounded. Skill Improvement Skeleton King successful. Skeleton King, Black Iron Grade. Instinct a blessing of undead will. Only the strongest among skeletons deserve to possess it. Increases damage to skeletons and their evolved forms, reduces damage taken, and can enslave skeleton-type undead. Amplification and number of enslaved increase with the 4 core attributes. Done. Ark was overjoyed. Who would have thought that the common summon skeleton could actually strengthen Skeleton King, granting the clone the ability to enslave skeletons? Lately, his biggest headache was that the undead realm was too vast. It took forever just to find a skeleton warrior. If he could recruit a batch of skeletons as subordinates, for scouting, cannon fodder, or support, it would never fall short, and leveling efficiency would instantly double. The imposing Skeleton King had not a single subordinate under his command, which was truly embarrassing. He couldn't wait any longer. Brave Charge, commence. The Ark dashed wildly toward the direction where the blood moon was the darkest. A giant axe skeleton warrior appeared in the field of vision after a few minutes. It's you. Be my first servant. He gripped the refined +2 bone spear tightly, gathered strength underfoot, and charged out fiercely. The figure turned into a shadow, the air torn apart, and bone fragments whipped up by the fierce wind. The giant axe skeleton couldn't react at all. It had just raised the giant axe when the spear tore through the air, stabbing directly at the neck bone. Brutal strike. The power exploded in an instant. The moment the skeletal spear collided with the cervical vertebra, the air was torn apart, a piercing shriek rang out, and the shockwave suddenly detonated. The giant axe-wielding skeleton warrior's tough neck bone cracked instantly, shards of bone scattering everywhere. The spear tip followed through, skewering its entire head. The body, having lost its support, crashed to the ground with a roar, only the soul flame within the skull still flickering. Ark immediately activated Skeletal King. The skeletal clone's entire body was engulfed in eerie blue phosphorescent flames, the hollow eye sockets glowing intensely with blue light as an invisible force radiated outward. As the waves swept across the skull, the chaotic soul fire trembled sharply, flashing in resistance. The next second, the bony crown shot out a beam of black light, piercing straight into the core of the soul fire. The soul fire flickered violently a few times before finally settling down. A prompt sound rang out. Successfully enslaved the giant axe skeleton warrior. Servant +1. Ark placed the lifted skull back in its original position. The bones quickly fused, and the body stood up again. The restored giant axe skeleton warrior turned to face the clone, its soul fire bright and obedient. Under the blood moon, the giant axe gleamed chillingly, ready at any moment. Take a few steps forward. Crack, crack. As soon as the thought arose, it acted accordingly, then stopped and waited quietly. After several attempts, Ark figured out the control method. When concentrating, he could directly take over the body, even share the vision. After exiting, he could also use simple commands to drive it, such as following or hunting on its own. The command can't be too complicated, but it's good enough. It's like having an additional completely obedient thug. In a great mood, Ark named it Axe 1 and continued forward with it. Seeing a greatsword skeleton warrior, he had a sudden idea. Axe 1 raised its axe and charged out wildly, swinging the giant axe down fiercely with a savage momentum. The greatsword skeleton warrior sidestepped the axe's edge, thrusting his long sword straight into Axe 1's chest. Axe 1 swung his arm back in a horizontal sweep, attempting to use brute force to push the opponent back. The greatsword skeleton leapt up and flipped over, swinging down from above toward its head. The axe handle blocked hard, metal clashing with a metallic ring, soul flames scattering everywhere. The two skeletons fought each other madly. The axe, relying on its strength, pressed hard with every strike. The greatsword skeleton dodged with agility, deliberately targeting openings to strike. Soon, both sides were battered and broken. The giant axe cracked with fine lines, its strength gradually waning. The longsword's edge was chipped, and cracks appeared on the skeleton's frame. Ark watched from afar, having long confirmed that even after Axe 1 was enslaved, he remained fierce and obedient to orders. He no longer waited. Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, a brutal heavy strike shattered the greatsword skeleton's head. He activated Skeleton King, taking it as his second servant. Servant +1. But the next second, he did not keep it. The skull was thrown to the ground and crushed with a stomp. After confirming that the servant's death would not backfire, he was completely at ease. These skeletons are merely consumables. The axe retracted the remaining bones as commanded. Skeletal armament activated. Heat flows into the body. Power +0.2, soul power +0.4. After absorbing the essence, Fangzhou looked at Axe 1, already having a plan in mind. He originally intended to proceed step by step, first hunting the lower-level black iron skeletons to increase his strength, then challenging stronger opponents. This is the safest way, but it's too slow. The undead world is cruel and merciless. The Ark has only one life. Here, the survival rule is that the strong crush the weak. Fortunately, after advancing to Skeleton King, he could enslave skeletons. This allowed him to find a faster path to becoming stronger. Enslave skeletons. Form a legion. Overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. The biggest characteristic of skeletons is never one-on-one combat, but swarming in groups, drowning the enemy in a sea of bones. Of course, The quantity he can control is limited by his own four-dimensional attributes. After picking up the axe, he knew it clearly in his heart. With the current strength, at most 35 skeleton warriors not stronger than him can be enslaved. The undead plague is still far away, but assembling a skeleton battalion is already enough. For hours later, crunch, crunch, the sound of orderly footsteps echoed across the wasteland. More than 20 skeleton warriors marched in formation. At the forefront stood a tall and sturdy skeleton wearing armor, dragging a nearly 2-meter-long bone spear on the ground. These were the skeleton clones that had battled fiercely all night. Behind him, the skeletons either held greatswords with both hands or raised shields while wielding axes. This was the skeletal battle group that was the first formation of the Ark. All night, whenever they encountered skeleton warriors, he would lead his men to swarm them. First disable, then enslave. Once you have the first, the second comes easily. The greater the number, the faster the subjugation. Grow bigger like a snowball. Later, when the target was found again, he didn't even need to make a move. His subordinates would charge up first and severely injure the target, then hand control over to him. More than 20 skeletons spread out in formation, their momentum already quite strong. In addition, his combat power far exceeded that of a normal lower-rank Black Iron, fully qualifying him to advance further. But the fatigue deep in his soul reminded him not to overexert himself. He looked up at the blood moon, found a secluded corner, and withdrew his consciousness back to his body. Unfortunately, as long as he didn't focus on controlling them, these enslaved skeletons could only wait in place and could not act on their own. The fantasy of becoming stronger by idling can only be put aside for now. It's getting late. Tomorrow there is the oath-taking assembly before the cave hunting. As usual, he drank the soul-soothing potion and went back to the dormitory to sleep soundly. Early the next morning, Ark arrived at the conference room as prompted by the terminal. He wasn't early. Yi Fan and Meng Hongzhuang were already there. Bai Xiaochan didn't come. Support professions have separate assessment rules. As soon as Fang Zhou entered the conference room, Meng Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, and she stood on tiptoe to wave at him. He walked over and glanced around. Besides Meng Hongzhuang, he only recognized Yi Fan, Gu Zhiqiu, and Zhao Yuan. He had been immersed in cultivation for the past 2 months, hardly socializing, unlike Bai Xiaochan who had connections everywhere. After brief greetings, all 180 candidate students were present. Instructor Liu, who stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat lightly, and the entire room instantly fell silent. Being able to stand here shows that you are outstanding enough. But there are only 100 seated spots, and half of the people have to be eliminated. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. Many faces turned pale, fists clenched quietly. They had fought hard to get this far. No one wanted to be knocked out. Meng Hongzhuang, Yi Fan, and the others looked calm, clearly confident in themselves. However, Fang Zhou was especially serious. The number 1 seed could allow him to grow rapidly. He absolutely could not make a mistake. Even if the success rate was 99.99%, he would not allow that 0.01% failure. Liu, who saw everyone was nervous and continued to raise the stakes. Become a seed, with permissions raised to level E. Up to 40% off resources, up to 1,000 contribution points long. Skills, equipment, potions, formations, everything you need to push you up to Black Iron level. As the words fell, everyone's eyes heated up. The opportunity was right in front of them. Succeed and ascend, fail and be eliminated. Even Fang Zhou was deeply moved. As long as he obtained E-level authorization, he could exchange for Black Iron level skills, and his strength would skyrocket. Due to boundary limitations, the main body cannot be learned for the time being, but the skeleton clone is completely fine. On the podium, Liu Hu spoke. Take seed number 1 as an example. As long as you obtain seed number 1, you can enjoy an interest-free loan of 1,000 contribution points during military school, and all resources are at a 40% discount. In addition, there is a one-time big reward. 300 contribution points. 3 pieces of white common equipment. For bottles of apprentice-level attribute elixirs. 1 spatial storage treasure. And a seed medal number 1 with a selectable enchantment. Each time a reward was announced, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier. Yi Fan, Meng Hongzhuang, and Gu Zhiqiu, Those proud and ambitious individuals stared even more intensely. A man establishing himself in the world cannot long remain under others. But when they saw Fang Zhou's calm expression, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured on their hearts. With him here, the number one seed was almost without doubt. He lives because Zhou lives. Why should I live? Several people gritted their teeth in silence. Lu Hu shouted loudly, quiet. Next, I will explain the rules for dungeon hunting. First, it starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and lasts for 72 hours. The location is dungeon number 1 at Haicheng Military Academy. Meet here at 6 a.m., and I will take you there. Secondly, the underground labyrinth covers a vast area, including forests, swamps, and caves, with a wide variety of monsters. Common monsters are mostly apprentices of lower rank, a few elites are mid-rank, and very few leaders are high rank. Points range from 0.1 to 10. Some materials can be used for refining medicine and crafting equipment, and after completion, the military academy will reclaim them using contribution points. For every 100 points, you are rewarded with 10 contribution points. The underground cave is divided into zones based on danger level. Act according to your ability. Efficiency comes first. In the face of deadly danger, immediately use the black iron level shield scroll. Using it means elimination, but it's better than losing your life. Third, say it again. No teaming up, no attacking each other. The entire process will be live-streamed in real time, so both instructors and trainees can supervise. Fourth, we will distribute the hunting recorder to you shortly. It can guide, keep score, and send a distress call in case of danger. After disbanding, you will prepare your own 3 days of wilderness supplies. Did everyone hear clearly? The trainees answered in unison. Understood. Lu Hu nodded slightly and waved his big hand. Dismissed. Class will proceed as usual today. Get to bed early tonight. In 3 days, I'll see how you perform. After dismissal, Fang Zhou followed Yi Fan and the others back to Company 1's classroom. Bai Xiaochan had been waiting for him and immediately came over as soon as they met. How was it? What did Instructor Lu say? The Company 1 trainees who were not selected as seed candidates also all looked over, their eyes full of envy and curiosity. Ark explained the situation and then asked, how are support roles evaluated? Bai Xiaochan frowned. It's such a hassle. Written test, interview, practical exam. None of them can be skipped. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Seeing that she looked like she wanted to give up, Ark immediately encouraged her. Hang in there. Meng Hongzhuang just asked about you. Everyone's watching. The moment she heard Meng Hongzhuang's name, Bai Xiaochan instantly bristled. Humph. She must be waiting to see me get kicked out, just to stomp on me. In your dreams. With his fighting spirit ignited, Ark finally felt at ease. Such a good support player. If they threw the game and dragged down the pace, the one who would suffer losses would be him. Just as he was about to fan the flames further, a faint voice suddenly came from beside him. Ark, can I add you as a friend? Ark turned her head. She was a girl with an oval face, blushing uncontrollably. Bai Xiaochan immediately looked over with alertness. The girl nervously explained, you'll definitely make it onto the seed list. At that time, you'll form a special forces company separately. We've been together for 2 months, and I still haven't added you as a friend. The meaning is very clear. Ark Sankai Ly added his contact information. This action was like lighting a fuse. Other students also gathered around, shouting, Big Brother Fang. Anyone could see that he was almost sure to win seed number 1. If you don't pull some strings now, there won't be any chances later. Even if you don't get any favors, if he really becomes an important figure in the future, you can still brag about it. Back when General Fang Zhou first entered the military academy, I even trained alongside him for 2 months. The girl cadet with the oval face was pushed to the side by the crowd, her feelings a complex mix. 2 months ago at the military academy awakening ceremony, she was still betting with her sisters on whether Ark could awaken as a priest. When he awakened as an undead mage, she even felt sorry for him. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, this person, who was said to rely only on his looks, actually made a name for himself through strength. It turns out there are no useless professions, only useless people. She clenched her fist, silently vowing to forge her own path. In the conference room, the instructors discussed the arrangements for tomorrow's dungeon hunt. Dungeon number 1 was large for apprentices, but only a small-scale event for silver and gold-ranked instructors. As long as the positions were set properly, it wouldn't be difficult to keep all 180 candidates safe. After making all the arrangements, Lu Hu asked if there were any additional comments. An instructor raised a question. Ark and Yi Fan could use research privileges to exchange for medicine and military provisions in advance, which was unfair to others. Should this be restricted? Su Xinyan sneered on the spot. She retorted, wasn't Ark's full set of enhanced equipment also unfair? He fought hard to gain the authority, so he could change whatever he wanted. The strong are naturally entitled to take the most resources. The instructor was so cornered that he couldn't say a word. Lu Hu stepped forward to smooth things over, announced the meeting adjourned, and urged everyone to ensure the safety of the trainees. After everyone dispersed, Lu Hu advised Su Xinyan not to be too rash. Su Xinyan sarcastically replied that he was the most protective and was just pretending to be a good person. She bluntly said that the instructor's words were utterly baseless. Whether Ark changed resources or not, no one could shake his position as the #1 seed. Lu Hu smiled without saying a word. He had always thought this way in his heart. After class, in the laboratory, Su Xinyan yawned and transferred a file to Fang Zhou's personal terminal. This is the diary I wrote when I went hunting in cave #1 back then. Take a look when you have time. But it's been so many years, and the monsters inside have changed several times, so its reference value is just SOSO. Ark opened the file and quickly scanned through it. It was full of combat experience and survival skills. He solemnly said, "Thank you, Instructor Su." Su Xinyan waved her hand, speaking lazily. "You're one of the top in the first grade, but don't get cocky. If you mess up in the gutters and get eliminated, that would be one thing. But if you disgrace us necromancers, I won't let you off easily." Fang Zhou nodded, his heart tightening even more. This catacomb hunt involves the quota for seeds, and he had long made up his mind to prioritize caution above all, never taking risks to steal glory. Su Xinyan took a sip of juice and began to send people away. "If there's nothing else, go back and rest. Bring all the supplies. By the way, I have some good news for you. I'm about to summon that new breed of golden tier undead. If I push a bit more these days, I aim to complete the full skill simulation before you come back." Ark's eyes lit up. "Then let me congratulate Instructor Su first. We necromancers have gained another trump card. What do you plan to call this new type of undead?" Su Xinyan rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. "It feels like a big guy. Huge body, can also fly, shell-like rock. Quite similar to the gargoyle you mentioned before. Speaking of which, if you hadn't given me the idea, I wouldn't have figured out this approach. In that case, let's just call it a gargoyle." Ark nodded, feeling a bit more hopeful. Perhaps this kind of gargoyle could alleviate the problem of the high-level necromancer's insufficient combat power. Logistics Department, Material Warehouse. Ark checked the equipment to be brought into cave #1 tomorrow against the list one by one. Night vision binoculars, mental restoration potions, military rations, compressed water purifiers, fire sources, internal and external injury medicines, field tents, deodorants. Not missing a single item. He weighed the heavy backpack and nodded with satisfaction. These were the essential items he filtered out after searching through all the online guides and consulting senior instructors Su, Lu, as well as senior students Lu Rinjia and Lu Yi. Plus, with the privileges from his research project group, his preparations were more thorough than the other seed candidates. If it weren't for his strength and constitution both being close to 6 points, he wouldn't have been able to endure marching quickly through the underground ruins for 3 days carrying such a heavy pack. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be curious. How did those physically weaker magic users survive? Thinking of this, Ark became even more eager for the reward from seed #1. If only he had a spatial storage treasure, his burden would be much lighter. Having packed the supplies, he returned to the dormitory. Tonight was the last training session before the hunt. Once he entered cave #1, he could only focus on hunting monsters and traveling. He probably wouldn't have time to pay attention to his clone. In the evening, he walked into the meditation room. The fragrance of osmanthus spread, and his consciousness sank into the skeletal clone. After commanding 2 skeletal warriors, his forces increased to 28. Leading the initially formed Bone Legion, he ventured deep into the burial wasteland. The deathly aura here was denser, and the skeletons born were stronger. The skeleton under his command had just over 10 points in attributes, ranking at the bottom among the lower-tier Black Iron. Meanwhile, the skeletons in this area had attributes close to 20 points. 10 minutes later, he encountered his first greatsword skeleton. The opponent was clearly stronger, so he had to intervene personally for the solo fight. But he didn't need to fight hard. 28 skeletons swarmed forward, sacrificing broken arms and fractures to surround and kill him. A whole skull was sent before him. The Skeleton King activated. After the soul shock, the greatsword skeleton was enslaved. The number of the legion became 29. They continued to advance. The second skeleton was beaten and crippled by the surrounding attack, then handed over to him for taming. Quantity increased by 1. The third one appears. Quantity increased by 1 again. This skill is like a cheat code. Others fight alone, while he has been expanding like a rolling snowball. In less than an hour, his skeleton warriors reached 35. After reaching the limit, he still led the team forward. The skeletons deeper inside approached 30 points in attributes, their strength almost equal to his. If Ark were still alone, he would never have ventured into such a deep area so early. But now it's different. He has 35 skeleton minions willing to fight desperately under his command. Dealing with those skeleton warriors who are inherently inferior to him is effortless. The 35 skeletons are divided into 3 teams, spreading out in this area to hunt. Each team has 10 skeleton warriors. Even when facing stronger opponents, they can rely on numerical superiority to overwhelm them, then drag back the injured for enslavement by the Ark. Arca implements a ruthless last-place elimination system. Those who are too weak or get injured in battle and hold others back, he personally deals with them to free up valuable spots. Their skeletal essence is not wasted. He absorbs it all. In another form, they continue to serve their master. Including himself, there are a total of 4 teams deployed simultaneously, greatly expanding the hunting range and achieving incredible efficiency. For hours passed, and the 4-dimensional attributes of the skeleton clones increased by nearly 5 points again. What's more crucial is that all 35 slots were replaced with skeleton warriors, each having attributes close to 30 points. The entire skeleton battalion upgrades together, and the feeling is absolutely exhilarating. The main body trains with premium currency, while the clones grind relentlessly. This is the path to getting stronger in Ark. Thinking about the cave hunt early tomorrow morning, he barely suppressed the urge to continue slaughtering. He found a hidden corner, had the skeleton minions form a circle to protect him, and then retracted his consciousness back into his body. After washing up, he lay on the bed and opened the attribute panel once again. Name Argo. Profession Necromancer. Rank Apprentice, Intermediate. Attribute Strength 5.7, Agility 5.5, Constitution 5.5, Spirit 7. Status Soul Split. Equipment Apprentice Set, Refined +1, Level 1 Gem *1, Moon Orchid Aromatherapy. Skills Skeletal King Meditation, Perfect. Summon Skeleton, Instinct. Skeletal Flying Spear, Perfect. Skeletal Shield, Perfect. Skeletal Shackles, Mastery. Calm Mind, Perfect. Dominate Skeleton, Mastery. Resurrection of the Dead, Proficient. Skeletal Arrow Rain, Proficient. Skeletal Wings, Proficient. Group Brutality, Proficient. Whether it was overwhelming attributes compared to his peers, or an abundance of skills, he had already reached the limit. With such strength participating in the dungeon hunt, could the first place still escape? Early the next morning, Feng Zhou packed up and headed straight to the conference room. The dungeon hunt was related to the future of all seed candidates, so no one dared to be late. After all 180 trainees had arrived, Lu Hu checked their identities, counted the number, and led them onto the military trucks. The night had not yet faded, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. The military trucks circled around the vast campus of Haicheng Military Academy before finally entering a military-restricted area that was usually tightly sealed off. On the truck, the instructor looked at the curious faces of the trainees and began to speak. Decades ago, Abyss demons invaded Blue Star, and Haicheng was besieged for several years. The strong warriors of the human race and the demon race battled fiercely, directly transforming the terrain outside the city beyond recognition. Many buildings were collapsed by the aftershocks, sinking underground and forming the current underground tunnels. These underground tunnels, influenced by the terrain and formation arrays, accumulated a large amount of negative energy, gradually breeding various monsters. Some are ferocious beasts mutated from native flora and fauna of Blue Star, while others are otherworldly creatures that crossed over with abyss demons. The military academy was established here precisely to facilitate the concentration of forces and regularly suppress and clear out the underground layers. However, these are generally topics that students only truly encounter in the higher grades. You have only recently awakened. Going down into the underground layers now is actually quite early. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, the instructor softened his tone. Don't be too nervous. The recently opened cave number 1 is equivalent to a beginner's area. It is filled with low-level monsters, making the difficulty manageable. Instructor Liu, who already explained the details yesterday. As he spoke, he handed out the hunting recorder to everyone one by one. The number 1 cave is not close, so during the time on the road, you can familiarize yourselves with the recorder. Inside, there is a simple map of the cave, locations of rescue points, a bestiary of common monsters, and the scoring rules. After years of adjustments, the military academy can guarantee that no matter what your profession is, everyone starts from the same starting line in the number 1 cave. As for how far you can go, it depends on what you have learned in these 2 months. As long as your brain is sharp enough, you will always find terrain and prey that suit you. He glanced over everyone, his tone turning serious. The mages with strong group attacks but fragile bodies shouldn't get into narrow and complex terrain. The knights with high defense but weak output should target monsters with fragile bodies to increase efficiency. After he finished speaking, the carriage fell silent. All the trainees, including Ark, were racing against time to study the information about cave number 1. Ark quickly finished reading the content, pondered for a moment, and swiftly locked onto a target. Goblin, Kobold, Cave Spider, Fierce Wolf, Fierce Rat, Fierce Ant. These 6 types of demons are either native mutations or invaders from other realms. But they share one common trait: they live in groups. At least a few, at most dozens, they almost never act alone. For other trainees, these demons are extremely dangerous. They avoid them whenever possible. Ark is best at skeleton swarm tactics. The more monsters there are, the more excited he gets. As long as his mental strength isn't depleted, he won't fail. The first underground cave has more than 6 types of monsters. There are slimes that are hard to kill, troglodytes that are afraid of light but can fight blindly, and ferocious beasts mutated from chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows. Stone-skinned lizards, highly venomous worms, and rotten wood golems also lurk within. He won't go out of his way to look for them, but if you encounter them on the road, it's a guaranteed kill. The route is also very simple. Follow the map and go all the way to the deepest part. The further in you go, the stronger the negative energy, the denser the monsters, and the higher the points. He might even encounter elite monsters ranked as advanced apprentices. If he manages to come across a leader ranked as a senior apprentice, this trip will be a big gain. The military vehicle descended in spirals through the darkness. Nearly 2 hours later, the convoy came to a stop. Get off the vehicle, count your luggage, no trash allowed. Everyone got off the vehicle. In front of me was an endless barbed wire fence and a heavily guarded restricted area. There was a post every 3 steps, a sentry every 5 steps. Heavy firepower was openly displayed. Liu, who led the team, towards the gate. The entrance was heavily guarded. A strong figure was secretly observing them. The professional guards at the gate exuded a fierce aura, their strength no less than bronze level. Liu Hu, a first-year instructor at Haicheng Military Academy, leading 180 seed candidate trainees, requests entry into cave number 1. The reception was handled by the silver-tier professionals. He checked the identification and admission permits one by one. After confirming no errors, he allowed passage. When it was the trainee's turn, the inspection was even stricter. Each person's identity was verified. Not even the parcels were spared. Someone complained quietly. Gu Zhiqiu said coldly, to prevent cultists from sneaking in. The inspection was over. Officers and soldiers salute together. Everyone, wishing you a victorious return. A resounding roar ignited everyone's emotions completely, and all of them raised their hands in unison to return the salute. It was only at this moment that these new recruits truly understood. Military Academy students are also soldiers of the United Front. The cave hunting is not an exercise, but a real war. Watching the Ark and the others go deep into the base, the soldiers outside slowly lowered their weapons. Even before entering the cave, I already feel the weight on my shoulders. Military vehicles led the way, barbed wire blocked the roads, and someone saluted us, making me feel all flushed. I'm about to see a real monster. I've never killed anyone before, and I'm a bit nervous. Someone in the group whispered quietly. Ark said nothing, just followed the group forward. The base was heavily guarded, with sentries everywhere. Professionals came and went, and many senior students from Haicheng Military Academy could be seen retreating from the depths. These people were completely different from the likes of Laringia and Lu Yi, whom Ark usually saw. They bore blood on their bodies, their eyes cold, exuding a deadly aura. Obviously, they had just emerged from the underground cave. After walking for a few more minutes, the group arrived at a metal hall. There were more guards, and the atmosphere was tenser. Many upperclassmen stood nearby, curiously eyeing the group of bright-eyed freshmen as if watching a bunch of rookies sent to the front lines. Lu Hu stepped forward to negotiate. After a moment, a heavy alloy door slowly opened. This leads to cave number 1. Follow me. Lu Hu walked at the front. The group stepped into a narrow underground passage. The entrance is just ahead. Everyone stay alert. As the words fell, a massive underground fortress appeared before the eyes. The steel structure was cold and solemn, like a giant steel beast lying underground. The magical crystal tower at the top kept operating continuously, supporting the barrier and keeping the chill from the underground cave out. High walls surrounded it, densely packed with turrets. Kinetic cannons and magical cannons aimed at the distance, ready to fire at any moment. Heavy iron doors stood one after another, the atmosphere oppressively intense. Other teams were also waiting in the hall. Someone saw Lu Hu and greeted him with a smile. Instructor Lu, you finally arrived. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Hu turned around and looked at the nervous yet excited freshman. Exiting from here means officially stepping into cave number 1. You can encounter monsters in the wild at any time, so no one should let their guard down. If you really face danger, don't hesitate. Immediately tear open the protective scroll to call for help. He glanced at the time and suddenly waved his hand. 8 o'clock sharp. The hunt begins. 3 days later at 8 o'clock in the evening, the hunting recorder will tally the points, and the rankings will be announced on the spot. Set off. Led by the guards, 180 candidate seeds passed through the iron gate one after another and stepped into cave number 1. The world outside the fortress is completely different from the inside. The edge of the underground cave has long been barren, with only twisted and bizarre plants struggling to grow in the faint energy. The leaves emit a ghostly glow, like will-o'-the-wisps in the night. Cracks crisscross the ground, rocks are exposed, and fathomless black fissures seem to lead straight to hell. Ruins, dead trees, and bones are scattered everywhere, and the air is filled with the stench of death. The only source of light was the magical moss. They clung to crevices, withered trees, and massive bones, emitting a faint blue-green glow that barely illuminated the surroundings. Low growls and sharp cries came from the distance continuously. It was the monsters demonstrating their power, warning everyone. If you step in here, don't expect to leave easily. Next to the Ark, Meng Hongzhuang, Yi Fan, and the others took a deep breath, staring into the depths of the darkness. For the next 3 days, this would be their battlefield. Yi Fan suddenly turned around and loudly said to the Ark, "Today is the beginning of my legend. It is your honor to witness this moment." Without waiting for a response, he chanted, "The wind is bleak, the Yi River cold," and rushed into the cave. Ark's expression was calm, having long been accustomed to it. Meng Hongzhuang's mouth twitched, clearly still not used to his childishness. After a moment, she waved at Ark, "See you in 3 days." After speaking, she also stepped into the darkness. After her figure disappeared, Fang Zhou stepped forward. The area around the fortress was frequently cleared, with no monsters. He sped up and quickly left everyone behind. 180 people sounds like a lot, but dispersed into the vast caverns, they couldn't even stir up a splash. The wasteland was dead and lifeless, and the sparse touches of green couldn't save this oppressive place. However, The Ark adapted very well. No matter how desolate, it was better than being buried in the barren wasteland. He waved his staff, summoning 10 skeletons. 2 bodyguards stayed close, while 8 spread out in all directions searching for prey. 3 days of hunting is a test of endurance. Even if his mental strength far surpassed that of his peers, he still had to be meticulous in his calculations. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The skeleton at the front right was the first to spot the target. A fierce rat was prowling in the shadows. Just as Ark was dazed, a mutant rat the size of a small dog suddenly darted out from the grass. It was a sickly green all over, with blood-red eyes and gray-brown hard spines growing on its back, like a miniature porcupine. The ferocious rat usually only appears at night and is the most common nocturnal monster. Unexpectedly, I encountered one during the daylight in the dungeon. It had just jumped out when it collided head-on with an oncoming skeleton. The ferocious rat is just a low-level mutated beast, with strength comparable to skeletons of the same level, far weaker than a lesser imp. But Ark's skeleton is of intermediate apprentice level. With the addition of dominating skeleton, its attributes overwhelmingly crush the opponent. The skeleton lunged forward fiercely, a claw slashing down, instantly decapitating the ferocious rat and killing it in a flash. Hunting points plus 0.5. The recorder immediately updated the battle record. However, Ark didn't look at the points, but focused on the attribute panel. Soul power plus 0.01. This was the first time he had killed with his own hands. This ferocious rat became his first lost soul. It turned out that not only could his clone gain soul power by killing in the spirit world, but his main body could also gain it by hunting monsters. It's just that the apprentices at the lower level give too little. Ark sneered, probably related to his soul strength being at the black iron level. But as long as there is some gain, it's enough. After 3 days of hunting in the abyssal cave, he felt even more motivated. He glanced at the leaderboard. In just over 10 minutes, someone had already earned 3 points. Ark shook its head and quickened its pace. Inside the fortress, a group of instructors were adjusting the live broadcast feed. Luhu asked, "How's the signal?" The technician replied, "The signal is normal, and the image is clear." Land Rover nodded and sighed again. In low-energy areas like Cave 1, traditional communication equipment can still be used. But in high-energy battlefields, not to mention communication, even thermal weapons would be suppressed. Someone responded, "If it weren't for the rules, we wouldn't have been beaten so badly by the Abyss Demon decades ago." Luhu scanned the trainees' battle scenes and said in a deep voice, "Keep a close watch by zone. If there is any danger, immediately contact the safety officers in the underground cave." Yes. At this moment inside Cave 1, the Ark, accompanied by the skeletons, swept through, moving much faster than before. Low-level monsters simply couldn't withstand a single round of attacks. Even if 2 or 3 gathered in a group, they were quickly wiped out by the skeleton squad. He had already killed nearly 15 monsters, and his hunting points rose to 8. In actual combat, Ark discovered another fatal weakness. He had almost no reconnaissance ability. Now, I can only rely on rough spiritual perception, the skull's soulfire reaction, and the recorder's thermal imaging. The detection range is pitifully small. If we encounter an ambush, we wouldn't even know how we died. He noted this problem in the terminal, planning to fix it as soon as possible, and then continue deeper with the skull squad. After another hour of fighting, he started to feel hungry. There was exactly a ruined stone house ahead, so he decided to go over and rest. After clearing away several ferocious rats nearby, he was forced to step back as soon as he entered the house because of a strong stench. Fortunately, there was a stone stool under the eaves to sit on. He swallowed a military ration pill, and the hunger quickly disappeared. Then he closed his eyes to meditate, restoring his mental strength. Opening the map, he replanned his route. There are many monsters in this wilderness, but they are all low-level savage types with low points, and killing them is still time-consuming. To widen the gap, he must find bigger targets. Soon, he pinpointed a goblin cave marked as dangerous. Intelligence reports show that goblin tribes often station here, ranging from dozens to nearly 100. The quantity is more than enough, perfect for him to unleash full firepower. At his speed, he could arrive by the afternoon. If he can clear the entire cave, not only will his points soar, but he can also spend the night inside. After resting, his spirits and energy fully restored to their peak, he set off again. Unknowingly, thick fog rose in cave number 1. Suddenly, a wolf howl tore through the mist. A huge wolf figure slowly emerged. When on all fours, its shoulder height was almost up to his chest. A fierce wolf, Ark immediately ordered, and the skeletons surrounded from all sides. The giant wolf's eyes were blood red, growling threateningly, its killing intent undisguised. The sound of bones grinding echoed. The skeleton showed no fear and charged straight ahead. The ferocious wolf let out a roar and also lunged forward. The two collided instantly. Although this wolf is only a lower apprentice, its combat power is not inferior. It can even overpower a mid-level apprentice skeleton. Its front paw emitted a dark glow, clearly activating a skill. The next second, it slammed its paw down hard. The skeleton that rushed forward first couldn't dodge and was slapped away, falling at the feet of the Ark. The bones remained intact, but the left arm was already broken in two. Arknight looked at the battle situation, his expression calm. Skeletons were originally cannon fodder. They could be resurrected after death. No matter how ferocious the wolf is, how many times can it use that skill in a row? If he really wanted a quick victory, he could use skeleton shackles, followed by skeleton spear, taking it down in one combo. But he didn't do that. He needed to conserve his mental energy. Let the skeleton take a few more hits, spend a bit more time, it doesn't matter. The cave hunting will take 3 days. This is not a fight for a burst, but for endurance. He is not in a hurry. Sure enough, the ferocious wolf unleashed its skill again, slamming a skeleton flying once more. But immediately after being surrounded, its momentum visibly declined. After 2 outbursts, its stamina was at rock bottom. The skeleton's sharp claws kept tearing open wounds, and it gradually could no longer hold out. A chunk of flesh was torn from each thigh, and its speed immediately slowed down. 2 skeletons took the opportunity to pounce on its waist. With a bronze head, iron tail, and tofu waist, its vital spot was right here. With its speed reduced, it couldn't dodge at all and was directly pressed down to the ground. The rest of the skeletons surged forward. Bone claws fluttered, tearing it into pieces. Hunting points +4. Soul power +0.1. This wolf was much stronger than those previous ferocious rats and rabbits, awarding 4 points directly. Ark's ranking surged into the top 10. After confirming the death, he had the skeleton pull out the wolf's fangs. Military Academy recycling materials, yielding 0.1 contribution points each. Even the smallest gain is still a benefit. At Haicheng Military Academy, nearly 10,000 first-year trainees were gathered under the instructor's arrangements to watch a live broadcast of 180 seed candidates. Those who make it into the underground chamber are the elite among the freshmen. Every move they make serves as teaching material. Su Tianhua ordered that all courses for these 3 days be changed to practical observation to summarize experiences. In the continuous classroom, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Look, Gu Zhiqiu's chain wind energy missile instantly killed the stone-skinned lizard. He's gotten stronger again." Someone nearby was unconvinced. What is this supposed to be? Look at Yi Fan. He didn't even use any skills, just relying on a blade bow to kite and kill several cave dwellers. Zhao Yuan is fierce too, charging straight into the ferocious rat swarm to farm points, with a dozen or so at once. There are also people who are dissatisfied. I've been watching Ark, and he's not as amazing as imagined. Even though he's mid-level among apprentices, he only sends out 10 skeletons to push straight, which is too low on skill. Yeah, it took him forever to just barely get into the top 10. That ferocious wolf just now could have been killed instantly with a single skeletal javelin, but he insisted on slowly grinding it down. Such low efficiency. The female student with the oval face couldn't help but retort. This is a 3-day cave hunting, not a simulation battle where you can restore your state at any time. Gu Zhiqiu and Yi Fan may be impressive now, but can they still fight like this when their mental strength runs out? Another female student responded. The Ark is conserving mental strength, steadily advancing with a small number of skeletons, fighting while recovering. This is the proper strategy for surviving 3 days. The voices of doubt gradually diminished. The instructor also nodded. The new students have only been awakened for 2 months, so their mental and physical strength are both limited. Charging ahead aggressively now doesn't mean they can last until the third day. When the state collapses, it's hard even to stay alive. At the other end of the underground cave, Meng Hongzhuang rode a white giant bear, looking at the rankings. The arc has started to exert its power. She patted the giant bear. Winnie, put in more effort. Even if we can't hold first place, we have to keep second. The giant bear growled in response. With a whistle, the blue hawk dove down and landed on her shoulder. After hearing the investigation, she nodded. There's a ferocious rat pack to the front right. Clear them out, and the first watch will be more secure. The giant bear roared and charged out. Those dozens of skeletons on the ark are just expendables, used up and then discarded. Meng Hongzhuang, this natural summoner, is different. She doesn't summon many animals, but she can train them for a long time. The giant bear Winnie can serve as a mount and also hold its ground in a fight. The fierce bird Quinn is responsible for aerial reconnaissance, with a very wide field of vision. With their cooperation, her hunting efficiency far surpasses that of other trainees. Even strong rare professions like Yi Fan and Gu Jiqiu are no match for her in this aspect. At the same time, inside caves, in the forest, and across the wilderness, many students seeking to improve their rankings noticed the rapid surge in arc points. A sense of urgency immediately pressed down, and everyone accelerated their hunting pace. The name arc was suffocating. Deep in the thick fog, the hunting recorder in Arc's hand lit up again, the thermal imaging fluctuating violently. The probability of encountering trainees in this wilderness was extremely low. Most likely, it was a monster. He commanded the skeleton to advance slowly and soon saw flickering flames ahead. It was a camp. Approaching, the situation became clear at a glance. Kobolds. 7 red figures were dancing and celebrating around the campfire in the camp. They were short, only reaching up to the ark's waist, covered in red hair, as ugly as a wild dog. Wearing simple leather armor, holding stone clubs and bone axes, some even carrying bone spears and throwing darts. This is a small kobold camp. Fortunately, there are no kobold shamans, so it's not too troublesome. These otherworldly monsters are more troublesome than the ferocious kind. They are intelligent, hold grudges, and run fast. Since we are taking action, we must clean them out in one go. The ark lay in ambush not far away, waving its staff and summoning 5 more skeletons. 15 skeletons silently dispersed, encircling the camp completely. Give the order. The skeleton leapt out fiercely from the thick fog. 15 mid-level apprentices versus 7 lower-level apprentices. Complete domination. The 2 skeletons at the front directly pinned down a kobold. Bone claws pierced the heart. Sharp teeth bit through the throat. That kobold didn't even have time to scream before it died. Woof, woof, woof. Their companion died a tragic death, and the other 6 were terrified out of their wits. They didn't dare seek revenge and immediately turned to run. Their nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was fully exposed. But just as they turned, they ran into another 13 skeletons. After a brief and bloody battle, the camp fell completely silent. Woof! The last gnoll lowered its head in terror, staring at the bone claw lodged in its chest, let out a miserable scream, tilted its head, and died completely. Hunting points plus 14. Soul power plus 0.3. Only then did Ark emerge from the thick fog. By the light of the campfire, he glanced disdainfully around the messy camp. After confirming there was no other abnormality, he shook his staff and commanded the skeletons to dissect 7 corpses. Kobolds don't have much material on their bodies, but they are naturally good at finding minerals and love to gnaw on stones. Many indigestible ores accumulate inside their bodies, forming crystals similar to kobold gems. These crystals can be used to craft equipment and are included in the military academy's material list, worth 1 contribution point per 10 grams. After dealing with the corpse, Feng Zhou packed the clean 20 grams of crystals into his backpack. With 2 contribution points in hand, he was about to leave and continue hunting. Suddenly, a skeleton clearing the battlefield made a discovery. It flipped out a piece of level 1 refined chain stone from the embers of the campfire. Ark took the stone, feeling a jolt in his heart. This thing is worth 10 contribution points. With the hardness of the fine chain stone, an apprentice-level kobold can't bite it at all, let alone swallow it. That is to say, They dance around the bonfire, not in celebration, but in an attempt to soften this stone through some kind of ritual. Unfortunately, they ran into the Ark. Thinking of this, a question arose in his mind. The easily accessible veins in cave number 1 had already been exhausted by the military academy. Where did they get this piece of refined chainstone from? A thought suddenly flashed through. Could it be that they discovered a new mineral vein? If true, it would be a huge fortune. Cavern number 1 belongs to the military academy and the Federation, but the discoverers of the mineral vein can receive generous rewards. Thinking of this, Ark's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered the skeletons to turn the camp upside down. He watched the busy skeletons and sighed. If he were strong enough and could soul search, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. A few minutes later, the skeletons brought back good news. It dug out a torn animal skin scroll from the soil. The scroll was covered with crooked symbols, like a rough map. Ark frowned and studied it for a long time, but couldn't make heads or tails of it. The map was too badly damaged. He simply scanned the scroll into the hunting recorder and started data comparison. For this kind of thing, machines are more reliable than the human brain. Soon, the recorder gave the result. The matching degree of this beast skin map was as high as 72%. There is more than a 30% chance that the vein is in the thorny forest to the north. Considering the kobold's terrible map drawing skills, this probability can only be higher. Arkoa's eyes lit up. This was already worth him making the trip himself. Moreover, the Goblin Cave and the Thorny Forest are in the same direction, so it wouldn't delay the journey. After confirming that nothing was missing, he left the ruin-like kobold camp with the skeleton squad. Time was dragging on too long, so he had to speed up to try to reach the Goblin Cave before nightfall. The only light source in the dungeon was the mana moss, which would go out at night. Once it was completely dark, the monsters that operated only in the shadows would come out to hunt, doubling the danger. No matter how confident Ark was, he didn't want to struggle alone in the dark and decided to find a stronghold to spend the night. The live stream chat exploded. Is that a chainstone he's holding? Just casually wiping out a kobold camp, and suddenly he's got chainstone, plus what looks like a map of a vein. What kind of luck is that? The number 1 cavern has been completely ransacked. How could there still be treasures hidden? While others struggle desperately to survive, the Ark seems to be digging for treasure. If there really is a vein of refined chainstone, the one-time reward alone would make them jealous, not to mention the 1% yield they can earn. A group of trainees are so envious it hurts, yet they can only watch. The instructor in the fortress couldn't sit still either. Someone compared the animal hide map with the topographic map and felt uneasy. Another person slammed the table in denial, saying he had swept through the thorny jungle more than a dozen times, so there was no way any or remained. Luhu reminded them that a recent earthquake might have pushed up the deep mineral veins. The instructor was immediately left speechless. Luhu immediately ordered to contact the stationed instructor to verify. If there really is a mine, this is a big deal. Eliminate on the spot any monsters above black iron level. A female instructor asked, only clear black iron level? The Ark is just a mid-level apprentice. What if they encounter high-level apprentices? Luhu laughed and said, just have the nearby instructors keep an eye on him. He's had it too easy these past 2 months. It's time he faced some setbacks. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, even if he can't win, he can at least run away and won't be eliminated. Everyone nodded. A genius who has too smooth a path isn't necessarily a good thing. Experiencing some setbacks helps them grow faster. In the underground cave, Feng Zhou was unaware of the arrangements outside. The thick fog on the wilderness dispersed, and light rain fell. The cave's climate was strange, a test for hunting and marching, but he was well prepared. He put on his windbreaker and continued towards the Goblin Cave. After dealing with a few more fierce beasts, the rain suddenly intensified. In the heavy rain, he suddenly stopped. The ground was shaking. A massive creature was charging toward him. The thermal imaging radar issued a simultaneous warning. The Ark backed against the giant rock, arranging 15 skeletons into formation, keeping a close watch on the curtain of rain. In the next moment, a ferocious horse nearly 2 meters tall charged out wildly, heading straight for the skeleton formation. Its coat was like iron, its hooves thundering on the ground, and its eyes blood red. Although it was only a low-level apprentice, the force of its charge was enough to crush everything. The Ark immediately ordered the skeletons to spread out into a ring, while waving his staff and shouting sharply, "Bone lock." Two white bone chains shot through the air, tightly wrapping around the horse's front hooves. The fierce horse stomped in vain, crashing heavily into the mud with the sound of cracking bones. Several skeletons took the opportunity to pounce, targeting the joints of its hind legs to cripple its mobility. The fierce horse roared angrily, baring its sharp teeth and biting back. Ark had anticipated this early. The skeletons quickly dodged into rock crevices or leapt to higher ground to avoid the attacks. As the offensive eased, the skeletons from behind pressed forward again, tearing at the ponytail to hold it back. In the wind and rain, skeletons and iron hooves clashed fiercely, the scene intense. No matter how strong the fierce horses were, they could not withstand the skeleton's encirclement. Its front hoof had long been sprained, and it couldn't charge out at all. As time went on, its strength depleted, and its movements became slower and slower. At the command from the Ark, the skeletons all pounced. The fierce horse struggled desperately, but was still firmly pinned down, its neighing gradually fading. Hunting points +5. Soul power +0.1. Looking at the corpse, Ark felt a bit regretful. Such a good mount, but unfortunately too fierce to tame. After the myth era, the rules changed, and motorcycles and cars all became mere decorations. Instead, the mounts of professionals became more practical. He envied the giant bear of Meng Hongzhuang. But mages, unlike nature summoners and knights, to have mounts, either need to catch a rare pet or reach bronze level to learn mage summon mount. For him now, it was all too far away. He shook his head, letting the skeleton dissect the fierce horse. This kind of horse is much rarer than fierce rats or wolves. Horsehide, horse hooves, and horse tails are all military school materials, worth at least 3 contribution points. A few minutes later, he rinsed the materials clean in the rain and stuffed them into his backpack. Fortunately, the backpack was large enough, and his constitution could hold up. But he wanted space equipment even more. After walking for nearly 2 more hours, the rain stopped. The air in the underground cave was also a bit fresher. Ark sat on a rock, drinking water and checking the rankings. Unknowingly, he had surged to 3rd place. First was Meng Hongzhuang. The second is Gu Zhiqiu. Once he finishes clearing the goblin cave, he will be able to overtake. According to the map, there is still 1 hour of travel left. 70% of his mental strength remains, enough for a tough battle. After a short rest, he continued to delve deeper into the cave with 15 skeletons. Half an hour later, deep in the jungle. Hunting points +3. Soul power +0.05. Ark had just cut down a rottenwood puppet trying to ambush him and was about to dig out the rottenwood heart when the thermal imaging radar suddenly alarmed. He closed his eyes to sense, then suddenly looked up. A dense, dark mass was rushing toward him from afar. Ferocious crows? He frowned and retreated behind the skeleton. These demonized crows roam in flocks, feeding on carrion. Their sharp claws and beaks are poisonous, and the most troublesome thing is their numbers. Individually, they are not strong, but they can exhaust and kill someone through sheer persistence. As long as there is the scent of blood on a person, they will be targeted. He had killed so many along the way, and his blood aura was too strong, which attracted them. Aren't they just a bunch of crows? Need to hide? Ark glanced around. The dense forest blocked the sky, branches and leaves intertwined, making it difficult for the crow flock to spread. The terrain was on his side. If that's the case, then fight. At this moment, outside the cave, at the Haiqing Military Academy, the first-year students were watching his live broadcast intently. In the scene, dark clouds hovered menacingly. Fierce crows? Over 100 of them. Who can withstand that? Why is he still standing there? Run. Does he want to fight head-on? The girl with the oval face immediately retorted. What's there to fear? He has Bone Arrow Rain, an area attack skill. It can kill minor imps instantly. These crows are nothing. Someone shook their head. There are too many of them. He spent most of the day in the underground cave. How many more times can his mental strength hold out? And with this scale, there must be a mid-level apprentice leader commanding them. Their combat instinct is terrifying. These ferocious crows are also poisonous. Once surrounded, it's over for him. He's too impulsive. Someone else sneered. If the quasi-number 1 seed crashes and gets eliminated by a flock of crows, that would be really entertaining. The voices of discussion filled the air. The oval-faced girl bit her lip, staring intently at the screen, even softening her breath. In the underground cavern, hundreds of fierce crows circled down like a black cloud pressing over the forest. Their hooked beaks sharp, claws cold and menacing, their blood-red eyes locked tightly onto the Ark. The ferocious crows circled in midair for a moment, then suddenly let out a piercing shriek and swooped toward the Ark like a black tide. The Ark stood against towering trees, with dense, impenetrable rotting vines overhead. 15 skeletons surrounded him in the center, ready in tight formation. At the moment the swarm of crows pressed down, the Ark swung his staff and unleashed bone arrow rain at the densest area. Bone arrows rained down from the sky, carrying a chilling undead aura, striking the crow swarm and shooting down over a dozen ferocious crows on the spot. Feathers scattered wildly, screams erupted all around. The smell of blood only provoked the raven's ferocity. A larger, more aggressive raven screeched within the flock, and the group immediately dispersed, diving faster. Ark's eyes narrowed as he locked onto the leader. With these social monsters, as long as the head is severed, the rest scatter like a broken sandpile. He no longer held back his mental energy and unleashed the skeleton arrow rain once again. A torrent of bone arrows poured down, killing more than a dozen fierce crows. But the leader weaved back and forth among the crows, narrowly avoiding attacks, always hiding behind its kind, giving Ark no opportunity. At this moment, the violent crows in the front row had already crashed into the skeleton defense line. The skeletons stood back to back, forming a wall of white bones, neither retreating nor flinching. They allowed claws and sharp beaks to scrape off bone fragments, determined to trade their wounds for lives, smashing the ferocious ravens attacking them to the ground. The poison of the violent crows is deadly to flesh and blood, but can only mildly corrode bones, which gave Ark an advantage. But there were just too many of them. The skeletons in the front row were stained dark green by venom. Their bones cracked in many places, and their soul flames dimmed. Ark's expression remained unchanged as he cast Reanimation of the Dead. A faint green light rose, and the injured skeletons instantly recovered, holding the line against the assault once more. Whenever the crow swarm gathered again, he would unleash a rain of bone arrows, harvesting while easing the pressure at the front line. More than 10 minutes passed. The ground was piled high with corpses, yet the crow swarm fought more and more fiercely. Several skeletons' soul fires were shattered, turning into scattered white bones. The defensive line began to waver. Feng Zhou gritted his teeth and swung his staff, summoning 10 more skeletons to fill the gap. At this time, his mental strength was down to less than 50%. Although some of the ferocious crow swarms were killed and scattered, they still densely filled the sky, blocking out the sun. At the Haicheng Military Academy, all the students watching the live broadcast were so nervous they dared not breathe. Someone whispered, "The Ark simply can't deal with that crow leader. He has already used skeleton arrow rain and dead resurrection several times in a row. If this continues, he will only be drained of his mental strength by the crow swarm. These beasts are way too fearless of death, right? Nearly 100 have been killed, yet they show no sign of retreat. They're no longer crows from Blue Star. They've become demons corrupted by negative energy, with nothing on their minds but killing. If we can't think of another way, the Ark might be doomed. We'll have to ask the instructors for help." In the underground fortress, the instructors, who had been calm, began to feel nervous. A female instructor looked at Lu Hu. "The station instructor has already locked onto the Ark's location and can intervene at any time. Do you want to send reinforcements?" Lu Hu waved his hand. "No rush. The Ark is always confident in his actions. Since he's daring to provoke the crow flock, he must have a way out. Wait a little longer." In the dense forest, the battle had completely gone mad. The ferocious crows grew even more frenzied, gathering in packs and formations, desperately using their numbers to overwhelm the skeleton defense line. The cunning crow leader couldn't sit still either. Hiding among the flock, it suddenly led a charge. The Ark kept his eyes fixed on it. Seeing it finally break into the front line, his expression darkened. The opportunity had arrived. Under his control, The once tightly knit skeleton defense suddenly revealed a gap. The crow leader immediately spotted the flaw, let out a sharp screech, and led the team in a frenzied charge. The skeletons fought desperately to block them, but a few stragglers still broke through and headed toward the ark being protected in the rear. The crow leader, who was a mid-level apprentice, was among them. "Damn, the leader is close," a trainee shouted in alarm. "Good. He did it on purpose." Lu Hu slammed his fist on the table, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The next second, the crow leader transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging straight at the ark. But the ark smiled. At the moment the opponent rushed up to him, he detonated the skeletal shield he had prepared long ago. Countless fragments of white bones instantly solidified into a shield wall, standing before him like an iron barrier blocking the impact. Boom! The Raven leader slammed hard against the shield, causing the bones to tremble wildly, but it never broke through. The fierce Raven leader howled towards the sky, summoning the flock of ravens to launch a frenzied assault against the bone shield, reflecting damage back fiercely. Under the Raven swarm's siege, cracks quickly appeared on the bone shield, teetering on the verge of collapse. It stared fixedly at the human behind the shield who had slaughtered hundreds of its kind, fury surging, its claws glowing with a dark light. One claw struck down, and the skeletal shield shattered with a loud crash. Before it could take pride, the shattered bone fragments suddenly released a paralytic force, instantly enveloping it. The leader was completely unprepared, its body stiffened, wings uncontrollable, and it fell heavily from midair. Death! Ark seized the flaw, raised his hand, and formed a skeletal spear, stabbing straight into the heart. The bone spear cut through the air, piercing precisely. The leader let out a few mournful cries, twitched for a moment, and then breathed his last. The crow flock immediately fell into chaos, most screaming and scattering to flee for their lives. A few, with bloodshot eyes, frenziedly charged at the skeleton defense line, as if determined to be buried alongside. The ark unleashed another skeleton arrow rain, clearing them all out. He did not pursue the fleeing ones, only letting the battered skeletons finish them off. The jungle quickly fell silent, leaving only the pungent smell of blood. Hunting points plus 45. Soul power plus 1. After this battle, his points surpassed Meng Hongzhuang, firmly holding first place, with a gap of more than 20 points. Roughly calculated, he had slain at least 150 ferocious crows, at the cost of 50% of his mental strength. He rested against a tree and had the remaining 20 skeletons dissect the corpse. Although the ferocious crows were tough opponents, the rewards were not insignificant. They had poison sacs in their necks, which could be used for poisoning and refining medicine. 10 poison sacs could be exchanged for a small amount of contribution points. While waiting for the area to be cleared, Fang Zhou opened the terminal to review the replay. His current strategy was very simple. Let a large number of skeletons take the front as shields, while he dealt damage from the rear. But against flying monsters, apprentice-level skeletons lacked skeletal weapons and could only fight with bone claws, making their efficiency too low. If they could be made to form skeletal weapons in advance, their combat power would definitely surge. If this battle had a dozen large shield skeletons at the front and a dozen skeleton archers providing ranged suppression at the back, the scene wouldn't have been so chaotic and fraught with danger like just now. Although Ark had trained the skeletal wings to the limit and was confident he could escape from the ferocious crow swarm, he was after all a frail, undead mage, only slightly stronger than the Earth Knight, Zhao Yuan. Using himself as bait was something to be avoided whenever possible. He seriously recorded this thought in his memo. After the cave hunt was over, he must squeeze by Xiaochan and Meng Hongzhuang properly. He had to get himself a genuinely useful skill. In a row of classrooms, seeing Fang Zhou calmly detonate the skeleton shield, taking out the ferocious crow leader in one strike, the petite fangirl excitedly stood up. We won. As expected of Fang Zhou. Someone wondered, after the shield was broken, how did the leader fall directly down? It's like it was being controlled. A quick-thinking student immediately logged into the Human Alliance skill database to look up skeleton shield. He quickly exclaimed, Ark changed its skills again a few days ago. Now when the shield is broken, it paralyzes nearby enemies, can reflect physical damage, and even has a chance to reflect spells. So ruthless. The classroom instantly exploded. Even the instructor, who usually showed no expression, widened his eyes. Originally already strong in defense, this skeleton shield now adds control, damage reflection, and spell reflection, making it almost top tier among apprentice-level shields. In just 2 months, he polished a new skill to this level. Everyone knows he is a genius, but no one expected it to be to this exaggerated extent. Someone watching the live stream sighed. What's scarier is that he not only knows how to research, but he also dares to fight. If it were me, even with this skill, I wouldn't dare to use myself as bait to lure the boss. Yeah, whether it's courage or awareness, he's way ahead. Watching him fight gets me all fired up. I really hope one day I can play like that too. When everyone was full of praise, the students who had previously sneered and mocked had already flushed red and quietly retreated into a corner. More than 10 minutes later, 20 skeletons efficiently dissected the corpses, collecting a total of 120 poison sacks, worth 12 contribution points. Some ferocious crows had their poison sacks destroyed during the battle and could no longer be harvested. Fortunately, the poison sacks are only the size of a fingernail, so even many of them do not take up much space. Ark found a sealed bag to pack everything. By this time, the backpack was already stuffed full of loot. The jungle was a mess, the ground covered in dirty blood. Ark frowned in disgust as he looked at the skulls covered in venom. The smell was really unpleasant and seriously affected his image. He remembered instructor Su Xinyan's reminder that after reaching Black Iron, he must learn Friend of Life. Sending wind, washing, dusting, creating water, lighting, all practical little spells that don't involve fighting but save effort and worry. Compared to warriors constantly shouting to fight desperately, mages really have it easier. No wonder they call themselves Mage Lords. It was already 5 in the afternoon, less than 3 hours before the cave would be completely dark. Although the fierce battle with the violent crow flock just now was won spectacularly, his spiritual power was down to only 30%. Should he still follow the plan and clear the goblin cave? Just as he hesitated, the strange trees in the forest howled, and a strong wind began to blow. Within one day, fog, heavy rain, and gale-force winds took turns, making the cave environment unbearably harsh. Ark gritted his teeth and drank a stimulant. Since the wind had already started, it was almost impossible to spend the night peacefully outside, so it was better to explore the goblin cave. If the enemies weren't strong, he'd occupy the cave overnight. If it was too tough, he'd retreat. He activated Calm and Composed, quickly restoring 80% of his mental strength. Combined with 20 skeletons, as long as it wasn't a large tribe, he was confident he could fight head-on. After calibrating the direction, he led the team straight toward the cave. On the other side, Meng Hongzhuang had just finished a fierce battle, but she saw the Ark's points surpassing hers to take the top spot. She angrily grabbed the giant bear Winnie by the ear. Winnie was covered in wounds, snorting discontentedly. Meng Hongzhuang sighed and cast Withered Wood Rejuvenation. A green light shone in her palm, healing the beasts, but her inner frustration only grew stronger. While healing herself, she muttered, "That crazy Ark, in less than a day, has pulled so far ahead of me in points. My mental strength is nearly depleted, and Winnie and the others don't have enough stamina to sustain intense battles. Now we can only find a place to rest and prepare for the monster's night raid. I wonder how the others are doing." At the other end of the dungeon, Yi Fan, Gu Zhiqiu, and others stared at the leaderboard. Ark was firmly at the top, and the points kept climbing. They could only smile bitterly. The top seed's hopes were already slim, but who doesn't hold a bit of hope? What if the Ark made a mistake? But reality was harsh. The Ark remained terrifyingly steady, the gap so large it bred despair. After battling for most of the day, their physical and mental strength were depleted, no longer able to hunt like before. Now, the most important thing was how to survive tonight. The strong wind whipped up sand and stones as the Ark pushed forward against it for half an hour. Along the way, a few suicidal monsters were casually wiped out, and finally, the marked location on the map for the Goblin Cave was found. The cave was hidden among desolate hills, blocked by giant rocks. The entrance was piled with rough stones, crookedly forming something like an archway. Strangely, there wasn't a single sentry outside. A real battlefield is not like the simulated difficulty of the Horned Demon Outpost. A goblin tribe that can survive in the caves would never fail to set up guards. Unless something happened here. Ark gripped his staff tightly, following at the back of the group, quietly closing in. The next second, his gaze darkened. 3 goblin corpses lay across the cave entrance. It turned out the sentry had already been killed. The monsters in the underground cave never unite. Even without hunters, they fight each other for territory and resources. Given the current situation, it is very likely that another group of monsters has broken in here. The blood on the corpse is still wet. The time of death is recent. In other words, the battle had just occurred and hadn't even ended yet. Ark crouched down to check the wounds. Most were blunt force impacts, along with signs of burns from corrosive liquid. The opponent's body size was similar to a goblin's. Blunt weapon, corrosive liquid. His eyes lit up, quickly pulling up the monster encyclopedia from the recorder. The killer is about to be revealed. Troglodyte. Most of the wounds on these goblins were left by the troglodytes and the slimes they raised. Troglodytes, like goblins and kobolds, have a primitive social structure, but they are entirely matriarchal clans. They live underground in caves year-round, rarely showing themselves, and even raise slimes. Slimes can both be eaten and used in combat, making the troglodytes quite strong among low-level monsters. By comparison, goblins and kobolds are much easier to deal with. Therefore, trainees rarely consider troglodytes as prey. If the cave really was filled with cave dwellers attacking goblins, then going in now would be just taking advantage. Ark quickly made a plan. He had his skeletons cut off the ears of 3 goblins as proof, left 2 behind to guard the entrance against intruders, and then led the team into the cave. The cave was damp, stuffy, and foul-smelling. The ground was uneven and full of pits, with passageways branching out in all directions. The further in, the darker it became, with only a few dying campfires barely providing light. After walking several dozen meters, there were more goblin corpses lying ahead. The flickering thermal imaging started to sound alarms. There is a large amount of life activity ahead. The metallic stench in the air grows stronger, and the Ark slows its pace. After circling nearly 100 meters more, he can already hear the roars and the clash of weapons ahead. Turning the corner, the chaotic battle before him still sends a shock through his heart. Between the stalagmites and stalactites, more than 20 goblins leaned against the rock wall and struggled by the campfire. They were short, fat, and green-skinned, with pointed ears and sharp fangs, wearing broken iron armor, wielding rusty axes, hammers, and spears, yet they were outnumbered and outmatched in formation. 30 to 40 cavern dwellers formed a battle circle. They were small in stature, their gray-black scales fitting tightly, wearing armor pieced together from bones and tattered cloth, holding stone spears and bone knives, even carrying wooden shields, coordinating in an orderly manner. There were also cave dwellers climbing up the cave walls, darting between stalagmites, hurling stones and short spears from above. In the center of the battle formation, more than 10 slimes charged back and forth. They were translucent and soft, with colorful slimes swirling inside them, like clusters of moving gemstones. Some of them charged fiercely, knocking the goblins over. Some sprayed acid, corroding weapons and armor, forcing the goblins to keep their eyes shut. A giant slime suddenly pounced, wrapping an entire goblin tightly, while the troglodyte's short spear stabbed repeatedly into its body. Under the pincer attack of the troglodytes and slimes, the goblins originally occupying the cave were clearly struggling to hold their ground. The goblin chieftain, clad in tattered fur and wearing a feathered crown, swung his double-edged axe, roaring as he charged, attempting to break through the defensive line. But every attack was suppressed by the cave troll's ranged throws and dragged down by the slime's mucus, causing the momentum to quickly fall apart. A tall cave troll stood at the front holding a beast-bone shield, lining up with its companions in a row. It raised a torch to illuminate the front, directing its tribe to accurately throw spears and stones, piercing through the goblin formation again and again. The goblins fought back desperately, but their attacks were either skillfully dodged or nullified by the mucus, hardly making any impact. On the battlefield, the clashing of metal and iron rang out, accompanied by harsh roars. Slime splattered everywhere, chaotic and bloody. No one noticed that a sneaky player was still hiding in the shadows. Ark ordered the skeletons to hold their positions and hid in the shadows himself, watching with great interest as nearly 100 monsters fought fiercely. The students watching the live stream outside were also stunned. They had just awakened, having only seen one-on-one fight recordings, never witnessing a melee of this scale. Through the hunting recorder, the sounds of swords clashing, slime bursting, and bones breaking intertwined into a brutal underground battlefield. Axes struck the bone shields, sending sparks flying, while short spears pierced chests, spraying blood. Slime covered the goblins' faces, causing them to suffocate and struggle. The cave was filled with broken spears, shattered armor, and severed limbs, with dark red blood covering the rocks. The goblins fought desperately but were steadily pushed back by the cooperation of the troglodytes and slimes, suffering increasing casualties. They managed to hold out this long because there were 4 apprentice-level elites in their ranks. With them leading the charge in battle, the morale was barely maintained. Besides the chieftain at the very front, there was also an old shaman wearing animal skins, holding a red crystal ball. The other 2, clad in worn leather armor and carrying rusty axes, were tribal warriors. There were only 3 cavemen of the same level here. Waving a bone staff was the elder of the cavemen. The ones holding torches and bone shields, fighting fiercely with the chieftain, are the bodyguards. The last one is a green slime, noticeably larger in size. Ark scanned the battlefield, feeling suspicious. Cave dwellers are a matriarchal clan, yet the queen is nowhere to be seen. He suppressed the impulse to strike and decided to wait a little longer. With a dull thud, the goblin chief broke through the entangled guards and turned back to see that his tribe had suffered heavy casualties, with fewer than 20 remaining. It shouted angrily at the priest. The priest raised the red crystal ball in response and turned to walk towards the rocky wall. Ark took out a night vision telescope and focused on it. He suspected that this group of goblins still had a backup plan. Soon he saw a huge cave troll queen tied to a stalactite pillar. He immediately understood. The goblins launched a surprise attack on the troglodyte nest and kidnapped the queen. No wonder the troglodytes, acting out of character, are desperately attacking. The queen was tied to a stone pillar, barely clinging to life. The priest approached her, chanting a spell, holding a bone bell inscribed with runes. A chill atmosphere spread. It pierced the queen's heart bit by bit with the bone bell. The queen screamed painfully. The cave dweller on the battlefield went completely mad upon hearing the sound. The elders and the personal guards led the charge, determined to fight through even at the cost of their lives. The chieftain roared angrily, holding the front line and holding back the assault. The priest's incantations grew increasingly urgent. The queen's life was forcibly drained away. With one final wail of sorrow, she transformed into dark energy and was devoured by the bone bell. The bone bell glowed with a gray light, unleashing a powerful sealing force. The priest directed the power at the greatest threat on the battlefield. The large mid-level apprentice slime was instantly engulfed by the gray light. The originally frenzied attack suddenly stopped, the large slime trembling all over as if struggling against an invisible force. The next moment, it suddenly turned around and lunged back at the hobgoblin ally from before. The sudden change came too fast, and the hobgoblin formation instantly fell into chaos. The goblin chieftain seized the opportunity, led his people to counterattack, and the situation reversed on the spot. Ark hid in the corner, watching the goblin priest's actions the whole time, eyes full of admiration. No race that survived the mythic age was simple. This goblin priest was ruthless enough. The fighting on the battlefield grew increasingly fierce. The cave-dwelling monsters witnessed the queen being killed with their own eyes, and instead of breaking down, they completely lost their minds. They struck out with hatred, each blow harder and more precise than the last. The goblins have large slimes supporting them, holding the upper hand in mid-level combat power. But the quantity was too small, barely enough to hold on. Both sides fought until exhausted, yet still could not determine the winner. The cave fell into a momentary stalemate. Ark put down the night vision binoculars and gripped the staff tightly. When the snipe and the clam quarrel, it's his turn to cast the net. The skeleton army, time to make an appearance. Meanwhile, Haiching Military Academy. It was already mealtime, but the first-year cadets were still glued to the live stream of the seed candidates' hunt. The magical moss in the underground cave gradually fell dormant, and the light grew dimmer and dimmer. Meng Hongzhuang, Yi Fan, and the others were already exhausted and began looking for a place to set up camp for the night. Only Ark was still delving deeper into the goblin cave. All eyes in the spectator seats were fixed on him. This luck is just ridiculous, right? We just found a clue to the magic chain stone, and now we're running into monster infighting. Goblin Cave is a team dungeon, right? He dares to enter it alone. Didn't you see him soloing the abyss-level horned demon outpost? The undead mage alone forms an army. He is an army by himself. The real battle was so bloody. I felt sick just watching through the screen, yet he remained so calm. Monsters are never easy to deal with. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. The students were talking animatedly. In the underground fortress, the instructors appeared relaxed. Someone laughed and teased Lu Hu. This kid really is just like you, a natural old schemer. Another person chimed in. He waits until they're nearly done fighting before making his move. He's figured out the whole mantis stalks the cicada trick. Lu Hu laughed loudly and said, on the battlefield, saving even a little effort is saving effort. If it weren't necessary to personally kill to earn points, I would really want Ark to wait until the very end before making a move. A female instructor nodded and said, let's edit today's Battle of the Ark into a tutorial. Make it a standard case for cave hunting so the recruits can learn by following it. Learn to endure from the very beginning. Calculate first, then act. Other instructors echoed in agreement. Humans can survive under the oppression of abyss demons because of learning and inheritance. In their eyes, although the Ark was still inexperienced, its approach was correct, fully qualified to serve as a model. Deep inside the cave, the goblin priest raised the crystal ball high, continuously murmuring incantations. A green, evil light shot out, blasting into the troglodyte formation, causing chaos instantly. The goblin chieftain swung his giant axe, desperately fighting the troglodyte guards driven mad by the queen's tragic death. Two goblin warriors, under the cover of large slimes that defected at the last moment, stabbed into the enemy ranks like knives, charging straight at the troglodyte elder. A dozen surviving goblins, wielding crude weapons, roared as they charged forward, engaging in close combat with the berserk troglodytes. But after the cave dwellers and slimes joined forces, their numbers were 2 to 3 times that of the goblins. The cave-dwelling monster elder blew the bone whistle to disrupt the priest's control over the slime while dodging the pursuit. Momentum surges in one go, wanes the second time, and is exhausted by the third. Under the furious counterattack, the goblin's sharpness was gradually worn down. The chieftain sensed trouble but was tightly entangled by his bodyguards, only able to roar in anger. At this moment, Ark silently appeared behind the cave troll with 40 skeleton soldiers. He coldly glanced over the battlefield, waiting for the most opportune moment. After confirming the enemy's rear was undefended, he immediately gave the order. With a wave of the staff, the rain of skeleton arrows rained down on the densest part of the enemy ranks. Amid the whistling of arrows, the skeleton army burst out from the shadows, stabbing straight into the cave troll's back. The formation was torn apart in an instant, and the already chaotic battlefield became even more out of control. The frontline goblins also noticed the commotion. The skeleton army surged forward like a tide, and the battle suddenly took a turn. The chieftain was both shocked and delighted. No matter where these skeletons came from, as long as the situation changed, they still had a chance to survive. It suddenly roared fiercely to boost morale. With the skeletons holding the line, the goblins' morale soared, and their offensive instantly turned fierce. Caught in a pincer attack, the troglodyte was trapped in the middle, tightened bit by bit like in iron pincers. The troglodyte and the slime, who initially held the advantage, immediately panicked. The elder struggled to hold on and command the counterattack, but under the dual suppression of skeletons and goblins, their numerical superiority completely collapsed. It roared and swung its staff, launching a series of rock spikes. Most of the skeletons dodged or blocked. Only 2 were hit on the skulls, their soul flames flickering. The elder wanted to cast another spell, but had already been locked onto by Ark. Ark looked calm, his staff trembling lightly. The skeletal shackles fell, bone chains entangling the elder's limbs, his spellcasting interrupted on the spot. Immediately after, the skeletal spear pierced through the air. The elder was terrified, gritting his teeth as he crushed the yellowish crystal stone. A murky shield blocked in front of him. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when his expression instantly froze. Armor-piercing, corrosive poison, necrosis, and explosive force. All four powers unleashed simultaneously. Even the abyssal horned demon would struggle to withstand this move, let alone it. The bone spear pierced through the shield in an instant. Uffed. The elder was pierced on the spot and collapsed, lifeless. With the leader dead, the cave-dwelling monsters' morale collapsed, and they scattered in panic. A few still tried to hold on, but were defeated one by one. Corpses covered the cave floor, blood flowing everywhere. In less than 10 minutes, the battle formation was completely wiped out. Only a few leaderless slimes wriggled in place. After a desperate roar, the bodyguard who lost the queen also fell amidst the siege. The battle is over. But the goblin chieftain showed no hint of joy. It hadn't even caught its breath when it saw Feng Zhou step out of the shadows, clutching its great axe tightly in fright. The man was as tall as two goblins, holding a staff and wearing a robe. The memory of the tribe instantly reminded it that this was the most terrifying human mage. In the bloody cave, only Feng Zhou and the skeleton army remained. Opposite them were the chieftain, the shaman, 2 warriors, a giant slime being controlled, and fewer than 10 exhausted ordinary goblins. Strike while it's weak. Ark's gaze was cold. With a wave of his staff, the skeleton army immediately surged forward. The goblins desperately formed ranks, but fell row after row as if reaped by the Grim Reaper. Ark, full of mental strength, locked onto the priest without hesitation. Skeleton shackles. Skeleton spear. The bone chains wrapped around the priest, who hurriedly shook the bell, making a large slime shield him. The spear flew through the air, piercing directly into the slime's body. The undead death energy poured in crazily. The slime trembled violently, but could not break free. Ark sneered coldly and detonated the death energy once again. With a dull bang, the slime exploded on the spot, scattering chunks of flesh and mucus everywhere. The priest was drenched in corrosive liquid, screaming incessantly. Ark did not hesitate and fired another skeletal spear. The bone spear pierced through the priest, and the wailing abruptly stopped. The other goblins had long been surrounded and slaughtered by the skeleton horde, leaving only the chieftain cornered, resisting stubbornly. Watching its tribe perish, it howled and madly rushed towards the Ark. Even under the heavy siege of the Skull Army, even the heavily armored, axe-wielding horned demon had to die. What kind of waves could it possibly stir up? Ark, expressionless, stood still, watching it fall on the charging path. The battle is over. The cave floor was covered with corpses and weapons, the smell of blood overwhelming. Only Ark and the Skull Army stood silently, as if declaring the outcome. To be cautious, he finished off the nearly unharmed skeleton army one by one. No cave troll, goblin, or slime was spared. In the corner, a goblin playing dead was swiftly beheaded on the spot. Its dying screams startled Ark. It turns out monsters can also play dead. He remembered this lesson. From now on, he must finish off every enemy, never allowing a comeback from the shadows. Hunting points plus 70. Soul power plus 3. The points on the recorder's sword. Even though many monsters died in internal conflicts, just counting those he personally dealt with was worth 70 points. He firmly holds first place with 180 points. Second place Meng Hongzhuang has 100 points, and third place Gu Zhiqiu has 92 points. Yi Fan is 8th with 84 points, and Zhao Yuan is 30th with 66.6 points. The 90th place has 50 points, barely making the cut. In the morning, there were still 180 people entering the cave dwellings, but now only 177 remain on the leaderboard. In less than a day, 3 people have already been eliminated. This place is too dangerous for beginners who have just awakened 2 months ago. He reminded himself not to become complacent just because things were going smoothly. Except for his clear lead, the gaps between the others were very small. On the first day, it's about an explosive start. Afterward, it's about endurance. After confirming safety, Feng Zhou sat down to rest, watching the Skull Army clean up the battlefield and reviewing the battle. Overall, he won decisively. He barely used any mental energy, nor did he lose many skeletons, yet he steadily became the final winner. The fact proves that if you play it safe once and enjoy it once, playing it safe every time means enjoying it every time. But if you want to always be the last one to close the net, the intelligence must be accurate and movement steady. In this regard, Fangzhou knows very well that he still has a long way to go. This time luck was on his side. The opponents were just goblins and troglodytes, both dull in perception. If it had been a ferocious dog or a vicious wolf with keen smell, with his limited stealth skills, he would have been detected long ago and wouldn't have been able to easily grab the spoils. He recorded this lesson in the terminal memo and stood up to tally the results. The bodies strewn in every direction inside the cave told the whole story. 30 goblins, 40 troglodytes, and 15 slimes. Goblin pointed ears, troglodyte webbed feet, and slime skin were all on the military academy's materials list. A few large slimes also yielded rare sweet nectar sacs. This thing was highly tempting to sweet-toothed monsters. It could be exchanged for contribution points, and for the next 2 days of hunting, it could also be used as bait. After deducting the parts destroyed in battle, he roughly calculated that the materials were worth at least 30 contribution points. The package was too full to close quickly, but luckily, the slime skin was elastic and just right to use as a container. Once everything was packed, he looked over to another pile of loot. Among the 4 apprentice-level elite goblins, they dropped the chieftain's battle axe, chieftain's feather crown, 2 warrior hatchets, and a priest's crystal ball. A total of 5 gray-quality, inferior items. 2 elite cave dwellers were given the guardian bone shield and the elder's staff. These pieces of equipment need to be modified before use, but the military academy is willing to recycle them, offering 5 to 8 contribution points per item. He checked the recorder. The 7 pieces of equipment are worth at least 40 points. Adding the 30 points for materials, this battle earned 70 contribution points for free. Compared to when he used to grind the gargoyle outpost every day, this feels way better. It's just that the loot is too heavy. For the upcoming march, he'll have to assign a few skeletons specifically for carrying. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the last 2 items. Those were 2 gray inferior strange items. The first one was a rock shield crystal taken from the elder cave dweller. The rock shield crystal is gray and inferior, a one-time consumable, and only usable by magic classes. Once activated, it can cast a mid-level apprentice rock shield spell once. This is a life-saving trump card. The elder troglodyte once crushed a piece of crystal, hoping to block the bone spear, but failed. Practical combat has proven that the shield of the rock shield crystal is far inferior to the bone shield of the arc. He can't use it, but this disposable rare item can be instantly activated without consuming mental energy, and returning it to the military academy is worth 3 or 4 contribution points. Keep it for personal use, hand it in, or give it to Bai Xiaochan and Meng Hongzhuang. All are good options. Next, he examined the second strange item, the goblin sealing bone bell. This was made by the goblin shaman as a sacrifice to the cave-dwelling monster queen. It once sealed a large slime, almost turning the tide of battle. Later, the shaman forced the slime to act as a meat shield, but it was shattered by flying spears. Arca shook the bone bell, but only heard a dull sound, with no response. Could it be that the slime died, and the bell was useless too? The attribute panel showed. Goblin sealing bone bell. Gray inferior quality, reparable. Only usable by magic users. It can seal creatures no higher than the intermediate apprentice level, with duration depending on mental attributes. He tried to repair it, but was prompted that his knowledge was insufficient. Ark recalled the blue sachet Su Xinyan gave him. She made it herself, indicating that she was skilled in crafting magical items. Once the hunt was over, he would go ask her. By this time, the skeleton army had finished clearing the cave. Ark chose the windward side to set up camp. It is stuffy and foul here, but it can shield from wind and rain. The bloodiness and stench are subdued by purifying spices. The magic moss is dormant, and the underground cave falls into darkness. The night-roaming monsters of the wasteland begin to stir. The goblins and troglodytes are dead, and the cave is temporarily safe, but new enemies could appear at any time. Fortunately, Ark is a necromancer. His skeletons don't eat or sleep, only consume mana, making them the most reliable guards. Lying in the warm tent, with the wild wind howling outside, Ark found it hard to calm down. After a brief moment of emptying his mind, he drank the soul-soothing potion, closed his eyes, and directed his consciousness toward the skeleton clone. The blood moon hung high, deep in the barren wasteland where bones are buried. Dozens of skeletons unusually gathered together, without any conflict among them. The Ark's soul flame surged violently. Clutching the skeletal spear tightly, he glanced over the troops under his command, feeling satisfied. 35 skeletons with four-dimensional stats close to 30 points were enough for him to dominate this area. Several guards dragged over 3 skeletons with nearly extinguished soul flames. These were today's prey. Ark casually shattered them, activated skeletal armament to absorb their essence, with a surge of heat flowing through the body. With these underlings guarding, logging off was much safer for him. The only trouble was that he couldn't control both his physical body and his avatar at the same time for the moment. But he vaguely felt that once his soul grew stronger, he would be able to operate on 2 fronts simultaneously. At that time, his power would inevitably surge. Arkan returned to his senses, divided the skeleton squad into 7 small teams, and began the clearing operation. He did not take action himself, but instead activated the Skeleton King to observe Squad 1. Squad 1 was composed of 5 skeletons wielding a shield, axe, sword, spear, and bow, responsible for the northeast direction. The bone shield led the front, the heavy axe broke the enemy, the greatsword stayed close, the spear pierced, and the bow provided suppression, working in tight coordination. On the skeletal hill, they locked onto their first prey, a strong skeleton wielding a greatsword. The arrows first shot and broke the enemy's leg bones. The greatsword number 1 charged and tangled, while the rest of the members pressed forward simultaneously. In less than a minute, the enemy was shattered into broken bones, leaving only a skull with a dim soul fire. This was the rule of the Ark. The prey must be left behind. The enslaving power of the Bone Lord overpowered the devouring instinct of the skeleton minions. Squad 1 forcibly suppressed their killing impulse and acted entirely according to Ark's orders. They took the skull and continued searching for the next target. Ark nodded with satisfaction and also chose a direction to delve deeper into the wasteland. In the next hour, the originally dead and silent bone burial wasteland became strangely lively. Squads composed of 5 skeleton warriors each sweep the surroundings. As soon as they find a solitary companion, they surround it without hesitation and instantly tear it into pieces. With superior attributes and numerical advantage, their coordinated use of giant axes, long spears, bows, and large shields allows them to capture prey with almost 0 losses. Once enough have been gathered, they are handed over to the Ark as nourishment for upgrading clones. In this mode, system prompts pop up every few minutes, making the efficiency several times higher than when he farms alone. After an hour, Ark stopped and checked the panel. The 4-dimensional attributes had significantly increased, just 1 step away from the mid-level black iron. More importantly, after the attribute boost, the Skeleton King gained 1 more slave slot. He looked up at the blood moon. It was getting late. The main body was still trapped in the perilous number 1 underground cave, and the clone couldn't let loose like he did at military school. Without the support of the concentration array, nor by Xiaochan's lullaby to restore his soul, managing to hunt for an hour in spare time was already the limit. The Ark no longer craved battle and recalled all the scattered skeleton squads. Choosing from the loot, he fixated on a skeleton archer with the strongest soul flame. The Skeleton King activated, and a new servant was born. Another skeleton minion joined the ranks. The remaining loot was all consumed by him, transforming into power for his own growth. The skeleton minions formed a defensive line guarding the outside. Ark withdrew his consciousness, closed his eyes to rest, and relieve the fatigue of his soul. Taking advantage of the brief calm, he had to recuperate and prepare for the second day of the dungeon battle. At Haiching Military Academy, after night fell in the underground cave, the live broadcast screen went completely dark. The trainees watching the battle reluctantly turned off their screens and went to the cafeteria together. At the dining table, everyone excitedly discussed the performances of the seed players. Goblins, kobolds, troglodytes, cave spiders, rottenwood golems, and various ferocious beasts. So it turned out that beneath our military academy, so many monsters were being suppressed. Yeah, just thinking about going into the underground lair to hunt monsters gets my blood boiling. Real sword and gun fighting is much more thrilling than simulated battlefields. Thrilling as it is, it's the kind of thrill that can really cost you your life. It was only the first day, and 3 seed candidates had already been eliminated, with a female mage severely injured and out. Someone suddenly shouted, "Quick, check the intranet. The instructor has edited today's battle into a highlight reel." The cafeteria's big screen immediately lit up. The instructor selected 20 clips from the live streams of 180 seed candidates and edited them into a video. Ranking 20th was that female mage. She was momentarily careless, ambushed by a monster, severely injured, and lost her combat ability, forced to tear open a life-saving scroll and retreat in embarrassment. The cafeteria fell silent. Those who were just shouting, "I'll go, I can do it too," were all silent. They kept fixating on the highlight battles of Ark, Meng Hongzhuang, and Yi Fan, and after watching so much, they actually thought they could do the same. But reality is that a moment of carelessness can ruin your future. The cave is not a drill, it is a battlefield. Those who survive must be true warriors. Since the female mage was able to make it onto the seed list, her strength was inherently not weak. Even so, she was eliminated on the first day. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. If it were me, how long could I last? The following scenes are even more shocking. Meng Hongzhuang commands the beasts, surrounding and annihilating the fierce snake horde with 0 losses. Yi Fan strikes and falls from the sky, cutting down the kobold sorcerer before retreating unscathed. Gu Zhiqiu uses the terrain to unleash a storm, killing petrified lizards one after another. Zhao Yuan donned his armor and charged into the rat horde, striking back and forth without a scratch. The most suffocating, however, was still the Ark. Out of the top 20 rankings, the first 3 were all him. First place was him profiting from the goblin caves. Second, he leveraged the advantage of the jungle to confront the savage crow swarm head-on. Third, his detailed operations to conserve mental energy and fight a war of attrition. After watching the video, the entire first-year class was silent. The gap was starkly evident right before their eyes. Awakened for the same 2 months, why are Feng Zhou and Yi Fan's combat instincts so terrifying? Is this just talent? Everyone knows clearly that those few people are not only incredibly talented, but are also complete cultivation fanatics and battle maniacs. In these 2 months, they have hardly rested at all. If not studying, then training. If not training, then fighting. Precisely because they work so hard, they can handle the cave hunting with ease and amaze everyone. The first-year students watched the video and began to question in their hearts. All of them are students of Haiqing Military Academy, regarded by outsiders as the pride of heaven and the future of the United League. Could I just be this lazy forever? Am I destined to be nothing more than a supporting role, just a spectator for life? In the corner of the cafeteria, Feng Zhou's sunflower seed-shaped little fan silently saved the battle highlights. She wasn't exactly smart, but she believes in one saying, diligence can make up for lack of talent. One day, she will catch up to Feng Zhou and become a truly qualified member of the United Nations forces. Seeing the first-year trainees' spirits drastically change, the instructors exchanged knowing smiles. This is exactly the reason they edited the video overnight. It's not just about having everyone find their shortcomings, but also about forcing them to be clear-headed. Emulate the top student like Feng Zhou, strive for the future, and shoulder responsibilities. Perhaps this is also why Principal Su Tianhua, under pressure, decided to start the cave hunting early and broadcast it live throughout. The bloody battle between humans and demons has lasted for decades, and everyone understands. Top-tier warriors are important, but the true deciding factor in victory or defeat is the countless ordinary soldiers. Haiqing Military Academy aims to cultivate prodigies like Feng Zhou. It also strives to train those with ordinary talents, but who are willing to fight desperately. As the abyss demons close in, only a steady stream of fresh blood can keep human civilization alive. Night falls over the underground cave, so dark that you cannot see your hand in front of you. The wind hasn't stopped. Instead, it has grown deeper. The occasional monster roars heard during the day are now densely packed. Rustling, whispering, and sticky strange noises rise and fall in the darkness. The monsters lurking during the day began to show their fangs. In the goblin cave, Ark lay in the tent, having just finished a steaming can of food and was finally relaxing. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and looked toward the hunting recorder. The thermal imaging radar alarm went off. Something is approaching. He lay down, pressing his ear to the ground. Faint rustling sounds came from afar. The sounds grew closer and closer. The ground began to shake, heavy and powerful like the beat of a drum. The clusters of skeletal soul fire guarding the cave entrance suddenly leaped. The enemy has arrived. It is a ferocious swarm of rats. Hundreds, even thousands, swept across the wasteland like a black tide. A portion had already rushed up the hills, baring their teeth and snarling, attacking straight at the cave entrance. The Ark suddenly stood up, lifted the tent flap, and stepped into the cold night. After resting for a few hours, his combat strength had mostly recovered. Dealing with these reckless and ferocious rats is simply not a problem. Under the command of Ark, the statue-like skeletal sentries stood guard silently. When the ferocious rats approached within 2 meters, the hollow eye sockets suddenly lit up with a cold gleam. Bone claws tore through the air, tracing sharp arcs in the night. A crack sound. The ferocious rat at the front was split into 2 on the spot. Blood splattered, and the stench quickly filled the air. The death of their companion did not scare off the rats. Instead, it provoked an even fiercer killing intent. In the darkness, the bone claws gleamed coldly, and the blood-red eyes of the rats flashed wildly. But the sharp teeth of these apprentice-level ferocious rats couldn't bite through the skeleton at all. On the contrary, every time the skeleton swiped its claws, it would take a life. While commanding the skeletons to defend the cave entrance, Feng Zhou felt a heavy weight in his heart. Rats are originally creatures of the gutters, and even after mutation, they still remain at the very bottom of the underground. But once hundreds or thousands gather together, they become an overwhelming torrent that sweeps everything away. Their greatest weapon is their numbers. The presence outside the cave grows increasingly dense. Tonight is destined to be unbearable. On the wasteland, wherever the swarm of rats passes, the monster corpses vanish without a trace. The sounds of tearing and gnawing bones blend together, making the night even more eerie. Some of the vicious rats, having devoured large amounts of flesh and blood, become unusually agitated. They emitted piercing screams, carrying far through the night like whistles. But at the entrance of the goblin cave, they finally met their match. The skeleton army fiercely guarded the entrance, not yielding an inch. With no weapons, only bone claws, yet deadly enough. Every strike splatters blood. The ferocious rats show no intention of retreating. Magic energy has twisted their nature, leaving only bloodlust and madness. Batch after batch of ferocious rats fall, but more come rushing in, following the scent of blood. It seemed determined not to stop until the skeleton was torn apart. Once their numbers increased, the rats launched a siege from all directions. Some jumped up directly, biting hard onto the skeleton's bones. Even if they couldn't bite through, they would gnaw off some bone fragments. Their teeth are terrifyingly sharp. If it were a human surrounded like this, they would be torn apart in just a few bites. The skeleton apprentices summoned by the Ark have bones that ordinary people simply cannot compare to. They are as hard as stone and steel, and the ferocious rat's teeth can only leave a few white marks at most. Moreover, they are purely undead, without nerves, never tiring, and never feeling pain. As long as the Ark expends a bit of mental energy to sustain them, they are like tireless killing machines. Anyone who dares to approach is torn apart. Looking at the battle situation before him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Choosing to spend the night in the Goblin Cavern was indeed the right decision. The cave is located on a hilltop with a narrow entrance, naturally easy to defend and hard to attack. On both sides are jagged rocks, steep stone steps, and interlaced stalagmites, providing a natural barrier for the skeleton army. As long as several defensive lines are set up relying on the terrain, they can firmly block the onslaught of the ferocious rats. If it were on the plain, surrounded by the rat swarm and allowing them to leverage their numerical advantage, the situation wouldn't be so easy. To conserve mental energy, Ark did not use skills recklessly. Only when the skeletons were severely injured did he use raise the dead to bring them back. Or when the swarm of rats was too fierce, he would throw a skeleton arrow rain to clear the area. Hunting points plus 0.5. Hunting points plus 0.3. Hunting points plus 0.2. The recorder kept flashing. Ark glanced at it, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He has firmly held the first place, and after tonight, the gap will only widen. The instructor once said that every 100 points can be exchanged for 10 contribution points. He certainly wanted as many of these hard currencies as possible. He looked at the mouse horde outside the hole, recklessly throwing their lives away, his eyes shining. In his eyes, these were not monsters, but a group of running contribution points. The slaughter lasted for nearly an hour. The Ark remained calm and composed. Outside the cave, corpses were strewn everywhere, the smell of blood spreading in the night like a signal, attracting more monsters closer. During this time, he also saw low-level monsters such as fierce snakes, fierce rabbits, and stone-skinned lizards. But their numbers were too few, and before they could approach the cave entrance, they were torn to pieces by the frenzied swarm of rats. Just when he thought tonight would end safely, a dense buzzing suddenly came from the distant sky. Ark's face darkened. Ferocious mosquito? The buzzing sound rapidly approached, becoming more and more piercing. Even the ferocious rat, firmly blocked by the skeleton, grew more restless under the sound. Suddenly, a cold, rotten stench descended from the sky. Dozens of black shadows quickly approached the battlefield where the skeleton and ferocious rat were fighting. They were a group of ferocious mosquitoes with hideous faces. Ordinary mosquitoes are pitifully small and can be killed with a single slap. But these ferocious mosquitoes were as large as fists, pitch black all over, radiating a chilling aura, as if merged with the night, making the air feel colder. Their slender legs hovered in the air, wings vibrating at high speed, and their buzzing sounded like fighter jets taking off right next to the ear, causing the ears of the ferocious rats to ache and their whole bodies to tremble. The most terrifying were their mouth parts, shaped like triangular spikes, with tips glowing dark red, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. A swarm of mosquitoes dove down, emitting piercing shrieks, charging toward the violent rat on the ground like bullets fired from a gun. Screams tore through the night in an instant. Several fierce mosquitoes simultaneously pierced into a violent rat's body, frantically drawing blood through their proboscises, red light flickering on their bodies. The violent rats struggled desperately, biting a mosquito in an attempt to die together, but due to rapid blood loss, its strength quickly faded. The cries grew weaker and weaker, and the body quickly shriveled up like sun-dried bark, leaving only a layer of wrinkled skin wrapped around the skeleton. After sucking in fresh blood, the ferocious mosquito's red glow intensified, and its aura became more fierce. They paused in midair for a moment, then pounced on a new target. The ferocious rats, driven to the brink, went completely mad. They screamed and jumped, fighting back with sharp teeth capable of biting through wooden sticks. Monsters never show mercy to each other. Devouring each other's flesh and blood allows them to mutate and evolve, becoming stronger. This instinct engraved in their bones makes their fights even more brutal than those of humans. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the underground fortress is tense. The instructors are intently watching the surveillance footage. The underground in the dark is several times more dangerous than during the day. Trainees turn from hunters into prey, and the number of eliminated individuals keeps rising. Report, trainee number 123 eliminated. Instructor has gone to assist. Trainee number 88 seriously injured. Medical team on standby. Trainee number 166 signal lost. Suspected entering electromagnetic disturbance zone. Continuous monitoring. Trainee number 1 surrounded by aggressive rats and aggressive mosquitoes. Status unknown. High priority monitoring. Fierce mosquitoes. Lu Hu, who was commanding in the hall, suddenly stood up and looked at the live feed of trainee number 1 Fang Zhou, his expression serious. The female instructor nervously said that the fierce mosquitoes were the most troublesome monsters in cave number 1, numerous, fast flyers, and they specifically targeted vital spots. Many previous trainees had fallen to them. The monitoring personnel reported that Feng Zhou had been fighting for nearly an hour, with no abnormalities so far. Neither the fierce rats nor the fierce mosquitoes had breached the goblin cave. Lu Hu said in a deep voice for the stationed instructor to keep a close watch. The female instructor sighed, saying it was too risky for the new recruits to enter the dungeon right after awakening. Lu Hu waved his hand, saying the plan was set, and they could only do their best to survive. At this moment, outside the cave, chaos had already erupted. A group of ferocious rats tightly surrounded the skeleton army. Under Ark's command, the skeletons formed a bone-white defense line, guarding the cave entrance to the death. Another batch of ferocious rats fiercely fought against the suddenly attacking vicious mosquitoes. Inside the cave, Ark no longer had any respite. Ground monsters are restricted by the terrain. No matter how many there are, they can't break through. But fierce mosquitoes can fly, small and agile. Once they drill into the cave from the air, the consequences would be unimaginable. He took out a scent-eliminating potion and sprayed it all over himself, gripping his apprentice's staff tightly, ready to act at any moment. Fortunately, the fierce mosquitoes were crazily sucking the blood and flesh of the fierce rats and had no interest in the all-bone skeleton, which instead relieved some of the pressure on him. The fighting outside the cave grew increasingly fierce. The smell of blood filled the air. Both sides were crazed with rage. There were more aggressive mosquitoes, and the individual ferocious rats were stronger. Often, several mosquitoes would dive together, targeting a single ferocious rat. After the mouthparts puncture, the blood is drained in just a few seconds. But the fierce rat fights back in its dying moments, its sharp claws and teeth just as capable of tearing apart the swarm of mosquitoes. Air superiority cannot suppress the casualties. The battlefield runs red with blood. The number of ferocious rats besieging the skeletons grew fewer and fewer, with large groups turning around to fight desperately against the ferocious mosquitoes. Ark did not stand by idly. He summoned more skeletons inside the cave, reinforcing the defenses while concentrating firepower on the more troublesome ferocious mosquitoes. With limited mental power and lacking ranged means, the ferocious rats on the ground were only a minor nuisance to him. The flying ferocious mosquitoes were the deadly threat. Click, click. A group of skeletons guarded the cave entrance, blocking the swarm of rats. Another group swung their bony claws, attacking the ferocious mosquitoes in the air. The skeletons were taller in stature, which gave them an advantage in hitting the mosquitoes. Taking advantage of the fierce mosquitoes diving down, the bone claws tore open their shells directly, splitting them in half. There were also skeletons climbing to higher ground using the terrain, suddenly leaping up and throwing the bone claws like throwing knives into the air. The fierce mosquitoes counterattacked, their sharp mouthparts stabbing down hard. But skeletons have no flesh and blood. Their most vicious blood-sucking ability was just a mere itch to the skeleton. What was even more deadly was that as long as the Ark was still alive and its spirit force ongoing, the skeleton would not get tired. As long as it didn't fall apart, it could keep fighting endlessly. The squeaking and buzzing mixed together, making people's heads throb. However, Feng Zhou remained calm. Stationed in the cave, he had the advantage of terrain and only needed to hold steady. Skeletons, ferocious rats, and ferocious mosquitoes, the three sides erupted into a full-scale battle. The monsters on the wasteland surged like a tide. Many ants can kill an elephant by biting it to death. The skeletons at the front line were repeatedly severely injured and were withdrawn by him just in time. To conserve mental energy, he even stopped using the most powerful skeletal arrow ring. He only used undead resurrection at critical moments to repair the skeleton's injuries. I don't know how much time had passed. Outside the cave, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The battle entered a white-hot phase. The bodies of rat swarms and mosquito swarms piled up into small mounds, yet the skeleton army still blocked the cave entrance. Ark watched coldly, ready to adjust at any time. When the mosquitoes dominated, he focused his firepower to eliminate them. When the rats surged forward, he immediately counterattacked the rat troops. Both sides were led by him, and their numbers were gradually worn down. Finally, no monsters dared to approach the wasteland anymore. Squeak. Buzz. The last ferocious rat and ferocious mosquito fell, and the cave entrance returned to silence. The skeletons were no longer pale all over. The skeletons were covered with dark red blood plasma, thick and viscous. The strong smell of blood spread wildly from their bodies. An invisible force tore the air inside the cave completely apart. Ark breathed a sigh of relief. This was a splendid defensive battle. The skeleton guarded the cave entrance, and not a single monster rushed in. It was still pitch dark inside the cave, and he didn't hurry to clear it. After resting for a few minutes, he sent the heavily injured skeleton back to the underworld and let the others who could still fight clean up the battlefield. After several hours of intense battle, his points increased to 260, and his soul power grew by 3 points. The ferocious rat tails and ferocious mosquito mouthparts are materials required by the military academy, but it's too dark now, making them difficult to collect. After rearranging the defensive line properly, he crawled into the tent and immediately fell asleep. Monsters are bloodthirsty, but a strong bloody smell actually indicates danger. Before dawn, they dare not come again. The Ark fell into a deep sleep under the watchful guard of the skeleton. Meanwhile, the other trainees were desperately struggling to survive in the night. In the eerie jungle, as Meng Hongzhuang just crawled into a tree hollow, she heard rustling sounds. Another snake. After a moment of panic, she hurriedly dressed the wound on her calf while riding on the heavily panting giant bear's back. On the frozen plain, Zhao Yuan, covered in wounds, curled up in an ice cave to keep warm. A little cold is better than being hunted down by monsters. Yi Fan, Gu Zhiqiu, and other geniuses had lost their pride and could only flee desperately for their lives. Only Ark slept peacefully that night. Dawn broke. Ark got up full of energy and glanced at the recorder. It was 7 in the morning. In this cavern full of slaughter, such a good night's sleep was especially rare. After washing up, he packed his luggage and walked out of the cave entrance. The corpse from last night had not been dealt with yet. A strong stench of blood hit him in the face. The magical moss glowed again. Under the light, bodies were strewn all over outside the cave, blood flowing like a river, the scene so brutal it sent chills down one's spine. The ground was littered with the corpses of ferocious rats and violent mosquitoes, blood flowing like a stream. One glance was enough to tell how fierce the fight had been last night. Yet, outside, the trainees were still discussing. Boss Fangzhou has finally woken up. I almost thought he was just camping out in the caves and sleeping. I'm so jealous of the Necromancer. Wherever he goes, undead guard him. Night? Meng Hongzhuang, Yi Fan, and the others were chased all over the place by monsters last night, and over a dozen people were eliminated. But Ark, he just took a cave and slept until dawn. They had no idea about the battle that had taken place the night before. Seeing Ark sleeping peacefully early in the morning, they thought he was just lucky to have found a safe spot. Until he walked out of the goblin cave, the camera panned over the mountain of corpses and sea of blood outside, and everyone exploded. Damn, so many bodies? A few hundred ferocious rats and ferocious mosquitoes, right? Kneel to Fangzhou. No wonder he could sleep so soundly. Turns out he cleared them all last night. With this number, the nocturnal monsters nearby must have all been killed by him, right? That's terrifying. His score is nearly 300 now, double that of the second place. This number 1 seed is solid. How exactly did he play last night? I begged the instructors for the replay. In the fortress, the instructors also fell silent. 260 points on the first day solo. This must be a new school record, right? The female instructor nodded while flipping through the documents. Yes, previously, it was Yanlong Night Wen Jiao with 170 points. Even Meng Hongzhuang didn't score higher than her. Someone shook their head. You can't compare like that. Back then, Wen Jiao was definitely the number 1 seed, with all resources unlocked. She broke through to mid-level apprentice before entering the dungeon, and by that time, she had been awakened for almost 4 months. Now, Ark and the others have only been awakened for 2 months, haven't yet enjoyed the resources, and still achieved such results. That's even more impressive. Someone couldn't help but laugh. With the Ark monster around, this year's new recruits competition might really snag first place. The instructor's eyes lit up. In the army, honor is never a small matter. Haiqing Military Academy has always been competitive. If Fangzhou and Meng Hongzhuang's cohort can stand out in the new recruits' big competition, Not only will the Federation's resources lean their way, but the instructors will also gain prestige when they step out. Lu Hu cleared his throat lightly, interrupting everyone's daydreams. Don't get too excited yet. This cohort from Longcheng, Tiansheng, and Shanxing also has fierce contenders. Lava Monarch, Wuji Sword Saint, Judgment Knight. Their reputations are on par with Undead Mage. Once the seeds are set, we have to take them down hard. Yes. The instructors exchanged serious looks and focused back intently on the livestream. Outside the Goblin Cave, Arc Command Skeleton counts the loot while reviewing last night's battle. He became increasingly eager to solve the problem of being unable to solidify skeletal armaments during the apprenticeship period. What's more troublesome is that he lacks an efficient method to deal with small, agile monsters. The skeleton arrow rain is very useful against normal-sized targets, but is too wasteful against ferocious mosquitoes. If only he could develop large-area damage skills similar to Poison Mist or Death Cloud, dealing with swarms of small monsters would be much easier. He noted down the questions and checked the leaderboard. First place was still his, with Meng Hongzhuang and Gu Zhiqiu's ranking stable. Yi Fan climbed one more spot, reaching 7th place. At the bottom of the list, 20 seed candidates had already been eliminated. Both physical and mental energy are being drained, and it will only get more brutal from here. The skeleton has already piled up the spoils. 150 fierce rat tails, 200 fierce mosquito mouthparts. Most are the results left from monsters killing each other. He is just scavenging. At the military academy price, at least 30 contribution points. Ark packed the materials into bags and tied them to the skeleton. Then confirmed the direction of the thorny jungle. There are 2 days left for the cave hunting. He needed to find traces of the Jinglanshri or vein in that jungle. Thinking of those silver-gray gems, Fangzhou was full of energy, and in his heart, he also thanked the kobolds he had wiped out last night. Under the hills, the sky was clear. Fangzhou led the skeleton army through the mud and bloodstains, heading straight for the thorny jungle. The journey was long, so he quickened his pace. Along the way, they passed through several ruins and dealt with a few monsters that came their way. Turning through a forest, the familiar sound of barking dogs came again. There was a clearing in the forest, darkened by the shade of trees, which was a medium-sized kobold camp. It was much larger in scale than the one from yesterday, with wooden stakes all around the perimeter and the bodies of nocturnal monsters lying on the ground, clearly from a fight just last night. More than 20 kobolds were barking wildly around the bonfire for fun. In the center stood a red-skinned warlock, obviously the leader. If it were someone else, they would have retreated long ago, but Ark, whose mental power had recovered, only saw this as an excellent grinding spot. At his command, 40 skeletons encircled the camp from all sides like phantoms, surrounding it tightly. The pale bones glistened coldly in the dim light. Moving in such unison, they resembled killing machines. The kobolds were completely unaware, still sharpening their knives and gnawing on food. The outer sentinels were yawning. The Ark hid in the shadows, lightly waving the staff. The skeletons charged simultaneously. The sound of bones rubbing together suddenly echoed. The sentinels screamed a warning, and the camp instantly fell into chaos. The kobolds looked around in terror, but it was too late to react. The skeletons moved faster, their bone claws falling like rain. The battle erupted in an instant. The claws tore through flesh and shattered bones. With each strike, another kobold fell. The kobolds fought desperately but couldn't withstand these fearless, tireless skeletons. The mid-level apprentice kobold sorcerer swung his bone staff, shouted a spell, and unleashed a barrage of fireballs at a skeleton. The skeleton had no time to dodge and could only raise its arm to block. With a boom, the arm bone shattered, and the entire skeleton was thrown several meters away. The soul fire dimmed but did not extinguish. The warlock tried to finish it off, but was forcibly broken through by several skeletons breaking through the guards. It turned and fled, loudly calling for backup. The number of skeletons doubled, their combat power even stronger, leaving the other kobolds overwhelmed and unable to defend themselves. Soon, the warlock was caught up to, torn apart by chaotic claws, and killed on the spot. The campfire was kicked over, the firelight illuminating the blood and flesh scattered across the ground. The kobold screams mixed with the sound of bones clashing together. The escapees were also ambushed and intercepted by the skeletons. None survived. The Ark continued to watch coldly, ensuring that no one slipped through. The last howl of despair faded away, leaving only ashes and 40 standing skeletons in the camp. Hunting points plus 30. Soul power plus 1. After clearing the battlefield, only 70 grams of mineral crystals and a warlock staff were obtained. Without a refining stone, he felt a bit disappointed. This camp earned about 15 contribution points, the advantage being it was easy. Tucking away the spoils, he continued on his journey. Fine rain began falling again in the dungeon. By the Ark, he cleaned up monsters while staying alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, a roar came from ahead. In the open ground, two groups of monsters were engaged in a bloody battle. On one side were dozens of black-armored ferocious ants, protecting their swollen queen. On the other side was a huge mid-level apprentice ferocious bear the size of a small cart. It was alone, yet it fiercely fought against the entire ant colony. The ferocious ant queen is also a mid-level monster among the apprentices, but unlike the fierce bear that fights head-on, all her skills lie in reproduction and domination. She's not actually strong in a direct fight. Fortunately, ferocious ants are social creatures and have no concept of morale. Under the queen's command, they charge at the ferocious bear wave after wave, regardless of life or death, with no one retreating even after heavy casualties. But no matter how hard they fight, it can't make up for the gap in strength. The ferocious bear was covered in wounds, but fought more fiercely, seemingly about to slaughter the entire ant colony. Seeing this, Ark decisively intervened, launching a heroic rescue. He summoned his skeleton army nearby, encircling both sides, preparing to wipe them out in one move. The monsters engaged in battle were too preoccupied to defend against him. Amid the roars, 40 skeletons pounced from all directions. The battle was fierce, but ended quickly. Under Ark's command, the skeleton army crushed the entire field, cutting down all the savage ants and savage bears. Hunting points plus 18. Soul power plus 0.5. That noble ant queen didn't escape either. It was killed on the spot by the skeleton. Ark could only accept the ant queen's gland it left behind with tears in his eyes. Fierce ant queens are rarely seen in the underground cave, usually hiding in the deep ant nest and not coming to the surface. This time, it was mostly because they were ambushed by the savage bear during migration, which ended up benefiting Ark. The queen ant's gland has a strong reinforcing effect on ant-type monsters and was bought back at a high price of 10 contribution points by the Maritime City Military Academy. In addition, the shells of savage ants and the skin and gallbladder of the savage bear earned nearly 5 more contribution points. After collecting the spoils, Ark continued forward with the tireless skeleton army. An hour later, he suddenly stopped and looked toward the jungle on the right. Among the grass and trees, there was actually an abandoned cemetery. He turned on the hunting recorder to check the map. Before the demon invasion, this was a large cemetery on the outskirts of Haiching. After years of intense battles, the entire cemetery sank into an underground cave. The bones had long been relocated, leaving only an empty shell. The walls have collapsed, iron bars rusted, entwined with vines. Though covered with greenery, it feels lifeless and bleak. Precisely because the atmosphere was so heavy with death, monsters were unwilling to come close. Except for the Necromancer who had awakened the power of the undead, everyone else avoided it. A creaking sound. Ark pushed open the rusty door and stepped into the graveyard. In front of me were only collapsed tombstones and a dead old tree. The branches of the old tree swayed lightly in the wind, as if sighing silently. This cemetery had long been searched through by generations of military academy cadets. Anything that could be taken away had been moved out long ago. Ark came here only to pay tribute to the peace that had long since passed. He made a round, but found nothing. Feeling heavy-hearted, he placed a handful of fresh flowers from the cave at the old tree and silently mourned. Just as he was about to leave, the attribute panel suddenly popped up a prompt. Detected available resources to absorb. Consume 10 points of soul power to begin. Ark was stunned, but his instinct told him this was an opportunity. He immediately confirmed. The next second, necromantic power surged within him, spreading like a tide, swirling an invisible vortex around his body. The power collided and merged with the chilling aura permeating the graveyard, as if an ancient resonance was awakened. The aura was drawn in, slowly converging onto the bouquet of fresh flowers. The flowers quickly withered, their petals losing color and moisture, falling one after another. In the end, only one most intact petal remained, soaked in lifelessness, grayish-white and cold. It detached from the stem, hanging in midair, trembling lightly. A faint sorrow spread from it, as if countless spirit sighs were compressed inside. Ark reached out and caught it, clearly feeling a faint yet real magical power. Resource extraction complete. Flower of size, gray inferior, oddity exclusive to necromancers. Carries the sorrows of all beings. Slightly improves soul quality. Slightly enhances apprentice-level skills. Ark's eyes lit up. He actually made a profession-exclusive oddity with his own hands. I really am a genius. He sensed the skeleton army. His soul fire burned brighter, and all his four-dimensional attributes saw slight improvements. This was exactly the effect brought by the sighing flower. He showed a smile. But compared to the attribute boost, what concerned him even more was that very moment just now. In the process of forging the extraordinary item, he vaguely touched upon the true secret of the soul. The indescribable joys and sorrows of life and death seemed to take shape in the moment the petals solidified. Fangzhou immediately realized that this sigh of would be an important key for him to cultivate soul-type skills. He carefully put away the extraordinary item, deeply moved in his heart. Originally, I just casually came to the cemetery, but unexpectedly picked up a great opportunity for free. Sure enough, good deeds are rewarded. All the first-year trainees watching outside the underground cave were stunned. What's the Ark Big Shot doing? Giving flowers and causing such a big commotion. The petals in his hand must be rare and extraordinary, so they can actually be made like this. But this cemetery has long been dug up. How can he still conjure such a miraculous item out of thin air? I can't see clearly. When he comes out, I definitely have to ask him. I want to come and pay respects here in the future too. Inside the fortress, Su Xinyan, who had just arrived, stared at the live stream, her eyes already red. She clenched her fist tightly, her teeth chattering. Lu Hu quietly asked her what had happened. Su Xinyan sneered coldly. I kindly came to be his protector, but instead, he had an epiphany right in the cemetery and casually forged a unique artifact exclusive to necromancers. He really is a genius. I'm not jealous at all. She said that with her mouth, but her chest heaved unevenly, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Today, she just summoned a golden tier gargoyle, coming excitedly to share the good news and show off. As soon as the results came out, Fangzhou publicly outshone her by a large margin. What was even more infuriating was that her successful inspiration had come from Fangzhou. Thinking of this, her pride completely deflated. Seeing her gloomy expression, the instructors all kept their distance. After a long time, she barely managed to calm down. She poked Ark's face through the screen, grinding her teeth in hatred. Ark left the even quieter cemetery, confirming the direction of the thorn forest. He cleared monsters all the way, hastening forward with the skeleton army. Before long, a swamp appeared ahead. As far as the eye could see, there were no trees, only endless rotten mud pits emitting a foul stench. The swamp was covered with moss and duckweed, with rotting wood and animal carcasses floating on the surface, making it impossible to see any path. Thin mist drifted in waves, and the surroundings were so eerie they sent chills down one's spine. Ark frowned. This damned place would drag down the speed of both him and the skeleton legion to the lowest. The mud was hard to walk through, and the fog obscured visibility. One wrong step could cause him to sink in. He turned on the hunting recorder and glanced at the map. The foul-smelling swamp is the closest route to the thorny jungle. Taking a detour would double the journey time, making it very likely that he would miss the end of the hunt. Fortunately, this swamp is only frightening in appearance. The water is actually shallow. The map marks a relatively safe path. Looks disgusting, covered in mud, but you won't actually sink into it. It just definitely won't be able to go fast. He pressed forward all the way, with swamp monsters occasionally emerging to launch surprise attacks. Poisonous mosquitoes, flying flies, dragonflies, and even sludge monsters pieced together like rotting mud, as well as sticky slugs. These apprentice-level low-tier monsters were as worthless to him as the rot beneath his feet. Almost any exposure meant death. But as he kept fighting, he also saw the problem clearly. Weapons. Weapons. The skeleton army lacks weapons. Just then, the long silent thermal imaging radar suddenly lit up. Ark had long discovered that this faulty radar was unreliable. No response does not mean safety. If there is a response, it must be big trouble. He immediately stopped and scanned the surroundings. The next second, a buzzing sound overwhelmed everything. A large swarm of venomous mosquitoes, flies, and dragonflies came rushing in wildly. Their numbers were several times more than before. Densely packed, they formed a swarm more than 10 meters in diameter, numbering at least a few hundred. The Ark instantly realized something was wrong. Before, they fought individually, even preying on each other. Now, however, they charged side by side. Either they were hiding from a common enemy, either they are being controlled by stronger monsters. His face darkened. He retreated behind the skeleton and commanded to form a formation on the spot. Prepare to face the enemy. There were many insects, but their strength was far inferior to the fierce mosquitoes from last night. They simply cannot bite through the skeleton's bones. The problem is, he doesn't have an area of effect skill. He can only rely on skeleton arrow rain and bone claws to clear through. He can kill them, but the efficiency was too low. To save mental energy for stronger enemies, Ark simply stopped attacking and hid behind the skeleton army. In the swamp, the skeleton legion was like a reef, stubbornly holding back the wave of insect attacks. The bugs couldn't hurt them at all, yet they kept rushing forward wave after wave to die. The crisp sound of claws swinging and the dull thud of insects falling kept intertwining. Before long, the densely packed swarm of insects noticeably thinned out. Just then, a croaking sound came from behind. Ark turned around and saw more than 31-meter-tall humanoid frogs rushing over. Demon swamp frogs? He squinted his eyes to observe. Most had gray skin, carrying bone swords and wooden spears. Among them were a few with blue skin, purple skin, and even one with red skin. Different colors, and the weapons are also more exquisite, obviously indicating a higher status. Especially the one with red skin, holding a staff like a withered branch in its hand. The swamp that made Ark's uncomfortable was like flat ground to them. He quickly assessed their strength. An apprentice mid-level red-skin shaman. 2 apprentice mid-level unusual colored warriors. About 30 apprentice low-level gray skins. The size is roughly the same as the original goblin tribe. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong opponent. To capture the thief, capture the king first. After confirming their strength, Ark no longer hid. With a wave of his staff, boosted by the max-level enhanced apprentice set and this sigh of blessing, his spell casting was astonishingly fast. Bone shackles. Skeletal javelin. The sound of breaking air exploded. Before the red-skinned shaman could react, he was pinned to the decayed tree trunk by the bone spear and killed on the spot. With its death, the situation instantly spiraled out of control. The swarming insects originally besieging the skeleton immediately lost their formation. No longer attacking in unison, but biting each other. Dragonflies naturally eat mosquitoes and flies. Even if mutated and larger, their nature hasn't changed. The swamp dragonflies hunt frantically. Flies and poisonous mosquitoes scattered in all directions or fought back desperately. Almost no one paid any attention to the Ark anymore. The swamp demon frogs were stunned too. Because the Ark hadn't stopped at all. Spells fell one after another. The blue-skinned and purple-skinned lead frogs were singled out and killed one by one. He is very clear. These swamp natives might still have some trump cards hidden. Fighting on their turf, there was no room for delay. You must attack swiftly and decisively, taking them all down. Once the color-skinned demon marsh frog died, the remaining low-level frogs immediately fell into chaos. Most of the timid ones instinctively turned and ran, their gray-green mottled bodies darting through puddles and weeds, quickly disappearing into the fog. A few others, with red eyes, screamed strangely and stubbornly charged toward the Ark and the skeleton legion. Under the bony claws of the mid-level skeleton, these lower-level swamp demons were doomed. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. Only scattered wails and piles of broken corpses remained in the swamp, green blood mixed with rotting mud, the stench overwhelming. Hunting points plus 50. Soul power plus 2. Swamps are hard to clear. Fortunately, the Ark has skeletons to do the job. After more than 10 minutes, the bodies were dragged together. The belly skin of the swamp frog can be used to make waterproof gear and is a material purchased by the military academy. The Ark collected 20 pieces of belly skin, worth 5 contribution points, including the gray inferior equipment dropped by the 3 colorful skin frogs. This round earned at least 20 contribution points. What surprised him even more was that a strange item was found on the red skin frog shaman. Frog drum, gray inferior usable by magic classes. Beating the drum can detect nearby swamp creatures, speed up marching, and attract or repel insect-type monsters based on frequency, with effects influenced by spirit attributes. Good stuff. Although the range is limited to the swamp, it just happens to solve an urgent problem. With it, crossing the foul-smelling swamp will be much faster. Maybe I can get out by this morning. The abilities to explore and drive away insects are equally practical. He was in a hurry to go to the thorny jungle, not wanting to stay any longer in this godforsaken place. Using the drum beats to preemptively locate monsters, either avoid them or eliminate them. The initiative is in his own hands. If there's a chance later, he can come back specifically to grind a wave. In the stinking swamp, the Ark gently tapped the frog chorus drum. The deep, rhythmic croaking of frogs rippled through the mist, as if pressing a pulse on the entire swamp. The mud beneath the Ark gradually thinned, offering much less resistance, making the journey smoother. The deeper into the swamp they went, the more monsters appeared. Besides the common flying insects, there were also scaly, rotten fish monsters covered in mud, and crocodiles several meters long appearing one after another. Their scales and mud acted as natural armor, making them stronger in combat than the magic swamp frogs. But in front of Ark's army of skeletons, these monsters were just adding a few pages to his bestiary. The flying insects that harassed him in large numbers instantly lost control under the piercing sound waves of the frog drum, scattering in confusion to escape. Amid the continuous sounds of monsters, Ark had already passed through the thick wetlands and was approaching the entrance of the cavern. The first-grade student watching the live broadcast finally let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, he was in a dangerous place, vulnerable to attack at any moment. Yet his movements were as calm as if he were taking a stroll in the park. Some compared this to the other candidates struggling to survive miserably and couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to Fangzhou, the others are basically undergoing torture. Only he could treat the dungeon like his backyard. A female student looked on with admiration. He's only been in dungeon number 1 for a day and a half, but his score already surpassed 300, earning at least 30 contribution points. Add the materials and weapons, and their value has long exceeded 100. Once he converts them into cultivation resources, his strength will definitely rise another notch. Someone else admired. Goblin Cave and the Stinky Swamp are off-limits to others. Even Ming Hongzhuang, ranked 2nd, avoids them. Only Boss Fong dares to break through. Deep within the Stinky Swamp, as they continued forward, the ground gradually hardened, with solid earth replacing the sewage and mud. Fangzhou felt somewhat more at ease. He glanced at the recorder, confirming that he had passed through the foul-smelling swamp. The frog call drum was temporarily useless and was put away by him. Looking back, the skeleton army was covered in mud and blood, but a question arose in his mind. The monsters in the cave seemed never-ending. Where did they come from? Haicheng Military Academy clearly has the ability to destroy the underground cavern, yet it deliberately preserves it and even expends significant resources to build fortresses to suppress it. He shook his head. These are not things he can understand at the moment. Since the military academy's top leadership acts this way, there must be deeper plans. Once his strength is sufficient, all questions will resolve themselves. It was already noon. After a morning of trekking through the swamp and fighting several tough battles, Fangzhou was starving. He found a relatively clean stone to sit on, took out his military rations and canned food, and finished them in a few bites. After a brief rest, he spread out the map and planned the next route. Crossing the foul-smelling swamp, ahead lies a vast frozen wasteland. The temperature there is extremely low, and most of the monsters have ice attributes, making them harder to deal with than ordinary monsters. Further ahead is a small town on the outskirts of the old sea city, now reduced to ruins. He plans to cross the wasteland before dark and spend the night in the ruins of the town. The ruins are less than 2 hours' journey from the thorn jungle. If all goes well, we can head to look for the spirit chain stone vein tomorrow morning. The cold wind howled, withered grass pressed against the ground. Ark's expression remained unchanged as he led the skeleton army forward against the wind. His constitution is close to 6 points. He's not invincible, but this bit of cold doesn't affect him at all. The wasteland was dotted only with sparse, cold-resistant shrubs and scattered stones, a scene of desolation as far as the eye could see. The skeleton leading the way had only walked 10 meters when the ground suddenly bulged. A half-meter-long white salamander beast broke through the soil, emitting a faint, cold mist from its body. The tail suddenly swept sideways, striking the skeleton. With a flash of bone claws, the tail was severed on the spot. This is a tundra salamander, the most common low-level monster on the wasteland. The Ark didn't even make a move, and it was torn to pieces by the skeletons. The team crushed everything in their path. Groups of 2 or 3 frozen earth monsters could not withstand the siege and were torn apart one after another. The Ark continuously searched and hunted, steadily increasing their score. As they delved deeper, more types of monsters appeared. A claw beast with deformed double claws, a tundra goblin holding a small crossbow and dagger, and a Frostreaver word rider wielding stone chains and a flail. Not many in number, but they are the top-tier combatants he has encountered so far. As his knowledge grew, the number of spirits under his command also increased. Bypassing a large boulder, the Ark suddenly stopped. A few dozen meters ahead, there was an underground river. On the stone bridge leading to the opposite bank, a group of unfamiliar monsters blocked the way. They roughly resembled humans, but were covered in filth, with disheveled hair. Each was 3 meters tall, with an exaggeratedly swollen belly. Trolls? Ark's heart sank. Unexpectedly, in cave number 1, there was such a troublesome monster hidden. To put it simply, trolls are not low-level monsters like goblins or kobolds that are naturally weak and have very limited potential. They have great potential and can even grow to the golden rank in the mythic world. But the energy in cave number 1 is limited, and it is often cleared out by military academy instructors. Among the 5 trolls in front of the Ark, only the bulkiest one is a mid-level apprentice. The other 4 are all lower-level apprentices. According to different talents and environments, trolls are divided into many types, such as river trolls, stone trolls, ice trolls, swamp trolls, war trolls, and so on. The 5 in front of him live in the frozen wasteland, so they are naturally ice trolls. Ark recalled the content from the Monster Encyclopedia class. Trolls are born with the ability to heal themselves, and their wounds heal almost as fast as they are injured. Only fire, deadly poison, and death energy can truly suppress their recovery. They are strong, aggressive, covered in mud and decay, and have strong defenses. Ice trolls can also spit up vomit with corrosive and freezing effects, disgusting and deadly. If you have to mention a weakness, it's that they're not very smart, have dull senses, and are not fast. A typical tank monster. The harder it is to kill, the greater the reward. The troll's heart is a source of strength and can be used to make stamina potions. An apprentice-level strength potion is worth 50 contribution points, and the military academy also offers a high price for troll hearts. Ark estimated that these 5 hearts are worth at least 20 contribution points. He stared at the still oblivious troll, his eyes burning. Before making a move, he needed to strengthen the skeleton army. Trolls fear fire, poison, and necrotic energy. He had no fire, but poison and necrotic energy were exactly his strengths. He previously used brutal strikes to develop the group brutality technique, which essentially adds death energy to the undead, enhancing their attacks. Now, he plans to take this skill to the next level. Originally, to improve the skeletal spear, he exchanged for corrosive touch, enabling the spear to carry poison. This time, he intends to use corrosive touch as a material to strengthen the group brutality technique. In order to increase the success rate, he spent another 5 contribution points to exchange for a corrosive touch insights from the skill library. Attribute panel, enhancement. Just as the thought arose, a prompt appeared. Skill materials available to improve mass brutality technique detected, expected to consume 10 points of soul power. Proceed with the enhancement. Ark immediately made a decision. The power of the soul was rapidly consumed, his mental world suddenly boiling, and a force mixed with death and decay quickly gathered into a vortex. Skill Mass Brutality Enhancement Successful. Massacre Art, Apprentice Level, Proficient adds death energy and corruption damage to the undead under command for a certain period, increasing attack power. The amplification, duration, and range depend on the mental attribute and proficiency. Ark gripped his staff tightly, his gaze toward the trolls filled with pity. With the enhanced skill, he didn't even need to strike. The skeleton army could tear these trolls apart. On the dark river stone bridge, 5 ugly ice trolls sat or lay, enduring the biting cold wind. Ark emerged from behind the boulder with 40 skeletons. He did not first use the bone-flying spears to consume, but left 10 to guard by his side, ordering the remaining 30 to charge head-on. When the troll spotted him, its eyes instantly lit up, and saliva dripped from its mouth. Meat. Delicious meat. Eat meat. They grabbed broken wooden sticks, or simply rushed over empty-handed, howling. Ark shook his head lightly. These monsters really only had brute strength left. Rumble, rumble. 5 giant trolls charged, causing the ground to shake. Though not many in number, their momentum was astonishing, far stronger than the kobolds. Ark's expression was serious as he quickly adjusted the formation. Most of the skeletons formed a defensive front, while a small number moved around to the wings, preparing to encircle. The troll roared as it charged into the formation. At the very front, a club slammed into a skeleton. That skeleton, which had reached the intermediate apprentice level and was further boosted by Dominated Skeleton, was actually knocked back 2 steps on the spot, its soul flame dimming slightly. Fangzhou narrowed his eyes. Just from this strike, it's clear that their individual combat power far surpasses that of same-level minor demons. Even when facing off against a horned demon leader without equipment, they hold their ground. Trolls have incredible vitality, and their attacks are equally fierce. The other trolls follow closely behind, their 3-meter-tall bodies charging with oppressive force. With one clash, 5 or 6 skeletons were sent flying, and the formation was instantly torn apart. These ice trolls obviously had a strength boost and were extremely powerful at charging into battle. What was even more terrifying was their filthy thick skin, with defense incredibly high. Ark saw a troll surrounded by several skeletons. Bone claws tore several gashes in it, but as soon as the claws were pulled out, the wounds closed and healed at a visibly fast rate. This was the most dreadful talent of the trolls, self-healing. But that was as far as it went. When the ice troll was surrounded by the skeleton army, Ark's gaze turned cold, and he lightly waved his staff. A dark green, evil light instantly enveloped 30 skeletons in the battle group. Mass Brutality activated. The skeleton's bony claws and fangs shimmered with a dark glow, imbued with necrotic energy and corrosive poison simultaneously. These 2 forces were precisely the troll's nemesis. The skeletons let out silent roars as dozens of bony claws struck out simultaneously. The ice troll roared furiously, swinging its wooden club and fists fiercely, trying to crush its opponent with brute force. But the skeletons were extraordinarily agile, engaging head-on while flanking from the sides. Taking advantage of the troll's distraction, sharp claws stabbed viciously from behind. The bony claws pierced through the thick skin, and necrotic energy and corrosive poison instantly seeped into the body. The troll screamed miserably, its movements growing slower and slower. The wounds stopped healing and instead turned black and green. Without regeneration, they were nothing more than enlarged goblins. Another round of coordinated attacks fell upon them. The first troll twitched violently, then crashed to the ground, only its chest faintly rising and falling. Strike while it's weak and finish it off. A few skeletons pounced, biting at its vital points. Soon, it stopped moving completely, becoming the first corpse. With death and putrefying poison continuing to corrode, the roars of the remaining trolls grew weak. Their gaze towards the skeletons was only filled with fear. Their individual strength was about the same, but outnumbered and a tribute countered, the ice trolls began to retreat, only wanting to escape with their lives. Earlier, the charge was wild and reckless, but now the retreat is all the more disgraceful. After the first one fell, More skeletons were dispatched to surround and kill other targets. The rare ice troll was soon overwhelmed by the bones. At this moment, the apprentice-level ice troll suddenly opened its blood-red maw. It violently vomited. Frost mixed with corrosive filth sprayed out. A sudden cold wind rose. Its piercing, icy chill blended with the foul stench, rushing straight at the skeleton army. A skeleton failed to dodge and was hit head-on by the vomit, instantly freezing into an ice sculpture. The cold and corrosion erupted simultaneously, quickly shattering it into a pile of bone fragments, which were then swept away by the cold wind. Ark's expression darkened, instantly understanding that this was the ice troll's killing move. Disgusting and vile. Fortunately, it was the skeleton charging, so it didn't care about its image. If it had been a human warrior, getting sprayed directly like that would have been not only harmful, but also mortally humiliating. The next second, the other 3 trolls simultaneously opened their mouths and sprayed. But Ark was already prepared. Under his command, the skeletons quickly dispersed, dodging agilely without perishing alongside the trolls. The breath attack has a cooldown. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton legion suddenly accelerated, bone claws falling like a heavy rain, and cracks spread across the troll's thick skin. Death energy and corrosive poison continued to erode. Their movements grew slower, their strength rapidly drained, and the blue light in their eyes gradually dimmed. Ark's high-intensity scheduling puts those in good condition on the front lines, while the injured fall back. Those who can't retreat in time are forcibly pulled back using Revive the Dead. Under the siege, the troll finally couldn't hold on. The roaring gradually quieted, and the massive body fell heavily to the ground. The wasteland returned to deathly silence, with only the cold wind howling. Hunting points plus 23. Soul power plus 0.8. Only one skeleton was lost, a small price to pay, but Fangzhou still frowned. His legion has no ranged means. If they can suppress a few rounds before the troll charges, this battle will be easier. The skeletons must quickly obtain skeletal weapons. He regained his composure and ordered the dissection of the corpses. 5 giant troll hearts were quickly removed, small and tough, convenient for preservation. Then, another strange item was found on the leader's neck. A giant troll tooth strung on a beast's skin cord. Ark took it over to examine. Rebirth Amulet, gray inferior artifact. Can be worn by those with high constitution. Slightly increases constitution, accelerates stamina recovery and wound healing. Top grade. Ark smiled as he rubbed the regeneration amulet, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. For combat professionals who rely on physical strength to survive, this thing is a life-extending artifact, allowing them to fight longer and harder. Even an undead mage like him with less than 6 constitution benefits from it. No need to mention the boost to constitution. Every one of the 4 main attributes is important. Stamina recovers faster, so there's no need to stop frequently to rest during hunting. Wound healing accelerates. It looks ordinary, but the significance is considerable. Ark suddenly had a bold thought. If the Necromancer had the same regenerative ability as a troll, could the backlash of necromantic power on the body be suppressed? He thought for a moment without any result, so he had no choice but to jot it down in his memo and put on the amulet first. In just 2 short days, he had already reaped a bounty. Sealed Bone Bell, Rock Shield Crystal, Sigh of, and Frog Song Drum, along with the Regeneration Amulet and the Moon Orchid Incense, given by the instructor, a total of 6 rare items. The dungeon is truly a great place. The monsters are fierce, but they all keep bringing him equipment. After clearing the battlefield, he led the skeleton army across the stone bridge and continued advancing deeper into the frozen land. After walking for 2 hours, the cold wind stopped, only for a thunderstorm to start again. The recorder's signal was intermittent. Ark frowned. The instructor was right. When energy is chaotic, technology is just decoration. After the mythical era, many methods were no longer reliable. Right now, it's just a novice dungeon, and the equipment is nearly worn out. When it really comes to a battlefield where legendary warriors clash, the communicator will probably become scrap metal in an instant. Thunder exploded, heavy rain poured down, and the wilderness instantly turned into a marsh. Ark was already accustomed to this hellish weather. He changed into a raincoat and continued forward, braving the heavy rain. After walking for more than another hour, the thunderstorm grew more intense, and the hunting recorder completely lost signal. The sky was nearing dusk, and the glow of the arcane moss was so dim in the rain that it was almost invisible. With such poor visibility, Ark dared not rush forward and could only slow down to avoid a direct collision with the monsters. Suddenly, a colored signal flare shot up into the sky, exploding with bright light ahead. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized someone was calling for help. The Ark instantly became alert. The dungeon was swarming with monsters. Who knew what sort of trouble they had gotten into? No matter how strong, one must not be reckless. But they were all military academy students, so if they could be saved, they had to save them. Under the thunderstorm, the hunting recorder malfunctioned, so they could only rely on this old method to call for help. The reliable signal flare has a limited range, and the instructor may not be able to arrive immediately. Ark checked the direction and led the skeleton army to sneak over that way. Ahead were rocky and jagged hills, making the path very difficult. After circling around several times, he finally saw people. A strange female warrior, covered in blood, was trapped by a group of Gnoll cavalry in a narrow rocky ravine. She had already torn open a black iron-level shield scroll, and the heavy shield completely enveloped her. The Gnolls swung their flails and maces wildly, but still couldn't break through. The prey was right in front of them, but out of reach, making the Gnolls roar angrily again and again. Ark quickly scanned the battlefield. One apprentice-level mid-rank Gnoll warlock, 2 apprentice-level mid-rank warriors, and the remaining 20 or so were all apprentice-level low-rank. This was no small battle group. They rode on wargs, highly mobile and fierce in combat. And that female trainee was just an apprentice subordinate. She could win a one-on-one fight, but now she was surrounded and trapped by more than 20, unable to win or escape. Other than raising her shield to call for help, she had no other choice. After confirming she could handle this pack of gnolls, Ark no longer hesitated. He just saw clearly through the night vision goggles. The female trainee was seriously injured and probably wouldn't last much longer. Saving lives was the priority, so he no longer held back his mental energy. He quietly crept to within dozens of meters, raised his staff, aimed at the area with the highest concentration of monsters, and directly unleashed rain of skeleton arrows. Warg men had extremely keen senses of smell. Even in the heavy rain, a mid-level trainee Warg warrior caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. With a rumble, lightning struck. It suddenly turned its head, only to collide with Feng Zhou's cold smile. In the next moment, countless bone arrows rained down from the sky. Among the 3 apprentices, the middle one reacted very quickly, driving the wolf back and retreating, barely dodging. The other regular cavalry, however, didn't have time to evade. Under the blessing of Sai, the number of arrows increased and their power became fiercer. The arrows pierced through the air, pinning 6 or 7 Gnoll warriors like porcupines, who screamed and fell to the ground. Immediately after, an explosion sent a shockwave that threw the survivors flying as well. 2 warriors, eyes blood-red, roared as they threw down the shield and charged at the Ark like wolves. The Ark deliberately stood close, intending to lure them away and relieve the pressure on the trainee. Once the goal was achieved, he turned and retreated into the darkness. More than a dozen gnolls sneered and pursued when they saw him retreat. How could 2 legs outrun 4? They were most skilled at the chase, but their smiles quickly froze. 40 tall skeletons burst out from behind the boulder, blocking the way head-on. The distance was too close to turn in time. The skeleton's speed was no slower than the werewolves, and the 2 sides collided instantly. The warrior let out a sharp scream, sweeping the flail and mace across. Howls and roars echoed through the hills. However, under the command of the Ark, the skeletons used the terrain to maneuver, avoiding direct charges and focusing on grabbing the legs of the gnolls, forcibly dragging them off their wolf mounts. The cavalrymen who lost their mounts immediately fell into chaos. Their attacks struck the skeletons, but only sparked. The Gnoll warlock at the rear saw the situation was unfavorable, raised his staff high, and chanted urgently. The scorching fireball gathered at the tip of the staff, turning into a streak of flame that directly struck the skeleton formation. Archie had long anticipated this scene. He calmly raised his staff, and the bone shield instantly rose, just blocking the fireball. In the next second, the shield's damage reflection effect was triggered. The fireball bounced back along its original path, heading straight for the Gnoll Warlock. Caught off guard, the Warlock could only dodge clumsily. The Wurg was engulfed in flames and was burnt to a crisp on the spot. It was severely wounded itself and staggered backward. Ark seized the opportunity and cast spells continuously. Bone Shackles, Bone Spear. The Warlock had just fallen to the ground with a miserable scream when the flying spear pierced through his chest, killing him instantly. To quickly end the battle, the Ark unleashed the group brutality spell again. Black-green light surged out, entangling the skeletons. Their bones were tougher, and their attacks more fierce. The skeletons launched a full-scale charge. Every strike was lethal. The warhowls howled in agony as the gnolls fell one after another. In a moment, the entire wolf cavalry was annihilated. Bodies are everywhere, blood staining the stone ground. 2 gnoll warriors were also surrounded and killed. 40 skeletons, not a single loss. Hunting points plus 40. Soul power plus 1. Leaving 10 skeletons to clear the battlefield, Ark headed towards the mountain hollow. Inside the shield, the female trainee calling for help was close to fainting. Her left arm was severed at the root, with severe blood loss. The severed arm disappeared without a trace. The shield could not be activated. The Ark placed the first aid capsule and hemostatic medicine outside. It also put down the regeneration amulet obtained from the ice troll. The girl struggled to move, dragging the items into the shield. She took the medicine, held the amulet, and then fainted. Ark stood guard outside, waiting for rescue. This was the first time he had seen someone near death. Still classmates. He felt a heaviness in his heart. The medicine and amulet could stabilize the injury. His life should be saved. But that severed arm is probably not coming back. If the severed arm were still nearby, a simple treatment by a priest could reattach it. But once it's lost, even a priest can't make the limb regenerate. Then she can only use a mechanical prosthetic from now on, like those retired instructors at the military academy. For a combatant with the potential to become a seed player, this was a fatal blow. Ark stayed by her side, ordering the skeleton to search the surroundings thoroughly. They found nothing except a backpack. The backpack was filled with monster materials and marching supplies, obviously discarded by her to lighten the load during the ambush. After the thunder stopped and the rain ceased, the recorder finally regained signal. The Ark immediately sent out a distress call. The coordinates were instantly transmitted back to the underground fortress. The monitoring instructor reported excitedly. The Ark has found number 100 Shinziwei, critically injured and near death, located in the frozen wasteland. Lu Hu immediately ordered Wang Tao to rush over at full speed. Some were worried about the delay, fearing it might be too late. The monitoring instructor added that Fang Zhou had already given her emergency medication to stabilize her for the time being. Everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, bad news arrived. Shen Ziwei's left arm was bitten off by a monster, and its whereabouts were unknown. The command room instantly fell silent. Since the myth age, humans have discovered that the strength of professionals depends on 2 points. First is the soul, which determines the upper limit. The stronger the soul, the greater the potential. Second is the body, which determines the lower limit. If the body has any defects, no matter how high the talent, it cannot be fully realized. And among the physical body, the bones are the most crucial. Flesh, blood, and internal organs can still be repaired. Once a bone is missing, it is almost equivalent to severing the future. Once a bone is damaged, even a priest can only barely mend it. It is simply impossible to regrow an identical bone. A professional is like a ship. The body is the hull, the bones are the keel, and the soul is the oars. If the keel breaks, the ship is half ruined. If a bone is missing a section, cultivation will slow down, combat power will decline, and in severe cases, one might even stagnate or regress. Instructors like Shun Hong Yu and Qin Qing Shan, who have mechanical prosthetics, all injured their bones on the human-demon battlefield years ago, unable to repair them, and had to retreat to the rear. However, Zhen Ziwei lost her left arm just as she awakened, just like her mother did back then. Her future was almost cut off on the spot, falling from a genius to dust. Who wouldn't be shocked to see this? At this moment, Haicheng Military Academy. All the first-year cadets watching the Ark live stream were completely stunned. Isn't that Shun Ziwei from the 8th Company? How did she get hurt like that? The signal was cutting out earlier. We finally got a connection. But why is she like this? Her left arm? Was it bitten off by some monster? Can it still be found? A female trainee who was close to her already had tears in her eyes. I've said before, Ziwei is too stubborn. She definitely waited until the last moment to activate her life-saving shield. Now that she's lost her hand, how will she train in the future? On the screen, the Ark was still commanding the skeletons to search the battlefield. Some still held onto the last shred of hope. Don't rush, maybe we can find the severed arm. As long as we find it, the priest can still reattach it. Others felt a chill in their hearts. No wonder the instructor kept emphasizing to use the scroll immediately when in danger. Others might only have flesh wounds, but she lost her hand. That's too heavy a price. Just as everyone anxiously waited, there was finally movement from the direction of the frozen tundra. A black dot rapidly approached in the distant sky. Ark squinted to look, and it turned out to be a silver Pegasus knight. In a few breaths, the Pegasus hovered beside him. A middle-aged instructor rolled over and landed, his eyes immediately looking towards Shun Ziwei in the shield, his expression anxious. Ark stepped forward. Instructor, hello. I am Arkansas. Her injuries are temporarily stable, but I have searched nearby and could not find her left arm. The middle-aged instructor nodded. Well done. I am Wang Tao. The thunderstorm interference signal just now caused me to run in the wrong direction. After speaking, he raised his hand and pressed on the shield, operated it a few times, and directly deactivated the protection. He took out a milky white scroll from his bosom, tore it open, and aimed it at the unconscious Shun Ziwei. A gentle white light descended. Her face, pale from blood loss, slowly regained its rosiness, and the wound stopped bleeding. Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Temporarily stable, he will wake up soon. Fang Zhou nodded and stood aside. Wang Tao took the opportunity to scan the battlefield, and his expression quickly changed. With his silver-rank junior position as a Pegasus Knight, he could see at a glance those dozens of skeletons, as well as the pile of gnoll corpses heaped into a small mountain in the distance. That was an entire warpack of gnolls, and even a well-trained second-year squad would have to pay a heavy price to fight them head-on. Yet Ark, a newcomer, actually wiped them all out. This kind of combat power was simply absurd. He looked at Ark, his eyes filled with a bit of shock and admiration. A few minutes later, Shun Ziwei woke up. Wang Tao immediately asked, "Where was your left arm broken?" Shun Ziwei's face turned pale. Touching her severed arm, her voice was hoarse. It was burned off by that hyena werewolf warlock. The worst outcome. Wang Tao's lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. Fang Zhou closed his eyes briefly, feeling somewhat regretful. No wonder he couldn't find the severed arm anywhere on the battlefield. A promising elite trainee was destroyed just like that in a single cave hunt. Wang Tao no longer hesitated and firmly grasped Fang Zhou's hand. "I'll take her back first. Be careful yourself. The cave is a battlefield. You can't afford to be careless even for a moment." The scroll just now only healed the external wounds. The other injuries still need to be treated back at the military academy. Fang Zhou nodded and handed her backpack over. Shun Ziwei pressed her cracked lips together, took out a bag of monster materials from the bag, then removed the ruby ring from her right hand and, along with the regeneration amulet around her neck, handed them to Fang Zhou. Her eyes red, she said, "Fang Zhou, you saved my life. I will repay you. Take these for now, and I wish you a triumphant return." Ark took the rebirth amulet but pushed the materials and the ring back. "Don't talk about this now. Go back and heal first." Shun Ziwei gritted her teeth and forcibly stuffed the items into his arms, forcing a smile. "You must accept these. Take these as if you're bringing me along to continue hunting." Her attitude was firm, and Ark could only accept them. Shun Ziwei stared at the ruby ring and said softly, "This is the Ring of Blazing Fire, a great-quality inferior oddity usable by all classes. It can cast a low-level apprentice fireball 3 times a day. It was because of this that I dared to venture alone into the frozen wasteland. But I was too impulsive." The more she spoke, the more dejected she became. Ark thought for a moment and said, "Ziwei, I recently applied for a research project on Necromancer studies, focusing on strengthening and repairing human bones. Once your body recovers, you can come to the lab and find me. Maybe there's still a chance." Shen Ziwei's originally dim eyes suddenly brightened. If someone else said this, she would only take it as consolation. But the one saying it was Feng Zhou. He had only awakened 2 months ago and already developed a complete undead mage skill tree centered on skeletons. Maybe it really was possible. She nodded firmly and, with Wang Tao's support, lay down on the stretcher on the back of the silver Pegasus. Wang Tao heard it, but could only sigh inwardly. Bone resurrection had long been studied by priests. Even legendary powerhouses like Wang Mian had tried, but all had failed in the end. Could undead bones be the same as human bones? He wasn't optimistic about Feng Zhou and only took it as kind-hearted comfort. But in front of Shen Ziwei, he said nothing. He nodded at Ark, then rode the silver Pegasus flying towards the cave fortress. Ark looked up, watching the silver Pegasus disappear into the horizon, then turned back to clean up the battlefield. The bones of the knoll and the teeth of the ward were all materials needed by the military academy. Among the 3 trainees, the elite knoll in the middle rank also dropped 3 pieces of gray inferior equipment. The entire knoll battle group was annihilated by the skeleton army, earning a total of 30 contribution points. But it was this small amount of resources that cost Shen Ziwei an arm. Ark's heart sank, silently warning himself, absolutely no more reckless moves. After counting the spoils, he looked at the items Shen Ziwei had sent him. That bag of monster materials was very common: ferocious wolf fangs, goblin ears, stone-scaled lizard armor, adding up to less than 20 contribution points. But the Ring of Ignition is a good item. Ark opened the attribute panel. Ring of Ignition, gray inferior. Unique item crafted by a pyromancer. No usage requirements. Ring of Ignition can cast the apprentice-level lower fireball spell up to 3 times in a row. After use, it needs to recharge naturally. This level of power is nothing to the Ark, but it has no profession or attribute restrictions, so anyone can use it. For apprentices like Shen Ziwei, this is a trump card for survival. Among the 180 seed candidates participating in the cave hunt, few have this kind of top-tier equipment. Most equipment is restricted by profession and 4-dimensional attributes. No matter how strong, it's useless if you don't meet the requirements. If she can wear this ring, there must be someone backing her up, and that person is also an expert in fire-type magical artifacts. The surname is Shun, and she's a flame mage too. A thought stirred in Feng Zhou's mind. Could she be connected to instructor Shun Hongyu from the meditation class? If that's true, it's even more ironic. She dared to venture into the frozen wasteland, relying on this ring for courage. But as a result, she lost an arm because of it. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and it just happened to fall upon her. Ark no longer hesitated and put on the ring. In the future, when encountering small monsters like ferocious mosquitoes and swamp flies, it's perfect to use it for cleaning them up. He gathered the skeleton army, reopened the hunting recorder, and corrected the route to the thorn jungle. Saving the person delayed him for more than an hour, and it was already dark. The glow of the magic moss was almost extinguished. He wouldn't be able to reach the thorn jungle tonight. Not wanting to take risks in the dark, he could only change plans and spend the night in the town ruins. The cold wind grew colder, and the wasteland cut like a knife. The skeleton carried the heavy loot on its back, moving quickly. If monsters on the road didn't block his way, he was too lazy to bother fighting. An hour later, by the last bit of fading light, he finally arrived at the ruins of the town. This was once the bustling district of Sea City. It became the front line of a bloody battle during the demon invasion. Artillery and skills turned it into wasteland, sinking it into a dark underground cavern. The ruined buildings in the distance looked like a row of tombstones. The street was cracked, with weeds stubbornly growing through the gaps. The former prosperity had long turned into wasteland. The entire city was deathly silent. Only the barely visible magic energy moss emitted faint spots of light, casting mottled, cold shadows on the ground. The light was so dim that even holding out a hand, one couldn't distinguish the fingers. Ark gripped his staff tightly, the level 1 moonstone at its tip emitting a cold glow. The hunting recorder showed that this place had long since become a paradise for monsters. To hold his ground here, he would have to fight a bloody path forward. But when he led the skeleton army into the ruins, the anticipated demon tide did not appear. Only scattered monsters roamed, as if suppressed, and driven away by some force. The quieter it was, the more abnormal it seemed. His feet stepped on thick ash, making a dull sound. The Ark passed through broken walls and ruined buildings, eyes constantly scanning for a foothold to defend or retreat to. Soon, the ruins of a department store appeared on the high ground. Although the outer wall had collapsed, the framework remained. The terrain was high, the structure complex, easy to defend and hard to attack, making it an excellent camp. But it was not empty here. The thermal imaging radar suddenly alarmed. From the ruins came low grunting sounds and the harsh scraping of hard objects against the ground. Ark raised his hand to signal the army to stop, then lifted a night vision telescope to observe. In the dimly lit floor, a group of fierce porcupines occupied the space. Their backs were covered with hard quills, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. The leading male porcupine was huge, its long, thick quills gleaming with a metallic cold light. Its power had reached mid-apprentice level. It was the leader. Around it, more than a dozen female porcupines were equally dangerous. Their back quills could be shot from a distance, and when fired all at once, it would be a deathly rain impenetrable by any shield. This place is his for the taking. They must die, since they can attack from a distance, then surround and launch a strong assault. The Ark quickly formed formations, with the main force blocking the front from outside, using the terrain to apply pressure. Agile skeletons were selected to infiltrate the building from the flanks. In the darkness, the skeletons silently approached using the residual light. The male porcupine, immersed in mating, suddenly became alert, abruptly stood up, and looked around. The next second, it saw the ghostly blue soul flames merging into a continuous stretch in the darkness. The male porcupine roared thunderously, while the female porcupines all raised their back spines to confront the attack. The battle exploded in an instant, with dense quills shooting like a rain of arrows at the skeletons, sparks flying everywhere. But under the command of the Ark, the skeletons dodged agilely. The hollow bone frames let most of the quills pass right through, and as long as the soul flames did not extinguish, they were almost unharmed. The skeletons behind silently closed in, then suddenly charged out. The porcupines only had time to shoot 2 volleys of arrows before being overwhelmed and surrounded in close combat by the sheer number of skeletons. Several female porcupines screamed miserably and fell to the ground. The male porcupine broke through in a furious rage but was locked onto by Fangzhou. Skeleton shackles suppress. Skeleton spear pierces through. Bone spear breaks through the glossy hide, and the boar wails and falls. With the leader dead, the female boars scatter to flee, but are surrounded and killed one by one. The battle was brief and decisive. Hunting points plus 33. Soul power plus 1. Ark immediately gathered the spoils and set up camp on the ruins' high ground. Porcupine quills can be made into arrows, worth at least 10 contribution points. The night wind howls, yet he finds it hard to settle. The entire ruin only has a small amount of dung left, indicating that this group of porcupines just occupied this place. Where did the monsters that originally occupied this place go? In the distance, the magical moss gradually extinguished, and low whimpers echoed throughout the city. The Ark stared into the darkness, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Night fell, but the nocturnal monsters that should have been active all disappeared. Only deathly silence and a biting cold wind remained in the ruins. The temperature suddenly plummeted, colder than the frozen wasteland during the day. It was not ordinary cold, but a chilling cold that pierced the bones, like a deathly wasteland illuminated by a blood moon. For the first time, Fang Zhou felt such a heavy aura of death, his nerves instantly on edge. He took out his hunting recorder to check the data, but the signal suddenly cut off, leaving only harsh static noise and a black screen. At this moment, his unease completely erupted. In the face of the unknown, survival is the most important. He decisively withdrew from the ruins. Even if it meant toughing it out against night monsters in the wasteland, it was better than staying here to await death. With an order, the skeleton army quietly retreated from the building, retracing their steps back. In the night, they moved like ghosts, without making any unnecessary noise. Stepping onto the frozen wasteland, the cold wind stabbed their faces. The Ark shivered, but instead let out a sigh of relief. The cold here could be seen and felt, much more real than the invisible deathly aura in the ruins. He led the troops towards a hill, the sound of skeletal footsteps especially clear in the night. Scattered nocturnal monsters appeared to test them, but were quickly crushed. Seeing the familiar enemies, Ark felt reassured. At least the world was still operating according to normal rules. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, he carefully observed the terrain. The view here was wide open, allowing him to keep an eye on the strange ruins in the distance, with plenty of room to advance or retreat. He decided to set up camp here, but his gaze never left that patch of darkness. Climbing to the top of the hill, a cave caught Ark's attention. A strong stench of blood drifted from the cave entrance, clearly the lair of a powerful monster. Sure enough, a fierce bear at the level of an apprentice noticed the intruder and roared as it charged out. It was huge, with tough skin and thick flesh, and its eyes were fierce, clearly having run rampant here for a long time. But in front of the skeleton army commanded by the Ark, its rage was meaningless. The skeletons were like cold-blooded battle machines, quickly surrounding it. Claws and fangs intertwined, precisely tearing through its flesh. In just a moment, the battle was over. The ferocious bear collapsed in a pool of blood, its roar completely swallowed by the cold wind of the wasteland. Hunting points +7. Soul power +0.2. After clearing the battlefield, Ark gained materials worth 2 contribution points. He did not relax and immediately entered the cave with the skeleton. Compared to last night's goblin cave, this place was narrower but sufficient for him to spend the night. The skeletons moved bare carcasses, stones, and ice blocks to build a simple defensive line at the cave entrance to guard against surprise attacks. At the same time, they cleared a dry patch of ground and set up a temporary camp. The cave was filled with a pungent stench, with various bones scattered on the ground, creating a harsh environment. On the contrary, Ark felt at ease. The dirt and mess showed that the fierce bears had long dominated, with no stronger threat daring to approach. Compared to the town ruins full of unknowns, the dangers here are at least visible. After settling in, he leaned against the cold rock wall to rest, then opened the hunting recorder. The screen lit up, lines of data scrolling by, but the signal was still intermittent, which was very normal in the catacombs. He flipped through records of monster activity, environmental changes, and hidden targets in the town ruins, trying to find the cause of the anomaly. But he found nothing. Since there were no clues, he didn't bother thinking any further. He would report to the instructor after the hunt. This kind of thing wasn't his concern. What he truly worried about was that the ruins were close to the thorny jungle, which might affect his subsequent search for the refined chain or veins. Thinking of this, he put down the recorder and yawned. He took supplies out of his backpack and swallowed a marching pill with warm water. He took out the mental recovery potion and soul-soothing potion, drank them in one gulp, and closed his eyes to meditate. With a skeleton army guarding him, he was able to relax for a rare moment. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sound startled him awake. Ark sprang up abruptly, grabbed his staff, and rushed out of the cave entrance. On the frozen wasteland, a large number of nocturnal demons were fleeing frantically. The ferocious rats, ferocious snakes, ferocious mosquitoes, and ferocious bats were all tangled together, and the scene was completely out of control. These monsters, who should have been killing each other, were now desperately fleeing in the same direction. Obviously, something even more terrifying was approaching. He looked toward the ruins of the town and saw countless eerie blue ghost fires drifting among the ruins, their numbers frighteningly large and still spreading. The hunting recorder also lost signal, as if blocked by some kind of force. That familiar chill from the soul wrapped around again. Ark acted decisively and ordered the skeleton army to block the monsters escaping towards the hills. The skeletons formed a wall, blocking the only path. The battle erupted in an instant, bone claws flying, as the charging monsters were slain one by one. Although numerous, they were never able to break through the defensive line. Ark raised the night vision telescope to get a clear view of the true form of the ghost fire. The ghost fire wildly attacked all living things, exploding upon contact. Blocking one is useless. When 10 or 20 come in a chain attack, it's impossible to withstand. What's even more terrifying is that the dead monsters instantly turn to dust, and from that dust, new ghostly fires emerge. The thick layer of dust over the ruins is actually all remnants of corpses. The situation is dangerous. He steadies the defense line while preparing to retreat. If he hadn't decisively left the building earlier, he would have been surrounded by ghost flames by now. At that point, he would have had to use all his last resorts to survive. It was precisely because of his caution that he had some buffer time. Just as he was planning his route, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He seemed to have seen this kind of ghost fire derived through corpse borrowing. A sudden flash of insight. Su Xinyan, that soul necromancer's cultivation notes once mentioned something similar. Could these bizarre ghost flames be undead creatures? Ark immediately opened his personal terminal, flipped to the necromancer's cultivation notes, and found undead creatures in the directory. He quickly scanned the content and soon locked onto a name, Desecration Ghost Flame. The book clearly stated that this is an extremely rare and dangerous type of undead creature. They instinctively hunt all living beings and attack souls directly with soul explosions. The life that is killed turns to dust, then gives birth to new ghost fires, forming an ever-expanding cycle of death. Even more terrifying is that they are not naturally born, but are produced after their souls are corrupted by the desecration torch. The so-called desecrated creations are evil beings made by abyss demons using the power of desecration, specifically to corrupt the world. Humanity has only one attitude: discover and destroy. Ark raised the telescope, looking toward the center of the town ruins. Under the glow of ghostly flames, a massive burning stone pillar stood tall in the night. The evil aura was so intense it made one's chest feel heavy even from a distance. Under the strict surveillance of the military academy, the number 1 cave surprisingly showed signs of desecrating the torch. Could a high-level demon have infiltrated? He quickly dismissed this speculation. This place was once the core battlefield of the blood war between humans and demons, where death, magic power, and abyssal forces had long been superimposed. That stone pillar had been eroded for many years. Quantitative changes led to qualitative transformation, ultimately turning into a new form of desecrated creation. This possibility is very high. The book also records the method of dealing with it. Breaking the outer shell is not difficult, but the internal desecration core is extremely difficult to remove. Only practitioners of light can gradually purify with the power of light. If burned with fire or forcibly crushed, the power of desecration will spread, bringing immeasurable consequences. The Ark silently measures the risk. This newly born desecration torch will not attack proactively. It was like a barracks, continuously producing desecrated ghost fires. There were quite a few of these desecrated ghost fires, but their duration was too short and not much energy was accumulated. Their explosive power was limited, barely reaching the lower apprentice level. Ark glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Arkansas. Profession: Necromancer. Rank: Apprentice, mid-level. Attributes: Strength 5.7, Agility 5.5, Constitution 5.5, Spirit 7. Status: Soul Split. Equipment: Apprentice set. Full set refined +1. Level 1 gem *1. Moon Orchid Incense. Goblin Sealed Bone Bell. Sigh of. Frog Croak Drum. Regeneration Amulet. Ring of Burning Fire. Skills: Skeleton King Meditation. Perfect. Summon Skeleton. Instinct. Skeleton Flying Spear. Perfect. Skeleton Shield. Perfect. Skeleton Lock. Mastery. Calm and Composed. Perfect. Dominate Skeleton. Proficient. Resurrection of the Dead. Proficient. Skeleton Arrow Rain. Proficient. Skeleton Wings. Proficient. Group Brutality Technique. Mastery. With skills and equipment lighting up in rows, he felt much more assured. With skeleton clones present, his soul strength was already approaching lower black iron level. Moon Orchid Incense and Sigh of can enhance the soul, possibly useful against soul explosions caused by ghost flames. For ranged attacks, there are Ring of Fire, Skeletal Javelin, and Skeletal Arrow Rain, allowing ghost flames to be detonated from a safe distance. In terms of defense, there is Skeletal Shield, which can block both physical and soul attacks. With the high-speed gliding ability of Skeletal Wings, he can even get close to that desecrated torch. Not to mention, there was also a skeleton army at his command to serve as cannon fodder. It seemed he really had a chance to single-handedly take on that torch. Ark smiled and quickly snuffed out this heroic fantasy. He was nothing more than a freshman at the Marine City Military Academy. Being able to foresee the crisis in advance and still save your life is already enough compensation. The wisest course of action now is to stay away from here, find a place with a normal signal, and report the information to the instructor. Credit is naturally deserved. There's no need to risk your life. In the night, the desecrated ghost flames in the distance flickered wildly, like enraged, evil spirits. The monster's screams came in waves. Ark's expression was stern as he raised his staff. A rain of skeletal arrows. 3 beams of black light shot up into the sky, turning into countless bone arrows, pounding down like a torrential rain, instantly overwhelming the monsters on the hills. To escape, he no longer held back his mental energy. The staff swung again, spreading black-green light, imbuing the skeletons with death energy and decay poison. Mass Berserk spell. Dozens of skeletons guarded him, rushing down the hills through the cleared gap. The black torrent crushed everything in its path, heading straight away from the torch. Running beside the Ark, he activated, calm and collected, rapidly restoring his mental strength. But as he gradually moved away from the ghostly fire, the monsters suppressed by fear revealed their ferocity once again. Buzz. Swarms of ferocious mosquitoes couldn't suppress their bloodthirsty instincts and madly swarmed toward the Ark. The situation was critical. Not wanting to get entangled, he raised his hand and activated the Ring of Burning Fire, launching 3 fireballs in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs tore through the night sky, exploding and turning large groups of ferocious mosquitoes to ash, also clearing a path for the skeleton army. He then immediately struck the frog-chirping drum. Gugwa, gugwa. The piercing drum beats echoed through the night, specifically targeting insect-type monsters. Swarms of ferocious mosquitoes scattered as if hearing their natural enemy, no longer daring to besiege. But on the ground, there were still monsters drunk on bloodlust. If you want to live, you have to fight your way out. Ark's expression was icy cold as he continuously unleashed skeleton arrow rain. The arrow rain fell like a sky-covering storm, instantly reaping a large area. Even so, a few skeletons were surrounded by nocturnal monsters, trapped in the frenzy of the beast pack. Ark only ordered to hold the line, then turned and charged fiercely at the monster's weak spot. Uncountable kills later, he finally led the heavily wounded skeleton army to break through a bloody path. The nocturnal monsters were already bloodthirsty and didn't care about him at all. He glanced at the skyrocketing points and contribution points, suppressed his greed, and decisively retreated. 10 minutes later, he stopped in the cold wind, gasping for breath. The town ruins had disappeared from sight. The hunting recorder's signal recovered, and he pressed the emergency call for help without hesitation. In the command room of the underground fortress, the instructors were watching the movements of each trainee. Every night is an elimination round. The second night is even more brutal. Many have already reached their limits. The goal has shifted from desperately farming monsters to just surviving until the end of the 3rd day. Out of 180 seed candidates, 50 have already been forced to use black iron shield scrolls and have been eliminated. Suddenly, an instructor sprang up abruptly. Report. Trainee number 1 Fong Zhou is urgently requesting backup. A desecration torch has appeared in the town ruins, and ghost fire is spreading. Requesting support. The command room instantly erupted into chaos. What? Desecrate the torch? How could there be a desecrated creation in cave number 1? As soon as the news came out, the command room erupted in an uproar. A desecrated torch actually appeared in cave number 1. Everyone's first reaction was that a high-level demon had infiltrated and, moreover, had mastered the technology to create profane creatures. But soon, this guess was disproved. An instructor frowned and said, "We've repeatedly swept through number 1 abyssal pit during this time. It's impossible for a high-level demon to have evaded reconnaissance and the magical arrays." Another person nodded. Besides, the abyss wouldn't need to pay such a high price by sending a high-level demon in to die. Someone hesitated and said, "Could it be that Fong Zhou made a mistake? He's only been enrolled for 2 months, and these things haven't been taught in class. How could he recognize the desecrated flame?" The monitoring instructor opened the screen, displaying an image of a town ruin surrounded by large patches of desecrated flame ghosts. This is a photo desperately sent back by Feng Zhou. Judging by its appearance, it's definitely desecrated flame, no doubt about it. Lu Hu looked serious. What's Feng Zhou's situation now? Can he video call? Already retreated to coordinates 75, 83, 10, standing by, connection available. The connection was established quickly. On the frozen wasteland, Ark saw the communication request and felt relieved. The instructor was finally going to take action. He clicked confirm, and Lu Hu's face appeared on the camera. Lu Hu's first words were, "Are you safe? If there's danger, use the shield scroll immediately. This is an emergency. Even if you're eliminated, I will apply for an exemption for you." Feng Zhou was stunned. The other person wasn't concerned about the torch, but about his life. He felt a warmth in his heart and immediately reported, "I have withdrawn from the scene. The surroundings are safe." The camera shifted, showing night-walking monsters lying scattered on the ground, and the skeleton army standing in formation, ready. Lu Hu's expression softened a bit. "Tell me about the situation with the desecrated torch." The Ark was well prepared and gave a concise report on the ruins anomaly, the ghost fire's attack method, and the huge burning stone pillar in the center. After hearing this, the instructors were basically certain that it was the freshman's desecration torch. Lu Hu, on the other hand, relaxed. "Don't panic. From the description, it seems more like a naturally formed desecration artifact. Although rare, it has appeared before. That ruin used to be the Abyss's siege base against the Sea City. The desecration aura was strong there, so after a long time, the torch could have been nurtured." "That makes sense." Su Xinyan nodded. "Fortunately, it was Feng Zhou who discovered it first, otherwise the consequences would have been even more troublesome. These creatures that desecrate the torch are very difficult to deal with, not only attacking the soul, but also spreading at an astonishing speed. If they can't be eradicated at the early stage, they could potentially spread throughout the entire number 1 cavern later on. The losses for the military academy would be significant then." She looked coldly at the instructor who had just questioned Feng Zhou and said, "Feng Zhou is our undead mage's skeleton mentor. Although his training time is short and his strength is still weak, he is qualified to access advanced knowledge. I passed on my insights to him, and he knows about the desecration of creation. What's the problem?" The instructor hurriedly apologized. "I was out of line." He then looked at Feng Zhou on the screen and admired. "You really live up to your reputation, gifted and willing to put in the effort. If you hadn't recognized the desecrated torch early and reported it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only would you be in danger, but it would also cost us much more to purify it later." Lu Hu stood up and ordered in a deep voice, "The radar room. Monitor the concentration of negative energy in cave number 1 and see if there are any anomalies. Are there any practitioners in the fortress with light attribute and the ability to purify? If so, come with me to purify it on the spot." Everyone looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. The logistics instructor hesitated and said, "There is a light priest, but no one knows how to purify. So I'm afraid they won't be of help." Su Xinyan said impatiently, "It's okay. I'll go with Lu Hu, smash the torch directly, and bring the desecrated core back to the military academy for purification. Prepare the demon sealing box. Immediately. We're leaving now." The logistics instructor nodded. Su Xinyan is a lower-ranked gold undead mage, and Lu Hu is a lower-ranked gold berserker. With 2 gold-rank experts stationed here, dealing with the newly born profane creatures should be almost guaranteed. He asked again, "Do you need a flying mount? The cave terrain is complex. Flying is the fastest way over. Instructor Wang Tao just brought back a severely injured trainee and can accompany you with a silver flying horse." Su Xinyan waved her hand. "No need. I have a mount." Lu Hu said, "Let's invite Instructor Wang to join us. He is more familiar with cave number 1 and can lead the way." The logistics instructor immediately went to make arrangements. After Su Xinyan and Ark confirmed the coordinates, they quickly left the command hall with Lu Hu. Outside the fortress, Wang Tao was already waiting, standing beside that magnificent silver Pegasus. Seeing Su Xinyan and Lu Hu, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, instructors. Pegasus Knight Wang Tao from the Silver Division reporting." Su Xinyan's expression was cold, not saying a word, only lightly raising her staff. Summon the gargoyle. The air suddenly trembled, magic surging like a tidal wave. The crystal at the tip of the staff burst with dazzling light. A massive rune array appeared on the ground, and a deep incantation echoed all around. The next moment, the ground shook. A black pillar of light shot into the sky, a chilling wind howled, and a massive creature slowly took shape within the light. This was the new skill she developed after ascending to gold, Summon Gargoyle. The gargoyle stood 5 meters tall, its wings spread over 10 meters wide, made entirely of black stone, covered in runes. Its head resembled a giant skull, with crimson rubies embedded in its eyes, burning like soul fire, exuding a deadly aura. Its broad back was wide enough for several people to stand on, and its stone wings were sharp as blades, overwhelmingly imposing. In the past, the number of golden tier undead that necromancers could summon was very limited, such as the Vampire King and the Dark Guard. Their strength was not weak, but they were far from top tier, and they consumed a great deal of mental power, making them very cost-ineffective on the golden battlefield. But this gargoyle was completely different. Just in size alone, it was on par with the golden tier berserker demon. The moment it appeared, a strong aura of death instantly spread out, suffocating people almost to the point of breathlessness. Not far away, Wang Tao's silver Pegasus was so frightened that it took 2 steps back, its hooves weakened, mane bristling, and continuously pawing the ground. Wang Tao quickly calmed his mount, but his gaze remained fixed on the gargoyle, both shocked and in awe. These undead are simply war machines. He felt a tightening in his chest. Thinking back to how someone at the apprentice stage could summon a legion of skeletons, and now Su Xinyan releasing such a monster, he suddenly realized. The necromancer was truly about to turn the tide. The other instructors in the fortress were all stunned. No one knew the true combat strength of the gargoyle, but just its huge size and ability to fly surpassed the Vampire King and the Dark Guard. Lu Hu touched its cold stone skin and couldn't help but sigh. Every time he saw this guy, he was shocked. If dozens or hundreds of them could be summoned at once, who could resist the charge? Su Xinyan gave him a cold look and said, "Do you think a gargoyle is a low-level undead? I was able to bring it to Blue Star entirely thanks to Ark's guidance. The meditation technique he improved deepened my connection with the undead realm. I tried hundreds of times before I finally caught its soul fluctuations." She sneered coldly, thinking that if she wanted dozens or even hundreds, she'd wait until the Ark upgraded to gold. Lu Hu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, only hoping the Ark would become stronger soon. Su Xinyan controlled the gargoyle to move a few times, then turned to tell Wang Tao and Lu Hu to get on, saying it was faster than the silver Pegasus. Wang Tao didn't waste words, handed the silver Pegasus to a companion, and leapt up, with Lu Hu closely following behind. Su Xinyan spread out her skeletal wings, bones like blades, exuding a chilling aura, and used the momentum to land on the back of the gargoyle. After confirming the direction, the gargoyle's eyes blazed with soul fire, suddenly flapping its wings fiercely. A whirlwind stirred up sand and stones, and its massive body shot straight into the night sky. Everyone looked up and saw a black shadow tearing through the sky before quickly disappearing. At high speed, the scenery on the ground turned into blurred afterimages. Wang Tao and Lu Hu tightly grasped the protrusion, the wind roaring in their ears like thunder, their faces full of shock. As a Pegasus Knight, Wang Tao knew best that at this speed, the silver Pegasus simply couldn't catch up. Only Su Xinyan stood steadily atop, calm and composed amidst the fierce wind. She looked up at the night sky, guiding the gargoyle to fly swiftly along the predetermined route. "Ark, let me show you some shock." On the frozen wasteland, the biting wind pierced through, and Ark hid in the shelter waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, a loud boom tore through the night air, like thunder exploding. He sprang up abruptly, only to see a sonic boom trail streaking across the sky, a ferocious flying giant beast diving down. Only when he clearly saw Su Xinyan, Lu Hu, and Wang Tao behind him did he finally relax. This is the gargoyle she mentioned. Huge and fierce, exactly like the high-level undead in his memory. Since the gargoyle exists, could the corpse warlock, terrifying knight, and Bone Dragon also truly dwell in the undead realm? Thinking of this, his heart blazed with warmth. When the skeleton clones are strong enough, he must delve deeper into the undead realm to develop even stronger summoning skills for himself. With a loud boom, the gargoyle plummeted straight down. Just before hitting the ground, it suddenly stopped and landed steadily beside the ark. Such a huge beast was controlled with perfect precision, which made Lu Hu and Wang Tao secretly amazed. Su Xinyan retracted her skeletal wings and jumped down from the gargoyle. She waved her staff, making the gargoyle strike a majestic pose, then looked proudly towards the ark. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Ark understood her very well and immediately showered her with extravagant praise, complimenting everything from the gloom of the gargoyle to her talent. Su Xinyan was modest in words, but her expression could not hide her pride. Ark knew clearly in his heart that this new skill was of great significance. When he advanced to gold rank, he would also be able to summon this powerful flying undead. Lu Hu cleared his throat. "Stop praising each other. Hurry to the town ruins. Ark, you know where the desecration torch is. Lead the way." Su Xinyan came back to her senses and called everyone to get on the back of the gargoyle. Several instructors were all present, so there was no need for Ark to step in. He simply sent the entire undead army back to the underworld, unfolded the skeletal wings, and flew onto the gargoyle. The gargoyle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, the roar of the fierce wind blasting in their ears, but no one was even slightly moved. Ark stood high in the air overlooking the land, the frozen wasteland rapidly receding below, and everything grew small. The feeling of soaring through the air made his heart burn with excitement. He quickly gathered his thoughts, determined the direction, and guided the gargoyle straight toward the ruins of the town. On the way, Lu Hu asked in a deep voice, "How did you discover the desecrated torch?" Ark did not hide it. "I originally planned to spend the night in the ruins, but found that there were unusually few monsters inside, completely inconsistent with the information on the recorder. Moreover, I felt a piercing chill, as if something was watching me. I didn't dare to take any risks, so I immediately retreated to the wasteland and camped in the hills. In the middle of the night, I saw ghostly flames soaring from the ruins, as if about to devour everything. I checked Instructor Su's cultivation notes and found the characteristics exactly the same as the desecration ghost fire, so I reported it immediately." Lu Hu nodded and sighed. "Steady enough, not greedy for credit. That's how you live longer." Wang Tao also said, "If it were someone else, let alone reporting, they might have lost their life in there." Su Xinyan controlled the gargoyle while saying, "Ordinary professionals simply can't feel that kind of soul chill. Most likely, it's because your soul talent is strong that you sensed it early." Taking the opportunity, Feng Zhou asked, "Since desecration is so dangerous, why didn't they clear the aura in cave number 1 beforehand?" The three instructors exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. Lu Hu had him turn off the live broadcast of the hunting recorder, then lowered his voice and said, "It's not that they didn't want to, it's that they couldn't. The blasphemous aura is scattered all over Blue Star. We can only detect the approximate range and cannot completely eliminate it. Even the light type, purification, can only deal with the blasphemy core that has condensed into a physical form. It is powerless against the intangible aura." Wang Tao's expression grew colder. "But cases like this, where it naturally condenses into a blasphemy torch, are actually opportunities. The aura in this area has already been compressed into a core. As long as we purify it promptly, we can resolve the hidden danger all at once." Su Xinyan added, "These things shouldn't have been told to you so early. You only need to remember one thing. Most of the Abyss demons were driven back to the mythical world, but the desecration aura they left behind lingered on Blue Star like poison. The longer it stays, the greater the threat to humanity. The reason is complicated. When you become strong enough and step onto the mythical battlefield, you will naturally understand." Ark nodded, keeping the words in mind. The gargoyle moved very quickly, soon flying to the edge of the town ruins. The blasphemous torch devoured the souls of countless nocturnal demons, and the flames grew ever fiercer. Blue ghost fire spread across the sky, like a sea of fire pressing down on the ruins. The atmosphere was suffocating, but Su Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you discovered it early. There's no big trouble yet. She looked toward Feng Zhou. Lu Hu also smiled and said, yes, these ghost flames are at most at the apprentice lower rank, easy to handle. You'll get merits when we return. The gargoyle circled in the air, and the three instructors quickly assessed the ghost flame's range, confirming the torch was still in its budding stage. But that sinister aura could no longer be ignored. Let's start. Su Xinyan shouted sharply, swinging her staff. The stone patterns on the gargoyle surged, and a thick layer of stone armor quickly covered its entire body, protecting the three on the arc together like a moving fortress. The next moment, it suddenly dove, aiming directly at the center of the ghost fire. Countless blue ghost flames surged up, exploding around it with crackling sounds. But these attacks couldn't even break through the stone armor. The defense of the golden rank was simply not something an apprentice level could shake. The gargoyle fell like a meteor, with only one target, the desecration torch in the center of the ruins. Yahoo! Su Xinyan shouted excitedly. The gargoyle accelerated again and slammed hard into it. Boom! A tremendous crash shook the sky. The torch was shattered on the spot, turning into ashes. Amid the ashes, a fist-sized black gemstone suddenly shot out. That thing drew a strange arc in the air. Lu Hu reacted very quickly. Just as it left his hand, he grabbed it with a firm grip and put it away. After the desecration torch was destroyed, the scattered ghostly flames seemed to lose their core. The light dimmed little by little, eventually turning into blue smoke that dispersed into the night. The chill pressing down on the air gradually faded away. At the original location of the torch, there was now only a huge deep pit. Cough, cough. Ark helped the gargoyle to stand up, looking at the ruins scattered on the ground, and couldn't help but complain. Instructor Su, you are a necromancer, not a gargoyle knight. If it can be solved with one punch, why make such a big fuss? He really didn't expect Su Xinyan's plan to be so simple and brutal. Directly riding the gargoyle up and smashing the torch. Powerful domination, the effect is good. That was way too reckless. The mage was brutally forced into becoming a berserker. Su Xinyan chuckled foolishly, still immersed in the gargoyle's toughness, not paying any attention. Lu Hu and Wang Tao shook their heads, feeling a bit dizzy from the impact just now. The ark gradually recovered strength, then jumped down from the gargoyle with the three of them. He stared at the black gem in Lu Hu's hand and asked, Instructor Lu, is this the desecration core? Lu Hu nodded. Yes, the quality is good, already at black iron level. If that torch were left burning a few more days, it might even give birth to a black iron level ghost fire. Saying that, he handed the gem to Feng Zhou. It's quite rare, take a look first. Later, I'll use the demon sealing box to seal it and send it back to the military academy for handling. You stay here, we'll search one more time to see if there are any stragglers. Ark nodded, carefully taking the core. This thing doesn't look like a natural gemstone at all. Its edges are twisted, like the remains of some creature frozen in agonizing struggle. Entirely pitch black, yet intertwined with dark red fine veins, like blood flowing inside. Touching it, a chill ran from the fingertips deep into the bones. It was exactly the same soul-piercing coldness from before. He tried to probe it with his spiritual power. At the core, it felt like a wild, restless force was being compressed. Whenever his mental power approached, that force gently rebounded, keeping him out. At that moment, the attribute panel suddenly popped up a notification. Purifiable resources detected. Purification can yield unknown benefits. Expected to consume 100 points of soul power. Start. Purify? Can the desecration core be purified using soul power? Didn't the instructor say that only the light attribute purify skill works? Ark was stunned for a moment, then immediately made a decision. Start purification. A while ago, he had enslaved quite a few skeletons, greatly increasing the speed at which his clones absorbed soul energy. On top of that, after hunting in the underground cave for the past 2 days, his main body was also able to obtain some soul energy. His current reserves can fully withstand a consumption of 100 points. The power of the soul rapidly drained away. A pale blue light lit up at his fingertips, turning into thin strands of light that wrapped around the desecration core. The core seemed to sense the threat, the dark red glow violently surging as it struggled to resist desperately. The arc does not retreat, continuing to output. At the beginning, the dark red became increasingly violent. But as the purification deepened, that evil aura began to weaken. The red light was gradually suppressed by the blue light, like dark clouds being torn apart by moonlight. At the same time, some information hidden within the core flooded into his mind. A gleam of joy flashed in Ark's eyes. He could clearly feel that the filth was being stripped away, replaced by the pure aura of the soul. Suddenly, a soft sound. The core's surface cracked open, white light surged out, and the dark red completely dissipated. He looked down. The originally sinister gem had become transparent and warm, without a trace of cold aura. The panel prompt sounded. Successfully purified desecration core. Obtained level 2 netherstone. Successfully simulated skill soul vision. The Ark's spirit was invigorated. Unexpectedly, the purification yielded a level 2 netherstone. Even more unexpectedly, a new skill was deduced. Soul vision. Just as he was about to check the skill, an indescribable force surged from the depths of his heart. Warm, gentle, yet full of acceptance. The stifling air around became fresh. Even the dust seemed to come alive. Feng Zhou closed his eyes, letting the warmth seep into his body, deep into his bones. That power poured into his body, making Feng Zhou feel completely cleansed. The fatigue from days of hunting and fighting instantly vanished, with weakness replaced by a surge of vitality. Mental and spiritual strength wildly surged back, even breaking through their original limits, rushing towards the peak. It was as if a dried-up riverbed had been filled by a torrential rain, rushing forward once again. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with shock. Obtained status Attention of the World Will. Obtained World Rune, Watchman. A new status and rune slot appeared on the attribute panel. Attention of the World Will. Favored by the world will due to purification of the blasphemous aura. Night Watchman, basic world rune. Can bind one's skill, reduces mental consumption, can be unbound at any time, cooldown of 1 day. World rune. Bind skill. Reduce consumption. A shock ran through Ark's heart. Compared to the netherstone and soul vision, this rune was the greatest gain. Just as he was about to continue studying, Su Xinyan, Lu Hu, and Wang Tao had already sensed the disturbance and rushed back. The aura favored by the world had not yet dissipated. The three of them stared at him, their expressions complex. "This is a gift from the will of the world," Su Xinyan said quietly, her tone unable to hide her envy. This kind of honor was something countless awakeners sought their entire lives, but could never obtain. Lu Hu stared at the netherstone in his hand, his voice tense. "Ark, what did you do?" Ark handed over the stone, looking innocent. "I was just staring at it, and my mental energy accidentally collided with the aura inside. It seems like I purified it. Then it felt like soaking in hot water. My whole body warmed up. By the way, I also got a world rune." "Instructor, what exactly is this?" "A world rune." The three of them exclaimed simultaneously. Su Xinyan's expression changed, jealousy almost written all over her face. Feng Zhou obediently nodded. Su Xinyan took several deep breaths, her chest rising and falling, barely suppressing her emotions. She gritted her teeth and said, "World runes are gifts from the world's will to a very few lucky ones, each with different effects. Some enhance attributes, some enhance skills, and some can directly grant talents." "Feng Zhou, what did you get?" Ark answered honestly, "It's Watchman. It seems to reduce the spirit power consumption of skills." Lu Hu couldn't help but exclaim, "This rune is so practical. Since the Myth Age, there hasn't been any apprentice-level professional who comprehended world runes. Ark, you've broken another record." Wang Tao stepped forward and patted his shoulder, eyes full of admiration. "You must have successfully purified the desecration core just now, which drew the attention of the world's will. Incredible. Besides the light factions purify, a necromancer can actually do it too." Lu Hu immediately asked, "Do you still remember the feeling at that time? Can you deduce the new skill for purifying the desecration core?" As soon as he spoke, even Su Xinyan was staring intently at the ark. All along, humans have only been able to rely on the purifiers of the light professions to handle the desecration of the core. But light professions are rare to begin with, and purification is hard to learn, so those who can undertake this task are few and far between. If the Ark could find another way, it would be a breakthrough for all of humanity. But the Ark could only smile bitterly and shake its head. Sorry, instructor, I'm not sure what just happened either. Maybe after a few more tries, we'll get some clues. He understood in his heart that the success just now was entirely thanks to the attribute panel and the power of the soul. Maybe he could figure it out in the future, but not yet. Su Xinyan sighed, but still comforted him. It's normal. The light attributes, purification, also took years of research before taking shape. Try again later, at least this is a direction. Lu Hu nodded. That's right, you've already exceeded expectations. He weighed the level 2 netherstone in his hand and smiled. To be safe, I'll take it back to the military academy for testing. If the principal knows you can purify the desecration core, he will definitely take the research project on Necromancer seriously. Ark nodded, not caring. A level 2 netherstone was rare on Blue Star, but not necessarily precious in the netherworld. But Su Xinyan was not very happy. She stared at Lu Hu and said, "This gem is originally Ark's trophy and should belong to him. After the military academy verifies it's legitimate, you must return it to him." Lu Hu grinned, winked at Ark, and said, "Of course. I'll honestly report his performance today against the desecrated creation and recommend him for commendation. With me around, he will only get more he deserves." Su Xinyan looked at Ark again. "The world rune signifies that you have been chosen by the will of the world, greatly enhancing your combat power. I will organize the information for you. Come find me after the dungeon hunt." Ark's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. With her help, mastering the power of the runes was only a matter of time. Wang Tao listened nearby, clicking his tongue in amazement. Ark's talent was unbelievable. With 2 Golden Tier Guardians protecting him, he also had access to core secrets like the desecration of creation and world runes. Truly, he was a dragon rising with the coming storm. After confirming there was no lingering aura in the ruins, Su Xinyan nodded and left, taking Lu Hu and Wang Tao to return to the fortress on the gargoyle. Before leaving, Wang Tao turned back and said, "Going to the bramble forest tomorrow? Be careful, there are many kobolds in the northwest direction, don't get ambushed." He deliberately emphasized northwest direction. Ark immediately understood. The precious chainstone vein was most likely over there. "Thank you, Instructor Wang, I will be careful." Watching the 3 leave, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After a night of turmoil, the desecrated torch was finally dealt with. The ruins were empty and eerily silent. He had no intention of staying long and planned to camp outside. He was about to cast Summon Skeleton when he suddenly remembered the newly acquired Night Watcher rune. Since it could be unbound anyway, he decided to give it a try. With a thought, the skill and rune successfully bonded. Summon Skeleton Night Watcher. Apprentice-level summon skeletons to fight, with quantity and strength depending on mental power and proficiency. Empowered by the rune, mental consumption is reduced. He immediately summoned a skeleton and carefully sensed it. Before binding, he could summon up to 70 intermediate apprentice skeletons at the same time. Now, he can summon 80. A full 10 more. Ark gripped the staff tightly, his heartbeat quickening. This is still just the most basic level of world runes. If it could be upgraded to intermediate or advanced levels, becoming Watcher 2 or Watcher Chuan, the effect would be terrifying. "Instructor Su, you must come through for me and help me find more strategies for world runes." Ark suppressed his excitement, swung his staff, and summoned 40 skeletons once again. The army of white bones marched straight towards the ruins outside the town. Returning to the hills seized earlier in the upper half of the night, the nocturnal monsters that had been fighting fiercely were either dead or had fled. Only a few heavily injured unlucky ones remained, lying in pools of blood and howling in pain. Ark commanded the skeletons to finish them off one by one, chanting mercy with his mouth while busy collecting spoils with his hands. Although these corpses don't count towards the score, the materials are worth dozens of contribution points at the very least. It's like picking up a small fortune for free. After clearing the battlefield, his pack gained 2 more items, stuffed full of fierce mosquito proboscises, wolf ape teeth, ant queen glands, and other materials. The skeletons followed him back to the bear den in the hills. After a simple tidying up, Ark crawled into the tent and began to take stock of today's haul. He set off from the goblin cavern, passing through the kobold camp, cemetery, foul-smelling swamp, and tundra wasteland, killing his way all the way to the town ruins. No fewer than 100 monsters had died at the hands of him and the skeleton army. Rare and powerful monsters like swamp frogs, savage crocodiles, trolls, and gnolers also became experience packs. His hunting points surged to 500, and the materials converted to nearly 200 contribution points. Arca looked at the leaderboard, unable to hold back a smile. He firmly sat in first place with an overwhelming advantage. Behind him were rare profession trainees like Meng Hongzhuang and Gu Jiqiu, but their increase the next day was significantly lower. The second place, Meng Hongzhuang, only had 180 points, and the person in 90th place had only 80 points. They are simply not on the same level. More importantly, out of the 180 seed candidates, nearly 60 have already been eliminated. Ark touched the ring of ignition on his hand and thought of the severely injured Shun Ziwei with a broken arm, letting out a light sigh. Then, he focused his gaze on the skill slot labeled Soul Vision. Soul Vision, apprentice level, beginner temporarily opens a rift in the soul realm to sense surrounding soul fluctuations. The range and effect depend on soul strength, mental attributes, and proficiency. Ark's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly the reconnaissance skill he desperately needed? He recalled those desecrated ghost fires, naturally able to sense the aura of souls, precisely locking onto living beings within a certain range, then devouring and hunting them. This soul vision very likely originates from the innate talent of the desecrated ghost fire. Feng Zhou immediately decided to give it a try and see just how powerful it really was. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His spiritual energy gathered, and a strange and surging power churned within him, as if the gate to his heart had been pushed open. When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. The air was no longer empty but filled with intricate soul waves, alternating light and dark, twinkling like stars. Even the faintest life has its own halo of soul. Arca first looked at the skeleton army beside him. Their soul flames were bright and steady, radiating obedience and loyalty. He continued to expand his field of vision. The mental power spread outward, and the soul's signals in the distance one by one appeared. In the crevice of the stone wall, a small lizard was sleeping. Outside the bear's den, a ferocious snake in an old tree hollow. Beneath the hill battlefield, there were still soul fragments left behind by the nocturnal monsters after death. The exploration quickly reached its limit. After all, he was just a mid-level apprentice, newly acquainted with the new skill, with limited range and time. But even so, it was far superior to his previous naked eye and crude perception. With soul vision, enemies whose soul strength was weaker than his could hardly succeed in a sneak attack. This precisely resolved his urgent problem. Feng Zhou recorded his user experience in the terminal. After leaving the cave, he planned to consult Su Xinyan, integrate other reconnaissance skills, and continue to improve. There were still a few hours before dawn. He finished washing up and transferred his consciousness into the skeleton clone. Deep in the desolate wasteland, including the Ark, 8 skeleton squads were fiercely purging the skeleton warriors. Just as he was about to absorb the essence after slaying a shield-bearing skeleton, a message suddenly exploded in his mind. Servant Greatsword number 1 is dead. Ark frowned. The little skeleton brother died in battle. This is very suspicious. This is deep within the bone burial wasteland, and the strongest nearby is only a black iron lower-rank skeleton warrior. When sending the little brothers out to hunt, he had long since ordered them not to go any further inside. He was worried that there were high-level skeletons deeper inside, and if they ran into them, the losses would be severe. But now, even moving in groups of 5, one of them still died. Could it be that a high-level undead has broken in? Ark didn't dare to think too much and immediately shifted his consciousness to Team 1. The scene changed. Through the view of Archer number 1, he saw a type of undead he had never seen before. It looked human, with grayish-white skin covered in cracks and scars, and you could even see the outline of its bones. Its movements were stiff and slow, yet it gave off a sense of being extremely difficult to defeat. Its left arm had been cut off, yet it did not flinch. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Black Iron Grade Undead Zombie. This zombie was taller and sturdier than Ark, dragging heavy steps as it charged straight at Great Shield number 1. Ark quickly recalled the information. Zombies are not afraid of death and have astonishing defense. Their drawback is slow movements and attacks that are not very strong. Ordinary zombies rely only on claws and corpse poison, with only a few elites possessing the corrosion skill. But when it comes to a one-on-one fight with a black iron-grade skeleton, protected by that layer of decayed flesh, zombies almost always dominate. No wonder Squad 1 couldn't take it down, and even had Greatsword 1 killed in a counterattack. Seeing the situation clearly, Ark immediately ordered the remaining 4 skeletons to retreat at once. Skeletons are naturally faster than zombies. Under his command, Squad 1 fought while retreating, slowly drawing the zombies toward him. The zombie saw its prey trying to run and opened its mouth to roar, making a harsh, grating sound. It dragged its decaying body, clumsily yet stubbornly chasing after. Ark called to the other minions while moving closer to Squad 1. Watching that sluggish speed, he was somewhat speechless. Too slow. Too slow. A formidable black iron zombie, yet its speed is even slower than the low-level monsters in the caves. If the skeleton weren't brainless and only knew how to fight head-on, it would have won long ago. If it were a human professional, using a kiting strategy, this kind of zombie wouldn't last long at all. With this in mind, Ark gave the order for bow and arrow number 1 to specifically target its legs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The arrows penetrated the flesh, accompanied by muffled sounds. Most attacks couldn't penetrate the zombie's defense, but under the siege of bow and arrow number 1 and 3 skeleton warriors, its left leg was finally severed. After losing his left arm and left leg, the zombie could only crawl on the skeletal ground, becoming a sitting target. Ark breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seems the zombie's weakness is obvious. Just target the limbs. No wonder this kind of undead is decent in frontal combat, but often disliked by undead mages. Instructor Su Xinyan also said that during the Black Iron stage, she would rather summon weaker skeleton warriors and archers than use zombies. Ark let Squad 1 handle it as usual, disabling all the remaining limbs of the zombies, which sped up their arrival at the scene. The zombies on the ground were still struggling. Ark raised the refined +2 bone spear and tentatively poked it. A clear resistance came through, like stabbing into thick leather. The defense was indeed astonishing. No wonder Squad 1 fought until the Greatsword 1 died and barely managed to chop off one of its arms. The Ark's soul fire flickered slightly. The moment of pride from controlling dozens of skeletons just now instantly vanished. There are too many powerful beings in the underworld. One must never be arrogant. He gripped the spear tightly and unleashed brutal heavy strike. The zombie let out a miserable howl. This time, the spear easily pierced through its body. Black and red filthy blood surged out, adding a hint of stench to the wasteland. Ark nodded. The armor-breaking effect of brutal strike perfectly counters the zombie's tough hide. He tried to activate the Skeleton King again, attempting to forcibly enslave it. Unfortunately, he was a Bone King, not a Zombie King. The skill had no effect, and the zombie instead roared angrily at him. Ark didn't care and continued to conduct experiments on it. Only when the zombie was on the brink of death did he finish collecting data and gain a clearer understanding of this undead. He looked down at it, stabbed it with his gun, and ended its suffering. Soul power +3. Ark stared at the pool of rotting flesh, a sense of anticipation growing in his heart. He wondered if the skeletal armor could absorb the essence of the zombies. He activated the skill, but there was no familiar warmth. Just as he was about to leave, a notification suddenly popped up on the attribute panel. Variable skill detected. Consuming 100 points of soul power will allow mutation. Do you want to start the mutation? A spark of joy lit up Ark's heart, and he immediately chose to confirm. After consuming 100 points of soul power, the long-lost feeling of hunger surged within Ark's heart. He stared at the zombie corpse on the ground, his Adam's apple tightening as he instinctively wanted to devour it. Besides skeletons, zombies have now also become his food. The skill mutation was successful, and he casually named it Corpse Armament. The new skill can absorb the essence of skeleton and zombie corpses, which can be used to strengthen himself or forge equipment. This means he has gained an additional way to become stronger. He immediately activated his skill. The zombie flesh quickly withered to ash, and a surge of heat flowed into his body. His attributes slightly increased, and he tried to channel the strength into his joints. Essence continuously merged, and tendon-like tissues actually grew between his bones. After getting up and moving, he clearly felt his body was more agile and his strength more fluid. He raised his spear and activated Brave Charge, instantly rushing forward more than 10 meters and then easily returning. The same attributes now could produce a stronger burst of power. Although the boost brought by this zombie was not much, his frontline combat power increased by at least 10%. In the mythological era, humans had long discovered that even if different races have the same attributes, their combat power varies greatly. The skeleton's racial coefficient is almost at the bottom. With the same 10 points of constitution, zombies are stronger than minor imps, and minor imps are stronger than skeletons. With the same 10 agility points, the little imp is the fastest, the skeleton is in the middle, and the zombie is the slowest. Although Ark's skeleton clone has evolved into a skeleton warrior, the racial disadvantage is still obvious. To survive, he can only continue devouring and continue to grow stronger. Compared to zombies of the same level and attribute, he has an absolute advantage in agility and spirit, but still falls a little short in strength and constitution. However, with the corpse armament, after absorbing the essence of zombies, he could complement his strengths and weaknesses by integrating the advantages of both skeletons and zombies into his own body, continuously boosting his race's combat power coefficient. Ark felt a surge of excitement. He wanted to be the toughest as well as the fastest zombie. In the future, when encountering more undead, he could continue to devour their essence and stack his combat power to the limit. Just imagining that scene made his heart race. He pushed aside distractions and refocused on refamiliarizing himself with his body. Tried all the skills one by one, just about to catch another skeleton to fill the servitude quota, suddenly noticed the attribute panel had changed again. In the skill bar, an unknown skill, parsing, appeared. He tensed up and focused his attention on it. A piece of information suddenly flooded into his mind. Rotten flesh breeds corpse poison, and corpse poison is the deadliest weapon of the zombie clan. Fangzhou paused for a moment, then understood. The skill currently being analyzed was most likely the zombie's innate talent. Unexpectedly, devouring the essence not only strengthens oneself, but also disassembles the opponent's talent. This attribute panel is simply outrageous. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. At first, he deduced the entire skeleton skill tree from the skeleton's bone armament. What new abilities will emerge once the zombie talent analysis is complete? He quietly felt the progress of the analysis and quickly came to a conclusion. At today's intensity, killing another 100 zombies should almost completely unlock it. A new target was already in front of him. Ark gripped the skeletal spear tightly, his whole body full of strength. He looked up towards the depths of the wasteland. Only one question left: where to find more zombies. He had always thought that only skeletons moved in the bone-filled wasteland. Now it seemed that was not the case. In the outer area, there were only apprentice-level skeletons, no other undead. Because apprentice-level undead come in only one type: skeletons. Only the weakest skeletons could endure that faint blood-red moonlight. And zombies and skeleton warriors are both at the black iron level, so it's perfectly normal for their activity ranges to overlap. Ark felt a faint excitement in his heart. After killing skeletons for 2 months straight, he was already tired of it. Now he could finally change opponents. Maybe besides mummies, other undead creatures would appear. He suppressed his emotions, casually grabbed a greatsword skeleton warrior, forcibly enslaved it, named it Greatsword No. 1, and added it to Squad No. 1. Afterwards, he continued hunting with 7 skeleton squads. However, this time, he gave all his subordinates a new order. When encountering undead other than skeletons, do not fight head-on. First use Soul Link to warn, to avoid foolishly rushing in to die again. 2 hours later, with the younger brothers helping him train, the skeleton clone's strength broke through 40 points. Ark glanced at the blood moon, found a hidden corner to log off, and retracted his consciousness back into his main body. In the underground cave, the monsters howled continuously deep into the night, but outside the bear's den, the smell of blood was too strong, and no monsters dared to approach. There were still a few hours until dawn, so he crawled into the tent to rest. The gargoyle soared through the air. On his back, Wang Tao whispered to Lu Hu, saying there was a mineral vein northwest of the thorn forest, with a cluster of kobolds and even an apprentice ascended leader. Ark was only mid-level apprentice. If he tried to break through, would something go wrong? Lu Hu laughed and said that fighting head-on might not guarantee success, but Ark was clever enough not to crash easily. Wang Tao was silent, but increasingly eager to see how he would break the deadlock. The gargoyle returned to the fortress, and 3 instructors landed. Su Xinyan waved her staff, sending the gargoyle back to the underworld. Everyone gathered around to ask questions. She raised the demon sealing box and said the mission went smoothly. Thanks to the Ark's early warning, the desecrated torch was taken down as soon as it ascended to black iron, and the core has been retrieved. Someone excitedly said that after purification, the underworld will be safe. Su Xinyan smiled and said that the core has already been purified by the Ark, and it even received a reward from the world will, gaining a new rune insight. Everyone was shocked. The Necromancer can purify the core. Apprentices can already comprehend the world rune. This simply defies common sense. Lu Hu suppressed the discussion and ordered secrecy for the time being, saying they would test it after the Ark returned. At the same time, compile the trainees' combat footage for others to reference. The crowd received the order and dispersed. Lu Hu turned to Su Xinyan and said, "Instructor Xinyan, please take the desecration core back to the military academy for inspection." Su Xinyan saluted, carrying the sealing demon box as she passed through the underground fortress, hurrying back to the military academy. 1 hour later, the principal's office. Su Tianqua toyed with the purified, level 2 nether stone, his expression shocked. To have purified the desecration core so thoroughly without damaging the materials. How exactly did the Ark accomplish this? Su Xinyan collapsed proudly on the sofa and said, "I told you, necromancers are the strongest. The purify skill of light classes just destroys the core outright, leaving nothing behind. This time, the Ark's precise operation completely crushes it." Su Tianqua nodded and asked again, "What world rune has he comprehended?" "It's called Night Watcher, which can reduce mental energy consumption. It's not in the Human Federation database. It's brand new." Su Tianqua said in a deep voice, "World runes are rewards from the will of Blue Star, only granted to those recognized." Fangzhou was able to comprehend one during the apprentice stage, indicating enormous potential. "I will give you the latest research data. You pass it to him. As long as he contributes enough, he can obtain even stronger runes." "Yes, Principal." Su Xinyan immediately leaned over coquettishly. "Since the Ark is so important, can you give our research group more support? A few 100,000 contribution points, or send a few more seniors, or at least increase the reimbursement rate." Su Tianqua snorted coldly. "A few 100,000? If I dared to give, would they dare to take it?" After a pause, he added, "Further support will increase." With the goal achieved, Su Xinyan snatched the level 2 netherstone. "The gems are the spoils of the Ark. I'll keep them for now and return them after the dungeon hunt." After saying that, she ran off. Su Tianqua looked at the swinging door and rubbed his forehead. That girl, her heart is already focused on someone else. He slowly stood up, looked at the faintly brightening sky outside the window, and couldn't help but smile. The Ark, this monster, is truly astonishing. With him around, the new recruits competition might really be able to challenge the top military academy. Early the next morning, Haicheng Military Academy. First-year students arrived at the classroom on time to watch the final day of the hunting live broadcast of the seed candidates. Before the official broadcast, the instructor first played the highlights of the next day's battle. Unlike the high spirits of the first day, the elite trainees in the video were almost all fleeing for their lives. Except for the first 3 segments, the rest of the footage basically showed embarrassing scenes of being surrounded and blocked by monsters. Without the help of the giant bear, Meng Hongzhuang had to struggle alone with the wolf pack in the dense forest, narrowly escaping. Yi Fan could only keep retreating when facing the nocturnal demons. Zhao Yuan was ambushed by lurking elite demons and nearly got eliminated. The scene was brutal, causing the watching trainees to feel chills in their hearts. It wasn't until the Ark's battle began that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The third place was when he cleared the Demon Swamp Frog group in the foul-smelling swamp. For him, it was just a quick battle, but the instructor required everyone to write a 2,000-word tactical analysis. The second place was when he exterminated the ice trolls in the underground river. The battle itself was not complicated. The highlight was his use of battle preparation to enhance group brutality magic, stacking corruption poison, specifically countering the enemy's regeneration. This talent for on-the-spot adjustment cannot be learned by others. The last first place was him directly clashing with the Wurg Rider cavalry on the frozen tundra, all to save Shinziwei. Although the live broadcast was interrupted at the time, the recorder fully preserved the battle. The Ark, relying on powerful spells and a skeleton army, crushed the enemy head-on and annihilated the entire force. This battle was almost a hard power showdown, and other trainees really couldn't learn many operational details. But the instructor still ranked it top 1, simply because Ark braved the rain to rescue the fallen trainees. This sense of responsibility is worth learning from for everyone. What they truly regretted was that the entire process of Ark dealing with the desecrated Will-o'-the-Wisp and desecrated torch in the town ruins wasn't recorded. Interfered by the desecrated torch, the hunting recorder failed, so that textbook-level escape can only be completed through imagination. After watching the edit, one student couldn't help but sigh. The power gap is too big. The swamp frog was casually wiped out by him. I really don't know what I can learn. Another person shook his head in opposition. That's not right. The colorful swamp frog is the command core, something I had no idea about before. This shows that before Ark entered the swamp, he thoroughly understood the monster data. Knowing yourself and your enemy is itself the key to victory or defeat. A female student added. There's also the detail that when the flying insects harassed, he only defended and didn't waste his mental energy. When the main force of the magic marsh frog appeared, they immediately launched an attack, using the skeletal flying spear to precisely behead the core, directly breaking the entire situation. My judgment on this kind of battle opportunity is far off. The discussion voices rose one after another, and the name Ark was repeatedly mentioned. After 2 days of live streaming from the underground cave, all the trainees understood. Ark's strength is not only in numbers, but also in judgment, rhythm, and overall planning. The instructors silently nodded on the side. Having such a role model made teaching much easier. Just hope this kid fights a few more rounds. Deep inside dungeon number 1, Ark emerged from the tent full of energy. After a simple wash-up, he inspected the skeleton guards and climbed the hill to look into the distance. The magical moss revived, and the dark dungeon gradually brightened. The town ruins lay quietly in the distance, like a sleeping beast. Through the night vision goggles, packs of monsters were feeding and fighting. Ark breathed a sigh of relief. With the desecration torch destroyed, this area finally returned to normal. After quickly washing his face, Ark finished a box of field rations, opened the hunting recorder's map, and began planning today's route. Only 1 day of hunting time remained before 8 a.m. tomorrow. He ranked first with a score of 500 points, having long held the lead, so there was no need to desperately grind for more points. Now, he just wanted to go to the thorny jungle to find the precious chainstone mineral veins. Last night before leaving, Instructor Wang Tao specifically mentioned that there was a large group of kobolds in the northwest direction of the thorny jungle. The instructor had been stationed in this area for years and was thoroughly familiar with the terrain. After Ark scanned the beast skin map seized from the kobolds with the recorder, the instructors must have also learned about the precious chainstone lode. He guessed the thorn jungle had long been explored, and the lode was most likely confirmed. Wang Tao wouldn't say something casually. That sentence was clearly pointing him in a direction. Ark stared at the map. To the northwest was a stretch of rolling hills. He noted this favor and ordered the skeleton army to pack up and head straight for the bramble forest. Kacha! Kacha! The skeleton army left the cold wasteland and entered the ruins of the town. Last night, this place was deathly silent. But now, without the suppression of the desecration torches, monsters flooded back overnight, and the entire ruins came alive again. Within less than a kilometer, 3 waves of monsters charged. Ark casually collected the points and materials, urging the team to speed up. The location of the Orvane was still unknown, and there was no time to waste. The magical moss emitted a faint glow like scattered gold, illuminating the dust-covered streets. Ark stood among the skeletons, his gaze cold and sharp. The soul vision activated. Spiritual power unfolded. The skeleton's soul flames synchronized and responded. Combined with the intermittently functioning thermal imaging alerts, no monster could get close. Suddenly, his gaze darkened as he stared into the dark alley on the left, his footsteps stopping. The skeleton army instantly halted, 40 skulls all turning sharply in the same direction. In the shadows, a group of creatures resembling night goblins was quietly approaching, their sharp claws glinting coldly. They wanted to launch a sneak attack, but the Ark had long since locked onto their positions. He ordered them to form a formation, with skeletons forming a circular defensive line while simultaneously unleashing a rain of bone arrows. The bone arrows pierced through the air as the stalkers were pinned one by one into the ruins. The skeleton swung its bony claws, charging into the shadows, completely shredding the remaining monsters. Threat cleared. Hunting points plus 15. Soul power plus 0.4. The harvest was pitifully small. Ark frowned. He had the skeletons sort the spoils, then led the team deeper into the ruins. To reach the thorny jungle fastest, cutting straight through this town was the shortest route. But the frequency of battles along the way still exceeded his expectations. This wasteland is like an arena for monsters. Even frost-loving gnolls and trolls appear frequently. There are even monsters larger than trolls. With a boom, as the skeleton squad entered the narrow alley, a huge ferocious spider descended from above, spreading its web, trying to trap the entire team. Ark was already using soul vision, seeing through its route in advance. He calmly issued the order, and the skeletons quickly scattered. The next second, mass brutality was activated, and the skeleton's damage surged. The narrow alley was originally the hunting ground chosen by the spider, but was instead sealed off by the Ark using skeleton lock. The fearless skeletons, relying on their small size and quick movements, attacked from all sides. Under the enhancement of death energy and poison, the bone claws tore wildly. A few minutes later, the spider was broken into pieces. Hunting points plus 7. Soul power plus 0.2. Looking at the skull covered in sticky cobwebs, Ark frowned, skirted around the blood pool, and continued forward. The deeper I went, the more unsettling the environment became. The rubble and stones were replaced by wet mud. Between the collapsed buildings, large patches of trees had grown. He breathed a sigh of relief. The thorny jungle was near. Suddenly, a pungent smell of blood hit his face. Ark's expression darkened, and he immediately activated soul vision. Ahead, the fluctuations of souls were astonishingly dense. He edged along the crumbling wall around the corner. In front of us was a small battlefield. On one side were swarms of vicious rats. The bodies were not large in size, but their numbers were terrifying. Its crimson eyes were full of wildness. On the other side were several ferocious wolves. The wolf's body is slender, with fur that gleams with a metallic sheen. Although surrounded, it still held on stubbornly, growling continuously. Claws and sharp teeth clashed wildly. Blood splattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Ark quietly observed and quickly assessed the situation. Together, they were no match for the skeleton army. Moreover, they were already bloodthirsty. Free points. If you don't take them, it's a waste. Ark waved his wand, and a silent command was sent down. The skeleton army slipped out stealthily from all sides of the battlefield, quietly encircling and blocking all escape routes. Seeing the monsters on the field still struggling, he seized the moment and ordered a simultaneous charge. The skeletons gleamed with a cold light, accompanied by sharp clashing sounds, pressing into the battlefield from all directions. The ferocious rats and ferocious wolves were caught off guard, and the already chaotic situation quickly spiraled out of control. The ferocious rats reacted the fastest. Some tried to flee, but their escape routes were blocked by the skeletons. Another group turned red-eyed and lunged at the skeletons. There were fewer ferocious wolves, but they were more aggressive, engaging in a direct frontal clash. Ark hid behind the skeletons, looking relaxed as he watched the summoned creatures surround and kill the monsters. Outnumbering them, The blades struck bones to shatter, one after another falling down. The battle only lasted a moment. With both superior numbers and combat power, the army quickly cleared the field. Hunting points +40. Soul power +1. The ground was covered with corpses. The Ark naturally wouldn't waste anything. Skinning and dismantling the bones earned at least 10 contribution points. After cleaning up the battlefield, he immediately left. Ahead lies the boundary between the town ruins and the thicket of brambles. Trees and vines entwined into a maze, the light blocked layer by layer, leaving only mottled green shadows. The air is fresh, yet conceals a hidden danger. The Ark rested at the edge for 10 minutes, eating rations to recover strength. Just as he was about to lead the team into the forest, his mind suddenly jolted. Apostle count +1. He immediately checked the clone panel. New apostle, Sandrew, Golden Ascended Lich. Ark's gaze darkened. Gold supremacy. He was not unfamiliar with the name Sandro. Flipping through Su Xinyan's notes, he quickly confirmed. Sandrew is the strongest undead mage in the Human League, having single-handedly established the professional system, and is recognized as a leading authority. Now that I have become an apostle of the doppelganger, it can only mean one thing. The other party also practiced the Skeletal King meditation technique. It is precisely because of this that they can establish a soul connection with the skeleton duplicates from the underworld. Ark pondered for a moment, then quickly set aside his concerns. Having one more golden upper apostle will only make the duplicate stronger. After Su Xinyan, another strong reinforcement is added. With intercepted meditation, the efficiency of acquiring knowledge and soul power will only increase. The skeleton clones are just soul-level entities below the black iron tier, far inferior to those two golden rank apostles. Apart from intercepted meditation, he can't find any other use for them at the moment. Ark sighed. It would be great to have an apprentice or black iron level necromancer as an apostle. That way, he could let loose and try out all the apostle abilities. Unfortunately, necromancers are too rare. The recorded history of the United Humans lists no more than 100, and those who survive the human-demon blood war and the decay of death energy to live to this day are less than half of that. In all these years in the Longxia Federation, he was the only one awakened as a necromancer. Meeting a newcomer even newer than him was purely a matter of luck. If only the awakening probability could be increased to grow the number of necromancers. After all, strength lies in numbers. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. After the rest, he commanded the skeleton army to step into the thorny forest. The guidebook clearly stated that the most common monsters here were called predator clusters. They use bright colors and strong fragrances to lure their prey. Once it gets close, it devours instantly. Soon, he witnessed a scene with his own eyes. A stone-skinned lizard, enchanted by the fragrance, staggered and crawled under the flower bush. With a rustle, the originally beautiful flower bush suddenly split open, like a wide-open mouth, swallowing the lizard in one gulp. Fangzhou frowned and immediately sent several skeletons rushing forward. Taking advantage of it being immobile while digesting, they tore it into pieces directly. The jungle was home to more than just this kind of danger. Many monsters are very skilled at camouflage, lying still and waiting to suddenly strike when prey comes close. After moving forward several hundred meters, he saw a fierce python that looked like a withered vine drop from a tree and lightning-fast swallow a sluggish, fierce rabbit. Ark felt a tightening in his chest. The thorny forest was indeed the most dangerous area of cave number 1. Roles can switch at any time here. He constantly activates soul vision, sensing the surroundings with soul waves. Several times, he almost got ambushed but managed to avoid it beforehand. Outside the underground chamber, the students watching the live stream also exploded with excitement. How did he detect that dead leaf demon butterfly just now? It was so close, I never realized that fallen leaf was a demon. Yifan also went hunting in the jungle yesterday and ended up making a disgraceful retreat. He is a demon hunter known for agility and perception, yet he couldn't handle it. Fang Zhou is a frail, undead mage. So why can he be so at ease in the even more dangerous thorny jungle? It's been several times now. He hasn't been hit by a single ambush. I'm sure he has very strong detection abilities. Right. Otherwise, how could he move so easily through the thorny jungle? The cadets at Haiching Military Academy are all elites. Watching the live battle broadcast of the Ark, they quickly guessed that he had some detection method. But someone immediately frowned. No, I checked the Necromancer's skill database, and apprentices don't have detection skills at all. Ark hasn't rehearsed it before. Where did he learn it from? Another person whispered. Could it be that he entered the cave only 2 days ago and already figured out a new skill? Everyone fell silent. Although reluctant to admit it, this seemed to be the only explanation. Watching Ark in the live stream looking as relaxed as if on a picnic, someone couldn't help but curse. Pervert. In the cave fortress, Su Xinyan and Lu Hu, who had just returned, exchanged a glance. Expressions complicated. Lu Hu frowned. Since when did he gain sensory abilities? Su Xinyan shook her head. Definitely not before entering cave number 1. A couple of days ago during the live broadcast, he was still relying on thermal radar for early warning. Lu Hu gasped coldly. Could it be that after last night's battle with the desecrating ghost fire, he suddenly had an epiphany? Su Xinyan tightened her grip on her staff, remained silent for a long time, then said coldly, "When he returns, I will ask him face to face." After narrowly avoiding several waves of monster attacks, Ark had already gotten the rhythm of the jungle. But these monsters were cunning and tough. Even after killing them, the points gained were minimal, and fighting head-on would only slow progress. He immediately changed his strategy. Relying on his perception of soul fluctuations, he used the terrain and vegetation as cover, trying to avoid conflicts as much as possible. The skeleton army's speed soared, flowing through the forest like a ghostly flood. Suddenly, Ark stopped and looked at a towering tree on the left. Thick purple-black vines twisted around the tree, several intertwined together, each as thick as an arm. The surface was cracked and rough, yet exuded a strange vitality. Ark's eyes lit up. This looks like ivy. The ivy berries it bears are rare, natural treasures. The Changchun fruit can not only be consumed directly to quickly restore physical strength and mental energy, but it is also a key material for apprentice-level natural profession users to break through the black iron bottleneck. At the military academy, one Changchun fruit is worth at least 20 contribution points, and it is often out of stock year-round. If you want to exchange for it, you have to wait in line. Ark stared at that piece of long spring ivy, feeling tense inside. Has it matured? How many fruits has it borne? The rare treasures hidden in the underground caves are never left unguarded. He activated soul vision and carefully scanned around, soon discovering a nest of fierce bees not far away. After confirming this, he actually smiled. In the past, facing a large number of flying monsters, a necromancer like him who lacked area of effect attacks would have been completely helpless. But now it's different. With the frog drum, it perfectly counters them. Ark immediately took out the frog drum, infused it with spiritual power, and lightly struck it. A deep humming sound spread out, causing the insect-type monsters lurking in the forest to lose control and flee in panic. The beehive shook violently. One by one, fist-sized fierce bees staggered out of the hive as if drunk. They guarded the fat queen bee, clustering into a black cloud in midair, caught in a dilemma. The sound of the frog drum was like a natural enemy pressing down, giving them a splitting headache. But the hive and the ivy were the fruits of their many years of hard work. Seeing this, Ark fully unleashed his spiritual power and increased the frequency. Croak, croak. Each frog call was louder than the last. The queen bee finally couldn't hold on any longer, letting out a piercing screech and suddenly turning around. The swarm fled in panic behind it, not even taking their hive with them. The Ark did not stop, continuing to suppress. A few minutes later, after confirming the swarm had completely gone, he retracted the drum. He commanded the skeletons to move forward and begin collecting the ivy. Since the mythical era, the promotion system for human professionals has gradually improved. Countless pioneers have repeatedly experimented and summarized a large number of rare materials and treasures that can help with breakthroughs. No matter how gifted a person is, they still need them. Using them in conjunction during breakthroughs can not only stabilize the foundation and strengthen attributes, but also enhance skill effects. For this very reason, these materials are always in high demand. What's more troublesome is that their growing conditions are extremely harsh, making mass production nearly impossible. The ivy in front of him is one of them. Ark didn't intend to take the entire ivy. He only picked the ripe ivy fruits as trophies. After leaving the underground cave, whether he ate it himself, handed it over to the military academy, or sold it to the trainees, he could gain quite a few benefits. He lifted up the apprentice's magic staff, parted the leaves on the vines, and his eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a lush, green changchun fruit. A skeleton suddenly jumped up, its sharp claws clutching the fruit and pulling hard. With a snap, the changchun fruit was pulled down and landed in Fang Zhou's hand. Ark carefully examined the fruit. Its size was about the same as a lychee, without a shell, entirely emerald green, with a rough surface covered in tiny bumps. It felt good to hold. A faint scent of fresh grass spread out. He could clearly feel the rich and pure life force inside the fruit. No wonder it could directly replenish physical strength and mental energy. The first one obtained is worth 20 contribution points. Ark was full of energy, searching along the vine bit by bit. From one end to the other, he then picked 3 more ripe ones one after another. Actually, there are still quite a few on the vine, but they are not ripe yet and very small. Taking it down now is useless. He thought for a moment and decided to leave it be, waiting until it ripened. Anyway, the coordinates had already been recorded in the hunting recorder. According to the rules, discovering and registering this kind of renewable resource point also earned contribution rewards. After collecting 4 changchun fruits, he turned around and with a skeletal flying spear, directly blasted down the fierce beehive hanging high on the branch. Honey and bee bodies are both high-value resources. The thief won't leave empty-handed. Of course, he won't let this opportunity slip. Let's just consider these fierce bees as having exchanged their lives. The skeleton army quickly cleared the battlefield, earning another 100 contribution points this round. Monsters hoard food, he hoards resources. The underground cave is practically his warehouse. Ark felt relieved. With the skeleton clearing the path ahead, he continued deeper into the thorny jungle. This time, he clearly slowed down his pace. He walked while staring at the trees on both sides, hoping to come across something as good as the longan fruit again. But such rare treasures are not easily encountered. 2 hours later, Fang Zhou burst out of the jungle, covered in bloodstains along with dozens of skeletons, looking battered and weary. He turned back to look at the forest that appeared calm on the surface, but was actually full of deadly traps, and let out a long breath. Finally escaped from this cursed place, Fang Zhou took out his hunting recorder and checked the map, confirming that he had reached the northwest boundary of the thorn jungle. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and there was still plenty of time. He could continue to explore deeper. Instructor Wang Tao said that there are many kobolds in this area. Ark randomly chose a direction, ready to try his luck. This is the deepest part of cave number 1. Except for him, no other first year could possibly get this far. The monsters were so dense it was terrifying. He hacked away until his hands went numb, making progress painfully slow. After casually dealing with a ferocious wolf, he furrowed his brow. In these 3 days, he noticed that the skeleton army was making too much noise, easily attracting all the creatures with keen senses. He needed to figure out a way to get a skill to hide his tracks, or sooner or later he'd be surrounded. Before long, the sounds of kobolds actually appeared. Woof, woof, woof. Just after crossing the hillside, the sound of barking pierced my ears. Ark's eyes lit up. After searching for so long with no sign, now it's coming right to me. He quietly sneaked over with the skeleton army. Passing through the woods, he saw a group of kobolds fighting fiercely with goblins. He hid downwind and watched coldly. The kobolds, relying on their numbers and iron weapons, clearly had the upper hand against the goblins. He did not get involved. This group is all male dog-headed goblins. It cannot be a complete tribe. There must be a larger nest behind them. And the iron tools in their hands indicate that the tribe occupies an iron mine. Following them, we might be able to find the adamantite ore. Soon, the battle ended. The goblins died or fled. The kobolds howled wildly at the sky, carrying their spoils and heading north. Ark followed from a distance, not daring to get too close. Half an hour later, he saw a hidden camp deep in the jungle. Built with wood and stone, simple but sturdy, with defensive works around the perimeter. The campfire burned bright red, illuminating the entire camp. Kobolds bustled around the campfire. Some were cooking meat, some were repairing weapons, and some were celebrating. The camp was noisy and excited. To find the fine chainstone mine, he had to first figure out the true nature of this tribe. Ark hid under the big tree, using the shadows to observe the kobold camp. After getting a clear view, he frowned and put down the night vision binoculars. Within his line of sight alone, there were over 100 kobolds. They were busy reinforcing defenses, moving quickly. In the center of the camp stood a stone building, clearly taller than the other houses and still unfinished. A dog-headed person holding a staff, wearing a headband and a clean robe, stood on a high place, loudly giving orders. Full of imposing momentum, most likely the shaman leader of this tribe. In this soul vision, that guy's soul aura was particularly dazzling, stronger than any mid-level monsters among the apprentices he had encountered before. Could it be that the apprentice has advanced? Ark's expression was grave. After entering the number 1 abyss, he had killed many elite mid-level apprentice demons, but this was the first time he had encountered a leader of the upper-level apprentices. What was more troublesome was that the opponent was hiding among hundreds of kobolds and was not foolish. This was much more difficult to deal with than those solitary monsters. He continued to observe and soon spotted more than a dozen elite kobolds with dark red skin and burly builds. Based on experience, at least 1/3 of them were slingers. Their accuracy wasn't high, and their lethality was average, but when their numbers were large, they could suppress with a barrage of firepower. He could activate the bone shield for self-protection, but the summoned skeletons couldn't withstand several rounds of concentrated fire. There are also 2 wooden arrow towers on both sides of the camp gate. They are currently empty. Once the battle starts, the ranged firepower from above will be extremely deadly. Ark gently shook his head, rejecting the idea of a direct assault. Even if hundreds of kobolds rushed together, winning would come at a heavy cost. Too risky, not worth it. If we don't fight, then what? Test the waters? Or retreat first? Dungeon Fortress, Command Hall. Several instructors stared at the screen showing the Ark. Seeing this heavily guarded camp, someone sighed. The scale is too large, the threat to the trainees is too high. We'll need to clean up after the hunt. The female instructor watching over the Ark smiled. Maybe we won't have to intervene. He might be able to handle it himself. The other party shook his head with a wry smile. Impossible. A sorcerer leader who is an apprentice's superior is inherently difficult to deal with. This team includes a dozen elite kobold apprentices and over 100 well-equipped ordinary kobolds. Compared to the scattered soldiers and mercenaries in the underground lair, this tribe is practically a regular army. With such a solid camp, I really can't think of how the Ark could break through this tough nut. Unless all the trial trainees strike together, it's only then that it might be possible to flatten this place. The female instructor fell silent. She was clear in her heart that Ark could not possibly eliminate such a large-scale group of dog-headed men alone. If there was enough time, he could still use his mobility advantage to conduct guerrilla tactics, gradually wearing down the opponent's defenses. But now there is less than half a day left until the underground cave hunting ends. He simply couldn't afford to waste time at all. Su Xinyan suddenly spoke. Aren't you mistaken? Ark just needs to find the refined chainstone vein, not necessarily wipe out the entire camp. He already has first place secured, so he doesn't need these extra points. Lu Hu stared at the live broadcast screen, stroking his chin. I actually think this kid might give us a surprise. Northwest Hills. Just as Feng Zhou was hesitating, a burst of excited barking suddenly came from the camp. He immediately raised his night vision binoculars, focusing on the movements of the dog-headed people. At the warlock's barked command, after a commotion, about 30 kobolds stepped out. Among them, 3 or 4 mid-level apprentices led the elite. They held rough mining picks, equipped similarly to the squad that previously defeated the goblins. Their formation was scattered but orderly, swinging their picks as they climbed the hills behind the camp. Ark's heart stirred. They're going mining? This is simply an opportunity delivered on a silver platter. He immediately bypassed the camp, took a wide circle around the outskirts, and quietly followed. All along the way, he observed carefully and felt increasingly that something was wrong. This group of kobolds was definitely not just here to mine. They were tense, especially the few elites, whose ears were standing upright, ready to confront any enemy at any moment. Feng Zhou frowned. They are not far from the camp, so the threats around should have been cleared long ago. Then who are they defending against? Originally, he planned to find the location of the mineral vein and then directly deal with them one by one. Now it seems things are not that simple. Thinking of this, his movements became even lighter. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Before entering the underground cave, he sprayed deodorizer and could also use a night vision telescope for long-distance tracking. The skeleton army, which could easily expose his whereabouts, was left behind. It is precisely because of this that those keen-nosed goblins did not detect him. The Ark followed the goblin squad all the way, crossing mountains and hills until they finally reached their destination. Soon, harsh barking and the clash of weapons came from ahead. They were fighting other creatures. Could it be that there is more than one kind of monster here besides the goblins? Ark hid in the grass and looked through the binoculars, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. In the center of the hills, there was actually an undeveloped open-pit iron mine. The ore vein looked like a wound torn open in the earth, with dark gray and deep red intertwined, and piles of or surrounding it, forming a natural cover. There were several pitch-dark entrances around, as if leading deep underground, conveying a sense of danger and oppression. Judging by the scale, this is an iron mine with an astonishing reserve. No wonder the kobolds have so many iron weapons. And since chainstones often coexist with metal ores, perhaps the resource he truly wants is hidden here. At this moment, he clearly saw the opponent fighting the kobolds. Several huge ferocious ants were rushing out of the mine. They were stronger than ordinary ferocious ants, wolfhound-sized, covered in heavy armor, yet astonishingly fast. Their scythe-like giant jaws gleamed coldly, able to cleave through rock with a single swipe. But the dog-headed men were clearly not facing them for the first time. They worked in perfect coordination, using sheer numbers to encircle the charging savage ants. A few elite dog-headed warriors charged at the front, forcefully holding back the assault. The scattered savage ants were quickly slain one by one. With the battle over, the elite dog-headed warriors raised the bodies and howled in defiance. Then, the squad immediately began mining. More than 20 ordinary kobolds swung their pickaxes fiercely against the mine walls. A few elites guarded the entrance, staring intently into the darkness, ready to fight again at any moment. Ark in the bushes saw everything clearly, and the doubts in his heart were consequently resolved. No wonder this group of kobolds is well-equipped and on high alert. It turns out there is also a nest of ferocious ants inside the mine vein. Although kobolds are not very smart, they are more than enough to crush ant colonies that act purely on instinct. Ark observed that the ferocious ants that occasionally crawled out of their nest were surrounded and killed by patrol squads on the spot, without any chance to fight back. The battle was decided, but Ark had an even more ruthless thought in mind. Both sides were obstacles he had to clear, so why not use their strength against them and let them destroy each other? Since the savage ants were brainless, he didn't mind playing the role of strategist for once. He quickly settled on a plan, drank a mental stimulant, activated, calm, and composed, restoring his consumed mental energy to its peak. Then he mobilized 40 skeletons from the rear to approach the mineral vein, summoned 20 more to make a total of 60, ensuring numerical advantage. Ready. With a wave of his staff, the attack began. Several elite kobolds had just detected something abnormal when 60 skeletons surged into the open-pit mine like a dark tide. Ark released a volley of skeletal arrows first, the arrows covering the sky, killing several kobolds who were mining on the spot. Then he cast Mass Brutality, enveloping the entire army with death and corruption, greatly boosting the skeletons' combat power. The strengthened undead charged forward wildly. The elite kobolds fought desperately, but were caught off guard by Arkansas. Several skeletal javelins shot through the air, precisely piercing their hearts one by one. The leader fell, and the rest of the kobolds instantly collapsed, their defenses shattered, turning to flee for their lives. But Ark was already prepared. He expended his mental energy to summon a great army, all for leaving none behind. Since stepping onto the battlefield, don't expect to leave alive. Under the siege of the skeleton army, the kobolds in the mine vein were cleared out within minutes, all falling on the or they were guarding. Hunting points plus 40. Soul power plus 1.2. The battle was quick and decisive, and the kobold camp in the distance remained completely unaware. The dust settled, and the Ark took over the open pit mine with the skeleton army. He did not stop and immediately activated the plan. The so-called driving out the tiger to swallow the wolf is actually quite simple. Lead the ferocious ant swarm from the underground anthill to assault the kobold camp. The first step is to lure the ants out of the hole. Previous battles have already proven that a few scattered ferocious ants pose no threat to the kobolds. Only by forcing them to swarm out in full force can the defense line of the camp at the foot of the mountain be torn apart. Ark took 3 items out of the backpack. The first was the frog croaking drum, obtained by defeating the swamp frog in the stinking swamp. It can modulate sound waves and emit a special summoning call that is a deadly lure to insect-type monsters. No matter how much the ferocious ants mutate, their essence is still insects, and they cannot escape their instincts. The second item is the gland of a fierce ant queen he hunted in the past 3 days. The strong pheromones inside can stimulate the ant colony to gather and ignite their urge to attack. The third item is the sweet sac collected from the slime. The sweet fragrance can also lure out the fierce ants. 3 lures were set out at the same time. He didn't believe the ant colony could still shrink back into the hole. Inside Haiching Military Academy, when the live broadcast showed that open pit mine vein, the whole venue erupted in excitement. Such a huge vein. The Ark is making crazy profits. The #1 cave that has been explored for decades actually still hides this kind of resource. Unbelievable. What kind of luck does he have? One strange item after another, casually killing dog-headed goblins, and still able to pick up veins. I'm jealous. Someone joked self-deprecatingly. Luckily, it's iron ore, not too valuable. Just depends on how many refining stones there are. Another sneered. Even a little is worth a few hundred contribution points. He doesn't have to do anything now. Just report the coordinates to the military academy, and once the exploration is done, he can earn effortlessly. Watching the Ark command the skeleton army to sweep through the goblin squad, someone else sighed softly. In the dungeon, he's truly unstoppable. Then looking at Meng Hongzhuang and Gu Zhiqiu, chased all over the place by monsters, their cries filling the air. Look at us again. We can only sit in the classroom and watch the experts live stream killing monsters. Sigh, how can the gap between people be so big? The moment the words were spoken, the classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart, but no one could refute it. There were also die-hard fans of Ark who were not discouraged at all. Instead, they looked proud. Even that little fan with the melon-shaped face pounded the table, shouting excitedly, "Ark boss, forever the god." Suddenly, someone frowned while staring at the screen. What is Ark trying to do? Feeding the fierce ants with the kobold corpse. Everyone immediately looked at the live stream. In the open pit mine vein, Ark commanded the skeleton army to crush the aggressive ant queen's glands and the slime's sweet pulp sacs, mixing the juices together and smearing them on the kobold corpses. Then, he tied several corpses coated with the bait together with a thick rope and threw them into different ant nest entrances. After that, he struck the frog-calling drum. Deep, rhythmic drum beats echoed across the open hills. This special sound wave had no effect on humans or kobolds, but it was a deadly temptation for the ferocious ants underground. While drumming, Feng Zhou simultaneously opened his soul vision, closely monitoring the surrounding soul fluctuations. He deployed 60 skeleton soldiers in dispersed formations. Only a few were kept close for protection, while the rest were withdrawn far away to avoid interfering with the ants' movements. Rumble, rumble. The ground began to shake, as if a giant beast was running wildly underground. In the soul realm, hundreds of swarms of ant spirit lights were rapidly approaching the surface. The bait worked. Step 1, luring the ants out of the hole, was successful. Seeing the ant swarm about to burst out of the entrance, the Ark immediately retreated to the edge of the vein with the remaining null corpses. Step 2, divert the trouble eastward. Crunch, crunch. The sound of shells scraping against the soil grew increasingly grating. A group of huge, fierce ants burst out of the ground. Their antennae swung, quickly locking onto their target. To be precise, it was the corpse in Ark's hands, covered in pheromones. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The swarm of ants sprinted on 6 legs, directly attacking Ark. Without hesitation, Ark activated skeletal wings. The bony wings behind him instantly spread. He leapt into the air, using the momentum of gliding to head straight for the kobold camp. In midair, one hand carried 3 or 4 corpses, while the other continued drumming. Behind him was a raging army of ferocious ants in full pursuit. The multiple decoys completely drove the savage ants insane. They lost their minds and charged out of the hill mines following the scent of the ark. During the chase, over a dozen ants fell, breaking bones and tendons from moving too fast, but they were immediately trampled into mush by their fellow ants behind them, and the swarm never stopped. After rushing down the hill, the ark headed straight for the kobold camp. He skillfully approached 6 o'clock, his speed far surpassing that of the savage ants, so he wasn't afraid of being caught. Sometimes he would deliberately slow his pace, leaving behind 1 or 2 kobold corpses as markers to ensure the ant swarm didn't go off course. The situation quickly turned into the rhythm he was most skilled at: me running, you chasing. Under his lead, the ferocious ants pouring out like an uncontrolled flood crushed rocks, trees, and mounds blocking their path, kicking up clouds of dust. The vein was not far from the camp, and such a commotion soon alerted the kobolds. The warlock leader gave the order, and several strong scouts climbed up the watchtower to take a look. Woof, woof, woof. When they saw the dark, dense swarm of ants sweeping in, they all trembled with fear, and only one reacted first, urgently sounding the alarm. The warlock leader's face suddenly changed, and he roared toward the sky. The camp instantly fell into chaos, kobolds scattering everywhere, hastily preparing defenses. Looking down from high above, only to see a black tide rushing straight toward the camp. The rustling sound stretched out in a continuous wave, the stench of blood and gore carried by the wind into their nostrils, making the already tense kobolds even more fearful. The warlock leader climbed the watchtower, watching hundreds of giant ants form into a battle formation, shaking the ground. The charge sounded like 1,000 armies pressing in, killing intent battering against them. It swallowed hard and stared fixedly at the ark leading the way ahead. With its intelligence, it had long since identified the culprit as this human. It was precisely him who brought the originally nest-bound ferocious ants here. No matter what means he used, this cunning human must die. Unfortunately, there was too little time left for the kobold warlock leader. Besides ordering to defend the camp to the death, there was no other option. Inside the camp, the kobolds were all suppressed. Many kobolds looked pale, their throats tight, and they kept swallowing saliva. Their whole bodies stiffened, muscles tense, hands and feet trembling, barely obeying commands. They had seen vicious ants before and had killed them, but those were always in groups, one attacking one. There were many kobolds, few ants. This time, it was completely the opposite. Under the temptation of that human, the number of aggressive ants far exceeded theirs. Hundreds of aggressive ants charged at once, their momentum pressing down like a mountain. They were laughably tiny. Among the dozen or so apprentice-level elite kobolds, their faces were also serious, breathing rapidly, fists clenched tightly. Woof! The warlock leader, seeing the morale waver, suddenly howled wildly toward the sky and waved his bone staff. The bloodthirsty dark magic was unleashed. A blood-red light exploded, sweeping across the camp like a wave. The spell forcibly drew out the ferocity in their hearts, suppressing their fear and turning it into fighting spirit. One led another, and their momentum quickly connected into a continuous force. The kobolds that were trembling moments ago gradually hardened their gaze and stopped retreating. The ant tide was approaching, the rustling sound growing denser. The appearance of the fierce ants was already clearly visible, but under the blessing of the bloodthirsty magic, their eyes were bloodshot, staring fixedly at the charging ant swarm and the ark at the front. Seeing that the camp was already on high alert, the ark was not disappointed. Instead, it smiled even more deeply. What he wants is for both sides to fight desperately. Let the savage ants and kobolds exhaust each other. Preferably, both sides suffer heavy losses. He is approaching the kobold's attack range. Ahead, the stone thrower bared his teeth, the rock already raised. Behind, a dense swarm of ferocious ants was crazily closing in, attacked from both front and back. But Fangzhou remained calm. Everything was part of his plan. From the vein to the camp, there was a steep slope. He stood at a high point, enjoying the full advantage of the terrain. As long as he activated the skeletal wings, He could accelerate and break out of the firing range at any time. He had rehearsed every next step countless times in his mind. At the very moment when the stone throwers could no longer hold back and the stones came crashing down together, Ark's eyes turned cold. Bone wings activated instantly. A powerful energy exploded from his body, and he used the momentum to soar into the sky, like a raptor flying up, narrowly dodging the flying stone projectile. In midair, he threw the remaining 2 dog-headed humanoid corpses toward the tide-like ferocious ant swarm. The ant swarm instantly became chaotic as they fought for food. Taking advantage of the moment, he spread his bone wings and swiftly skimmed past the edge of the camp. Woof! In the center of the camp, the kobold sorcerer chief roared as he raised his staff, unleashing a series of fireballs aimed straight at the Ark. The Ark dared not take them head-on. He swiftly changed direction while raising a bone shield. Most of the fireballs were dodged. Only 2 struck the bone shield, leaving scorch marks but failing to break the defense. His heart steadied. With his mental strength approaching that of a senior apprentice, and further enhanced by equipment, this bone shield reinforced to its limit was enough to block the opponent. But he didn't stop. Gliding close to the camp, he conjured a skeletal spear and tied the pre-prepared package to it. Seeing the kobolds in the camp who had not yet sensed the danger, he sneered. This spear is meant to collect a debt for the ferocious ants. The flying spear whistled out, but its speed was a bit slow because it was dragging a heavy package. The kobold stone thrower reacted and launched a volley of stones. With a loud boom, the flying spear was shattered above the wooden wall. The kobolds cheered, thinking they had blocked the attack. But Ark laughed even more deeply. The explosion tore open the wrapping, and strong lures like the fierce ant queen's gland and the slime's sweet sac were thrown into the camp by the shockwave. The real trouble was only just beginning. The explosion shattered the glands and sweet nectar sacs, spraying juice all over the kobolds. The kobold sorcerer leader smelled the strange odor and immediately sensed something was wrong. It didn't know what it was, but instinct told it that the human had malicious intent. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ferocious ants, having just finished eating a corpse, suddenly shook their antennae, attracted by a strong lure, their eyes turning red. The ant swarm, which had slowed down, surged violently again, charging straight toward the camp. The kobolds, drenched in juice, felt a chill in their hearts and finally understood that the ant swarm was coming for them. The warlock chief could only grit his teeth and order a counterattack. It roared, and the kobolds on the arrow tower frantically hurled stone pellets. The stones fell like raindrops. Though difficult to penetrate the shells, they still injured many ferocious ants. However, the smell of blood only stimulated the ant swarm. They immediately devoured their fallen comrades on the spot, then charged even faster. The Ark in the distance had long retreated to a safe area, watching the battle between the 2 sides and nodding with satisfaction. The plan to use the tiger to swallow the wolf succeeded. Next, he only needed to reap the benefits. All the cadets at Haiching Military Academy were stunned. Attracting the monster, framing others, watching the show, and finally picking up the scraps, he really mastered the art of war. The look in that kobold leader's eyes was so miserable, I couldn't help but laugh. Who understands? Just stay put. Hundreds of fierce ants have been led right to the doorstep. Although it's too harsh on the kobolds, it really feels good to watch. No matter who wins this round, Ark will make a huge profit. Hundreds of goblins, hundreds of savage ants, and an entire iron or vein. All of them are his. This is what being powerful looks like. Only with enough strength can you play the game like this. Even if someone taught me the method, I still couldn't get this many queen ant glands and honey sacs. The cadets were stunned, and even the instructors in the cave fortress were astonished. The female instructor looked at the male instructor who had previously doubted Ark and smiled, saying, "Now we don't have to intervene. He can take down the goblin camp all by himself." The male instructor's face was complicated as he forced a bitter smile. I misjudged him. Ark is ruthless. Qin Xingshan was right. He's a natural-born tactical master. Lu Hu grinned broadly at Su Xinyan. I knew he would pull something off, but I didn't expect it to be this brilliant. These kobolds and savage ants have all become his pawns. Su Xinyan stared at the brightly smiling youth in the screen, whispering, "How exactly does his brain work?" With him around, We undead mages have truly found a treasure. In the kobold camp, the warlock leader roared repeatedly, while the stone throwers frantically hurled stones outward. The ferocious ant swarm did not retreat either. Most of them were iron-jawed soldier ants, with hard shells and sharp teeth, specializing in close combat. There were also a few mutated ants that could spray corrosive venom. They were ranged units called acid venom soldier ants. The most terrifying were a few giant ants, 2 to 3 meters long, with spindle-shaped heads, resembling moving battering rams from a distance. Once within range, dozens of acid-toxic soldier ants raised their mandibles and simultaneously sprayed venom. The strange mucus carried a pungent, sour smell and flew out like arrows, crossing the 10-meter distance in an instant, directly hitting a slinger. The skin it touched quickly ulcerated, as if doused with strong acid, with moisture evaporating instantly. The venom also contained neurotoxins that continuously penetrated into the body. The kobold didn't dare to touch it and could only roll on the ground, trying to rub off the slime. But the burning pain felt like it was drilling into his bones, his consciousness quickly growing faint, and his skin turning black and cracked. Under this round of volley fire, the clever kobolds dodged disaster by hiding behind wooden walls and arrow towers. The unlucky ones were either hit head-on or splashed by the spray. Their fur sizzled, and screams rose one after another. A single round of venom reduced the camp of over 100 people by nearly 10. For the survivors, this was a heavy blow. Howl! The warlock leader roared, raising his staff. A volleyball-sized fireball instantly condensed. It was fiercely thrown out, the fireball dragging red light through the air, crashing into the ant swarm like a meteor. With a booming sound, sparks flew everywhere, and red smoke billowed. Amid the smoke, a piercing screech cut through the air. An iron-jawed soldier ant was blown in half on the spot by a fireball, its whole body ignited in flames, rolling wildly, and setting its surrounding comrades on fire. It was an elite among the mid-level apprentices, yet it couldn't withstand a vengeful fireball from the kobold warlock leader. The ferocious ant swarm did not retreat. The smell of blood instead stimulated them. Their speed skyrocketed, their momentum fiercer, and in the blink of an eye, they charged to the camp gate. Several giant ferocious ants crashed against the gate like battering rams. With a tremendous boom, the wooden door vibrated violently, and several kobolds were thrown to the ground. The second impact hit, and the gate was on the verge of collapsing. The kobolds tucked their tails and whimpered, their morale wavering. But under the blessing of bloodthirsty sorcery, they still stubbornly held the defensive line. An iron-jawed soldier ant swung its serrated scythe, cutting a kobold in half at the waist. In the next moment, an elite kobold leapt up, smashing the ant's head with a giant hammer, cracking its shell as blood seeped out. The battle grew increasingly fierce. The ant swarm fought fearlessly, and, with their numerical advantage, the gate was nearly shattered. At a critical moment, the warlock leader let out a sharp bark and tore open the scroll. A crimson flame skeleton formed in midair, charging straight at the swarm of ants. The Ark, watching from the shadows, narrowed its eyes and recognized this as the signature spell of the infernal warlock. The fiery skeleton grew larger as it flew, with waves of heat rolling off it. The ant swarm had just been excited by the flesh and blood, but at this moment, it instinctively became restless, and it was too late to retreat. A rumble. The explosion blasted a large number of fierce ants into the air, and the fire quickly spread everywhere. The broken gate was completely shattered, and nearly 20 fierce ants were crushed to pieces on the spot. They had originally been densely charging the gate, but now they had become the best targets. The hard shell could not withstand the magical impact. All those hit head-on were killed instantly, and those on the outskirts were seriously injured and fell to the ground. The two giant ferocious ants that were just intimidating the kobolds were blown to pieces on the spot. The battlefield was a mess, and Feng Zhou was momentarily stunned. Compared to the cluster of fireballs previously blocked by the skeleton shield, this time the explosion power of the flame skeleton was obviously much stronger. Logically, it shouldn't have this much power. It definitely affected some kind of treasure. Ark fixed his gaze on the scroll tightly clenched in the warlock leader's hand, his eyes growing cold. Most likely it was that thing that forcibly boosted the power of the flame skeleton by a notch. Good stuff. He wants this treasure. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to make a move and continued to lie low in the grass, playing the sneaky player. If he appeared now, and the warlock leader unleashed another burst of flaming skulls, his skeleton army would likely suffer heavy losses. It would be better to let the ferocious ants force out all of the opponent's trump cards first. In front of the camp, although the ferocious ants were heavily wounded by the explosion, they did not retreat at all. The soldier ants surged inward like a tide. The camp gate had already been smashed, and the kobold counterattack was becoming increasingly chaotic. Fortunately, the warlock leader, along with several elite warlocks, was frantically casting spells in the rear, barely holding the line. At that moment, the ant swarm suddenly stirred. Hissing sounds rose one after another. An iron-jaw soldier ant, twice the size of its kind, slowly emerged, its shell a crimson with a purple sheen. Its aura was several times stronger than that of other soldier ants. Tisk, here comes the big guy. Ark raised the telescope, staring at this apprentice high-level ferocious ant leader. Ordinary iron-jawed soldier ants are about the size of a watchdog. This one, however, is as big as a bull. Its entire body is a cold, dark black, without a hint of luster, like cold metal. Two serrated upper jaws, slender and sharp, like two long knives, exuding a chilling aura. The queen ant is only responsible for laying eggs and is not skilled in combat. This leader ant is obviously the strongest combat force in the mineral vein ant colony. The fact also proves this. The moment it entered the battlefield, the tide of the war instantly tilted. The attacks from the kobolds struck its body like hitting a thick turtle shell, unable to break through at all. The formation that had just stabilized collapsed again. Several elite close combat kobolds attacked together, but they couldn't hold out much longer. Not to mention there were hundreds of aggressive ants pressing in from all around. With a boom, a large fireball slammed into the leader of the aggressive ants. The explosion stirred a wave of fire, but only blew a hole in its shell, with viscous fluid slowly oozing out. It did not die. Instead, it became completely furious. The next moment, it charged wildly toward the depths of the camp. The ferocious ant's mad assault caused the already shaky goblin frontline to completely collapse, with large numbers of goblins swallowed by the tide of ants. The smell of blood made the ant swarm even more savage. Once they rushed into the camp, they also began to pay the price. The seemingly flat ground concealed deadly traps, and many ferocious ants screamed as they fell into them. Far away, Ark touched his nose and couldn't help but want to laugh. I didn't expect these kobolds to love digging pits too. Truly kindred spirits. The military academy students in the live broadcast room also erupted in excitement. Arkitsu gets along pretty well with the kobolds, huh? They are all masters of tactical play. Seeing these ants, I'm reminded of the horned demon who got screwed over in the simulation battle. We really need to watch out for sneaky tricks on the battlefield from now on. The trap held back the swarm, allowing the kobold warlock chief to finally catch his breath and reorganize the defenses in the camp. After a series of sharp barks, the originally chaotic kobolds barely rallied, using the terrain to hold their ground. The warlock leader cast a spell again. The acid venom soldier ants kept spraying poison at it, but were blocked by a transparent shield. The blazing skeleton landed once again. With a loud boom, more than a dozen ferocious ants were blown away, and even more were set ablaze, scattering like torches. Even the ant colony leader who had killed several elite dog-headed men was blown off one of its hind legs, screaming in pain. But this time, without the aid of a scroll, the power of the flames was noticeably weaker. The ant swarm had already pushed deep into the camp, and with the flames out of control, the fire spread widely, burning many of the furry-headed kobolds themselves. Even so, the vicious ants did not retreat. Seeing their companions shattered into a bloody mess, they became even more frenzied, their eyes red as they attacked again. By this point in the battle, more than half of the kobolds were dead or wounded, with only a few dozen left able to fight. The vicious ants also suffered heavy losses, with just over 100 remaining. The camp was full of traps, but the ant colony still slowly regained the initiative. The warlock leader exhausted all his means and spiritual power, yet still couldn't kill the ant colony leader. What was worse, The pre-battle buff bloodthirsty magic had worn off. After losing the buff, the kobold's cowardly nature was exposed. Even though the warlock leader was barking desperately, some on the outskirts still broke down, abandoning their enemies and turning to flee. Surrounded by dozens of times more ferocious ants, none of these deserters survived. But they charged desperately, still tearing open several gaps in the kobold defense line. A large number of Iron Jaw soldier ants seized the opportunity to surge in, their target set directly on the warlock leader. Ark's gaze darkened. This battle was almost over. Next, it was his turn, the fisherman, to make a move. Ming Wang. As the camp was about to collapse, the sorcerer leader roared to the sky, raising the tattered battle flag high. In Soul Vision, a crimson wave of light swept across the entire battlefield, centered on the battle flag. The kobolds caught in the sweep, regardless of strength, instantly seemed to be filled with rage. Their eyes turned blood red, their expressions ferocious, drooling uncontrollably. The originally cowering monsters seemed to have transformed, completely reckless of life or death, crazily lunging at the ferocious ants. The crumbling defense line was somehow held firm. Ark stared at that battle flag, tension rising in his heart. Since mastering Soul Vision, he had become especially sensitive to soul fluctuations. At this moment, it was as if he saw a human heroic spirit roaring within the flag, spreading the will to fight to the death in all directions. Looking again at the twisted-faced kobold leader under the flag, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up in his heart. That is the human battle flag. Kill him and take it back. The thought almost drove him to charge on the spot. Fortunately, the cool scent of Yuelon aromatherapy suppressed the agitation, allowing him to calm down. He stared at the battle flag, feeling a chill in his heart. Even at such a distance, it could affect him. What exactly was this thing? Thinking of the shadow of that human heroic spirit, he vaguely began to suspect. Cave number 1 is the site of the bloody battle between humans and demons back then. This flag is probably a relic left behind by a certain awakened human, but it was dug up by the kobolds. If that's really the case, they are not only enemies, but also desecrating the heroes. This alone is enough reason for them to die. Ark squinted. The battlefield changed again. Under the influence of that strange battle flag, the kobolds who were about to collapse suddenly went berserk, no longer retreating and stubbornly holding off the onslaught of the ferocious ant swarm. But no one expected that at the crucial moment, the kobold sorcerer leader would make an astonishing decision. It abandoned its clan and the carefully managed camp, turning around and fleeing. Ark put down the telescope and sneered coldly. To be honest, this battle was planned entirely by him, and this kobold warlock has performed quite well. He dug the pit and set the ambush in advance, commanded in an orderly manner, and timed his skill releases very accurately. In the end, he was even able to decisively cut off his tail to survive, showing considerable courage. If it were in a real mythical world, he might have still made a name for himself. But this is the abyss hunting ground established by the Haiching Military Academy. What's more unfortunate was that it was facing the Ark, which had already calculated everything. In this soul vision, the warlock soul fire was the brightest, with nowhere to hide. In the camp, the kobolds and the savage ants were still locked in fierce battle, with no clear winner in the short term. The Ark wasted no more time, and, with the skeleton army, chased straight after the kobold fleeing with its tail between its legs. On the hill, the warlock leader was panting heavily, tongue hanging out as it desperately sprinted. But it was ultimately a fragile spellcaster, not very agile, and couldn't run far at all. The Ark was much faster than it and had soul vision to lock onto the path, quickly catching up. The kobold was completely unaware. It ran while looking back at the burning camp, cursing nonstop. It swore in its heart that it would conquer more tribes, expand its power, and wipe out the savage ants in the mine to avenge today's grudge. And that damn human. It was all caused by him. It touched the battle flag and scroll in its arms, reigniting its fighting spirit. What does it matter if hundreds of clan members died? As long as the treasure remains, once its spiritual power recovers, it can still make a comeback. But it didn't know. Fate had already been decided. On the road ahead, the Ark had already set traps. Just when it thought it was about to escape, several skeletal chains suddenly shot out from the grass. instantly tripping it up. Before it could react, several bone spears formed from necromantic power came flying through the air, aiming straight for its face. At the critical moment, it drained its last bit of mental energy and barely managed to raise a magical shield. The apprentice was superior, fully decked out in luxurious equipment. This kobold warlock leader was indeed not easy to deal with. The first bone spear from the arc was shot out, but it was blocked by a magical shield. But he never held back. Like a lion pouncing on a rabbit, he gave it his all. Even though the opponent had just been through a bloody battle and was at their wits' end, he still fired 3 bone spears in succession, pressing the attack all at once. The third spear finally pierced through the shield. In the desperate and resentful gaze of the kobold warlock chief, the bone spear pierced directly through its heart and skull. Ark hid in the distance and ordered a few skeletons to rush forward to finish the job, ensuring there was no chance of failure. Hunting points plus 10. Soul power plus 0.5. The power of the soul has arrived, indicating it is completely dead. Only then did Ark breathe a sigh of relief. He got up from the grass and was about to collect the loot when a notification suddenly popped up on the attribute panel. Title slot unlocked. Obtained title, Enemy of the Kobolds. He was momentarily stunned, then looked at the newly appeared title slot. Enemy of Kobolds. A remarkably gifted kobold marked you before dying. Kobold race affinity towards you significantly decreases, and the damage you deal to kobolds slightly increases. Ark looked into those eyes that would knock close in death, feeling somewhat surprised. To be able to mark him before dying, this guy was indeed not simple. However, he did not care about this title. In the mythical world filled with powerful beings, kobolds have always been a low-tier race, never producing any true top-level warriors. He didn't need their favor, nor did he care about that little damage bonus. What he cared more about was the new system of the title bar. Now there is Enemy of Kobolds. Will there be Little Imp Nemesis, Succubus Conqueror, Berserker Demon Slayer in the future? Thinking of this, he touched his chin. You need to thoroughly understand the methods and rules for obtaining titles in order to plan ahead. Coming back to his senses, he instructed the skeleton to carefully search the corpse. After a moment, looking at the pile of loot cleared from the ground, his eyes lit up. A huge haul. This was the time he gained the most since entering Crypt Number 1. The most conspicuous item is a leather beast pouch filled with over 21st grade refined stones. Returning it to the military academy would earn at least 200 contribution points. There is also the warlock leader's personal equipment: staff, robe, circlet, necklace. For pieces of gray inferior equipment, recycling them can also exchange for dozens of contribution points. But what he cared about most were the 2 strange objects tied to the other's chest. A piece of animal skin scroll, looking ordinary, with blurry talismans drawn on it. And also that tattered battle flag. He had previously sensed the presence of human heroic spirits from it. The battle flag was soaked in kobold blood, yet remained as clean as ever. Ark opened the attribute panel. Charging scroll. White. Rare item usable only by magic users. Consumes mental energy to charge, greatly increasing the power of the next direct damage skill, with the amplification depending on the mental attribute. This is practically a god-tier item for mages. Ark's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. Just as expected, the kobold sorcerer leader relied on it to unleash that terrifying flaming skeleton, instantly killing dozens of savage ants with one strike and turning the tide in an instant. Thinking of the fierce savage ant leader in the camp, Arkansas clenched the scroll tightly, a trace of ruthlessness igniting in his heart. If it is used to strengthen the skeleton javelin, can it nail that guy to death with one throw? He put away the scroll and looked again at the tattered battle flag in his hand, his expression shifting. Heroic Spirit Battle Flag, blue, rare item, no usage restrictions. Carries the last will of humanity's heroic spirits. When activated, humans within range enter a desperate battle state, suppressing fear and hesitation, morale locked, never retreating, and slightly increasing damage against abyss demons. Used by other races may result in unknown consequences. Another blue strange item. Moreover, it's even more direct than the moon orchid incense that instructor Su Xinyan gave. It's something that can change the course of battle. Fight to the death, no retreat. and it specifically counters abyss demons. It might not work on his undead. For the human soldiers fighting desperately on the front lines against the demons, this was a life-saving trump card. The Ark unfurled its battle banner. For large characters stabbed into their eyes, perish with the demons. His heart jolted, memories abruptly stirred. In the military academy classroom, he had heard this name. At the same time, there was an uproar in the command hall of the subterranean fortress. All the instructors stared fixedly at the screen, intently watching the battle flag with the inscription, "Perish with the demon." Someone whispered softly, their expression complex. Someone suddenly shouted, "Ning Feihu." This is General Ning Feihu's battle flag. Perish with the demon, die rather than retreat. This was the military order he made in the battle to defend Haiqing. As the words fell, an instructor clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining. General Ning was one of the earliest warriors to reach the golden rank in the early days of the Human-Demon War. In the Battle of Haiqing, he single-handedly held back 3 golden rank demons, enduring the frontal assault with sheer determination. In the end, he fought fiercely to his death, perishing together with the 3 demons. He meant what he said, to perish with the demons, choosing death over retreat. He suddenly stood up and looked excitedly at Lu Hu. When General Ning sacrificed himself, the battle was urgent, and the remains could not be gathered in time. After the battle ended, the terrain of Haiqing changed drastically, and multiple searches were fruitless. But the battle flag in Ark's hand must be General Ning Feihu's relic, so this place is very likely where he died for his country. Lu Hu nodded and said solemnly, "Makes sense." The earthquake at Cave Number 1 not only revealed the ore veins, but also unearthed battlefield remains buried underground for many years. The Ning family is full of loyal martyrs, with all descendants having died in battle. The only granddaughter, Ning Danxin, is still holding the front line. Finding the remains or relics would be a comfort to her. He looked at everyone. Immediately notify the nearby instructors to rush to the goblin camp to search for relics. Then form a professional exploration team to simultaneously investigate ore reserves and search for General Ning's remains. Everyone stood up and took the orders. Su Xinyan added, "Most of the battle flags were dug out of the mineral veins by kobolds. Ark is nearby, so why not let him search while he's at it?" Lu Hu agreed and contacted Ark to assign the task. Inside the underground cave, Ark received the order and saluted solemnly. "Yes, I will do my best." Lu Hu reminded, "This is an extra task. I will apply for elimination exemption for you. If you encounter danger, use the shield scroll immediately, don't hesitate." This scene was also witnessed by the trainees. Someone exclaimed in shock, "That battle flag is actually the relic of General Ning Feihu. To perish alongside the demon, preferring death over retreat. He has always been my hero." Another sighed. If he hadn't died in Haiqing, he would at least be a legendary powerhouse by now. His untimely death is a huge loss for humanity.